Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 201, Chapter 201, The Strict Clans of Konoha 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. The sound of birds could be heard outside Minato's apartment as he woke up drowsily in his bed, shared with his fiancées, despite not having had any intimate relations. Mikoto was sleeping peacefully in her corner, while Kushina, sprawled on the bed, was almost drooling on Minato's face. For Minato and Mikoto, it was refreshing to finally sleep more than 5 or 6 hours, as they had been used to during the war. The sun was already illuminating the entire village by this time. He got up calmly, gently moving Kushina away from him to get out of bed. Minato. She murmured in her sleep, probably dreaming, as she pouted as if kissing someone. He disappeared without physically leaving the bed, using his teleportation technique to arrive in the kitchen. "You're already awake," Mikoto commented, rubbing her eyes, which caused Kushina to wake up as well. Minato shrugged as he started preparing something for them to eat. However, he noticed that there was nothing left in the kitchen shelves since he had removed all perishables to prevent spoilage. Fortunately, he had a few supplies left in his storage scroll, which he placed on the table to prepare breakfast. Minato's breakfast. Kushina exclaimed, jumping with joy at the thought of eating his food again. She rushed to the kitchen, laughing and running, while Mikoto walked in much more calmly. "And you, Tsuna, you've been there for the last 2, Minato said, looking toward the window as the 2 women returned to the kitchen. Tsuna appeared, opening the window as she climbed inside. "So, you knew I was here the entire time?" Tsuna commented. "Of course I did, but I was asleep, as you probably noticed," Minato said with a grin. "And what exactly were you doing here?" he asked. Her eyes widened, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. She seemed a bit lost, feeling the gaze of Mikoto and Kushina on her. Gathering her courage, though still embarrassed, she blurted out, "I came to check if you didn't do anything inappropriate." Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato all fell silent upon hearing that, until Minato couldn't hold back any longer and broke the silence. "Ha ha ha ha." He burst out laughing, clearly amused. "Stop laughing. I had to check," Tsuna exclaimed, her embarrassment growing. Still, Minato's laughter seemed to lift her out of the gloom she had been feeling the day before. "Were you trying to spy on us, Uchiha?" Mikoto asked with a sly smile, resting her hand on her chin as if enjoying the situation. "You, Uchiha?" Tsuna stammered, unsure if she could feel more flustered. "Well." Kushina spoke up, her face turning progressively redder. "Maybe I did steal a few kisses," she admitted softly. "You were dreaming." "I saw it all," Mikoto commented in a neutral tone. "That's not true, Datebane." Kushina jumped out of her chair, planting her feet on the table and pointing a finger at Mikoto. "Could you all stop making a mess? This is my kitchen, and I want respect here," Minato said firmly as he lit the stove to prepare coffee and cook something. Everyone fell silent, and Kushina slowly sat back down. Tsuna joined them at the table. "So, what are your plans for today?" Tsuna asked. "We could go to the beach," Kushina suggested enthusiastically. "No way. I doubt we can do that right now," Minato replied. "I can't leave the village, even with teleportation. My father will soon start looking for me since I haven't returned to the clan," Mikoto added. "Speaking of that, is the Uchiha clan's prodigy really going to fight me?" Minato asked as he stirred the omelette. "Who are you fighting?" Kushina asked, surprised. She hadn't heard of any such challenge, as Minato hadn't mentioned it in the letters he sent her. Minato challenged the clan's favored heir to become the Uchiha chief. Tsuna explained. "Really? Why?" Kushina asked in shock. "Because he was supposed to be my fiancé. But I decided to be with Minato, the one I love, and I defied my father. Minato also said he would fight the entire clan to protect me," Mikoto stated with a wink at Kushina. "Seriously?" Kushina exclaimed, turning to Minato for confirmation. Minato simply shrugged. "But I doubt they'll let it go after what you did in the Raikage fight. Even my father hasn't said anything since then. It seems he's recognized your strength, Minato. But I doubt the clan will just accept this. I'll probably be expelled, and I'll have to remove the Uchiha name and symbol. After all, I doubt the clan elders will allow this marriage," Mikoto said. "And you're okay with that?" Tsuna asked, a bit surprised, as was Kushina. "I chose this, fully aware of the consequences. Besides, do I really need to use the Uchiha name anymore?" she asked calmly, resting her elbows on the table as she spoke with a serene tone. Tsuna and Kushina remained silent while Minato approached with the food, placing it on the table for them. You can eat now. Save the conversation for later, he said as the three girls couldn't resist and started eating Minato's much-desired food quickly. Mikoto, however, was more accustomed to his cooking and ate at a steadier pace, remaining calm, unlike Tsuna, who was more reactive, or Kushina, who was hyperactive. Kushina closed her eyes as she savored the food. Minato put away the kitchen utensils and joined them at the table, calmly grabbing his omelette with bacon and eating quietly. They stayed there for a while, until a knock was heard at the door. Who is it? Tsuna asked as she ate. An ANBU, Minato commented, sensing the person's attire on the other side of the door through his haki. I'll see what they want, Minato said as he stood up and went to the entrance, where he found the masked man waiting. Minato Namikaze, the Hokage requests your presence tonight. Please report to his office as soon as you can, the ANBU said before vanishing. Already? Minato muttered, scratching his head as he closed the door. I thought the ninjas would be summoned in 3 days. Tsuna commented. I believe the Hokage is calling all camp leaders for a meeting. I'll have to deliver my report to him personally, Minato explained. In any case, there will be more shinobi arrivals in the village. Should we go see them? Kushina asked. We can, but I'd also like to see the village again, Minato said, and everyone nodded in agreement, finishing their meals before beginning their day's activities. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan, Hanabi rose from her futon, preparing for the day. She swapped her sleeping attire for a dress and, after washing up, headed straight to the kitchen, where her grandfather was waiting for her. You're finally awake, my granddaughter, he greeted calmly, his face marked with age and his eyes bearing the distinctive Hyuga white. Grandfather. I'm sorry I got back so late yesterday. I didn't even get to speak to you. She said softly. It's fine. I know you were with your team. But the clan won't be happy about that, he commented as he poured tea for Hanabi. I know. She murmured, sipping her tea calmly. I'm glad you're well. How was the war? I've heard some things, about you and that boy from your team, the old man said. Yes, we saw many comrades fall, but we grew stronger and did our part, Hanabi responded solemnly. Indeed, war is bloody. It must have been similar to the first great ninja war, where I fought. I lost so many comrades. My brothers and parents died fighting to protect the main family, he recounted, his voice heavy with memory. Hanabi remained silent, lowering her head as she listened. About that? She murmured hesitantly. You'll soon have to serve the main family, Hanabi. It's tradition. He said with a firmer tone. Hanabi instinctively shrank at those words. In the Hyuga clan, once a member reaches a certain age, they are required to serve the main family, leaving their teams to form squads that exclusively serve the heirs, leaders, and elders of the clan. But you're only 15, so you have a few more years before you need to worry about that, he added at the end, though his tone remained stern. He understood the obligations of the clan, but Hanabi's reactions and doubts concerned him. The main family could easily see her as someone needing stricter discipline, and activating the cursed seal on her forehead was always a looming threat, a pain that was impossible to forget. I know, Grandpa. Hanabi muttered, sounding a bit downhearted. Besides, I recommend you stop using the bow style. The clan already knows about it, and there are rumors of a Hyuga fighting with a bow. No matter how talented you are, they won't allow anyone to deviate from the traditional Hyuga teachings that the clan has preserved for centuries, he said. But Grandpa. Hanabi clearly didn't like hearing that. After all, she was very skilled with her style, and abandoning it would weaken her potential. You can't, Hanabi. Stop insisting on this. Her grandfather suddenly erupted, his voice loud and stern, surprising Hanabi as she clenched her fists. Sorry about that. He broke the silence again, his tone calmer now as he looked at his granddaughter. It's just that the clan is rigid, and you could face serious punishment. They won't tolerate your bow any longer. They see it as offensive that a clan member would stray from the path the rest of the Hyuga follow, he explained, his concern for Hanabi evident despite his strict demeanor. I understand. Hanabi murmured, though in truth, she didn't fully understand. She felt confused and unsure of what to do. I'll fight the Hyuga clan if they don't accept it, I promise. Minato's voice echoed in her mind. She remembered that she hadn't even wanted to use a bow at first, he was the one who introduced it to her. She wondered if he was serious about that promise, if he would really challenge the Hyuga clan the way he did with the Uchiha for Mikoto. No, I can't let him make another enemy. Besides, I'm not his fiancé like Mikoto. The sad thought echoed through her mind. I don't know what you're thinking, Hanabi, but just know that I want you to be safe. You may be summoned to meet with the elders soon, her grandfather said in a serious tone, feeling helpless in the face of the clan's authority. He knew how much pressure the clan could place on the only family he had left. Why? Is it about my bow style? Hanabi asked. Unfortunately, yes. It's hard to say this, but you stood out too much during the war. The rumors have spread, and even the clan is talking about it. You not only use a bow, but many have witnessed your capabilities. Your team's reputation has grown, and Minato Namikaze's name is being heavily discussed in the village. That includes your team, and it's overshadowing the heir of the main family. The elders aren't happy about it. A member of the branch family gaining more recognition than those of the main house, that's something they won't tolerate, he murmured. But that's not fair. Hanabi murmured, unable to believe what she was hearing. She had done her part in the war, fought alongside Minato, and developed a powerful style. Now her clan wanted to take away her strength, her team, and her pride, throwing it all away just because she wasn't born into the main family. A hollow feeling began creeping into Hanabi's chest. It was a familiar emptiness she hadn't felt in a long time, not since her academy days, when Minato had shown her a new path. A time when she made friends, laughed for the first time, and had fun, forgetting the fate sealed for her by birth. I can imagine what you're thinking, Hanabi. I was once the same way, her grandfather murmured, seeing the dark aura that surrounded his granddaughter. But this is our destiny. We were born to serve the main family. You'll understand that in time, he said, watching Hanabi rise from her seat. I understand. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go to my room, Hanabi said in a dry tone as she walked away. Forgive me, my granddaughter, but this is our destiny, her grandfather said softly to himself. In his mind, it was this or death. The clan would eliminate Hanabi if she resisted too much. He preferred she return to the clan's customs, so long as she stayed alive. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, The Strict Clans of Konoha 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. The Hyuga clan was not the only clan dissatisfied with its members, while the Uchiha clan, also in the center of the village, was holding a meeting at that very moment. All the elders and main members were gathered inside one of the houses where they usually convened. The Uchiha clan was concentrated in a single camp, as it had been their demand, and the Hokage ended up agreeing to it. However, they were still sent on specific missions and even deployed to various borders, mainly the eastern border against the Land of Water due to the heightened tension in that area. But now, all of them had returned in recent days, making the Uchiha one of the first clans to be fully present in the village after the war. Mazu, alongside all the elders, who had not participated in the war but were kept informed of all events in real time, sat in the large room. Everyone had their designated place, while the central seat was occupied by the current clan leader. Fugaku, you may leave, along with everyone else, Mazu spoke calmly to the young man standing before him. You too, the meeting is over, and we need to talk alone now, another elder said. You as well. But clan leader. Fugaku tried to argue. You're not ready yet, Fugaku. We'll talk a bit later, Mazu said, and despite his frustration, the young man nodded. It wasn't just Fugaku leaving, several other young members who assisted the elders and worked as their guards and aides due to the elders' advanced age also left the room, leaving only the elders and the clan leader behind. He seems a little impatient, one of the elders said directly to Mazu, who nodded. Yes, but he's still young. He'll learn how to lead with time, Mazu remarked as he watched the others walk away, then turned his attention to everyone present. He's our best candidate to take over as clan leader after me, he added. Very well, we'll deal with that later. Right now, we have other, much more important matters to handle, an elder stated, and the others nodded in agreement. Let's begin. I imagine the first topic will be about what happened at the northern border. The leader commented as some of the elders nodded. First, we need to talk about the 53 missing ninjas and the 144 who died. We lost many of our ninjas in this war. A significant part of the clan perished, and it will take us years to recover our ranks, one of the elders said. Yes, but we still remain the largest clan in Konoha, while the Senju are at rock bottom. It's somewhat ironic, another commented. But we didn't achieve any major feats in this war. Someone else pointed out, causing tension to ripple through the group. That's true, Mazu. I expected better. We are disappointed with your performance during the war, we should even consider electing a new leader, an elderly man said in a severe tone. Mazu showed no sign of displeasure as he looked at the elder. I can't deny that the Uchiha didn't stand out in the war, he admitted. We shouldn't have forced the Hokage to authorize the entire Uchiha clan to remain in a single camp, one of them stated. But you yourself fought for that decision, you fool, another elder exclaimed angrily. I chose what was best for the clan, he retorted. Look at what you and some of the other elders here have done. Enough. Mazu raised his voice before those old men started quarreling right there. Everyone seemed to calm down as Mazu sighed, knowing how stubborn those elders were. It was indeed a mistake not to diversify our members across various battlefields. Mazu commented. And we must not make that mistake again. We need to let our members be assigned to different battlefields where they can perform better, he said. No name from our clan is known across the world from this war. Our clan is declining. Soon, we'll be in the same state as the Senju, another elder responded. As the Senju? I think you're a bit outdated. The granddaughter of the first Hokage became quite famous during this war. Even before becoming one of the legendary Sannin, she stood out by combating Suna's poisons and implementing her plan to have a medical ninja in every squad on that front, which proved to be a success and even turned the tide of a war against two countries in Ames lands. One of the elders recalled those events. It seems we're a failure, with no great shinobi born in this generation. Someone lamented. The White Fang, the legendary Sannin, even the Yellow Flash, not to mention Elder Danza's performance with the Hokage in the eastern region and how the Uzumaki clan helped turn that battlefield around, even without the Hokage present. So many names. The Uchiha clan was too proud, always standing out in wars, which is why they had been one of the most powerful clans in ancient times and still remained the most powerful group in the village. However, despite not performing poorly in the war and providing necessary support when needed, they had done nothing extraordinary like the names mentioned above. This was a direct blow to their pride. I believe Fugaku will become a new name for the clan in the coming years, Mazu said. We hope so, clan leader. In any case, we'll work on creating a name for the clan over time. But we have another problem. We've lost many, but that's not the most concerning issue, it's the missing ninjas. One of the elders brought the subject back. About that, we've tried to investigate several times. It wasn't just the Uchiha, but it's highly suspicious, Mazu murmured and began speaking about their efforts to find answers. In the end, nothing had been discovered about the disappearance of the Uchiha and other ninjas. It was as if they had vanished from existence. What do you think this is? Was it the Cloud Village? One of the elders asked Mazu. I can't say for sure. Although it only happened on the northern border, there haven't been any mysterious disappearances of ninjas from other battlefields. Not in that number. Mazu paused before continuing. Clearly, everything points to the Cloud Village trying to get their hands on our ninjas and others. This can be evidenced by the classified mission involving Kushina Uzumaki's rescue, the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It was a secret mission that only a few people know about, including the northern border camp leaders. But it proves that the Cloud Village is behind this, he stated. This is outrageous. We can't allow them to get their hands on the Sharingan of our members. We must do something, one of the elders spoke in a harsh, worried tone. Yes, we'll need to handle this personally. I will speak with the Hokage since the village is trying to establish peace agreements with many other villages soon, alongside the feudal lords, Mazu said with a serious expression. This could be a huge problem. Sharingan in the hands of others. Who are the ones missing? Another elder asked. Many Jounin, but most of them are Chunin. And among those Chunin were two boys from the elite class, Mazu responded. So we no longer have any surviving members from that Hokage program. That's truly disgraceful, one of the eldest commented, visibly disappointed. There's another issue, another elder murmured as the atmosphere in the room grew darker. At that moment, even Mazu's expression became serious upon hearing those words. Losing the Sharingan to another village in one instance. And in another, are we going to lose our bloodline to someone outside the clan? One of the elders asked with a severe tone. How did you let your daughter get to this point, Mazu? You've truly brought shame upon us, another elder spoke, showing no restraint. Mazu didn't respond immediately. Even as the clan leader, he knew he had to listen to the elders. And, in a way, they were right, he would have done the same if he were in their position. Are we bowing before just one boy now? One of the elders sneered. And we're accepting this? What nonsense. We should kill him, suggested one of the more radical elders. Kill the men who managed to defeat the Raikage. Good luck with that, another elder mocked the idea, shaking his head in disbelief. So, what then? We bow. Are we going to let a boy from outside the clan simply take one of our members and start a family? Are we going to let our genetics slip from our grasp? The power of the Sharingan no longer bearing the Uchiha name. Is that what you want? We are still the Uchiha clan. Since when did we become cowards? Another elder retorted, his voice filled with indignation. The elders continued to debate among themselves until one of them turned again to Mazu. Mazu, how did you let things get to this point? We cannot allow this to happen, one of the elders said firmly. We could respond with an attack, another suggested. Great. Now we're at the mercy of a boy. How did it come to this? Didn't the boy challenge Fugaku, your favorite? One elder remarked with disdain. It wasn't through Mikoto's hand, but rather through her pride, Mazu sighed. I don't think we're going to get my daughter back. He hadn't revealed anything about his daughter's Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, that would make everyone even more furious. So, he withheld that information, subtly protecting his daughter. Though reports of the yellow skeletal giant had already reached the elders' ears, they believed it was Mizu who had awakened the Mangekyo. Most of them had lived during Madara's time, so they recognized a Susanoo. Even so, the atmosphere of indignation continued to grow among the elders, and one of them slammed his hand forcefully on the floor. How? How did you let this happen, Mazu? One of the elders shouted in anger. We shouldn't agree to this. Let's go talk to the Hokage. Since when did we become cowards who run to the Hokage? Another elder roared. The boy challenged the entire clan, and we're going to run. I don't care what kind of prodigy he is. No one can defeat the Uchiha clan. We'll deal with the boy later. First, we need to talk about Mazu's daughter. After all, what she did is unforgivable, one of the elders reminded them, and slowly the others began to calm down. Mikoto Uchiha turned her back on the clan to follow an indecent love, another elder said with disdain. And I blame Mazu for this, both as her father and as the clan leader. But that's not the issue right now. Another elder stroked his beard, deep in thought, before continuing. Still, she turned her back on us. Therefore, I vote for the expulsion of Mikoto Uchiha. If we manage to separate her from that boy, she must pay with her life. I accept the vote, another elder spoke up. Mikoto Uchiha has dishonored the Uchiha name and must pay with her life. Let's deal with her accordingly, another suggested, as more and more elders raised their hands and voiced their opinions. All their positions led to the same conclusion, Mikoto's elimination, once she was separated from Minato. Mazu remained silent for a long time. With his eyes closed, no one knew what he was thinking. Finally, he opened them and nodded, confirming the will of all the elders present. His daughter must be eradicated, for the good of the clan. Chapter 203, The Strict Elders of Konoha. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. Help! Help! A voice cried out from outside as Minato finished putting on his Jonin vest. He wondered what all the commotion was about as he approached the door. When he opened it, he saw Kushina staring oddly ahead, Tsuna standing with her hands on her hips and a serious scowl, while Mikoto held an old lady by the collar, who was pleading with her not to hit her. Minato was stunned by the scene, especially since the old lady was his neighbor, someone who always gave him strange looks. Now, she was being restrained by Mikoto, begging to be released. Help me! Help me, she screamed in despair as Mikoto kept her restrained. The old lady then noticed Minato and called out to him. Boy, dear Minato, help me, she exclaimed as Minato stood there, unsure of what to say. She seemed to forget all about Mikoto, giving Minato a toothless smile. You look handsome, by the way. Soon you'll be a beautiful man, the old lady said, prompting Mikoto to tighten her grip, appearing infuriated by those words. What is this, Minato? Tsuna immediately asked, pointing at him with a frown, clearly puzzled by the situation and the identity of this old woman who seemed overly familiar with Minato. Minato was at a loss for words, something that rarely happened to him. The old lady had always been a strange and obsessive figure, even when he was at the ninja academy. For Minato, she was the main reason he wanted to move away. He ignored her cries for help as Mikoto seemed to be losing her patience. How did this happen, was the only thing he managed to ask. That old lady was trying to spy on you while we were outside waiting. When we saw someone opening your door, we found her acting very suspiciously. Tsuna explained, glancing at Minato, her eyes demanding an explanation. Just remind me never to come back to this apartment. Minato muttered, still paralyzed by the situation. In the end, they left the old woman on the ground, dazed, and walked out of the building as the girls continued questioning him. Look, it's not my fault. That woman has always spied on me. This is why moving out was a good idea. Minato justified himself, while the girls exchanged suspicious glances. Eventually, they decided to head to a corner of the village, moving towards a training area like they used to do in the old days. We should have invited Hanabi, Kushina commented. I thought so too. Right, Minato. Tsuna asked, looking at him. Something wrong, she asked, surprised to see him staring pensively into the distance. We're being watched, Minato replied without looking at her, keeping his eyes fixed in one direction. He then turned and stared toward a specific spot, where three ninjas quickly vanished into the trees, rustling the leaves as they disappeared. Who were they? Mikoto asked with a suspicious look. The girls hadn't sensed their presence, even though Kushina and Tsuna were powerful sensory ninjas. Both looked confused. Minato was the only one who had noticed, using his haki. They were skilled ninjas to escape Kushina and Tsuna's detection, Minato thought, leaving the thought unfinished. He knew he was being observed, likely because of the influence he now wielded in the village. Powerful figures who were no longer fond of him might already see him as a threat. Setting it aside, they proceeded to a spot near the riverbank. Minato wasn't in the mood to train and sat down with his fiancées, while Kushina pulled out some storage scrolls and offered them cakes she had made. Minato, however, remained watchful, noticing ninjas standing around, observing them. This time, the ninjas appeared to be protecting Kushina, or so it seemed. Yet, Minato sensed infiltrators among them, picking up traces of their intentions. He couldn't tell if the Hokage was aware of their presence or if they had slipped by unnoticed. I won't be as free as I was before the war, which isn't surprising in the end. At least I trained enough, have a vast arsenal, and my chakra reserves are prepared for anything, Minato thought again, resting his hands behind his head as he leaned against the riverbank. Feeling the sun and letting go of his worries, he wanted to savor the moment of being back in the village. Kushina and Suna ate silently, while Mikoto also sat quietly, taking in the calm atmosphere of the place. They stayed like that until late afternoon, when they began walking through the village. They saw more groups returning from the war, receiving grand welcomes similar to what they had experienced the day before. It was the same scene they had witnessed upon their own return. A crowd gathered to greet them, cheering their names as they walked down the main street towards the Hokage's building. The Hokage always gave motivational speeches to the returning troops, boosting the morale of the village's shinobi after the war. Later, they stopped to grab something to eat before nightfall. They didn't take too long, as Minato needed to meet with the Hokage, who was available at that moment. He bid farewell to the girls, as Kushina and Suna returned to the Senju clan compound, while Mikoto headed to Minato's apartment. We'll see each other tomorrow. Let's also take a look at the land I bought so we can start planning the construction of the place, Minato said, to which Kushina nodded cheerfully. In the next instant, he disappeared, using teleportation to appear in front of the Hokage's building. As he entered, an ANBU appeared. Minato Namikaze, the Hokage is waiting for you in his office, the ANBU informed before vanishing. Minato walked down the corridor toward the office, opening the door to find the Hokage standing with his back to him, gazing out the window. The village lights sparkled, and sounds of laughter and celebration echoed in the distance. The room was guarded by several hidden ANBU, ever vigilant. You're here. The Hokage turned to face Minato, who was slowly approaching. Yes. You summoned me, Minato replied, maintaining his posture. Indeed. Your performance exceeded even our high expectations, though we already anticipated great things from you. The #1 rookie of the elite class. A program that, as we can see, has been very successful, the Hokage said, moving toward his desk and taking a seat. Minato merely nodded, feeling no need to say anything further. I've called you because we'll be holding a ceremony in 2 days. You'll be recognized as a war hero for the entire village, the Hokage continued. Minato nodded at the words. He noticed the Hokage seemed genuinely enthusiastic about this, though Minato also knew his name was spreading quickly throughout the village, especially among those who didn't know him personally. He couldn't tell if the Hokage was yielding to public pressure or acting out of personal conviction. The old man was unpredictable, after all. Minato was also keenly aware of the scrutiny he was under, likely from the Hokage's ANBU and the elders. Minato trusted none of them, knowing that he now had to navigate the political game because of his growing influence. I'll be there, Minato responded firmly. Good. It will be an honor for the village and our shinobi. I'm sure Jiraiya would be proud of you if he were here, the Hokage remarked. I wish he were here too, Minato said with a more personal tone. Jiraiya was still in the land of rain training Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. Based on Minato's calculations, Jiraiya would likely remain there for another year or two before returning. Yes, but moving on, I'd like to discuss your role now while Jiraiya is away. Jiraiya mentioned that you did an excellent job in the ANBU. The reports highlighted your abilities, helping us understand your competence even before you became known as the hero who sacrificed himself for the village in Suna, especially during the alchemist rescue and other missions like saving the southern camp from disaster. As we've observed, there's been a noticeable decline in the Ghost Squad's performance since your departure. The Hokage paused, looking at Minato as he lit his pipe. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued. I would like to invite you to return to the ANBU under my command. There's no need for an immediate decision. I want you to think about it, the Hokage suggested. What is my other option? Minato asked cautiously, avoiding giving a direct response. You can return to your normal mission routine with your team. We'll add a temporary member while Jiraiya is absent. However, personally, I believe it would be more beneficial for everyone if you joined the ANBU in the meantime, the Hokage explained. And my team? Will Hanabi and Mikoto be with me? Minato asked, concerned. He didn't want to abandon his companions, even though he was intrigued by the ANBU proposal. Yes. On the northern border, where you served as leader, except for the reconnaissance mission investigating the disappearance of ninjas, you didn't fail a single mission and were efficient at every moment. You've demonstrated the ability to protect your team and lead effectively. I believe you're ready for this and capable of compensating for your teammates' lack of experience, the Hokage replied, observing Minato closely. I'll consider it, sir, but I would like a few days to think it over, Minato said cautiously. Of course. You can give me your answer after reflecting on it. This is not something that needs to be decided right now, the Hokage agreed. He handed a scroll to Minato, and with a farewell gesture, left him to think. Minato took the scroll and disappeared, using his teleportation technique to leave like a ghost. A sound came from one side of the office. The Hokage turned his gaze and gestured with his hand, signaling all the ninja guards in the room to vanish, leaving the two of them alone. A man emerged from the shadows, holding a cane. His arm was bandaged, and one eye was covered, evidence of war wounds from the Eastern Front. You finally managed to position him where you wanted, Danzo commented, his tone heavy with intention. That's good. We can keep a close eye on him. After all, my men report that he seems to notice their presence. It's a shame, though, that you didn't place him directly in the route where he belongs. Danzo, he hasn't given his answer yet. And I've already told you, I will have him work directly with me, the Hokage responded calmly, continuing to smoke his cigar. I hope you're right and that you act when necessary, Danzo retorted. If that boy becomes a threat to us, he must be eliminated. You've seen how influential he has become and how strong he is at such a young age. We can't allow someone so powerful to grow unchecked in the village, to the point where no one can stop him. Remember, he was also a student of the second Hokage, and he would never have allowed this, Danzo insisted darkly. You have the same fear you've always had. Minato fought for the village, but even so, for the sake of the leaf. The Hokage paused, deep in thought. I will keep an eye on him to ensure he never becomes a threat, he affirmed, ending the conversation. It's not just him. You know there are others whose reputations could threaten your position as Hokage, Danzo said seriously. The Hokage remained silent, thoughtful. Your students as well, Danzo added with a grim expression. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. They are not a threat to the village, Hiruzen cut him off. There was no reply as Danzo disappeared back into the shadows. Meanwhile, more than 500 meters in the air, a ninja hovered, watching everything. He looked down intently, listening to the entire conversation between the Hokage and Danzo. These old men. The ninja murmured to himself. The war has just ended, and they're already scheming. They want to eliminate the greatest names in the village, the same heroes they were forced to recognize, thanks to witnesses, rumors, and the general knowledge of the ninjas who fought. He shook his head in disapproval. The way they act. It's unbelievable, Minato thought, disappearing from the scene like a shadow vanishing into thin air. Chapter 204, Mikoto's Little Game. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 41. 2 days had passed while Minato visited the Hokage, spending his time with friends as he did at that moment. So, you became a jonin. Minato said as they occupied an entire table at a barbecue restaurant, joined by a group of former classmates from the elite class where they had graduated. Minato, Mikoto, Kushina, Tsuna, along with the group known as Inoshikacho, Yamanaka Inoichi, Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and other members who had graduated with them and survived the war, had gathered to celebrate its end. More than 10 people were present. Yes. So much responsibility. Shikaku muttered, not entirely pleased with the idea. Not just that, Minato. He became the vice leader of the camp. Choza said while enjoying his barbecue. Really? Minato asked, surprised, as he hadn't seen any reports about it. I haven't been officially appointed. It's just talk with Choza. I've only been informally assisting the commander of Camp 10, Shikaku replied, shaking his head. You're the only one who managed to become an early commander among us. Inoichi remarked, looking at Minato, who was surrounded by girls. And popular too, as always, he thought with a hint of envy. Other girls were gazing at Minato with more alluring looks, but none of the 4 girls at the table would let anyone else approach him. You became a war hero, Minato. I always knew you'd be someone important or something like that. But fighting Hanzo, the Tsuchikage, infiltrating the sand village alone to get the antidote, fighting the Raikage and defeating him. I don't think anyone contributed more to the war than you. I don't even know why the village hasn't officially recognized all your feats yet. Damn, you're our age, what kind of monster will you become in the future? Shikaku commented in a tone full of boredom as he pointed at Minato. You think too much, Shikaku. Eat more. Choza said, offering him some meat, though Shikaku declined with a shake of his head. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at that, and Minato returned to his meal. But you all became famous last year. I heard rumors about how you stood out in the fights against the Sand Village, and your actions gained recognition too, Minato said with a smile. Well, we might have stood out a bit, Mikoto commented. The night continued as they ate and talked at the barbecue restaurant. After some time, everyone began to leave, saying their goodbyes, and each returned home. Mikoto, without a clan and unsurprisingly, went with Minato to his house, where she had been staying for the past few days. If that old lady tries to spy on me again, I swear I'll beat her up. Mikoto said as they entered the apartment complex. She glanced at the door opposite Minato's, but there was no sign of the nosy neighbor. It seemed the old woman had been traumatized, at least for now. Minato felt relieved. Unlocking the door and stepping inside while turning on the lights, he felt Makoto's gaze on him, as if she were deep in thought about something. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Minato asked, turning to her abruptly, and Makoto immediately averted her gaze. "Oh, nothing, nothing. Can't I look?" she replied with a smile that Minato found suspicious. "I hope you haven't been drinking, Makoto," he teased while taking off his vest and preparing for bed. "You were with me the whole night, you fool," she laughed, heading to the bathroom. Despite always sleeping in the same bed, they each stayed on their side. However, Makoto occasionally teased him, especially when they were alone. Minato lay down, closed his eyes, and was almost asleep when he felt Makoto climb into bed and pull the blanket over herself. He sensed that something was off. "Minato." She called from behind him. He turned calmly, suspecting her tone. Makoto had a mischievous smile on her face. "Did you know I bought something today in one of Konoha's shops? I wanted your opinion." "Do you think it suits me?" she asked. Minato looked at her for a moment, trying to figure out what she was planning this time. Raising an eyebrow in intrigue, he noticed her hesitating, starting to grow embarrassed. She simply got out of bed, still covering her body with the blanket for some reason, and stood on his side of the bed. Suddenly, Makoto let the blanket drop, revealing a red lingerie that accentuated her curves. She was nearly naked, something she had never done before. Minato stood there, staring at her from head to toe, noticing every detail. Makoto had never been so daring, and he was momentarily stunned by something so unexpected. "What is it? Don't you like it?" she asked, seeing Minato standing there motionless while her face turned bright red. She spun from side to side and even did a full turn, hoping he would compliment her. "You look beautiful," Minato murmured, still sitting on the bed, unable to take his eyes off her. Unable to hide the blush on her face, Makoto broke into a wide smile, clearly delighted. She stepped closer to him with light steps and asked again, tilting her face toward his. "Really? Do you really think so?" "Yes, you look beautiful," he repeated, staring at Makoto but making no other move. She realized her attempt to seduce Minato was working. He was speechless. The great hero of Konoha seemed paralyzed, and Makoto took advantage of it. She moved closer, feeling his breath, and wasted no time in pressing her lips to his, initiating a kiss. Minato didn't resist, giving in to the warmth of the moment. The kiss grew intense, filled with passion. Their tongues met in an almost wild rhythm. Makoto, growing even bolder and feeling her body move on its own, lifted her leg, placing it on the bed as she straddled Minato. Her warmth was evident, and Minato knew he wouldn't be able to resist that night. The two resumed kissing fervently. Minato grabbed her by the waist and gently laid her on the other side of the bed, positioning himself over her. Their hips touched, and the tension between them grew even thicker. Soft sounds emerged as she crossed her legs over Minato, pulling him closer to her. He began trailing kisses down her neck as Makoto closed her eyes, letting out quiet moans of pleasure. Minato continued, lowering his lips to her chest, almost brushing against her breasts. "Should we be doing this? It feels so good," she asked, her voice laced with pleasure. Minato couldn't answer as he looked back at her. They both knew where this would lead if they continued, and hesitation filled the air. However, Makoto decided to take the initiative to stop. With a teasing yet shy smile, she cupped his face and pulled him in for one last kiss. When she pulled away, she looked at him with a soft, loving smile. "Minato, we're not married yet. As much as I want to continue, it's better if we save this for the right moment," she said, though her eyes betrayed her words. Still, she was right. He didn't try to kiss her again as she let him go, and he collapsed onto his side of the bed alone. Makoto got up and went to the bathroom, smiling, leaving Minato dazed. He lay there, staring at the ceiling, while Makoto changed into something more appropriate for sleeping in their shared bed. When she returned to the room, Makoto lay beside him, watching him. "What's wrong, Minato? Are you okay?" she asked with a mischievous smile, knowing she had left him flustered without letting things progress further. Minato didn't reply. He turned away, trying to ignore her. Makoto chuckled softly, amused by how she had provoked and left him in that state. Although she hadn't let the situation escalate, she knew she could boast to the other women interested in Minato that she had managed to seduce him and that he desired her. Minato was truly uncomfortable, as his lower body wouldn't relax after Makoto's teasing, and he had to endure it. In the middle of the night, Minato got up to go to the bathroom. He needed relief, all while hearing Makoto's quiet giggles coming from the room. He wanted to curse her but chose to ignore it. Returning to bed, he tried to sleep as if nothing had happened. The next morning, they were awakened by someone knocking on the door. Minato got up to answer it and found Kushina standing there with a cake in her hands. "I brought this for breakfast," she said, smiling, unaware of the awkwardness the two were trying to hide. After eating, they went for a walk through the village. On their way, they ran into Tsuna, who was handling matters related to her family's properties. She seemed quite busy as the only Senju appearing publicly, but she managed to find some time and joined the group. "Hey, did something happen between you two? You smell like something suspicious," she asked immediately, glancing at Mikoto and Minato, who both fell silent at her question. Later that day, Minato had an important event, the ceremony the Hokage had mentioned days before. However, before that, the group decided to visit the property Minato had purchased 2 years ago. It was a large piece of land, with space for training and even a lake. "When are you going to start building, Minato?" Kushina asked excitedly, looking around. "Next week. I'll be hiring the builders and engineers to construct the house." "I believe the planning is already complete," Minato replied thoughtfully. It was a shame there wasn't a Mokuton user in the village, it would have been a great help. Minato stayed there with the girls, planning the property and discussing ideas they had talked about in recent days. It wasn't his first time visiting the site, but now everyone was making suggestions about what they wanted for the space. Mikoto, Kushina, and Tsuna were enthusiastic, each sharing their ideas. Though Minato listened, he already had everything planned out and was unlikely to change much. "Well, let's head out. It won't be long before the event starts," Minato said eventually as everyone began to leave the property. "Hey, did you notice how Hanabi was acting strange last night?" Tsuna remarked. "That's true. At the barbecue, she wasn't acting like herself. Do you think something's wrong?" Kushina asked, concerned. "We should check on her later," Minato responded seriously as they continued walking. After some time, they began to hear loud sounds coming from the center of the village. As they approached, they noticed a large crowd gathered. Civilians, the great clan families, and shinobi were all present, as it was the main event marking the ceasefire and honoring the key ninjas who stood out during the war. Chapter 205, Heroes of Konoha. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 41. The entire population was gathered in the village center, where the Hokage's building stood and the wall displaying the faces of the 3 Kages in its history. Not only ninjas were present, but also civilians, women, and children accompanied by their parents. Everyone, from within the village and even people from the Land of Fire who had come from other places, was waiting for the official end of the war. A little girl was clapping her hands cheerfully, looking at the crowd before her as if it were a sea of people. "Daddy, when is it going to start? There are so many people here," the little girl murmured while sitting on her father's shoulders. "It shouldn't take long for Hokage-sama to appear," her father replied. "Will they also talk about the heroes, Daddy? I heard there were people who fought and did amazing things," she exclaimed, excited. Her father smiled. "Yes, dear. The Hokage will also talk about the heroes. One day, I want to be a heroine too," she exclaimed, laughing, and her father laughed along with her. Elsewhere in the crowd, the group from Minato's orphanage was watching from a corner with the children. "Do you think Minato will be honored too?" asked a 13-year-old boy, curious. He had not succeeded in pursuing a military career and would have to wait until he turned 15 to try a different path, as was the case for everyone who did not pass the academy. The woman beside him, none other than the orphanage director, Madame Garit, looked at the boy and replied, "Of course. Everyone's been talking about Minato these past few days. He was amazing in the war." Meanwhile, people continued chatting and commenting on the event. The buzz filled the air, and the space was already completely packed. Even so, a few latecomers were still arriving. At that moment, Minato's group arrived at the location. The place was fully crowded, and all 4 of them took in the sight. "It looks like we're the last to arrive," Tsuna murmured. "Well, we can watch from the rooftops," Minato suggested, jumping onto the top of a nearby house. The girls followed him, and other ninjas were also spread out on higher points to watch the event. "Hello, Commander Minato," someone called out from afar. It was a man who had been at Camp 12 when Minato had led them. "Hello." Minato replied, greeting him with a wave before turning his attention back to the event. "There's an ice cream stand over there, I'm hungry," Kushina remarked as she leapt from the rooftop to buy a popsicle. She returned shortly after with a 2-stick popsicle, splitting it and offering it to Minato. "You only brought one and you're offering it to Minato?" Tsuna looked at her with crossed arms, while Mikoto said nothing. Kushina just stuck her tongue out at her, and Minato scratched his head at the situation but accepted the offered portion. Suddenly, a thunderous sound began to echo. People started cheering as they saw a figure approach the edge of the building, stepping forward until they could be seen by all. It was the leader of the village, who appeared before everyone, receiving applause and exclamations from the crowd. During the war, Hiruzen had played a crucial role. He had reinforced the eastern side of the Land of Fire against the Mist Village, pressuring enemy forces with brilliant strategies. When the Mist Village, at the height of its power during this war, sent its own Mizukage leading their 2 Jinchuriki along with the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, the Hokage of Konoha had to act. He supported the battlefield alongside Danzo, who led Konoha's ninjas and the Uzumakis. Under his leadership, the Mist Special Squad was repelled, ensuring a solid defense. Although this victory did not end the war entirely, it was crucial to guarantee Konoha's protection until the conflict's conclusion, and the Mist was unable to muster such strength again. His popularity was at its peak at this moment, and the entire village chanted his name with enthusiasm. The voices of thousands merged into one, drowning out every other sound. Then, the Hokage raised his hand, signaling for silence. The crowd gradually began to calm down until, finally, everything fell completely silent. As soon as he had everyone's attention, he placed his hands behind his back and looked at each of those present, men, women, and children, as well as the ninjas perched on the rooftops around the area. Today, we are celebrating a ceasefire. His voice echoed throughout the place, carrying a grandfatherly tone. A great victory has been achieved, not just through the strength of our ninjas but through the spirit that unites us. The war pitted us against all the great elemental nations, and yet, Konoha stood tall. He paused, glancing around. But why did we stand tall? It wasn't just because of the strength of our weapons, nor the number of ninjas, nor our strategy. It was because of the flame that burns within each of us, the flame we call the will of fire. He took a few steps forward, gesturing with his hands. The will of fire is what makes us a village, a family. Passed down since the first Hokage, it drives us to fight, not out of hatred or revenge, but to protect those we love, our friends, our children, our neighbors. This flame has been passed from generation to generation, from Hashirama Senju to today, and it will continue to light our path into the future. The crowd's expressions ranged from emotional to inspired. Today, we are not just celebrating the end of a war but also the sacrifices of those who made it possible for us to be here. Every ninja who fell on the battlefield, every civilian who worked tirelessly to sustain the village during difficult times, every child who endured fear, you are all heroes. Every one of you contributed to this victory. And now, with humility and determination, we announce a new beginning. I officially declare, at this moment, a ceasefire between the nations. This is the first step toward rebuilding bonds of peace, ensuring that future generations can grow under the sky of hope rather than the shadow of war. The crowd began murmuring in approval, the warmth of Hiruzen's words touching every heart deeply. He raised his hand once again, his voice rising for the conclusion. May the flame of the will of fire continue to burn within each of us, guiding us to better days. Let us never forget what makes us strong, our unity, our sacrifice, and above all, our love for Konoha. The speech immediately ignited a roar from the people, their cheers echoing throughout the village. At that moment, an ANBU appeared before Minato. Minato Namikaze. You are being summoned to join the Hokage. Will you accompany me? He asked amid the noise, and Minato nodded, glancing at the girls. I have to go, he said, and they all nodded in agreement. Go on, hero. Mikoto smiled as Minato vanished, following the ANBU. They quickly reached the top of the building, where a group of people was already waiting behind the Hokage. Minato soon found himself under the gaze of three individuals among them, the three elders. They seemed to be swallowing something bitter as they looked at Minato, especially Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokedo. Danzo, on the other hand, appeared calm, though Minato could sense the intense stare he directed at him. You're finally here, boy. Beside him, Tsukumo Hatake offered a small smile to Minato. You're here too, which isn't a surprise, Lord Tsukumo. Minato returned the smile. Minato then noticed another figure who wasn't one of the Hokage's ANBU, Orochimaru. Where is Tsunade? Minato couldn't help but ask. After all, she should have been present. Tsunade couldn't make it. She said she wasn't in the right state of mind for this, Orochimaru said, looking at Minato as he spoke. Minato thought that Tsuna wouldn't be happy to learn her mother hadn't come. After all, she had hoped for it, coming all this way. There was one more person, a white-haired man whom Minato didn't recognize. However, the symbol on his chest made it clear, he was a representative, likely an elder from Uzushio-Gakure, which made sense given that Konoha and the Uzumakis had fought together. The man felt Minato's gaze, opened his eyes, until then closed, and nodded at him. Minato did the same. Kushina hadn't mentioned Uzumaki's being in the village, which left him somewhat surprised. With no other choice, they remained in place as the Hokage waited for the crowd to calm down. He then raised his hand again. Today, in addition to celebrating the end of the war and the ceasefire, it is our duty as a village to recognize those who, through their exceptional efforts, made a difference for Konoha. He paused, turning to the ninjas behind him and signaling for them to step forward. All four, including Danzo, joined him, while the other two elders also accompanied them. They advanced as the Hokage instructed everyone to face the crowd. Minato had never before experienced so many people looking at him at once. Allow me to present Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang of Konoha. He held the northern border throughout most of the war against the Cloud Village, reclaiming all our lost territories and holding off the most powerful enemy forces on the battlefield. The crowd erupted into applause as Sakumo offered a slight bow to the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. My 3 students stood out during this war, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, now known to you as the legendary Sannin, a title they earned through their extraordinary deeds. Unfortunately, the latter 2 are not present, but let us begin with Orochimaru's accomplishments. He withstood Tsuna's attacks in the region against the Sand Village's ninjas, leading significant offensives and protecting many ninjas in the Land of Rain. The crowd applauded Orochimaru as he nodded respectfully to them. Jiraiya achieved similar feats, gathering critical intelligence on Iwagakure and their plans. He protected the northern border in the west and even fought against the Tsuchikage himself. However, Tsunade stood out the most among them. She designed a new squad model that changed the course of the war by introducing medical ninjas to teams, drastically reducing the mortality rate. Additionally, she was the most active mind in developing antidotes against the poisons produced by the Sand Village. More applause filled the air as the Hokage continued. We also have our elder and my trusted friend, Danzo, who led the eastern forces and held firm against the Mist Village. He elaborated on several events in which Danzo had excelled. Danzo remained stoic, his eyes closed, as the crowd applauded him. Here we also have the representative of Uzushio-Bakure, Mu Uzumaki. They helped us achieve victory in this war, maintaining an alliance that has existed since the time of the first Hokage. We hope this friendship will endure as long as we can. The crowd clapped for the men with a stern expression. Minato, however, felt a wave of nausea at this part, thinking of how Konoha had allowed the Uzumaki clan to be destroyed in the end. To him, the Hokage's words reeked of hypocrisy. Now, let us move to the last of our heroes in this war, Minato Namikaze. With courage, he infiltrated the Leaf Village to rescue someone important, retrieved the antidote, and escaped enemy lines alive. By doing so, he saved not only his companion but also thousands of ninjas, turning the tide of the war and giving Konoha the upper hand for the first time. He also fought bravely on the northern lines, managing to battle the Raikage himself and render him out of action. Furthermore, despite his young age, he assumed command of a camp and achieved the best success rate and lowest mortality rate in missions during the last year of the war. The crowd roared with applause for Minato, their eyes fixed on him. He couldn't help but smile, overwhelmed not just by the cheers of those who knew him, like Kushina, who was shouting alongside Mikoto and Tsuna, both equally boisterous, but also by the sight of Hanabi clapping at a distance, isolated for some reason. He saw the people from the orphanage and other familiar faces among the crowd, but most of all, he was struck by the countless strangers who had never spoken to him yet were cheering and thanking him for his deeds in the war. He couldn't deny it, it was an incredible feeling. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Celebration. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. The celebration went on for a while, as everyone cheered for the honorees, who received a special decoration from the village for their services during the war. Meanwhile, the Hokage handed them a scroll as proof of their achievement, along with some rewards. Minato finally managed to leave the main building, departing immediately to meet his companions, who were now gathered with their friends from the academy. The crowd began to disperse as people divided to enjoy the attractions and stalls that merchants had set up in the center and surrounding areas, given the lack of space. You were amazing, Minato. Kushina commented with an excited smile as she saw him fall in step beside her. You really were. Now let's have some fun, Tsuna added, looking at them while Minato nodded, as the two seemed eager to head to the stalls. You can go ahead. I have something to take care of first, Mikoto said, and Minato observed her as he nodded. She cast a glance at the crowd, clearly searching for someone. There didn't seem to be a clear reason for her to want to distance herself from them at this moment. And it didn't appear to be related to the Uchiha clan, even though they consistently looked at Mikoto with disdain and anger. But it stopped at that. As the others headed to the stalls along with the crowds and their companions, Mikoto discreetly moved in another direction. She maneuvered through the crowd, leaping over buildings and houses until she reached a more isolated area. It was a region with many spaced-out houses, some trees, and empty lots. Finally, Mikoto reached a person walking alone in an alley. Why are you following me? Hanabi asked, stopping in her tracks as she turned to face Mikoto, who had landed in front of her. You didn't even congratulate Minato after the ceremony honoring him as a village hero, Mikoto said with a serious expression. This immediately made Hanabi shift her serious look to one of slight embarrassment. Well, I had some issues I needed to deal with, so I didn't want to intrude, she said, while Mikoto gave her a look that seemed to say, really, with a hint of sarcasm, as Hanabi avoided her gaze out of shame. It's your clan, isn't it? Mikoto broke the silence, looking directly at Hanabi. For a brief moment, the two remained silent. It's complicated, was all Hanabi said, her expression tinged with sadness. You know, when we were on the northern border, I thought I'd never see you all again. Today, I received a letter from my father saying I'd have to follow the clan's demands. He wanted me to conform to their rules and follow their orders, leaving Team 7 after the war, Mikoto remarked. That's why you went to see him at the Uchiha camp. You stood up to him and even managed to get engaged to Minato, Hanabi continued, not sounding envious or upset, merely stating the facts. That's true, Mikoto said. I stood up to my father, and today I'm expelled from the clan. None of them have told me this directly, but the looks of disdain and anger make it clear that I'm no longer welcome. So, yes, I'm out of my clan, and now my surname will be passed on to someone else, Mikoto murmured. But your clan isn't like mine. Hanabi said in a neutral tone, meeting Mikoto's gaze. You're right, Hanabi. But if you really want to help, you should talk to Minato, Mikoto replied. It's not that simple. You don't understand. We of the branch family are marked, and the mark we bear is impossible to remove. I can't simply decide what I want. I'm bound to this for the rest of my life. This is my fate, and it can never be changed, Hanabi said, her voice laden with sorrow. Mikoto's eyes widened, stunned by Hanabi's words. She couldn't say anything as Hanabi simply turned around and continued on her way, leaving Mikoto alone in the alley. Mikoto watched as Hanabi disappeared into the alley before she finally turned around and headed back to the village center. There, she found her companions, with Minato standing and talking to Shikaku, along with Chozo, who was eating some skewers beside Inoichi, while Tsuna and Kushina were arguing over a cotton candy and chatting with the girls from their old class. Mikoto then landed near them, heading toward the girls. As she passed Minato, he glanced at her. How was she? He asked. Minato didn't seem surprised. It was clear that he already knew she had gone to talk to Hanabi. She's not doing well, Mikoto replied, her tone tinged with concern as she recalled the girl's expression. It was the look of someone who had lost hope, destined to become a puppet of her clan, bound to that fate. Mikoto felt sad seeing it. I see. Minato murmured, momentarily ignoring Nara. What are you going to do? Mikoto asked, watching as Minato pressed his lips together. I don't know yet. I wish she would come to me, Minato admitted. You didn't wait for me to come to you. Go talk to her, too. Mikoto countered. Minato said nothing, only nodding before sighing. All right, I'll talk to her anyway, he finally responded. Hey, what are you doing over there, Uchiha? Get over here. Tsuna teased Mikoto. She huffed and joined the group, blending in with the girls while they chatted amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the boys continued laughing and talking. Meanwhile, Hanabi returned to the clan. The place was relatively empty, as most of the members were at the festival in the village center. She went to one of the smaller houses designated for branch family members. You're back, Hanabi. That was quick, her grandfather greeted her. Hanabi merely nodded and went straight to her room, lying on her Japanese-style bed. She thought about what Mikoto had said earlier. Her gaze wandered to the ceiling, illuminated by the daylight. Although everyone was celebrating, and Minato had been recognized as a hero of the village in the war, Hanabi knew she had nothing to celebrate. That's why she preferred to be there, alone, so as not to spoil their celebration with her sadness. Without realizing it, tears began streaming down her face. She quickly wiped them away, trying to forget everything and fall asleep. The festival continued for a while. Minato left the group and went to another spot, stopping gently beside Madame Gurit. You're here at last, boy, she said, opening a sincere smile. How are things? Minato asked, smiling back as he greeted the orphanage director. We're doing very well. Happy to see that one of my boys has become someone so important to the village. We had no idea what you were already doing for the village when you last came here. She said. Minato hadn't spoken to her since he arrived back in the village, exchanging only a few words with her and other acquaintances. Minato just smiled, but before he could respond, a child tugged at his clothes. Are you Minato Namikaze? Tell me, what was it like fighting in the war? Did you really face the wreckage alone? This opened the floodgates, and all the other children began crowding around Minato, pushing against him as he tried to stay balanced. Their eyes sparkled with admiration for the blonde. Kids, calm down. Let Minato breathe a little. If you want to ask questions, do it one at a time and be polite. Madame Gurit intervened, trying to organize the chaos. Even other people nearby started noticing the situation. Some children who weren't from the orphanage tried to slip away from their parents to join the crowd surrounding Minato, all eager to hear the stories of the young village hero, hoping to gain recognition like him someday. Madame Gurit managed to control the excited children surrounding Minato. In the end, Minato chatted with them, explaining the events of the war in a more child-friendly way, avoiding exaggeration. He also shared valuable advice for the children who were attending the academy. The conversation remained lively until someone shouted nearby. Minato. The unmistakable voice of Might Dewey rang out as he ran toward the group in his peculiar way, followed by his young son, Guy. Both were dressed in green jumpsuits. Minato watched them, raising an eyebrow at the duo. Look who's here. Dewey exclaimed, making Madame Garite grimace at the sight of these peculiar individuals. "Hi, Minato-sensei," Guy exclaimed, pointing a finger at him. Minato smiled, looking at the duo. "You truly represent us, Minato. Youth shone through you when you stood beside the Hokage up there," Dewey proclaimed with so much energy that it startled a few children. "Yes, Dad is right. I can't wait for my time to shine," the boy exclaimed, his eyes blazing with determination. The two seemed completely in sync, both displaying the same energetic and determined spirit as always. After some time, the conversation shifted. Dewey mentioned that he had spent the last year of the war training to further improve his skills, mastering up to the 6th gate, and that he had been crucial in recent battles at the northern border. "I can't wait to show you everything I've learned and developed on my own, Minato," Dewey exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I'll be looking forward to it, Dewey. How about we meet at Training Field 7 tomorrow?" Minato suggested with a challenging smile. "Of course. I'll prepare myself, and we'll have a battle of youth," Dewey exclaimed enthusiastically, with his son joining in. After that, the two began walking on their hands, almost running in that position as they left, saying they were going to train for the next day's battle. Minato shrugged. Dewey and his family were no longer part of the Senju clan, having moved after he returned from the war. They no longer belonged to that place and were deeply grateful for being allowed to leave Guy at the orphanage while Dewey was away. Dewey had received a generous reward and was promoted to Jounin at the end of the war, earning enough to afford a larger house with space for their own training. Afterward, Minato returned to Madame Garite to continue their conversation before bidding farewell. "I promise to visit again in the coming days," Minato said. "The children will be thrilled," she replied as he smiled and handed her a scroll. "No, Minato. You've already helped us so much. We still have leftover funds from your last donation," she murmured, trying to decline the additional money he was offering. "Then pass it on to other orphanages. I'm sure you know who could use these resources," Minato insisted, his smile warm. Garite realized she wouldn't be able to convince him to keep the money and reluctantly accepted it. After that, Minato met up with Kushina, Tsuna, and Mikoto, who were already waiting for him. The sun was setting. "Do you want to stay here, Minato?" Tsuna asked. He shook his head. "No, let's go to my apartment. I think we can prepare something special there." Mikoto bought quite a few things from the market over the past few days. The group nodded and began walking back to Minato's apartment. There, Minato prepared the meal himself while they enjoyed their time together, reminiscing about the old days, except for Hanabi, who should have been there too. Kushina and Tsuna ended up spending the night at the apartment. The next morning, they decided to head to Training Field 7 to practice a bit. The village was still lively with celebrations in the center, but they chose to focus on honing their skills, as they used to do before the war. Minato, however, was deep in thought. He was waiting for Dewey to arrive. It was time to see how his combat style, developed with the armament hockey he had refined over the past year, would measure up. Despite his responsibilities, managing a camp and other duties, he had found time to grow stronger and reach an advanced level. Perhaps Dewey would be a worthy opponent to finally test his power. Chapter 207, Training. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. Minato was focusing his chakra while sitting in a lotus position, training in the middle of the battlefield. Meanwhile, just behind him, Tsuna and Mikoto were locked in combat against each other, one unleashing flames and the other countering with water. The explosion of the two elements shook the entire terrain as they fought fiercely in a rivalry-driven clash, even though Mikoto no longer belonged to the Uchiha clan. The battle raged on between the girls as Minato felt something lightly touching his face with a cold metallic sensation. "What are you doing, Kushina?" Minato asked, his eyes still closed, as he felt the tip of an adamantine chain brushing against his face. Kushina had released some of her chains to train as well, thanks to her unique ability, and she thought it might be fun to mess with Minato a little. She smiled as she did so. "Ha ha 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 ha. It's funny," she laughed. Minato remained silent as Kushina gave him a mischievous grin and began wrapping more and more chains around his body. "I doubt you can get out of this now," she declared with a smile, thinking she had caught Minato, who, in truth, had let her do it in the first place. "Are you sure about that?" Minato calmly opened his eyes, looking at the girl who stared back at him, smiling and waiting for him to prove her wrong. What happened next took her by surprise. Minato simply disappeared from his spot. With a surprised gasp, Kushina felt someone grab her thigh, almost making her jump. But she couldn't even move as Minato held onto her leg. The chains that had been circling thin air moments before started flailing wildly, with Kushina unable to control them. "Did you forget about the seal on your body?" Minato asked, raising an eyebrow as he was now face to face with the red-haired girl. She looked a little startled before a sly smile formed on her face, catching Minato off guard. "Maybe I knew," she said, retracting her chains to her back. Minato barely had time to process her words before Kushina kissed him. Gotcha, she declared before turning into smoke, a shadow clone. Minato stood there, stunned, staring blankly at the scene. She had truly outwitted him this time. My haki isn't very effective against this kind of thing, Minato thought, scratching his head. Since it posed no danger, even his unique abilities hadn't activated. Ha ha ha. I got you, Minato. Kushina celebrated, appearing in the distance, laughing. What was that? Did you just kiss him? Tsuna stopped fighting and looked stunned at the sight. Yes, it was awesome, Date Bane. Kushina exclaimed. Minato noticed the 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, while Kushina was the only one having fun with the situation. Just a kiss. Minato and I have done bolder things, Mikoto said, approaching with a neutral tone. This made Tsuna's eyes widen, and Kushina immediately stopped laughing. Bolder things. Both Tsuna and Kushina shouted, completely flustered by what they had just heard, looking indignant. Explain exactly what you did, now. Date Bane. Kushina ran toward Minato, who leapt into the air using Jeppo, wondering how he had ended up in such a mess. Tisk, Minato used to take me to the beach every week. We'd stay in the water together, you know, alone, even in the middle of the war, Tsuna said, crossing her arms and closing her eyes. She seemed embarrassed, with a blush on her face, speaking more nervously than usual, as though ashamed to admit it. Of course, nothing actually happened between her and Minato. Despite being flustered, she was the most timid among them, and whenever Minato teased her, she would immediately go on the defensive out of embarrassment. Hearing this, both Mikoto and Kushina widened their eyes and turned back to Minato with indignation. What did you do with this Uchiha? What did you do with this Senju? Am I the only one who just kissed him? Minato was somewhat lost, still wondering how things could have escalated to this point. He hovered in the air to avoid descending to where 3 angry girls were shouting at him, with Kushina looking the most downcast among them. Can you all calm down? Stop lying to each other. Don't think anything more happened, Minato said as he cautiously landed some distance away from the 3. The village is still celebrating, and here we are, watching a teenage romance. Some Umbu commented as they observed the interaction from afar. They were unable to hear the conversation clearly due to maintaining their usual protective distance around Kushina. That girl's an Uchiha, but she's living with the Leaf's hero. I can't believe the Uchiha clan would let one of their members marry someone outside. Maybe being a hero has its perks. Another added. While Minato was stuck listening to the indignation of the 3 girls as they provoked each other, someone arrived to save the blonde's skin. Minato. The shout immediately drew Minato's attention to the side, where he saw a green-clad figure running toward him, seemingly with some difficulty. As the person approached, Minato leaped over the girls, who turned to look at them and yelling his name. It was none other than Due, who landed on the ground with a loud halt. I'm here, as promised. Due shouted enthusiastically. And so am I. A second voice rang out as a smaller version of Due ran toward them with equal excitement. The great guy is here too, he declared, pointing proudly at himself. I see you finally made it, but why are you carrying so much weight? Minato asked, noticing the heavy loads they bore as they ran up. It was clear they were pushing their limits. This is just a warm-up for the great match we'll have here. Due said enthusiastically, to which Minato nodded. Well, if that's the case, then I can understand, Minato replied thoughtfully. He had to admit that these 2 were incredibly persistent in their training, unusual but admirable. Before anything else, Minato began, turning to the young guy, how's the academy going for you, kid? I haven't had the chance to ask. Guy seemed surprised by the question before flashing a broad smile and giving a thumbs up. It's going great. I may not be able to use jutsu like the others, but I'm definitely the best at taijutsu in the academy since my rival already graduated, he exclaimed proudly. Let me ask you something. Is there an Uchiha named Obito in your class? Minato inquired curiously, causing Mikoto behind him to raise an eyebrow. She was surprised that Minato was interested in an Uchiha she had never heard of. Obito. Of course. I'm stronger than him, Guy replied confidently, but quickly added, but I also acknowledge his effort. I think his fighting spirit shines brightly, like the flame of youth. Minato nodded at his response. He was curious about Obito and Rin, both likely to be part of his future team. However, he knew this topic could wait for another time. Well, anyway, let's get straight to it, Minato said, turning back to Due, who had a determined gleam in his eye. Due nodded in agreement. Of course, Minato. I'm ready for the challenge. Due exclaimed. Minato then shifted his attention to the 3 girls. Could you clear the field for the 2 of us? It's time for me to test a few things, he requested. None of them protested. Even Guy started to step back. Good luck, you 2, they called out as they retreated. Minato looked at Due and instructed, remove all your weights, whether they're seals or physical. Due nodded and began removing the weights. The impact was so intense that the ground cracked around where he dropped them, despite it being so close to the ground. He then stretched, preparing himself, while Minato stretched his own muscles after stepping a few meters away. That guy seems to make Minato get serious. Suna murmured, watching the scene with interest. Is your dad really strong? Kushina asked the young guy, who was also nearby. Of course he is. Dad got really strong and always said it was thanks to Mr. Minato's help, the boy exclaimed with his usual energy. When we were on the northern border. Mikoto began, stepping in to explain. She was the only one with a clearer idea of the older man's strength. Minato always had great hopes for him. Might Due seemed like a weak ninja at first, and he even lived up to his reputation. He was a man almost 30 years old, still a genin. But as the months went by, he kept getting stronger, and Hanabi and I realized Minato's confidence in him wasn't unfounded. Minato had trained Due in a technique completely unlike anything she had ever seen before. After leaving the northern border, Minato had remarked that Due would one day fully master the technique, while he himself continued training to perfect his own special abilities. This fight will be between two types of abilities that have faced each other before, but neither was as refined as they are now. It'll be interesting to see them fight at full strength on another level. Mikoto said, a small smile forming on her lips. The girls watched in silence as the final preparations of the two warriors began. Hey, isn't that the man known as the Eternal Genin? One of the Umbu at a distance commented upon seeing Due. After all, he had worn that green jumpsuit his entire life, making him impossible to mistake. Exactly, but I heard he became a jounin. Can you believe it? They say he's been standing out for about 2 years now, on the northern border, another replied. Not only that, you're behind the times. I heard that Minato Namikaze himself trained him and helped him develop an original technique known as the 8 Gates. They say he can unlock his chakra and explosively increase his physical strength. Maybe we'll get to see what kind of technique that is here. After all, he went from Eternal Genin to Jounin. A third Umbu added, while all of them seemed deeply interested in what was about to unfold. I'm ready, Minato. Due shouted, striking a fighting pose, adjusting his jumpsuit, and putting his arms forward in a kung fu stance. His legs stirred the ground with energy. All right, let's begin, Minato replied, assuming his combat stance with both fists forward. This will be the ultimate fight to test my level of hockey against the ninja world, Minato thought, excitement growing within him. The two stared at each other for a moment. Dewey's playful expression had vanished, as had Minato's soft and calm demeanor. Now, they faced each other as true warriors. Suddenly, Minato and Due kicked off the ground, causing it to explode as they dashed forward at high speed. They used only their raw physical strength, unburdened by any weights. So fast, was the collective exclamation, both from those watching nearby and from the distant Umbu. Everyone was astonished at the speed of the two as they met in the middle of the battlefield, exchanging their first blows. Chapter 208, Armament Hockey vs. the 6 Gates 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. The impact of the two strikes quickly resounded across the battlefield, as all the spectators watched Minato and Due collide their forearms against each other. Minato couldn't help but smile at this, and Due seemed excited as well. In the next moment, both disappeared, reappearing a few meters ahead before clashing again, only to vanish and reappear in another area. Due and Minato exchanged kicks and punches at incredible speed. Soon, the battlefield turned into a spectacle of two blurs moving so fast that everyone was astonished. Kushina and Suna tried to follow their movements with their sensory abilities, while Mikoto activated her Sharingan. Next to them, Guy watched in awe, his mouth slightly agape, as he observed his father and Lord Minato fighting at speeds invisible to the naked eye. This went on for a while, as they advanced and collided repeatedly. Even the Umbu began paying closer attention. This is high-level taijutsu we're witnessing here, some of them murmured, impressed, as they had never seen a fight like this before. Due. Minato called, blocking a kick from the men. From now on, I'm going to use the 6 styles, advanced techniques that don't rely on chakra. You'd better be ready. Minato declared, and Dewey's expression turned serious. In the next moment, Minato disappeared using Soru, moving so fast it looked like teleportation. Due stopped running, analyzing the area around him as Minato vanished. Kushina and Suna looked upwards, spotting Minato hovering above the battlefield. So, this is the flight technique we've heard about. He's somehow kicking the ground, the Umbu murmured, curious as they saw Minato seemingly standing still in midair. Due finally spotted him above, and in the next instant, Minato pointed 2 fingers downward in a gun-like gesture. Due quickly realized what he was doing. With his next move, Minato began using Sharingan, unleashing a rapid sequence of vacuum projectiles like bullets that raced forward, exploding on impact with the ground. Each shot carved a line of destruction, forcing Dewey to dodge continuously. "Damn it, Minato, you're going to make me use this," Dewey muttered as he evaded the vacuum attacks. Gaining some distance, his body suddenly began to glow with a blue and slightly green aura as he opened the fourth gate. A surge of energy quickly engulfed the area, and the intensity and speed of Dewey's chakra flow increased even further. He moved so fast now that Minato could barely predict his movements. Adjusting his pace, Minato started firing Shurgan even ahead of where Dewey would appear, using his observation haki. But the man was now too fast. Even as Minato devastated the battlefield, scattering debris everywhere, Dewey seemed untouched. Everything stopped suddenly. Dewey smiled before bursting out from the smoke, rushing toward Minato in the air. The latter disappeared just as Dewey struck, narrowly missing his target. Minato repositioned himself by kicking off the ground and counterattacked. Dewey took the hit, surprised, and was sent flying back to the ground. Minato immediately followed, closing the distance with Soru. Minato vanished amid the chaos, charging at high speed toward Dewey, who was already on the ground, preparing for the incoming attack. A massive dust cloud was kicked up as they collided, drawing the attention of every spectator in the area. At the center of the scene, Minato and Dewey were locked in a flurry of devastating blows. Both were pushing their limits, trying to overpower one another, but Dewey was beginning to gain the upper hand against Minato, who relied solely on the 6 styles and pure taijutsu. Eventually, Minato had to retreat as Dewey pressed forward with relentless punches and kicks. Minato skillfully evaded, using Soru and Jeppo to control his movements in midair. The battlefield descended into chaos once more. Dewey's attacks were explosively powerful, cracking the ground and sending large chunks of debris flying in all directions. "Minato is retreating," Kushina murmured, stunned by what she was witnessing. "Yes, but he's holding back." "This is just a taijutsu battle," Suna commented. Even though Dewey's specialty is taijutsu, Minato's isn't. According to her, Minato was even more powerful when using jutsus. "No. He's not using his full taijutsu, and even so, not a single strike has managed to hit him," Mikoto said, her eyes moving rapidly across the battlefield, tracking every movement with precision. At first glance, Minato seemed to be at a disadvantage. But he was using his skills from the 6 styles, combined with observation haki, predicting every attack. Even as Dewey unleashed dozens of punches, Minato evaded them all effortlessly. Minato pulled back with Soru, but Dewey immediately pursued him. However, the older man was surprised to see Minato pointing his fingers at him again, unleashing another barrage of air projectiles. Dewey disappeared in an instant, dodging as the ground was completely obliterated by Minato's attacks. Taking advantage of the situation, Minato gained altitude, running into the air as he prepared to launch another attack against Dewey. Meanwhile, Dewey was sprinting across the battlefield, waiting for the right moment to leap toward Minato again. But Minato wouldn't let that happen so easily. He swung his foot backward before delivering a powerful kick in midair. In the next moment, a blue arc of light shot from his kick, heading straight toward Dewey. "What is that?" everyone murmured, astonished at the aerial slash they were witnessing. It was a technique Minato had developed over the past year, further refining the 6 styles, the Rankyaku. Dewey had to dodge quickly as the slash struck the ground, creating a massive impact. He reappeared to the side, but Minato wasn't done. He began delivering a series of kicks in the air, generating more slashes that spread in all directions, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. The impacts were so powerful they could rival C-rank jutsus. But the advantage was that Minato could unleash these attacks repeatedly, forcing Dewey to retreat. Even with his incredible speed, Dewey was eventually hit and sent flying backward. Minato landed in the midst of the destruction, looking at Dewey with a challenging smile. "Interesting, Dewey," he said, calling out to him. "I want you to hit me with everything you've got." Dewey narrowed his eyes, serious. Minato stood still, not moving, openly challenging him. "He wants to take the attack head-on," Kushina murmured, worried. Dewey didn't hesitate, as Minato had asked for it. He began generating even more energy, pushing the 4th gate to its limit. Just as Minato had requested, he flexed his feet, slammed them against the ground with immense force, breaking it, and vanished in an explosion of speed as everyone watched, tense. Mikoto remained silent. "Minato's crazy," Suna exclaimed. But it was already too late. In the next instant, Dewey's fist collided with Minato's chest. The latter had activated Tekai, his body-hardening technique, which seemed to glow faintly as it absorbed the impact. As Dewey's fist struck Minato's chest, a metallic sound echoed across the battlefield. Dewey was taken aback, feeling as if he had hit an iron wall. At the same moment, a massive explosion swept through the area, causing even more destruction to the already ravaged battlefield. "Is this taijutsu? I've never seen anything like it," one of the Umbu murmured, amazed by both fighters. "Well, Dewey, that was a solid punch," Minato said calmly amid the chaos, as Dewey stepped back, shocked to see Minato perfectly unharmed. Minato had used Tekai to withstand the blow. He struggled to prevent his body from yielding to the impact and had nearly been forced to transform into light using his Logia ability, but he managed to endure. These were the advanced forms of the 6 styles, which he had been training for years. Due, let's take this to the next level. What do you say? I want to see your strength with your vital gates at full power, Minato challenged. Due nodded before disappearing, reappearing several meters away. Crossing his arms, he began to intensify the energy around him even further. The aura grew increasingly powerful and vibrant, its color shifting until it shone a radiant green. 6th gate, release. Due shouted. In the next moment, a storm of green energy enveloped him, creating a chaotic explosion around his body. What is that? Everyone on the battlefield was stunned to witness the technique. So, this is the power of the inner gates. One of the Umbu murmured, impressed, trying to grasp the magnitude of the energy. Due continued working to stabilize the energy, which gradually became less chaotic, though it still glowed intensely around him. Incredible, Due. You've really mastered this. Minato said, admiration evident on his face. Incredible, Dad. Amazing. Guy shouted, jumping with excitement in a corner, his eyes sparkling with awe as he witnessed his father's power in action for the first time. This was the moment Due showcased how far he had come. Could Dad be stronger than Lord Minato? Young Guy murmured, glancing at Minato, who stood motionless amid the destruction, seemingly calm. Don't count your victories yet, boy, Mikoto commented to young Guy. Minato hasn't even started using his full strength. Minato closed his eyes for a moment, concentrating. When he opened them, he raised his fist and clenched it slowly. His arm began to darken, as though it were being coated in a dense shadow. It was Buso's Hoku Haki, manifesting at his current level. Now, Minato and Due stared each other down seriously, as they had at the start of the fight, but this time with their full physical power on display. Everyone around them watched silently, waiting for the next move. On one side, Due radiated a green aura of pure chakra, while on the other, Minato remained calm, with only one arm covered in haki, pitch black like the night. Without warning, both kicked the ground with immense force. This time, their speed was on a whole new level. Minato shot forward with Soru, while Due charged with all the speed the 6th gate could provide. The two collided in the middle of the battlefield. Unlike before, the impact wasn't just explosive, it was as if an A-rank jutsu had been unleashed in the center of the field. A colossal explosion swept through the area, generating shockwaves that toppled nearby rocks and trees. In the next instant, before anyone could see the result, the clash culminated in an even greater explosion, completely obscuring the view of what was happening at the epicenter of the confrontation. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, Armament Haki vs. the 6 Gates 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. Everything seemed ordinary that day for the rest of Konoha until an explosion suddenly echoed in the distance, loud enough to be heard throughout the village. Those with sharper hearing immediately caught its echo and pinpointed its location, while most people, civilians, heard it as it traveled across the Konoha sky. It was another day of celebration, with shops full of people walking through the village, buying things here and there, while families gathered, chatting, and enjoying themselves. At a site previously used to honor the heroes of the Leaf, Hiruzen stood observing the movement of the village, which was still celebrating the end of the war conflicts. But the explosion made Hiruzen quickly turn his gaze toward the area where the training fields were located, his narrowed eyes showing concern and curiosity. After all, such an explosion had to be of an A-rank level. Even many shinobi walking through the streets, as well as common citizens, suddenly stopped and turned their curious gazes toward the source, intrigued by the sound, some looking in that direction while others remained uncertain about its origin. This sound, is someone fighting in the village? A ninja asked from the rooftops. What's happening over there? Someone questioned from the streets, worried. Did you come from there? Hiruzen asked while keeping his gaze fixed on the area where Camp 7 should be. He spoke after sensing a presence entering his office. Yes. It took a second before a voice answered, as an Umbu landed kneeling behind him. There is a battle happening between Minato Namikaze and Might Due. A taijutsu battle, from what it seems. He reported. Minato, and Due. Hiruzen repeated, turning his gaze toward the one who had spoken. His eyes widened upon hearing the second name. Wait, are you saying that explosion was caused by just taijutsu? The Hokage couldn't hide his surprise, after all, the impact was far too great for mere taijutsu. Wasting no time asking further questions, he opened his window and quickly leaped out, using his full speed. His body moved like a blur, followed by more than 20 Umbu trailing behind him. They swiftly crossed the entire village, reaching an area with fewer houses until there were none at all, arriving at the training fields. The explosive sounds grew louder as they got closer, accompanied by many other ninjas also approaching out of curiosity. The Hokage passed through the trees while chaos engulfed the entire area, destruction everywhere, as the shinobi already present kept their distance. Ignoring everyone else, the Hokage narrowed his eyes and focused on the center of the battlefield, where black lightning surrounded by a red aura and pure blue chakra clashed, trying to overpower each other. What is that? Hiruzen asked himself in shock as he tried to identify the techniques, both from Due and Minato, since he recognized neither. Then they finally appeared. Amidst the chaos, Minato stood on one side, his blackened hand clashing against Due's fist, which erupted in green energy. Incredible, this is pure taijutsu, but what techniques are these? The Umbu beside the Hokage couldn't help but comment, visibly stunned. More ninjas arrived at the scene, observing and analyzing the battle as the energy shattered the terrain. What is that? A Hyuga clan member murmured, staring at the two with the Byakugan activated. I've never seen Chakra behave like this. Another companion said beside him, equally shocked. It's not just Chakra. The Hyuga murmured, his expression dazed. I can see green Chakra in a way I've never seen anyone use before, but those black lightning bolts, what is that? What am I witnessing? The Hyuga couldn't believe his own eyes. What do you mean? His colleague asked. That is not Chakra. He whispered so softly that his friend barely heard, his voice filled with astonishment. The fight continued intensely as they had already spent minutes trying to overpower each other. The girls, along with Kushina, grabbed Guy by the arms and moved away from the area, as the previously untouched battlefield was being destroyed. Incredible. Tsuna murmured, retreating with them as they approached the other ninjas, who were quickly filling the area, also curious about the explosion. Tsuna couldn't hide her surprise at the immense power both fighters were emanating. That strength surpassed even the most powerful force she had ever witnessed from her mother. Not that she had seen everything Tsunade could do, but Tsuna couldn't help but notice that they had even surpassed her superior strength, something she took pride in, as she aspired to surpass her mother in the future. Now Minato, he's even stronger than me. She murmured internally. The clash between the two continued for a while longer, seemingly reaching its peak. As another explosion erupted across the battlefield, two figures were sent flying in opposite directions, Due and Minato, soaring through the air after their blows reached their limit, each radiating their own unique energy. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the two landed on the ground with such force that it cracked beneath their feet. The moment they made contact with the earth, they disappeared, launching forward at a speed that made them vanish from most people's sight. What speed? Hiruzen was already astonished by their strength, but their sheer velocity was so overwhelming that even he would have trouble keeping up. The next moment, another explosion erupted as they clashed again. The battlefield trembled under their relentless attacks as they dashed toward each other once more, dashing across the terrain. All the shinobi present watched as the entire area was devastated by their battle. Explosions erupted in multiple locations simultaneously, as green chakra energy and black lightning clashed. The battlefield had turned into utter chaos in all directions. Both fighters moved at high speeds, surpassing the open field, while the nearby river exploded entirely, carving deep into the ground. Their movements extended into the forest, quickly making it clear to everyone that staying there was no longer safe. We need to back away, some ninjas exclaimed, watching as trees were obliterated. Their speed was so overwhelming that even most jonin present couldn't react in time. Keep your distance as well. Hiruzen commanded as he directed his Umbu to retreat. Incredible. Father and Lord Minato, they're so strong. Guy couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. We have to get out of here. Mikoto warned, trying to keep up with their movements using her Sharingan, as they quickly retreated, just before the tree they were standing on trembled and exploded. All the ninjas withdrew as more and more people arrived at the scene, drawn by the reverberating echoes of the explosions throughout the village. Is that really Might Due, the eternal genin, fighting in a battle like this against the hero Minato Namikaze? Some jonin asked, recognizing Due. By my Rikudu. They're destroying the entire area. Another murmured. This is the 8 Gates technique that Minato was sent to the northern border to help Might Due develop, so this is the result, it's incredible. Hiruzen couldn't help but comment, his gaze filled with both interest and surprise. It was truly more powerful than he had imagined. After all, he had never witnessed it himself. According to reports, Minato had left Due's training after mastering the 4th gate, continuing to train alone once Minato had returned to the western border. But what stage of the technique is this? If it's fully developed, it will be a monster in taijutsu, one that has never existed before. Hiruzen couldn't help but be fascinated by such abilities. Furthermore, he barely knew anything about the technique. The reports only described the progress, not the actual skill. He had hoped to speak with Due about it, but that had not been possible yet. However, another question lingered in his mind, what was this ability that Minato was using? Unlike Due, he didn't display any chakra bursts or bodily explosions. Instead, his arms simply turned black with some unknown technique, and he advanced using only the raw capabilities of his own body. He is slower than Due. A new voice emerged from the side as Hiruzen turned to see Hatake Tsukumo arriving to witness the battle, landing beside the Hokage, with Kakashi accompanying him. While Tsukumo narrowed his eyes, trying to follow the fight, Kakashi widened his own, seeing only explosions, unable to keep up with the two fighters moving at incredible speed. Yes. Hiruzen murmured as he observed Minato and Dewey rushing toward each other again, both preparing their next strikes, Minato readying a punch with his blackened arm, while Dewey launched a kick, his body continuously emanating green chakra. But he is predicting all of Dewey's movements, he added, watching with interest. He has always had this ability, he even managed to defeat Uchiha classmates who had their Sharingan activated back at the academy, Tsukumo commented, and the Hokage nodded. Minato had always possessed an unusual predictive ability. It was similar to the Uchiha's Sharingan, but at the same time, it did not rely on visual perception and seemed to function in a full 360-degree awareness. The Hokage and others had long assumed that Minato was some kind of sensory ninja, though an exceptional one. Yet, they had never truly uncovered the nature of his abilities, leading to lingering questions about what they truly were. His sensory skills, now his blackened fists, his ability to leap midair, his speed so great it almost looks like teleportation. What kind of techniques are these? This was the question on everyone's mind as they watched Minato and his unique abilities in action. It's incredible, he isn't using any jutsu to fight Dewey. Hiruzen murmured, his interest piqued as he observed these two leaf shinobi shining in front of everyone. Amidst the chaos, Minato anticipated one of Dewey's attacks, appearing above him, dodging, and using his arm to block another kick. He is faster than me. Minato acknowledged to himself mid-battle. Yet, he did not see this as a disadvantage, on the contrary, he was excited. Since he could only use haki on his arms due to its current limitations, his observation haki was essential for dodging, allowing him to anticipate attacks and react in time. Dewey showed no emotion as he relentlessly pursued Minato. His body was becoming slightly harder to control, and although he had anticipated that Minato would be able to fight against him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Minato was using the very abilities he had been developing during over a year of training against his current strength. He wanted to shout in excitement at this youthful demonstration between the two of them, but he could barely think about anything other than the fight. Neither of them had any control over where the battle was going anymore. They had left the open battlefield, continuing into the forest, destroying trees and even carving through the river itself. I want to prove to the world that I am a powerful taijutsu ninja. Dewey exclaimed internally. I want to surpass my limits, I want to reach a new level of strength. Minato also roared in his mind, letting himself be carried by the battle. Here, in this moment, he could break past his current strength with both of his haki abilities. This was what he had wanted all along, helping Dewey develop the 8 gates. And now, finally, he was training against someone who could push him to evolve. Chapter 210, The Strength of the Eternal Genin. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. The fight continued for a while longer, with the terrain continuing to be destroyed, while finally, both seemed to start slowing down after maintaining the same constant level of power up to this moment. Every day back, they didn't know how many times they had to return, even more so after the fight reached them anyway. In the middle of the destroyed field, small explosions continued until they finally began to cease. On one side, Dewey was still releasing his greenish chakra, but with a much weaker flow. He was injured and panting, while Minato also appeared wounded. His arms were beginning to fail, returning to the natural color of his skin, as he too struggled to breathe. So, this is my limit. Minato murmured, still looking around, seeing all the destruction they had caused while feeling all the people distanced from them. They were at the starting point of the fight. Yeah. It seems we limited ourselves to this, Minato. Dewey's voice was hoarse, struggling. All eyes remained on them in silent observation from a distance. At the same time, both fell to their knees on the ground. Minato was at his limit, completely drained. Even he had suffered from expressing his haki to this extent in a fight. Dewey was beginning to lose his transformation entirely, returning to normal. His shirt had already been torn apart, and the muscles released by the 6th gate began to shrink, returning to the athletic appearance he normally had, losing all the chakra-inflated muscles. However, at the same time, he looked significantly older than usual. His skin was pale, and he was visibly exhausted. He barely managed to say, as if there was a long road ahead for him to recover after using the 6th gate. There's still so much for me to learn. That was Minato's thought as he looked at his arm, still feeling a slight numbness from the haki's energy. He hadn't even known he could use his fruit in that state, nor could he attempt anything with the hundreds of eyes fixed on them at that moment. It was at this moment that people landed nearby, in the midst of all the destruction they had caused. The Hokage himself, along with several Umbu and even Tsukumo, approached with curiosity. That was quite the spectacle. The Hokage broke the silence with these words, looking at the two with interest. Hokage-sama. Dewey murmured, barely able to speak, before he began to faint, collapsing onto the ground. Minato remained silent. He was extremely exhausted as well, but he managed to maintain his consciousness with some effort. Help them. The Hokage ordered as two of the Umbu, one of them a medical ninja, stepped forward. I'll take care of him. Someone came running as Tsuna approached, stopping anyone else from getting closer. She quickly reached Minato and examined him with a sharp gaze. How are you? Without waiting for an answer, she simply moved behind him, placing both palms on his back and beginning to release medical ninjutsu. Tired? Minato murmured, to which she nodded. Then just rest, I'll take care of you. She said, beginning to heal his wounds and even some fractured bones from the intense battle, where he had to strike purely with haki. After all, he couldn't even transform his body into light while activating haki. Minato, Kushina, Mikoto, and a young guy ran toward them moments later, with the last one heading straight for his father. Dad. Are you okay? Is he going to be okay? Guy looked a bit terrified. Trust the medical ninjas. A hand touched his head, and he looked up to see the Hokage himself, smiling down at him. Your father displayed great power for all of us today, and he'll be fine soon. You should be proud. Due heard this, and emotion flickered in his eyes, appearing deeply moved by the words from the Hokage of the village. Yes. He showed the power of youth. He said, wiping away a few tears. Minato, let me help you too. Kushina started examining Minato from every angle, eager to use her healing jutsu as well. Let me do it, Kushina, I'm already handling it. Tsuna grumbled, making the redhead step back and let her do her work. Meanwhile, Mikoto stood there, arms crossed, looking at all the destruction caused by their fight. What power! And this was done with just a taijutsu battle. Mikoto murmured, feeling a tinge of jealousy as she looked at Minato, wondering how far he would go in terms of power and if she could ever reach his level. She questioned whether she could truly keep up with him. After all, those who wanted to stand by Minato's side had to be extremely powerful, regardless of the enemy. Meanwhile, Kushina and Tsuna had started arguing, but Minato was too exhausted to even complain about the shouting happening right next to his ears. Minato felt relieved as he began to recover slightly with Tsuna's help. His exhaustion lessened a little. Even though she couldn't completely restore his stamina, she at least alleviated some of it, allowing him to breathe easier and speak more calmly. At that exact moment, Tsukumo approached, staring at the boy after analyzing the battlefield as well. Certainly, that was quite the spectacle. He commented, crossing his arms. The boy nodded without saying anything. This was the result of the training you did at the border. I'm sure the Hokage is very pleased, as he himself said. Tsukumo spoke, before shifting his gaze from Minato to Hiruzen, who nodded in agreement, confirming his words. Indeed, the village is full of powerful talents. Perhaps we are entering a new golden era, whether in this generation or the ones to come. His eyes scanned Tsukumo, Minato, the three girls surrounding him, Might Due, and even stopped at Guy. Despite his sometimes questionable actions, he truly valued a strong and powerful village, and his expression showed it. Minato asked Tsuna to stop now that his condition no longer prevented him from standing. He calmly got up. His eyes turned to Due, who was still being treated by the medical ninjas. Due's body had suffered much more damage than his own. Even though Due had a slight advantage in their taijutsu battle, Minato knew that in a real fight, he could have used other abilities that he had limited himself from using in this battle. His chakra reserves were still full, but the experience of the fight had been incredible for him. He felt that his haki had evolved more than in any other training he had done so far. He hoped to continue having these matches with Due frequently, further consolidating his power and refining his mastery of haki until he reached a truly overwhelming level. You did it without caring about anyone else watching. Minato suddenly spoke as he stood up, observing the unconscious Due. You proved that a ninja can achieve greatness without using a single jutsu. You forged your strength in your own way, making your path different from everyone else's, and you proved it. Always be proud of that, Might Due. He spoke to himself, but everyone around heard his words, feeling different emotions and thoughts as they listened. However, no one could disagree with him. His eyes returned to the men known as the Eternal Genin. Certainly, this demonstration would silence all those who believed he could never become a Jounin, at least until today. At that moment, Kakashi appeared, approaching his father. Before he could say anything, an excited voice echoed. Kakashi. My eternal rival. Let's fight. Guy exclaimed, pointing at him with enthusiasm. Kakashi simply frowned, unable to believe he was being challenged in a place like this, right after such an intense battle. He let out a deep sigh, not knowing how to react. Tsukumo, on the other hand, merely laughed at the situation, while Minato sighed and turned toward the Hokage. I'll be heading home. Can you take care of Due? He asked. Hiruzen nodded with a slight smile. Go rest, Namikaze Minato. You demonstrated exceptional power today, and the whole village expected nothing less from its hero. Minato simply nodded before grabbing the three girls beside him and disappearing in the blink of an eye, using his jutsu. Meanwhile, the medical ninjas began tending to Due, and the Hokage worked to calm the situation. Some shinobi were called in to start repairing the damage done to the training field, though nothing could be done about the fallen trees. Far from there, a man watched the scene with keen interest. Leaning on a cane, his single visible eye narrowed as he evaluated the destruction. Danzo-sama, Namikaze Minato has just retreated to his home. A masked ANBU ninja reported, kneeling beside him. I saw. Danzo responded, his voice cold and calculating. He observed for a few more seconds before turning his back. Let's go. There is nothing more to see here. With those words, he disappeared into the forest, followed by several ANBU operatives. The battle quickly became the talk of the village. The shinobi who had witnessed it spread the story like wildfire. Everyone was discussing the taijutsu fight on a scale never seen before. The most astonishing part was that Might Due, the eternal genin, had managed to fight Namikaze Minato, the war hero, on equal footing. Speculations about the techniques used also began to surface. No one knew exactly what technique Minato had used. There were rumors that his fists had turned black. Could it have been concentrated chakra? And Might Due. He had used the 8 gates, a technique he had developed himself, with Minato merely offering some initial guidance before Due fully perfected it. Regardless, it had been a legendary battle. The eternal genin facing the hero of the village. Facing the very men who had even defeated the third Raikage. Conversation spread throughout the village, and more people were astonished by the magnitude of the fight. At the Hyuga mansion. That night, Hanabi was having dinner with her grandfather. She barely touched her food, merely stirring it around on her plate with her chopsticks, lost in thought. Her expression was calm, but there was a certain melancholy in her gaze. Her grandfather observed her for a while before finally speaking. You know. I heard about your friend, Namikaze Minato. At the mention of that name, Hanabi lifted her eyes, a bit surprised. They say he was involved in a battle that shook the entire village, using only taijutsu against another great shinobi. She remained silent. Some of our shinobi were there and saw everything. They completely destroyed training field number 7. Wasn't that the field your team used to train at? He asked. Hanabi looked at him for a moment, surprised, and nodded slightly to her grandfather, but soon her expression faded. Her gaze became distant, and her voice came out low, almost a whisper. Yes. It's true. Minato has always been impressive. She turned her eyes back to her plate, showing little interest in her food. Her expression now carried a hint of sadness. Her grandfather sighed, silently watching his granddaughter, who now spent most of her time alone in her room. Chapter 211, Hanabi Hyuga 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 41. Well. I'd better head back home. I'm a little worried about my uncle and my mother. Besides, I have to deal with the Uzumaki clan representatives who are staying at the Senju clan, and I doubt my mother is handling them properly, so I won't see you tomorrow. Tsuna said. That was her final remark at the end of her conversation with Minato, as night began to take over the village after an entire day spent at Minato's apartment. All right. How are things with them? I know your mother didn't even attend the event and the Hero Award ceremony alongside Orochimaru. He asked, crossing his arms at his door. Not good. Minato immediately lowered his gaze, pressing his lips together. It was certainly not an easy subject for Kushina. Minato looked at her with a worried expression. He cared for both Nawaki and Tsunade and didn't want to see them in that situation. Tsuna lowered her head when she saw Minato's gaze. She seemed to press her lips together even more before responding. My mother drinks all the time and spends her days gambling alone. She sighed. She's starting to say that maybe she should leave and spend some time away from the village. I'm afraid she'll lose herself in her vices. Uncle Nawaki still has his responsibilities as the last male heir of the clan, but he won't leave his room. I feel like he sees himself as a failure for not being able to use jutsus with a missing arm. My mother tries to help in her own way, but right now, she's only making things worse. I really don't know what to do, Minato. She murmured, looking back at him, on the verge of breaking into tears. It was a subject that easily made her emotions waver. No matter how happy or laughing she was, just remembering the people she cared about at home after losing her father, Dan, and her uncle losing his arm, sadness would overwhelm her. Give me a few days. I'll try to talk to them. Minato murmured in the end, touching her shoulder. I don't know if I can help much, but I'll do what I can. Tsuna nodded and smiled slightly at him. Thank you, Minato. She murmured at the end, cupping his face and leaning in. Then, she kissed him before pulling away, running a hand through her hair with a deep blush on her face and avoiding his gaze, still wavering between sadness and embarrassment. It seemed like her emotions had taken the initiative to kiss him. "This is for everything. You are the person I love," she said, still shy, but this time, it felt much more natural. The last time she had said that was when she was on the brink of death. Now, she could finally express her feelings without fear. Minato gave a small smile. "I love you too, Suna. Take care." The words came out naturally from his mouth. "Hey! What was that?" A voice exclaimed the moment Kushina stepped into the hallway, pointing at Minato and Suna in indignation. It was an enraged Kushina. It was a kiss. "You kissed him this morning too." Suna tried to appear calmer, momentarily forgetting her troubles before smiling at Kushina in a teasing manner. "You damn brat." Kushina muttered, clenching her fists in anger, her hair almost rising due to her sudden fury. Minato only sighed. In the end, both girls left together, returning to the Senju clan. Suna even refused Minato's offer to walk her back, claiming that after kissing him, she was feeling a little embarrassed, and they would have the Umbu watching over Kushina the entire way. Minato, on the other hand, returned to his apartment. He saw Mikoto stretching before lying down on one side of the bed. He went for a bath and then joined her on the other side, sleeping without any teasing from Mikoto like the previous night. The next morning, while having breakfast, Minato brought up an important subject. "Mikoto, I intend to do something alone today. Is that okay with you?" She paused for a moment and watched him carefully, studying his expression before responding. "You're going to talk to her, aren't you?" she asked, her gaze serious. "Yes, I want to see her," Minato said, looking at Mikoto. "All right." That was all she said as she resumed drinking her tea. A moment later, Kushina knocked on the door, carrying a picnic basket. As soon as the door opened, she was surprised to see Mikoto beside Minato. "Me. Minato." She tried to call out to him, but before she could, Mikoto firmly grabbed her arm and dragged her outside. "Wait. Where are you taking me?" Kushina protested immediately. "We're going out for a bit, just the two of us. Minato is busy today," Mikoto said as she continued to pull her away. Meanwhile, Minato had already arrived at the Hyuga clan. He landed smoothly at the entrance, where two guards controlled the flow of people coming in and out. "Isn't that?" The guards were surprised by his presence, immediately recognizing the approaching blonde. "Yes." The other guard confirmed as they watched Minato walk up to them before stopping. "I'm here to see Hanabi Hyuga, my teammate," Minato informed them. The two guards exchanged glances for a moment, seeming unsure of what to do. "Apologies, Namikaze-sama, but we are not authorized to handle matters regarding branch family members. We cannot leave our post," one of the guards explained, trying to clarify the situation. He couldn't simply abandon his position to call someone from the branch family to the entrance of the clan. He cannot enter, but go to Fong Hyuga's house and summon his granddaughter, telling her that her teammate is waiting for her. A firm voice spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. It was Hayashi Hyuga, approaching the entrance alongside his brother. "Young Hayashi." The guards were surprised and a bit flustered. Seeing their hesitation, Hayashi insisted. "Go and deliver the message. I will take responsibility for this," he said. One of the guards quickly nodded and vanished to fulfill the order, obeying someone who was a strong candidate for the future patriarch of the clan. Minato was surprised to see him. Having Hayashi Hyuga help him, even though he had punched him nearly 5 years ago for insulting Hanabi in front of him, was unexpected. Still, Minato watched as he passed through the gate and nodded in gratitude, still taken aback by the young man's attitude. Hayashi, however, said nothing more after the acknowledgement and simply continued walking alongside his brother, leaving the clan grounds and heading into the village. Minato waited for a few more minutes until the Hyuga guard returned. The guard looked at Minato, seeming a bit hesitant, but eventually spoke. "Apologies, but Fong has informed us that his granddaughter is indisposed and, therefore, will not be able to see you." Minato narrowed his eyes for a moment but simply nodded and turned away, disappearing from the guard's sight as he walked back toward the village. He avoided the main road and entered an alleyway, crossing his arms and leaning against a wall, deep in thought. His gaze shifted back toward the entrance of the clan. "What's going on with you, Hanabi? Why are you acting like this?" he murmured before sighing. Then, without hesitating any further, he vanished. The scenery around Minato changed in an instant. He was now inside a room, lightly touching the person resting there. Before she could react, he disappeared again with her after grabbing her arm. Now, the bright blue sky stretched around them. They were both falling in freefall over the ocean below. A startled, surprised scream echoed. Minato finally saw Hanabi. She was looking at him, completely shocked, while tears still streamed down her face. She had been crying when he took her. "Minato," she murmured, still dazed, as they fell. In the next moment, Hanabi was the first to hit the water, followed immediately by Minato. They were no longer in the village but in the middle of the ocean, south of the country. Minato opened his eyes, and as he did, he saw Hanabi still staring at him underwater. She remained there, looking at him, and he at her, for a few seconds before acting. Without wasting time, he grabbed her and teleported out of the water, reappearing instantly on the shore. Hanabi immediately started coughing as the water invaded her nose and throat. She struggled to catch her breath, spitting out the salty water as she continued coughing. Cough, cough, cough. She looked at Minato, panting. Minato, what is this? She exclaimed, still trying to compose herself. Sorry about that, Hanabi, but I needed to see you. He spoke with a serious expression. Did you really have to do this? She questioned, wiping away the tears that were still running down her face. Yes, I did. He answered firmly. After all, you didn't want to talk to me. He wasn't sure if it was her grandfather, Fong, or Hanabi herself who didn't want him to see her, but he bet on the latter. That seemed to unsettle her for a moment. I. She murmured, unable to form a coherent response. Hanabi, I won't accept this. He declared before she could explain, his voice firm. You don't understand, Minato. She murmured, averting her gaze to the ground. You're right, I really don't understand, he retorted. I thought we were teammates. I thought that from the moment we started talking and getting to know each other. Since the moment you saw my secrets in that forest, over 7 or 8 years ago, you would always count on me. He raised his hand, briefly transforming it into light before returning it to normal, a demonstration of the Pika Pika No Mi. Hanabi had seen this power before. She had witnessed it when he was injured, watched as he trained the Rasen Shuriken, saw all the damage inflicted on his body, and then saw him transform into light. She had watched his body regenerate as if it had never been harmed. As a result, they had become friends, then teammates. And now. He didn't know what they were. But he knew she was special. And that he would protect her from whatever he could. Upon seeing this, Hanabi lowered her head, unsure of what to say and feeling ashamed. Her eyes welled up with tears once more, small droplets falling onto the sand beneath her. I'm sorry. Was the only thing she could murmur. But I must go back. She said, her voice trembling. No. Minato countered. She lifted her eyes to him, surprised and even looking as if she felt wronged. Please, Minato. Let me go back. I'm sorry for everything, but we can't be teammates anymore. She said, trying to accept the idea that Minato might handle things better without her. No. He repeated, unwavering. She fell silent, her gaze practically begging him to stop insisting. I won't take you back, Hanabi. Not until you tell me exactly what's happening and how I can help you. His voice was serious and determined. Then, he continued. Because I once promised that I would deal with whatever was necessary, that I would face the Hyuga clan itself and its cursed mark if I had to. And you trusted me back then. He took a step forward. I ask you to keep trusting me now. I'm here to help you. He narrowed his eyes as she simply stared at him. Because if you don't help me understand what's happening. His voice grew even colder. I will attack the Hyuga clan myself. Hanabi's eyes widened, shocked by those words. I won't accept this. Whether you want me to or not. She was left speechless upon hearing that. Raccoon here. I didn't mention this in this chapter, but all the girls have the Haitian symbol on their bodies, which is why Minato was able to abduct her before she could even react. Chapter 212, Hanabi Hyuga 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 41. Because, if you don't help me understand what's going on. His voice grew even colder. I will attack the Hyuga clan myself. Hanabi's eyes widened, shocked by those words. I won't accept this. Whether you like it or not. She was left speechless upon hearing that. Hanabi remained silent while the only sound on that beach was the waves crashing against the shore from time to time, perhaps 1 or 2 seagulls in the sky, completing the scene. Then she broke the silence, seeing Minato staring at her for seconds without saying anything else. Why are you doing this? She murmured, looking into his eyes. I'm here to help you, and I will do whatever is necessary for that. Even if you're against it, he said firmly. But you know you can't cause more trouble, Minato. You're already facing the Uchiha clan because of Mikoto, your fiancé. I don't think it's fair for you to just pick a fight with another clan. You'll have huge problems making multiple enemies at the same time, and I don't want that to happen because of me. I'm just someone born into the secondary family, I have no right to ask for anything. She murmured, beginning to lower her head again, her tone pleading, tears forming in her eyes, but without looking at Minato. Minato listened and nodded. Certainly, I will bring more trouble upon myself with this. Hanabi, a lot of trouble. But even so, I still intend to act this way, whether you want it or not. I will be the enemy of the Hyuga. If that's what it takes to protect you, he declared. But do you really think you can change the future? My fate, she murmured, looking at Minato again, tears shimmering in her eyes. She didn't believe in it. Maybe once, when she first met him, she truly had, but now. And perhaps with that kind of thought, she didn't even see Minato moving against her. Her eyes widened as she suddenly saw him right above her, and in the next moment, he delivered a direct punch just above her head, making her lower her head from the impact. It wasn't strong, but it was enough to leave her dazed before she looked back at him, eyes wide with shock. How can you talk about fate? Stop clinging to these concepts where people are destined to become whatever was predetermined for them when they were children, he exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration. Minato no longer seemed like the calm person she once knew. This really irritates me. You've had these ideas before, and I believed that one day you had let them go. But it seems I was mistaken, you still think people are destined to act according to their birth. That's ridiculous, Hanabi, even for you to think that, he said. We are all different, but we make most of the decisions about how we will act in our lives. We shape them. I know a lot of things in this world are unfair, but we still have control over our lives, and we can act or even ask for help. He said, looking at her. I know the Hyuga clan is very strict, and even you, and I admit it, all the Hyugas with the mark have suffered retaliation from the main clan, unable to change that. And I am sorry for that. I can't do anything for them. But you, Hanabi, you are my companion, and you are far too important for me to simply stand by and watch you be consumed by your fears, he murmured. Then tell me, Minato. Hanabi exploded, pressing her hands into the sand upon contact with the beach. She raised a hand and reached for her headband, removing it. The mark of the Hyuga clan became visible to Minato. Tell me, then, how will you remove something like this from my forehead? I am doomed to carry this for the rest of my life. I once had hoped that you could truly fulfill your words many years ago, and I was happy to stay by your side, alongside Mikoto as our sensei. I became stronger thanks to you, more than anything. But now my clan no longer wants me to act this way. They want me to abandon the strength I built and the bonds I had, to dedicate myself entirely to training as a bodyguard for the main family. The more she spoke, the more tears streamed from her eyes as she raised her voice at Minato, a mixture of fear, despair, and anger. Anger at Minato, because every time he spoke, her heart felt more willing to believe him, to believe in this madness that wouldn't be good for either of them. And you're just going to give up like that? Minato spoke again, his tone firm. As if I could do anything. Haven't you understood that? She shouted at him. I'm telling you that you can trust me, you fool. Do you think I can't try to help you? I've already said that I will fight to help you, whether you want it or not. But this isn't the Hanabi I know. You're just lowering your head. After all these damn years surviving war, fighting on the battlefield, now you suddenly let your clan's orders make you act like this. I wanted you to want this too because it feels like I'm dealing with just another puppet of the Hyuga clan and its elders, not my teammate, the one I've been with since our academy days, he said. She listened, her eyes widening even more before they filled with fresh tears once again. But she no longer shouted back at him. Instead, she lowered her head and began to sob, trembling as she looked down. Minato remained silent, watching the girl cry. She no longer seemed to have the strength or the courage to look at him again. I'm going for a walk. Don't move from here, he said, turning away as he left, frustration evident in his steps. Hanabi had no other reaction but to continue crying, her eyes fixed on the sand beneath her, unsure of what else to do. Minato kept walking along the beach in silence, moving farther and farther away from Hanabi. He was frustrated, deep in thought, and a little angry about the situation. She had simply given up on everything. It shouldn't be like this. She should be with them. She should be asking for his help. But that wasn't the case. He kept walking until he was at a considerable distance from Hanabi, then stood still for hours, staring at the sea, trapped within his own thoughts. He gazed at the waves, trying to distract himself from thinking about her for a moment. His eyes fixed on the rolling ocean, and he began to reflect on his old friend, Guren, the blue talking fish. He must be swimming somewhere, he thought. Without dwelling on it further, Minato suddenly decided to leave the shore, leaping over the water and swiftly gliding across the ocean surface, using his ability to move over the air. As he ventured farther into the open sea, he attempted to locate Guren using his observation haki or sensing his chakra as a sensor, scanning the vast waters along the coastline. However, he found no sign of Guren. What are you doing, huh, Guren? He murmured to himself, receiving no answer, his gaze scanning the seemingly endless expanse of water. Finding no trace of his friend and realizing he had drifted over 4 kilometers away from the shore, he noticed that the entire day had passed. The sun had begun to set on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange. Minato decided then to return. After all, they couldn't stay away from the village for too long. Upon returning to the beach, Minato saw Hanabi in the same spot. She remained seated, hugging her knees, her head lowered. He sighed at the sight of her like that and approached, landing calmly in front of her, completely silent. "It's time to go back. I'll take you home," he said in a slightly dry tone. Hanabi broke her silence. "You know," she began, murmuring, her throat dry, something the blonde immediately noticed. Minato stopped approaching when he heard her, watching her without saying anything, while she still kept her head resting on her knees. "There were only 2 times in my life when I felt free from my clan's rules. Just 2 times in my entire life." She paused before continuing, her voice heavy with emotion. "The first was when we met. When you said those words to me. I truly believed them. I thought I could finally change my life, instead of simply obeying and being a puppet of my clan." She murmured before pausing again, taking a deep breath. Then, finally, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes were swollen from hours of crying. Her stare found the setting sun, lost in thought. "The second time was when you suggested that I change my fighting style. That I refine my wind element and use a bow and arrow. I knew the consequences of that, but still, you gave me hope that I could carve out a different path. And I accepted it. I don't regret it." Hanabi finally turned her eyes back to him. "But tell me, Minato." She looked at him with determination. "What will happen to me if I rebel against the clan? If I still want to be your companion and continue practicing my long-range fighting style? I am alone in that clan. My grandfather follows the rules to the letter, surely you know that." She stared at him, waiting for an answer. "Yes, it would be dangerous," Minato admitted. "But still." His expression grew serious again. "I want to take you away from there. I want you to come live with me." His words made Hanabi's eyes widen in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" she murmured hesitantly. "I will take you as mine. I want you to be my woman. And I doubt any bastard would dare to harm you if you carried the Namikaze name," he declared firmly. Hanabi was left speechless. It wasn't a secret between them that she had feelings for Minato. "But, what about the other girls?" she murmured, uncertain. "Everyone knows what would happen to you one way or another. So, it's better to take you out of there. If you're willing to accept me along with the other 3 girls." He said. "I also want to live with you for the rest of my life." With emotions in turmoil, Hanabi lowered her head again as more tears began to flow. She stayed like that for a few minutes, silently crying. Minato remained there the entire time, just watching her. Until, finally, Hanabi lifted her eyes to him. "Please, Minato, then help me. I want to be with you. I love you." She finally said, able to express what had truly been in her heart all along. Chapter 213, The Uchiha Clan Challenge 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 41. Minato took Hanabi to his house, silently placed her in the room, and left, making it clear that if she ever had trouble with the clan, she should use the mark of her seal. He would appear and help her, no matter the occasion, even if surrounded by the elders, he would act against all of them. Hanabi was now lying in her bed, deep in thought after resting her head on the pillow. After finally opening up to him, she had a long conversation with Minato over the past few hours. "I shouldn't have distanced myself so much. I should never have given up so easily." That was all she said, with a feeling of regret and emotional armor, as her gaze fell to the side, a small smile forming after things had led to this outcome. "Hanabi, dinner is ready." At that moment, her grandfather approached the room, calling for her. Hanabi got up and changed her clothes, which were still slightly dirty from the sea breeze, having accumulated some salt. Then, she headed to dinner. She sat calmly in front of her relative while he was already serving himself. "You seem more cheerful. Did something happen?" Her grandfather noticed the change in his granddaughter's expression. "Do I? I didn't even notice, I just thought things through a little more." In the end, that was all she said, ending the topic, even though her grandfather still looked at her with some suspicion. Meanwhile, Minato returned to his apartment and found Mikoto and Kushina eating at the table. "Minato. You're back, that's good. Join us." Minato approached and sat at the table as well, grabbing some of the noodles they had prepared. "Did you talk to her?" Mikoto asked, looking at him since he had been out all day. "Yes." Minato replied, but Kushina, more impatient, interrupted him before he could finish speaking. "And?" she exclaimed, eager to know what had happened. "It's all settled now, she has made her decision." Minato commented, pausing briefly before adding. "I will take her as my wife as well. I hope you both understand that." He warned. "What?" Kushina immediately exclaimed. "Why the surprise? Didn't you already expect this?" Mikoto raised an eyebrow at the redhead. I know, but it's so sudden, Date Bane. Kushina exclaimed. It's the only way to get her out of the clan. Minato stated. Hey. What's going on here? At that moment, the window opened, and Tsuna Senju appeared inside. I'm going to challenge the Hyuga clan as well. Minato declared, making it clear to them. Isn't that a bit dangerous, Minato? You're already facing the Uchiha clan. I know you've planned on doing this, and it's your way of handling things, but I'm a little concerned. Tsuna murmured, aware of the political impact this could cause and the pressure on Minato's shoulders. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Minato spoke. Compared to what he envisioned doing in the future, this was nothing compared to facing 2 entire clans alone within the village. If you know what you're doing, then okay. Tsuna replied in the end, while Mikoto and Kushina remained silent, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Minato. Mikoto suddenly murmured, and Minato looked at her attentively. Some members of the Uchiha clan approached me today. She said as he narrowed his eyes. What did they say? Minato asked in a serious tone. They said they are waiting for your challenge. Mikoto spoke with some caution. They didn't just say that. Kushina exclaimed indignantly. You have to tell him everything, Mikoto. She continued, clenching her fists in anger. They mocked you and her, Minato. Listen carefully. They said Mikoto should die in an accident just for abandoning the clan. Kushina spoke with fury, casting a heavy atmosphere in the air. Minato looked at Mikoto upon hearing this, his narrowed eyes gleaming with silent danger. Yes, they said that. Aside from stating that I'm officially expelled from the clan, which is not exactly news. Mikoto murmured, observing him carefully. I see. Let's settle this once and for all. Minato stated. Tomorrow, Kushina will stay with you, Tsuna. He spoke as the blonde joined them after closing the window. After all, your clan is in the village. I think you should stay with Tsuna too, she's alone due to her family's condition. He paused and then continued, looking at Mikoto. Mikoto, we're going to the Uchiha battlefield tomorrow. It's time to put an end to this once and for all. I want to see if Fugaku still has anything to say after challenging me. Minato knew that many Uchiha had been watching his fight against Mike Dewey. That should have instilled some fear in them, but it seemed they were still quite agitated, and he would have to face them head-on, finally. So be it. Minato decided internally, determined to put an end to this matter once and for all. The atmosphere was no longer as cheerful as before after this discussion, and the 4 of them ate in silence. After finishing their meal, Kushina left with Tsuna, while Mikoto and Minato went to sleep. So, tomorrow, we're putting an end to this, aren't we? Mikoto murmured, looking out the window where the darkness had taken over the night. Yes, we'll finish this once and for all. I guarantee you won't have to worry about your clan anymore. Minato responded with conviction from his side of the bed. Mikoto turned toward him and embraced him from behind. Thank you. She whispered near his ear. And so, they both fell asleep. The next morning, they left Minato's apartment, dressed appropriately, as if going to war. Minato had decided he would end this conflict that day. Even though not even a week had passed since his return from the war, he would challenge the entire Uchiha clan if necessary. He wanted to resolve this quickly because he still needed to deal with the Hyuga. Thus, the couple advanced through the village, walking toward the center. Minato. Someone called him at that moment. Turning around, he saw Madame Guerite returning from some shopping, holding a child's hand. Madame Guerite. He murmured. Good to see you around. You still haven't stopped by the orphanage. She said in a slightly reproachful tone, though it didn't sound like a direct scolding. Minato understood. Sorry, I've been a bit busy these past few days. I'll go as soon as I take care of a few more things. All right. She nodded. Then, good luck, boy. Whatever it is you're getting yourself into now. She had realized this was no ordinary stroll. After saying their goodbyes, Minato and Mikoto continued moving forward. It didn't take long for them to reach the area of the great clans at the center of the village. Ignoring the others, they headed straight for the clan that bore the fan with fire as its symbol. Minato had always wondered if it was Madara himself who had formalized this design due to his weapon when he was the clan leader. But as far as he knew, it could have existed even before Madara was born. He wasn't sure. Putting those thoughts aside, he pressed forward. The guards at the Uchiha clan's gate watched their approach, clearly recognizing them and staring intently. Minato saw the guards narrow their eyes attentively, already aware of who they were, but he didn't waste time. As soon as he was close enough, he announced the reason for his presence. My name is Minato Namikaze, and I wish to challenge Fugaku Uchiha to a duel. His declaration initially surprised the guards, who exchanged glances for a moment. They didn't show any reaction beyond a brief, silent assessment. Then, one of them disappeared. Wait here. I hope you know what you're doing, Minato Namikaze. We are not the weak ninjas you faced in the war. The remaining guard commented in a severe tone. However, Minato and Mikoto were not offended. They remained silent, waiting for the clan's response. It didn't take more than 2 minutes for the other guard to return. The clan leader has authorized your fight against Fugaku. Follow me to the clan's training area. I hope you don't mind the audience. After all, you've angered a lot of people, so don't get nervous if many Sharingans turn against you. Understood. The guard spoke with a tone of anger toward Minato. Stop being arrogant. Let's get this over with. Minato shrugged off the provocation. The man gritted his teeth upon hearing this but said nothing more. He hated being disregarded or underestimated, especially by someone who didn't come from any special clan in the village, just someone who had stood out in the war and possessed talent beyond others. The fact that such a man believed he could treat the Uchihas like insects only made him angrier. And who's being arrogant here? He retorted but soon started walking into the clan's territory. Minato and Mikoto followed the ninja further into the Uchiha grounds. Minato looked around, observing the clan with curiosity as they advanced through the corridor between the houses. Clan members were going about their daily activities, women tending to household chores, while children played amidst Uchiha-style training. Some men, ninjas, appeared on rooftops, watching the newcomers. The stares were mostly directed at Minato. He was certainly not welcome there. As they moved forward, more Uchihas turned their attention toward them. Some were merely curious, but most wore cold and hostile expressions. Leaving the main streets of the clan behind, they entered a vast open space where several ninjas were training within the clan's private grounds. It wasn't as large as the village's training fields, but it was certainly enough for the clan to train its young ninjas before they joined the academy. At the center of the training grounds, a crowd was already waiting for them, with many ninjas watching from the tree surrounding them. It was no surprise when dozens of Sharingans activated all around them, viewing Minato and Mikoto as a threat. Mikoto seemed slightly tense but maintained her firm stance. Minato, on the other hand, remained calm. Soon, the crowd parted, revealing a group of elders, and among them, Mizu Uchiha, Mikoto's father, stepped forward, representing the clan. Behind the elders stood Fugaku Uchiha, who had been called urgently to be there. He had quickly accepted Minato's challenge, knowing that this was the reason he had come. So, you finally arrived. I didn't think you'd come here so quickly. Mizu's voice was firm. His eyes turned directly to Minato, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Do you still stand by your words that you would fight our entire clan if necessary? He asked in a severe tone. Minato, however, showed no hesitation. Of course. I'm here to face Fugaku and put an end to this once and for all. But if you all want to fight together, let's get started without any more delay. Minato spoke, his cold eyes scanning the Uchihas around him. Mikoto will be my wife, whether you like it or not. And I'm here to make sure no one bothers her or me ever again. She will carry my surname, as will my children. Minato spoke with a certain arrogance, while Mikoto agreed with his words and opened her red eyes as well. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, The Uchiha Clan Challenge 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as all those Sharingans, most of them belonging to older ninjas, including both the elders and the most powerful members of the clan, glared at them with anger. Minato felt Mikoto's hand on his at that moment. She squeezed it tightly, a silent signal that they were in this together, no matter how many ninjas stood against them. Arrogant boy. And you, girl, you were once a talented Uchiha. You should be with us, not standing beside someone without a clan, an outsider, one of the elders growled, clearly disapproving of the situation. Remember that this same boy, whom you call clanless. Mikoto spoke, forcing the elder to meet her gaze as both of her activated Sharingan eyes bore into him. Made a name for himself in the war and became one of Konoha's most powerful ninjas at such a young age. I bet that at his age, you hadn't accomplished anything relevant, and your strength doesn't even come close to his. She spoke with an arrogant tone. Even without belonging to a noble clan, Minato had earned respect and admiration for his achievements. Mikoto took a step forward, facing the Uchihas around her and declaring firmly, after all, was there any Uchiha who stood out in the war as much as he did? How dare you, one of the Uchiha Jounins immediately shouted, but he couldn't even finish his sentence, ready to curse Mikoto. Suddenly, an intense light flashed between them. The Uchiha barely had time to react before feeling a powerful kick strike his face, sending him flying. The other ninjas around him instinctively stepped back, their eyes widening in shock as the Uchiha hit the ground, unconscious. Insult her in front of me again, and I'll start beating every single one of you. Minato landed on the ground, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd. The Uchihas roared in fury, feeling humiliated by his actions. Don't let him get so full of himself, one of the ninjas shouted, losing his patience. Minato had already attacked, and now there was no avoiding the fight between him and Fugaku. Attack! In an instant, several Jounins lunged at Minato from all directions, not thinking twice. Minato, seeing this, only smiled. He made a subtle hand signal, and Mikoto immediately understood what he was about to do. She quickly prepared herself, waiting for him to begin the seals. The ninjas came from every direction, surrounding Minato, but he didn't even look into their eyes. He knew that facing so many Sharingans head-on could trap him in a genjutsu. Instead, he began weaving numerous hand seals at a speed so fast that no one could even see them. Then, without hesitation, he completed his jutsu. In the next instant, his body shone like a fluorescent lamp. Light release, flash explosion. Minato finished his jutsu. The flash was so intense that, in the very next moment, countless screams echoed across the battlefield. The Uchihas recoiled, hit directly by the blinding light. Their Sharingans, highly sensitive, amplified the impact of the brightness, leaving them momentarily blinded. Minato glanced around at the countless people turning their faces away, even seeing their once red eyes dilated into a pale white from the overwhelming exposure to his jutsu. My eyes. I can't see. Quickly, get back. Taking advantage of the confusion, Minato didn't waste a second. Turning into a streak of light, he dashed forward, striking the ninjas one by one, moving across the battlefield at absurd speeds as he kicked and punched them. One after another, the Uchihas fell to the ground, unable to comprehend where the attacks were coming from. Mikoto slowly opened her eyes. She had closed them at the right moment, following Minato's instructions, knowing exactly what he would do. Before her, the battlefield was filled with Uchihas lying on the ground, still struggling to regain their sight. The chaos had escalated quickly, and Minato wasn't about to give them a chance to recover. He had already made his decision. If they refused to talk and only wanted to insult them, then he would deal with it in the most direct way possible. This was a jutsu Minato had used before at the Earth Village's encampment, when they launched an attack alongside the Sand Village on both sides of the western border. He had launched his counterattack alone, beginning with this very jutsu to catch the enemy off guard. And for the second time, it had proven to be highly effective. On that occasion, Minato had arrived at the entire enemy camp and taken them down one by one. Now, against the Sharingan, it was even more effective. Like any other dojutsu, light was the fastest thing in existence. The Sharingan could predict physical movements and anticipate them, but it could not see the future. The light jutsu had put them at a huge disadvantage since the entire clan had been affected by looking directly at Minato in that moment, trying to anticipate his movements. Mikoto watched as he moved swiftly, continuing to kick and punch all the Uchihas in the area. In the next instant, Minato stopped. All of his opponents collapsed to the ground, dazed. He had just defeated 40 Uchiha clan ninjas. But they weren't just ordinary ninjas. The clan may have had a much larger number of members, but the most powerful ones, including the elders and the leader, had been defeated in this way. Mikoto remained stunned. Even the ninjas watching from a distance were shocked by what they had just witnessed. Then, Minato created a multitude of clones, who began gathering the fallen bodies, piling them together before tying them up. The rest of the clan, watching the scene unfold, fell into a panic and quickly began approaching. At that moment, Mizu Uchiha, Mikoto's father, managed to regain consciousness alongside the elders. They all awakened, still disoriented, and found themselves surrounded by a crowd of Uchihas who had arrived, encircling Minato along with the hostages. They were tied up, looking at Minato and Mikoto in shock, both standing in front of them. Well, you've finally woken up, Minato spoke calmly, observing the confusion on their faces. Everything happened so fast that no one even really knows what just happened, do they? He gave a slight smile and paused before continuing. Seems like my fight against Fugaku never happened. Instead, I had to fight all of you. Well, and as you can see, you all lost. Kind of disappointing, don't you think? Minato mocked, looking at the 40 ninjas who were now awake, still struggling to grasp the situation. You. One of the Uchihas tried to speak, but Minato interrupted him. I would be careful with what you say. He smiled coldly. After all, every single one of your bodies is covered in explosive tags that I placed. At any moment, I could simply decide to detonate them all on my command. Kaboom. The entire elite of the Uchiha clan would vanish. Silence took over the area at such a threat. No one could believe what they were hearing. When that boy had walked in, no one had imagined the situation would end like this. The ninjas surrounding the scene were in shock. They had just watched their clan's leaders, their guards, and even their greatest prodigies fall one by one in an instant, after that blinding flash that might have caught the entire village's attention. Quickly, they called upon the entire clan, and now more than 400 Uchiha ninjas surrounded the area. However, Minato remained calm, arms crossed, while keeping all those he had defeated as hostages. Even Mikoto couldn't believe it. She had seen many incredible abilities from Minato before, but witnessing this was shocking, even for her. What do you want? One of the elders finally broke the silence. Now you want to talk? Minato raised an eyebrow. Well, but isn't it a little too late for that? He looked directly at the elder, who seemed frustrated. Many of the ninjas there didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye, feeling immense shame. But in the end, he continued. I came here to establish a fact. He declared, his voice echoing through the silence of the clan. Mikoto will be part of my Namikaze clan. She will be my wife. And I expect you all to respect that. You think we can just let our genetics be spread around like that? One of the elders spoke, activating his Sharingan again and glaring at Minato. He attempted to trap him in a genjutsu, but Minato quickly released a pulse of chakra before he could be affected, anticipating it with his observation haki. Well, I think you really shouldn't have done that. Minato said calmly. In the next instant, he pointed his finger. It glowed, and in the blink of an eye, a beam of light shot through the elder's head. The elder fell to the ground, dead, as the beam of light left a small hole in the earth where it had struck, but it did not explode. Silence took over the area. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. It seems you didn't understand. Minato spoke, his voice laced with coldness. I know very well that your intention was to kill Mikoto and me. That's why I won't hesitate to kill every single one of you here and now. After all, if we don't resolve this now, I will simply destroy you. The impact of Minato's words reverberated through the clan. Everyone was stunned. Who could have imagined that this boy would actually kill an elder in the middle of the Uchiha clan? The body lay there, lifeless, like an animal slaughtered before them. You killed him. One of the Uchihas murmured, still unable to believe what had just happened. Yes, I'm serious. Minato confirmed, his gaze cold and unwavering. I knew you wouldn't stop, so I decided to put an end to this. If necessary, I will do the same to anyone else who tries to attack us. Even with hundreds of Uchiha surrounding him, no one dared to move. And those who could actually retaliate were bound, helpless, unable to act. Minato then approached his father-in-law, Mizu Uchiha, and crouched before him. Well, I'm giving you this choice. He spoke calmly, but his expression was serious. If your elders want to kill Mikoto, I won't hesitate to protect her. Even if it means killing all of you. Do you understand that? Mizu Uchiha remained silent for a moment before finally responding, his voice filled with frustration. Yes. At that instant, he seemed to have lost all his pride. His voice carried the weight of defeat and humiliation. How had a single boy defeated all of them in an instant? How had the Uchiha clan fallen to such a point? Minato had just committed murder inside the village, but not only that, he had single-handedly dominated the entire elite of the Uchiha clan in just a few seconds, catching them all off guard. The Uchiha clan could be proud, but they were not fools. They knew they had to respect such power. I want your word. Minato continued. Mikoto will not face any retaliation. Tell me now, or I will weaken the Uchiha clan to such an extent that it will take decades for you to recover your strength. Is that what you want? The elders remained silent. Their pride made it difficult to submit, but fear and self-preservation were stronger. They finally understood that they were facing a monster. Do I have your word? Minato asked again. Silence remained. He sighed, already preparing to act again when he finally heard the response. All right. You have our word. Mizu Uchiha spoke, defeated. We will not seek retaliation against my daughter. In the end, the clan patriarch had no other choice. What else could they do? They were completely at the mercy of the boy. Minato smiled slightly and then looked at Mikoto. Did you hear that, Mikoto? It looks like everything has been settled. He then turned to Fugaku, who had been watching everything with a gaze filled with conflicting emotions. I suppose I don't even need to fight you anymore, do I, Fugaku? Fugaku remained silent. There was no pride left in his eyes, only the bitter acceptance of reality. Minato then paused, staring at all the Uchihas present. I have no intention of getting involved in clan matters any further. He declared. However, his voice grew more serious as he added. But if there is any attack against Mikoto or anyone I care about, and there is an Uchiha involved or even remotely connected to it, I will know it was you. The warning was clear. No one responded, but everyone understood the message. Minato then flashed a small smile and looked at Mikoto. Well, I think we're done here. Let's go. The girl, still stunned by everything that had happened, only nodded. She couldn't believe it had all ended in an instant. Minato had actually killed an elder without hesitation, and this moment would forever mark the history of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 215, Chapter 215, Nawaki's Condition. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. Minato, did you really kill an elder of the clan? Mikoto murmured beside Minato as they walked back toward the clan's entrance. Yes. Minato spoke in a dry tone. They were heading out of Uchiha territory. Mikoto couldn't help but glance back, noticing the clan members staring at them as they left alone. Some ninjas merely watched from a distance, monitoring to confirm they were truly leaving. Maybe. But it doesn't matter now. Minato said to himself. He was certain the Uchiha clan would not escalate the incident to the Hokage. They were too proud, and in the end, everything had started from a misunderstanding they had caused themselves. And so, they left the clan. Mikoto just sighed and looked at Minato, taking his hand and squeezing it. Thank you for everything, she said to the men she loved. Minato nodded in silence. Where are we going now? Mikoto asked, as there were no plans after the sudden outcome of that situation. We're going to the Senju clan, Minato replied, and, taking advantage of Mikoto's touch, he teleported them with his jutsu. Both disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared near the Senju clan's entrance. They began to pass through the gate and had northwest trouble entering the place. It didn't take long for Tsuna to appear, sensing their chakra as they approached. You're here. I thought you were going to handle things with the Uchiha clan, she murmured. We just got back from there, Mikoto said. Tsuna raised an eyebrow at that, while Mikoto gave a small smile. Let's just say Minato was quick to make it clear to my clan that we're getting married, the Uchiha said, seemingly provoking Tsuna. The blonde snorted. Well, that's good either way, Tsuna replied in the end. Come inside, she said finally, and the two followed her into the house. At that moment, Kushina appeared, holding a cake in her hands. Everyone's here. Come on, come eat. I just made it, she said cheerfully. As they passed by the side of the house, Minato looked to the side and saw Nawaki, Tsunade's brother, standing in the yard. His shirt fluttered slightly on the right side, where he had lost his arm. He was trying to form hand seals using only his left hand, but without success in completing them. With each failed attempt, his expression became more irritated. Nawaki noticed their gaze and paused for a moment. The boy realized he was being watched, then quickly averted his eyes, embarrassed. He seemed unwilling to show his failure before them. Frustrated and ashamed, he turned around and began to walk away without saying anything. He's trying to perform jutsus again, Tsuna murmured upon noticing Minato's gaze toward her uncle. It must be very hard for a ninja to no longer be able to perform jutsus. Mikoto, beside him, also noticed and commented. None of the other two girls responded immediately. The atmosphere grew a little heavy. Dewey wasn't specialized in ninjutsu, was he? Yet, he's an excellent ninja. You saw how we fought together, Minato finally said. No one disagreed as he seemed to ponder it. Maybe he can learn to adapt in another way. He knew there was another possibility, the creation of a prosthetic arm for Nawaki using Mokuton, especially since he was a member of the Senju clan. However, Minato had no idea how to build something like that. Maybe someone with advanced medical knowledge could help using his grandfather's cells. They moved forward, seeing Tsunade along with two other members of the Uzumaki clan. One was a man in his 40s, who had been with Minato at the Hokage's building, and another beside him, also middle-aged. They were talking to Tsunade. The two men seemed to frown while the woman looked bored listening to them, drinking in front of her. Tsuna lowered her head in embarrassment at seeing her mother in that state. When they noticed the newcomer's presence, they were immediately acknowledged. Tsunade narrowed her eyes upon seeing them. Ah, you're here. And you too, damn brat, she said, referring to Minato. It's no wonder he's a student of that pervert. She murmured softly, recalling Jiraiya's reputation. To her, Minato had become quite the womanizer, and now, her daughter was in his hands. I see. This is the yellow flash. He managed to defeat and even severely injure the Raikage, so young. Very talented, one of the Uzumakis murmured, scratching his beard as he analyzed them. He approached Minato to greet him. Hello, Minato Namikaze, he said. I'm Uzumaki, and this is Renjiro Uzumaki. We were receiving some praise from the Hokage at the village building a few days ago, if you remember. He added. Yes, he mentioned that you helped a lot during the war and were instrumental in repelling Kiri's attacks, Minato replied. Not much different from you, who fought on two fronts. I'm still impressed that the village has someone so talented and so young. Perhaps a future Hokage, the men murmured, still studying him. For him and his clan, it was crucial to keep an eye on the village's political future. After all, he wanted the alliance and friendship between Konoha and the land of whirlpools to continue. Minato simply gave a friendly smile, neither confirming nor denying. Anyway, can we see the scrolls, Tsunade, he said, turning to the woman beside him, who, after taking another sip of her drink, replied. Certainly. She murmured. She gave Minato one last look, placing two fingers between her eyes and then pointing at him, as if warning him that she was watching him the whole time. Shortly after, she left together with the Uzumakis toward the clan's storage. It seemed they were dealing with something important. Minato stayed to eat some of Kushina's cake along with the others, but soon said he needed to take care of something else. He got up and teleported away. He didn't leave the Senju clan. He just went to another part of it, finding Nawaki training by a small lake within the clan. The sound of bamboo striking as it filled with water echoed from time to time through the place. As soon as Minato appeared, Nawaki quickly looked at him and grabbed a kunai. "Who?" he exclaimed, stopping as soon as he saw who it was. "Minato," he murmured, a little surprised by his presence. He felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had been saved by this guy when he was about to die but hadn't even spoken to him, making him feel a little guilty about it. "Hey, how's everything going?" Minato asked, approaching alone. "What can I say?" the young Senju ninja murmured in a slightly somber tone. "I'm just a cripple now," he said in the end. "Maybe you are now." Minato didn't offer comforting words, making Nawaki raise an eyebrow. "But what matters is that you're alive. You survived after everything," he said. "But at what cost, Minato Namikaze? I was supposed to lead the clan now. Look at me. My ninja career is over," he said bitterly. "Maybe it doesn't have to be that way," Minato countered. "You know there are many other ways to fight besides forming jutsus." "Speak for yourself," the boy murmured, annoyed. Minato realized he was already tired of that conversation. "Well then, it's a good thing I'm here." Minato gave a smile and touched his shoulder as he got close enough to Nawaki. Before Nawaki could react, they vanished from there. When they reappeared, they were in another part of the village. "What are you doing?" Nawaki murmured, dissatisfied, looking around and seeing that they were in a rather destroyed field. There were signs of repairs, but it was still possible to notice the damage. The ground was uneven, and the vegetation had been damaged. They fixed the ground a bit, but there's still a lot to repair. You can see it from the vegetation. Don't you see how it's destroyed? Minato said, without directly answering Nawaki's question. What is this? I don't understand. Still dissatisfied, Nawaki murmured. This was a fight that happened. Maybe you haven't heard about it, but the whole village knew. It was a fight without jutsus. Only taijutsu, he explained, making Nawaki raise an eyebrow for the first time, curious. Tell me, Nawaki. Wouldn't you like to fight like that? Not everyone needs to use jutsus. Minato asked, watching the young Senju silence. Nawaki listened, then shrugged. I doubt I could fight that way, he said, discouraged. Well, it doesn't hurt to try, does it? Or do you just want to sit around feeling sorry for yourself? We could try practicing together. Maybe your lineage can be useful in other ways. Your sister and your niece are extremely strong. By distributing chakra through their bodies, they can shatter stones and giant rocks with a single punch. I've always thought you focused only on jutsus, but maybe you can adapt to other ways of fighting, Minato said seriously. He couldn't bear to see a friend and comrade in such a state. He could even visualize a future where Nawaki committed suicide, consumed by shame and the inability to continue as a ninja after losing his arm. After all, Minato had heard some things around the village. People were saying that the great Senju clan had fallen to the point of having a crippled heir. He also remembered the case of Tsukumo Hatake in the original timeline, who took his own life because he couldn't bear the pressure and public judgment. Why would Nawaki be any different? Minato had thought about this even more when he saw his friend's state earlier, noticing him with his head down while the girls talked. The pain and frustration were written all over his face. So, what do you suggest, kid? In the end, Nawaki asked, trying to maintain a tough tone but letting a hint of curiosity and hope slip through. Hold on, Minato said before touching Nawaki's shoulder once again and disappearing with the older boy. They reappeared somewhere else, near the training grounds, and Minato started walking through the streets of Konoha. Nawaki had no choice but to follow him as they moved through the village streets. Minato didn't have a Hiraishin seal near where he planned to go, so they went on foot until they reached a rather large house. It was where Due now lived with his wife and son. With the salary and rewards he had received from the village, especially for having developed a new technique that would be added to the 1,000 Jutsus scroll, he had managed to improve his family's living conditions. Upon entering the yard, they saw little guy training, carrying a huge rock on his back. Hey! Isn't that a bit much? Nawaki murmured, surprised. Minato shrugged and approached. Guy, where's your father? Minato asked. That broke the boy's concentration. When he looked at Minato, he missed his step and fell to the ground with the rock. Ow, ow, ow. He groaned softly, but quickly got up and put on a determined smile. Mr. Minato, how are you? He exclaimed excitedly. I'm fine. I wanted to see your father, Minato replied. That's amazing. Dad hasn't recovered yet, but... You look so well, Mr. Minato. You're really incredible, the boy said enthusiastically, quickly leading them inside the house. There, they were greeted by Dewey's wife, who welcomed them kindly. They followed her to the room where Dewey was resting. The man was still suffering from the side effects of having used the sixth gate during a battle. He was lying on the bed, with some bandages around his body, as he had fractured bones during the intense fight. Besides that, Minato's armament hockey had caused severe internal damage to their opponent, forcing Dewey to push past his limits to win. Minato. Dewey murmured, trying to sit up, but failing. I see that the power of youth still burns brightly in you, he said, trying to keep his good humor despite his weakened state. You'll be fine. I came here to talk to you about something, Minato said, pulling up a chair and sitting beside the bed. And what would that be, Minato? Dewey asked, curious. You see this one beside me? This is Nawaki Senju. I would like you to accept him as your apprentice. And teach him the 8 gates, Minato said directly, ending his sentence with firmness. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, Cursed Seal of the Caged Bird of the Hyuga Clan. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. Minato left the two talking as he made his way out of the Might family home, having nothing more to see there. He only hoped that Nawaki could master taijutsu at a level similar to Dewey, given that he had a lineage with great potential. Minato then walked through the village, deciding to go to the orphanage. He quickly arrived at the place, entering through the gate while the children playing in the yard quickly noticed him, looking at him with curiosity. That's... a girl murmured. Minato Namikaze. The hero, another exclaimed, eyes shining as he remembered Minato well from when he was honored and they started pushing him around in the middle of the festival. Minato smiled at the children. Is Madame Garit in? He asked. In the end, Minato entered the orphanage after dodging all the children and ended up having a coffee with Madame Garit. So, you're full of problems from what I'm seeing, the woman said, looking at Minato. You know. Minato was caught off guard as they had been talking about random things. I know you well enough to tell, boy, she said, smiling. Well. I can't say I'm completely free of problems, Minato finally admitted. I figured as much, but I'm sure you'll get through it. After all, I know you always stand up for your friends. No matter how hard it gets, you never abandon them, right? She said, smiling at him. He nodded, though he found it curious how she knew he was referring to someone else and not himself. Anyway, stay as long as you want. If you have the time, I'm sure the kids would love to talk to the village hero, she said, looking out the window, where a bunch of children's heads were peeking in, watching them talk in the orphanage's kitchen. I'll have to leave that for another time, so you'll have to forgive me for that, Minato said in the end, scratching his head. No problem. In any case, I need to go shopping. It's good that you stopped by, you should come around more often, she said. He just nodded and finished his coffee before disappearing. The director merely sighed. Well, he's gone now, so get back to playing, she said to the children. Minato reappeared once again in the area of the village's main clans, heading towards the Senju clan once more to meet the girls. He wanted to walk a bit more, so he didn't go straight to them, as the streets were bustling with families. As he continued walking through the village, he noticed a group of ninjas moving across the rooftops, which was quite normal. However, one in particular stared at him intensely before changing his path and intercepting his current route. Brother. The person beside him murmured as Minato saw Hayashi Hyuga landing in front of him. Minato Namikaze. He murmured. Minato nodded to him, approaching more openly than ever before. After all, he had helped him the other day when the clan guards didn't want to call Hanabi for an outsider. Hayashi, can I help you? Minato asked, a bit curious about the approach. It's not exactly help that I need. But I wanted to give you a warning about my clan. I know how you are with your comrades, he murmured, seeming to recall receiving quite the punch from Minato years ago when they had just graduated from the academy. Minato said nothing but narrowed his eyes at Hayashi. Can we talk in private? He asked in the end. Minato nodded in silence. Follow me, then, Hayashi said, jumping back onto the rooftops, while his brother took one last look at Minato and followed. Minato went right after them as they advanced out of the clan area and the village, heading toward an isolated training ground. He said nothing the entire way, while Hayashi sighed upon their arrival, now alone. He looked directly at Minato. Answer me something. He asked bluntly. If the clan punishes Hanabi, do you intend to attack us? He asked. Hayashi had no idea what had happened to the Uchiha clan that very day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been asking such a question. Obviously, Minato responded calmly, but with a serious look. It would be a fight against two extremely powerful clans in Konoha, but at the same time, Minato knew he would do worse things than that, as there were situations where he had to act against the Leaf Village itself. Hayashi's brother seemed a little surprised, but Hayashi himself just nodded. He didn't seem surprised by the answer. I figured as much, he said in the end before turning serious again. We had a meeting yesterday. Since I'm the heir and future patriarch, I'm attending them, and the elders intend to punish Hanabi for her archery style. The Hyuga clan doesn't want one of its members using that kind of weapon, which goes against tradition. We are a clan specializing in taijutsu along with our close combat abilities, he said. Minato narrowed his eyes, knowing he was not happy with this at all, especially being aware of how cruel they could be. Why are you telling me this? To prepare me for an attack. Because you can say whatever you want, but I won't stand still, even if you warn me about it. Hanabi is my teammate, and I intend to take her out of the Hyuga clan, Minato said firmly. I know you do. That's why I want to propose something, he said in the end. Minato began listening to his proposal, raising an eyebrow more and more as he heard it, as it was indeed somewhat surprising. Why are you helping me so much? In the end, Minato couldn't help but ask, as Hayashi had not answered that directly. Let's say I'm doing this for the good, for the future, Hayashi replied. You talk as if I were going to destroy the Hyuga clan. That's not exactly true. After all, I might kill an elder or two, but I would never destroy the entire clan, Minato said. I know that. But still, I'm doing this for the future, and I have my reasons. Perhaps we started off on the wrong foot, Minato Namikaze. Back then, I was immature. Now, perhaps we can act differently, he said in the end. Minato, although still a bit surprised, nodded. All right. I accept your words, Minato said. Here, Hayashi said, as he took out a storage tool and handed it to the blonde. Minato looked at it, surprised. Having such a thing in his hands would greatly help his work in freeing Hanabi. Thank you, he said in the end, while Hayashi nodded, turning around and looking at his brother. Let's go back, said Hayashi, and Hisashi nodded. And so, they vanished in front of Minato, heading out of the camp as they passed through the trees until they left the area, jumping over the rooftops of the houses once they arrived there. Minato stayed there for a moment, looking at the scroll in front of him, before disappearing with a teleportation. Are you sure about this, brother? On the way back, Hayashi's younger brother murmured. Yes, brother. This is the best way to act, even if we are going against the clan elders, Hayashi said in the end. At the Senju clan, Kushina jumped when Minato reappeared beside her while she was serving the last pieces of cake. Minato, she exclaimed. Sorry about that, he laughed at her and sat down with the others. Where have you been? Tsuna murmured, with a suspicious look. Sorting out a few things around, he replied, after having spoken to 3 different people. Does it have to do with my clan? Mikoto asked, with some concern. Minato shook his head. No, it's not that. But it's good that we're here because there's something I want to show you, he said, taking out the scroll he had received from Hayashi and opening it in front of the table. That is. Tsuna murmured. The Hyuga clan's cursed seal of the caged bird. I received it from someone unexpected, he said, pointing to the drawing on the scroll. This was one of the Hyuga clan's greatest secrets. What Hayashi had given him would make Minato's work easier, as he would no longer need to decipher the seal directly from Hanabi's forehead. Now, he could see its structure clearly before starting to develop a seal-breaking technique. I want you and Kushina to try working on this seal, he requested, looking at the blonde and the redhead. Even though their abilities were at a similar level, Minato knew they were already masters in Fuinjutsu. The 2 of them together would do a better job than he could alone. This. Tsuna thought for a moment. Of course we can. Give us some time. We need to help our friend, Date Bane. Kushina said, leaning closer to the seal and beginning to study it. Tsuna ended up laughing at Kushina's burst of support and nodded. I think you're right. We'll take care of this, yes, she said in the end. We'll look into it together later. For now, I'd like to talk to the Uzumaki clan members who are here. If you'll excuse me, Minato said, and the 3 of them nodded in agreement. Minato then left the kitchen. Hey, brat. As soon as he stepped out the door, he found Tsunade looking at him with narrowed eyes. Where did you go with my brother? Where is he? She asked immediately, looking a bit nervous and worried. She might seem like a drunkard on the outside, but she was clearly a very attentive woman. She could sense chakra energies around her, and her brother was undoubtedly something she worried about a lot. She had likely felt Minato approaching Nawaki before they disappeared, and he returned alone. He's at Might Dewey's house. I took him there to learn taijutsu together. If that's not a problem, the boy might change his fighting style, it could help him with his treatment, he said, while she raised an eyebrow and finally nodded. I also wanted to talk about the possibility of giving him a new arm, Minato said. What do you mean? Tsuna became serious and looked at him intensely. We can talk later, in private. There are a few things we need to sort out, and I'm sure you'll be interested, but I'd like you to be sober, he said. Tisk, Tsunade just clicked her tongue. Can you tell me where the Uzumaki are? In the end, he simply asked, changing the subject. The house in front, she replied, not that Minato couldn't have figured that out himself, but it seemed more polite, and she was already starting to enter the house. Minato stepped away as she closed the door, but before shutting it completely, she looked at him one last time. "Thank you," she murmured. Minato looked back, surprised, as she closed the door without saying anything else. He simply proceeded to the house in front, where he would have a conversation with the Uzumaki clan members. After all, there were some rather concerning matters that needed to be discussed with them. Chapter 217, The future of the Uzumaki clan may be in danger. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 41. "What can I do for you?" asked the Uzumaki elder. Minato had been brought to the elder by his companions, who claimed that the boy wanted to say something, and the men had accepted his visit with curiosity. "Thank you for receiving me. I wanted to talk about my concern regarding Yuzugakure," Minato said. "Yes, what is it about?" the elder asked, raising an eyebrow. "About the security of your country," he said. "What do you mean by that?" the elder insisted, narrowing his eyes now. "I believe that the Uzumaki clan will suffer an attack to be destroyed in the future," Minato said with a serious tone. "Where is this coming from?" The elder's voice was harsh as his red hair seemed to darken along with his face upon hearing those words, and a certain anger was directed at Minato. It was strange to see a boy speak so directly about a threat to the Uzumaki clan. To the elder, it seemed at the very least disrespectful. After all, everything was fine. The war had been won, and a non-aggression pact was being established. Soon, the war would officially end. I won't give you many details. But my theory is that the four great nations, except for Konoha, might unite in a coalition to attack you together and destroy you, Minato said, without beating around the bush. That's absurd. Konoha would never let that happen. We have the Leaf on our side. As we saw in the last war, we emerged victorious, fighting against all the great villages, the elder stated in a neutral tone, though clearly dissatisfied with Minato's words. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's still that possibility, Minato remained neutral. I know what I'm saying is harsh, and perhaps you want to curse me for it. But I'm not here to accuse anyone. I'm here to talk about possibilities, Minato concluded, with a firm and serious tone. The elder, who seemed ready to rebuke him, fell silent. Minato's words surprised him and made him reflect. Then, he continued. This path could also be taken by Konoha, even though you are allies. He spoke calmly, but at the same time seriously, without being intimidated by the man's gaze. I'm just trying to look toward the future of the ninja world, and I believe this is possible. After all, the war had a ceasefire, and now the leaders of the 5 great nations will be negotiating the peace terms and the end of the war. Minato spoke again, pausing. And if I'm right, this pressure could lead to a reduction in Konoha's power. Currently, Konoha is very powerful, capable of even facing all 5 great nations at the same time. Surely, the other villages feel threatened and will continue the war unless there is a reduction in this power, he continued. The elder listened in silence as Minato laid out his vision. Whether by destroying our own forces, like handing over a war hero such as myself, Tsukumo, or the Hokage's students, or by weakening our allies, like a force directly targeting Yuzugakure, which, not being part of the Land of Fire, is seen as an easy target. Destroying you would be the perfect excuse to weaken a great ally of the Leaf, and thus balance the power among the nations. You would be a target, and Konoha would not be able to do anything to help you under the condition of maintaining peace with the other nations after that. Minato explained, knowing that it would not take long for a third war to break out. Minato had always thought that this philosophy of balance among the villages was foolish if not carefully considered. After all, this idea dated back to the first Hokage when he distributed the tailed beasts to all the villages. At the time, he thought he was right, but it was that very action that would cause even greater wars in the future. Far beyond the destruction caused by the Warring States period, the villages continued with their individual plans and were never truly united, and thinking he had achieved that was an illusion, one that Madara Uchiha himself had concluded, while Hashirama deluded himself with the idea of peace. Minato then looked directly at the elder. That is why the possibility of Yuzugakure being destroyed is still very high. He now had the chance to talk about it for the first time. And why are you telling me all this? Are you trying to make me doubt Konoha? The Uzumaki elder asked, with a serious and suspicious tone. Several Uzumaki ninjas died in this war. We fought side by side, and we have had the village as our ally since the beginning. After all, our relationship dates back to the first Hokage, who founded the village. And you, who are engaged to the girl who is the vessel of the Kyubi and an Uzumaki, like the first Hokage. That is a little strange, don't you think? He continued, staring intently at Minato. You're right. But I am not here because I am your enemy or because I want to destroy your relationship with the village. In the end, I don't know what can truly happen. No one can predict the future. I just want you to be prepared, Minato said as he took something from his pouch and placed a kunai on the table. If this happens, I want you to infuse chakra into this kunai. I will be able to use it to teleport to your village. If I have enough chakra, I can move to the other side of the country and still be fine. Now, if you need Konoha's help and they refuse, I want you to place chakra in it anyway. Even if Konoha refuses to send reinforcements and all the ninjas are unable to help you, I will be here to assist you, he stated. The elder was surprised. He looked at the kunai for a moment before facing the boy again. Let's say Konoha actually does that, and we are in danger. Do you intend to help us even if that brands you as a traitor? A ninja cannot disobey his superiors. He must place his mission above all else. You are an influential figure. If you appear to help us in this supposed war in Yuzakakure, surely all eyes will fall on Konoha, and you might drag the entire village into a war. They will not hesitate to label you a traitor who acted alone to protect us and caused another war, he questioned, now more skeptical of the boy's determination after everything he had said. Yes. I said that. Even if I become a traitor. Even if I am hunted by my own village and by my own comrades. I still intend to help you, Minato affirmed, with determination. He knew that this could be the greatest challenge he had ever faced in his life. But he also knew that he would not cower if the critical moment arrived. He would act before the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, if necessary. Why? Why would you simply abandon your life in the village when you are a hero to everyone here, the elder asked, intrigued. Because letting more people die and weakening powerful ninjas in this era is a mistake, Minato said firmly. You speak as if we are about to face a giant catastrophe, the elder commented, now with a tone of interest, replacing his initial anger. There is something acting from the shadows in this world. And I saw some of them during this war, Minato said, revealing something for the first time to someone. What do you mean? The elder narrowed his eyes, attentive. I can't talk about it now. But someone who should have been dead a long time ago is still alive. He is acting from the shadows. I don't know if he is behind this possible attack, but I know that he is eliminating the strongest people and the most powerful clans in this world. That way, it will be easier to dominate the ninja world in the future, Minato revealed, with seriousness. He took a deep breath before concluding. I would like you not to tell anyone. Yet, Minato requested. The elder nodded his head, certainly surprised by everything he had heard. In the end, Minato left the house where the Uzumaki were staying to return to his companions. Is something wrong, Musama? A young Uzumaki asked the elder, Mu Uzumaki, who had come along with them to the village as one of the diplomats there to receive commendations for their actions in the war. The elder, head of the diplomatic mission, was thoughtful in his room after Minato had left him. Nothing you need to worry about, Burton. I am just thinking, he said as he continued looking at the kunai on the table, trying to decipher Minato's words. Minato and the girls ended up staying until nightfall at the Senju clan. There, they met Nawaki, who had arrived completely worn out after his intense training on the first day alongside Due. He had asked to start the exercises, but Nawaki was not at all used to that kind of training and had struggled quite a bit. I see you're taking this seriously, Uncle Nawaki, Minato commented, laughing as he watched Nawaki groaning in pain from the impacts of Minato's playful slaps on his back. I'm not okay. Nawaki grumbled, feeling the pain in his back, while Minato kept laughing and hitting him continuously. Stop that, he pleaded, but Minato was getting back at him for their younger days. Nawaki used to act like that when Minato was with Tsuna, constantly teasing them during their time at the academy. After that, Minato returned with Makoto to his apartment. The next day, Minato heard a knock on his door. An Umbu messenger handed him a scroll, which stated that he would have another week off. After that, he would need to present his decision on how he intended to proceed with his ninja career from that point onward. Soon after, Kushina and Tsunade arrived together at his house, bringing a dinner they had prepared earlier that morning. While they were eating, there was another knock at the door. Minato already sensed who it was before even opening it. When he did, he saw Hanabi, who appeared a bit embarrassed to see all the other girls there, as she had distanced herself from them in recent days. Come on, join us, Minato said. Hanabi was easily welcomed by everyone, who teased her a little but held no grudge for her having drifted away. So, what are we doing today? Tsuna asked, excited. They didn't really have any plans. Minato seemed thoughtful, looking outside, between the trees, and even through the walls, paying attention to the Umbu who remained nearby for the exclusive protection of Kushina Uzumaki. Maybe we can start researching that, Minato said. Everyone nodded, except for Hanabi, who looked confused. His gaze fell upon Kushina. Did you bring what I asked for? He asked. Of course I did, Datebane, the redhead replied, confident. Great. I know this could cause some problems if we decide to put it into practice here, but we can't let the Umbu see our research. That's why I intend to go somewhere isolated, Minato explained. You mean the south of the country again? Tsunade asked. Minato nodded. Yes, I think that would be the ideal place, he confirmed. Everyone agreed with the plan. After they finished breakfast, Minato asked everyone to gather and touch him. Then, he teleported with the 4 girls. The scenery changed, and they were on the beach where Minato often went. How much time do we have? Mikoto asked immediately. After all, Minato had said they would have some time before the village noticed they were gone. I'd say until noon. The ninjas guarding Kushina will start looking for her, and if we don't show up in a few hours, they will surely alert the Hokage. When they realize her chakra is no longer in the village, they will move quickly, Minato replied, while everyone nodded. Now, I want us to start researching. We have 3 Fuinjutsu masters here. I'm sure we can figure something out with some effort, even if it's a seal that's been used for centuries and is considered unbreakable, he said firmly. Kushina and Tsunade nodded. Kushina took out the scroll Minato had asked her to bring, while Minato placed another scroll in front of them. Hanabi was still confused by everything, but her eyes widened in shock when Minato opened the scroll, revealing a seal identical to the one on her forehead. But how? This? She stammered, incredulous. You saw it right. We're going to try to break your seal. So, just relax and enjoy the day. We'll help you, he said, with a slight smile. Minato, Tsunade, and Kushina began working together. He knew he would leave most of this work to them later, but he wanted to help at the start. Hanabi remained there, stunned, wondering how Minato had obtained that scroll and what exactly he intended to do. It was, undoubtedly, madness. The Hyuga clan would see him as their worst enemy in all of history if they found out. But Minato didn't care. Chapter 218, Defying the Forehead Seal. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. Minato stayed with Hanabi, Kushina, Tsuna, and Mikoto at the beach until the time limit, just before the village's ninjas alerted the Hokage about the disappearance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, they continued studying the Hyuga symbol. A week had passed since that event, and Minato kept training with his companions, maintaining Mikoto and Hanabi as his team members while Kushina and Tsuna continued learning more about the Hyuga secret. On this day, Minato went to the Hokage's office to give his response to the proposal the village leader had made to him. So, have you decided? The Hokage asked, looking at Minato, who stood before him with Mikoto and Hanabi on either side, both wearing headbands and jonin uniforms. Yes, we will join the Umbu squad. Minato gave his answer, deciding to enter Konoha's special forces. Great. The Hokage was certainly pleased with this. After all, having Minato closer would allow him to better understand the village's prodigy. It will be great to have you as capable ninjas in the special forces squads. You can start tomorrow. Here are some instructions on what you'll need, along with the meeting location where you'll report to the ninja responsible for you. The Hokage paused as he handed over 3 scrolls before continuing. Anyway, welcome to the Umbu squads. Some of your companions, with whom Minato has already worked, will be in your team as well, allowing you to adapt easily to the new mission dynamics, something you already did with the team you served with during the war. He spoke, and Minato nodded, knowing that, without a doubt, they would be the members of the Phantom Squad. He just wasn't sure exactly who would be there, since all of them had worked in Umbu squads and survived the war. Some had even been members before that team was formed. With that, Minato and the others were about to leave when the Hokage stopped him. Minato, if you can stay a little longer, I'd like to speak with you alone, just for a few seconds, the Hokage requested as the 2 girls exited. Minato simply nodded at them to wait outside. The Hokage remained silent for a moment before speaking again, watching Minato closely. You certainly are quite enigmatic, he commented. Minato wasn't sure what exactly he meant, but the Hokage continued. You are an influential ninja in the village and very powerful. Everyone acknowledges your strength. But I must say, what surprises me the most is how you managed to take an Uchiha away from her clan. He made it clear that he knew about Minato and Mikoto. It wasn't a choice the clan accepted easily, but in the end, it seems they won't be bothered by it, Minato commented. I saw that you went to the Uchiha clan a week ago. So, I assume you resolved that matter, the Hokage noted. Yes. Minato responded, his tone not particularly friendly, already understanding where the Hokage was heading with this. I also received a request from the Hyuga clan to remove Hanabi from your team. She is a leaf ninja, but she is also a member of the branch family, and the clan has a certain level of influence in coordinating its own ninjas, even their movements. The Hokage paused. But you didn't accept, Minato stated, looking directly at the Hokage. After all, if that were the case, Hanabi wouldn't even be here. No, I didn't accept, he admitted and continued. I told them I would think about it, but I must say, I was surprised in the end, seeing the girl here, with you, presenting herself to join the Umbu. The Hokage observed Minato with a suspicious look. He realized that the Hokage was noticing his growing influence in the village, even more so because he was connected to women from powerful clans. Minato wasn't too surprised by the Hokage's reaction, but he also knew that the man wasn't pleased with it. After all, he could see Minato forming a unique network of allies, something like a Senjuichi Uzumaki Hyuga connection, and that was certainly giving the elders a headache. Hanabi is my comrade. I hope to continue working with her, even if her clan is dissatisfied with it, Minato finally said, as the Hokage nodded in silence. All right, I'll do what I can to help you with that. After all, it's not every generation that we have a ninja like her. She strays a bit from the clan's norms, especially by becoming so strong at such a young age. The Hokage paused before continuing. Her long-range jutsus are certainly very advantageous when combined with her eyes. Unfortunately, the clan doesn't seem to see that. But, in any case, I'll try to help you. In the end, Minato simply nodded without any further reaction. Then, he left the Hokage's building and met up with his 3 companions before heading back to his apartment. They talked about what they needed to join the Umbu, and Mikoto realized she had nothing since she had left her clan. She needed to buy some extra supplies and took advantage of a discount at the Senju stores, something exclusive to Minato, a privilege he had received since Mito's time. Once they had finished taking care of everything, they agreed to meet the next day at the designated location, where they would receive their Umbu uniforms, be introduced to their squad, and be assigned their code names. Hanabi returned home, where her grandfather watched as she entered. She greeted him. Hello, Grandpa. However, her expression quickly hardened when she saw the dark look in his eyes. Hanabi, what have you done? He murmured, unable to believe that his granddaughter had truly taken this path. He knew the dangers this would bring her. The clan elders would not be pleased with this decision at all. In fact, they had already come to see him, informing him that Hanabi had enlisted to join the Umbu squad. This would undoubtedly bring trouble for her. But this time, Hanabi stood firm. This is my path, Grandpa. I've decided that I will continue being a ninja of Team 7, she declared with conviction. Hanabi, you don't know what you're saying, he tried to insist. She shook her head. It doesn't matter anymore, Grandpa. I am now an Umbu of the Leaf Village. Even if the clan disagrees, I have already made my decision. She spoke without hesitation. Before, he had always seen her hesitant, uncertain, or even terrified under the pressure of the clan's main family. But this past week, she had changed, spending every day with her friends. Now, there was confidence in her voice. Tsuna and Kushina were trying to destroy the seal on her forehead, and that gave her a certain hope. Maybe, one day, she could truly leave the clan and live as she wanted, just as Minato had said she would. He had promised to protect her, even to appear when she needed him. Her grandfather was left speechless as she simply shrugged and walked to her room. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan elders were discussing this very decision at that moment. After receiving the list of ninjas assigned to the Umbu squads, they had gathered. It was standard procedure for the Hokage to send information about all members to the clan leaders, and the presence of Hanabi's name on that list had caused a major uproar. This is outrageous. She actually joined the Umbu squad after everything, one of the elders murmured, his eyes immediately standing out among the bulging veins that appeared due to his fury. That old man, another one grumbled, referring to Hanabi's grandfather. He said his granddaughter would obey and would not violate the clan's rules. The will of the elders must be sovereign. Since when has a branch family member had such audacity? Other council members murmured in agreement while one of the elders slammed his fist against the floor, outraged. We cannot let this happen. The rest of the clan knows that Hanabi, that girl, is violating all of our conduct norms. We cannot allow the branch family to see someone disobeying our rules, a third elder spoke with indignation. Hayashi was in the meeting, listening in silence as the elders argued. Though he was being trained to become the next head of the clan, he did not voice any opinion on the matter. Enough of this. We will summon her immediately and punish her, the patriarch decreed. Everyone agreed, and a messenger was sent to the branch family's house. He found Hanabi's grandfather at the gate. The old man frowned, already knowing what this meant. Deep down, he had been expecting this moment. Please, don't do this to her, he pleaded. Clan orders, old man. Now step aside. I will summon Hanabi immediately to speak with the elders, the messenger responded harshly. Hanabi's grandfather could do nothing. He simply lowered his head, letting a tear fall. He was already fearing the worst for his granddaughter, and being unable to protect her was torture. Hanabi stepped out as soon as she heard the summons. She walked calmly toward the messenger, who watched her with disdain. How dare this girl defy the main family of the clan? She made her way to the main area, where a large hall awaited her arrival. Several elders were seated, their severe gazes fixed on her. Hanabi remained silent as she reached the center of the hall. In front of her stood the clan patriarch, a middle-aged man who observed her with a stern expression. So, you are Hanabi Hyuga, he asked. It was the first time he had ever seen her. After all, he had never been interested in the branch family members. Hanabi simply nodded, saying nothing. You know we spoke with your grandfather, don't you? We requested that he instruct you to leave your current team. And yet, you joined the Umbu squad on your own accord. He continued, his dark gaze piercing through the young girl. You do realize we will not accept this, correct? I know you won't, Hanabi replied, lifting her chin, trying to appear strong, though she was slightly nervous. And yet, you still insist on defying us, one of the elders murmured, bewildered. She is already challenging us, another growled in irritation. Hanabi kept her gaze fixed on the patriarch, not looking away. So, you truly dare to challenge the clan, he asked, his voice heavy with authority. I will forge my own destiny from now on. I will not let the clan manipulate who I will become, she declared firmly. For the first time in her life. At that moment, the hall fell into complete silence. All the elders were stunned by her boldness. So be it, then, the patriarch spoke. The next moment, he formed a hand seal. Hanabi suddenly felt dizzy. The seal on her forehead began to burn intensely. A searing pain took over her head, making her instinctively reach for her forehead. She almost fell to her knees but forced herself to remain standing. Even with the excruciating pain, she looked directly at the patriarch, refusing to avert her gaze. I will not let you manipulate my destiny. I will own myself, and I will not allow the main family to control me. Hanabi growled, her voice filled with fury. All the elders were initially shocked by her resistance. They had not expected the girl to be so defiant as to ignore the pain of the seal. But that was only the first stage of activation. After all, there were far worse tortures reserved for those who rebelled. Without hesitation, the patriarch clasped his hands together and swiftly launched the second activation of the seal. Hanabi screamed at that moment as the pain surged through her. Her head tilted back, her eyes wide in shock from the unbearable agony. But then, time seemed to stop. She remained paralyzed, screaming in agony, while all the elders watched with satisfaction in their motionless states. Then something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. Using Hanabi's own seal as a teleportation point, someone materialized at an absurd speed, advancing at the speed of light. Before the patriarch could even react, before he could even see it coming, a precise kick struck his face with brutal force. The impact sent him flying backward violently, crashing onto the floor, completely disoriented. The same person who had delivered the blow disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had only appeared long enough to stomp on the patriarch with a speed and precision that no one else could even perceive. The patriarch had no time to recover from the first attack. Everyone present was stunned. The elders, who had been watching the punishment of the rebellious young girl with pleasure, were now in shock. Time seemed to slow down as the patriarch fell backward, his face contorted and crushed. Then, in the next instant, time accelerated with force. The next moment, the patriarch was hurled against the wall with devastating power. The impact triggered a series of explosions, collapsing part of the surrounding structure. The Hyuga who were in the area were left speechless. The walls cracked, and at least 5 houses nearby were destroyed by the sheer force of the impact. When the dust settled, everyone could see the patriarch lying among the rubble. His face was covered in blood, his nose broken, his eyes half open, unconscious. Silence took over the room. The elders froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hanabi collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily, still feeling the effects of the seal's activation. But she didn't understand. What was that? Since when does this girl have such an ability? One of the elders exclaimed, bewildered, thinking Hanabi had done something. She must have done something. Quickly, punish her, another one bellowed furiously. He brought his hands together to activate the cursed seal once more. But the moment he started executing the technique, another foot appeared out of nowhere and struck him brutally. The impact was so powerful that the elder's face was deformed instantly from the kick. Without even having a chance to react, he was sent flying with a devastating force. His body crashed through 5 more houses before landing, completely unconscious. Horror took over the faces of the elders. The authoritative presence they had intended to maintain while punishing Hanabi was now replaced by pure terror. 2 important members were on the ground, gravely injured, after attempting to use the cursed seal against the girl. The Hyuga who were watching the scene furrowed their brows, confused, trying to make sense of what was happening. Hanabi was still there, struggling to recover from the brutal activation the patriarch had forced upon her. But, surprisingly, the pain lasted only a second before vanishing, allowing her to finally breathe again. Chapter 219, Chapter 219, Umbu Team. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 41. The gazes of those present shifted back and forth, confused. None of them, except for those who had tried something, had been struck, yet they saw the bodies of the elders and the patriarch lying on the ground in various places, not understanding exactly what had happened. However, one thing was clear, it all started the moment they activated the seal on Hanabi's forehead. The girl had finally recovered, but she still had a weary look, unaware of the horrified eyes of the other elders upon her. She's doing something, one of them concluded. She changed something in her seal, others thought, since no one could see exactly what was happening. They only saw the elders being struck down one by one. Hayashi had been there the entire time, just as surprised as the others. He had handed the scroll to Minato a week ago, and Hanabi had met with him the entire week. He thought that perhaps Minato had done something, but he didn't know how. Suddenly, several Hyuga clan ninjas began to enter the hall, many of them from the main family. What is happening here? They immediately sought answers as they found several fallen elders and the patriarch himself. That girl. Somehow, she altered her seal to attack anyone who activates it, one of the elders responded, still panting. Since the seal on her forehead no longer works properly, I want her captured immediately. He had reached this conclusion. The clan's ninjas, following the order without hesitation, quickly advanced toward Hanabi. She, in turn, only watched in surprise. However, before they could even touch her, they were all brutally repelled without warning. The ninjas' bodies were thrown far away, breaking through the hall's walls. The sound of debris and groans echoed through the place as more houses collapsed around them. Once again, silence settled among the elders. Even without activating the seal, the elders murmured. Hanabi looked around, surprised at what had happened. She hadn't moved, nor had she done anything to attack. Like the others, she also didn't understand what was happening. No one can touch her. That was the conclusion the elders ultimately reached, looking at the young girl with a mixture of fear and caution. As the wounded were treated, the entire clan was already gathering around the hall, both members of the main family and the branch family. Everyone wanted to understand what was happening. Hanabi. At that moment, Hanabi's grandfather entered the hall. His gaze swept over the fallen bodies on the ground before settling on his granddaughter. He approached her, concerned. Are you okay? He asked, his voice filled with apprehension. Hanabi only nodded. Even so, she noticed that everyone around her continued to observe her cautiously, not daring to come too close. Tylee, tell me. What did your granddaughter do? One of the elders asked, his voice overflowing with anger as he glared at Hanabi's grandfather. I don't know what you're talking about, Baki-sama, he responded cautiously. Don't give me that. Your granddaughter is doing something, the elder retorted furiously. Before he could say anything else, he quickly brought his hands together and activated the caged bird seal on the old man's forehead. Instantly, Hanabi's grandfather screamed in pain, collapsing to his knees on the floor. Grandfather! Hanabi shouted, running toward him. But before her grandfather could continue suffering, it happened again. No one saw the person approaching. They appeared out of nowhere and, with a single kick, struck the elder who had activated the seal. The brutal impact instantly shattered his nose, jaw, and teeth before he was sent flying, destroying another part of the hall. Just like before, the attacker disappeared before anyone could even see them. The remaining elders were paralyzed. They didn't know what to do. Half of those who decided the clan's future were now fallen, injured in a terrifying manner. Grandfather, are you okay? Hanabi ignored the commotion around her and focused only on her grandfather, who was breathing heavily. She knew he was no longer at a good age. Suffering an attack like that could be fatal for him. Even though he had asked her to stay away from her friends, he was the only relative she had left. Besides, Hanabi knew that, deep down, he had always wanted the best for her, even if reality was harsh. You too. Hanabi looked at the person who had caught her attention. Go home. There's nothing here for you anymore. The one who spoke was Hayashi, his expression serious. Hanabi felt her grandfather leaning on her shoulder and began to leave, while the elders and other ninjas watched cautiously, giving space without anyone doing anything to stop her. You let her leave just like that, after everything? One of the elders asked, incredulous. What were we supposed to do? Something is happening here, and it has to do with Hanabi. Do you want to see more people from our clan being thrown away? Hayashi retorted. The elder who had questioned him simply nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. In the end, Hanabi took her grandfather home, and no one else bothered them. However, she didn't sleep that night, expecting an attack from the clan at any moment. But, surprisingly, no one approached, although a few Byakugan eyes had kept watch on her. After what had happened, everyone was focused on treating the wounded. At Konoha's hospital, the doctors were shocked when they started receiving several members of the Hyuga clan with severely bruised faces and some broken bones. Nothing like this had ever happened before in the clan's history. In the end, the elders had no choice but to give up on their actions, at least for now. Some clan members looked at the commotion surrounding Hanabi with admiration and even surprise. Others, however, glared at her with anger. Even though she was from the branch family, she had somehow insulted the elders by disobeying their orders, something unthinkable for them. The next day, Hanabi felt afraid to leave her grandfather alone in the clan after everything that had happened. Go. Hanabi looked at the old man, who stared at her with a calm expression. I don't know what happened yesterday, but you made your choice. Somehow, you managed to protect yourself from the elders. So don't worry about an old man like me. Go and follow your heart. In the end, he smiled slightly, trying to reassure her. Hanabi was still a bit unsettled at the thought of leaving him alone, but she nodded. She swore to herself that if anything happened to her grandfather while she was away, she would make those responsible pay. Leaving the clan, she quickly headed to the meeting place, where she found Mikoto and Minato waiting for her. Mikoto had a sharp gaze, while Minato looked satisfied to see her. How are you? He asked. I'm fine, she replied, trying to avoid talking about what had happened in the clan, though she didn't know that the two of them already had an idea. That's good. Now we just have to wait for our contact, if he's willing to come out of hiding, Minato said. They didn't have to wait long. Just 20 seconds later, someone landed in front of them. Always alert, Minato, said the large Umbu ninja, large because he was fat, removing his mask and looking at Minato with a smile. You think you can fool me, Echo? Minato replied, giving a sharp look to Fury Akimichi, whose codename was Echo. Of course not. But I've learned a few things since you left our squad in the war. I wanted to test you, but I can see it's still hard to deceive you, the ninja replied with a satisfied smile. Anyway, let's get going. We need to find the others. I'm sure they'll be pleased to see you. After all, at this rate, the Umbu squad is practically made up of almost all of us from the war team. He paused before continuing. Of course, except for those who died. They will always be in our memories. Minato nodded, feeling a dark weight settle over him as he remembered his fallen comrades. He took a deep breath in the end, trying to shake off the feeling. Let's go, Echo urged, moving forward. Hanabi and Mikoto quickly followed him. Shortly after, they arrived at a small house in the middle of the forest, in a more restricted area, different from the conventional training fields. There was a man standing in front of the house. Minato recognized him immediately. It was the leader of the Umbu squad during the war, Alpha. You finally arrived, he said. Now, come in. He gestured for them to follow him. Minato, Mikoto, and Hanabi stepped inside the house, where they found a group of ninjas already gathered, all standing. The place had only a few furnishings, seemingly used solely for meetings. Everyone was wearing uniforms and masks. So, these are our new comrades, a woman whom Minato didn't recognize asked, observing them closely. Well, looks like we have someone interesting here, another ninja commented with a smile. The hero of the Leaf Village. We meet again, brat, said a member of the former Phantom Squad, Blade, crossing her arms. Looks like we got our big guy back, Mirage commented with a grin, patting Minato on the back. Now they won't be able to call him our mascot anymore. Soon enough, he'll be a full-grown adult. Cut it out. You have no idea how much you're annoying him, Echo said, disapproving of Mirage's actions. I'm just greeting him, you fat ass. The kid adores me, the woman joked, but it was clear that Minato did not appreciate it. Mikoto, on the other hand, was glaring at the woman, almost activating her Sharingan, annoyed by her lack of awareness. Minato moved past Mirage and also recognized Zelda, Blade, and Falcon, while the others had either already greeted him or were dead. Vortex, another surviving member, was not present. He was a Hyuga, and Minato didn't know why he wasn't in the squad. Hello, everyone. To those I know and those I have yet to meet, Minato greeted, looking at all of them. Sensei. Minato gave a special greeting to Falcon, his academy teacher. It's good to have you here, kid. I see that even those children I taught for just a year in the academy have grown strong. Welcome, he said at last. All right, enough chatting. Let's go over the rules, Alpha interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. This will be a bit different from how we operated in the war. After all, we were a tactical force and infiltration team. Working in the Umbu is different. He looked at the group and continued. We will be a special force for both the security of the village and the Hokage, as well as for assault missions. When the village is in danger, we will be the arms that protect it. That's why I want everyone to pay attention to their roles in our missions. The group assembled, joining the rest as Alpha began explaining more about the Special Forces structure. They were no longer the Phantom Squad, but they still had to follow Umbu protocols. With that, Alpha assigned codenames to the new members. Minato would keep his codename, Lumen. Hanabi received the codename Wind. Mikoto received the codename Valkyrie. Alright, let's take our positions within the village, Alpha ordered. Minato and the others had already put on their uniforms, cloaks, and masks, just like the rest of the squad. Everyone was ready to move out. Thus, the group of 24 Umbu ninjas advanced toward the village. Most of them were people Minato had never met before. They left, ready to begin their duties. On the way, the newcomers received more instructions about the squad and the missions they would soon undertake, while Alpha took charge of explaining the remaining details to Lumen, Wind, and Valkyrie. Raccoon here. Finally, it was time for a time skip of a few months. Chapter 220, 6 months later. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 42. You are already here. The feminine voice came from behind as Minato gave a small smile. He saw Kushina approaching him as she stopped by his side with a bouquet of flowers. Both of them stood still, looking at the grave in front of them, which belonged to none other than Mito Senju. Today marked the anniversary of Mito's death, which had occurred a few years ago. I wanted to see her a little more. Minato turned his attention back to the grave. It wasn't in a public area but within the Senju property, like all the deceased members of the clan. Despite being a private area, Minato was free to enter. She is missed, isn't she? Kushina murmured as she approached the grave, starting to place fresh flowers while removing the old ones. She had been maintaining the graves frequently, something she had gotten used to over the years, especially when she was alone during the war. Of course. Minato replied. Mito had been part of his childhood in the village. Even though he had focused solely on training during his early years, she had certainly helped him ever since he first met her when Suna invited him over for dinner with her family. She had a unique sense of humor and enjoyed teasing everyone. Minato had never openly shown it, but he loved her like the grandmother he never had. Someone he had hoped to see again after the war, waiting for him and the others. But that wasn't possible, as she had passed away during the war. Only the Senju clan had been able to spend her final days with her. She always talked about you in her last months. Kushina noticed Minato's quick words, something that happened when he was deep in thought, making him look at her in surprise. She always asked for the village to be taken care of, for everyone to be protected, and... Kushina seemed too embarrassed at the last part to continue. Minato smiled. She had always seen him as the future of the village, someone who would one day take the place her husband once occupied when he founded it. She had imagined him wearing the Hokage's hat. Minato, from the moment he first met her, had the impression that she saw him as Hokage. It was strange, but he simply missed her. He was sure she would have dismantled Hanabi's seal completely within a few months. It's a shame she's not here, but she's certainly in a better place. Minato commented at the end, while beside her grave was that of the first Hokage. They were probably together again in death. Yes. Kushina moved closer to him and stood by his side for a while, just contemplating the grave in silence as she leaned her shoulder against him. They remained like that for a moment until Minato sighed. I should go now. He spoke, after all, he had his shift as the Hokage's bodyguard. All right, just make sure to show up for dinner. I'll prepare something for you. Kushina said as Minato nodded. Yes, I'll come here tonight. He said as Kushina approached and gave him a kiss. Minato put on his mask and disappeared after that. 6 months had passed since the Hyuga clan's turmoil and his companions' entry into an Umbu squad. Several things had happened during this time. The Hyuga clan had even tried to do something to Hanabi again, but once more, a group of elders ended up back in the hospital, making them fear the girl without knowing exactly what had happened. After all, with the ability to activate the seal on her forehead at close range, they were always met with a counterattack. Minato had altered something in the seal with his knowledge, he couldn't destroy it yet, as neither he, Kushina, nor Tsuna had found the key to it. However, he had linked the seal with his Raijin. When someone tried to activate it to harm Hanabi, he would immediately know and teleport to her, acting before anyone could react. After all, he used his light speed abilities to kick and punch anyone who attempted anything. He was truly fast, so much so that many reported seeing a flash of light when it happened. But in reality, no one there could actually see the speed of light. Even those who tried to examine the seal on her forehead couldn't, as Minato didn't allow it. Not even Hanabi knew exactly how it worked. He simply beat up anyone who tried. After that, Hanabi was no longer bothered. As for Mikoto, no one else from the Uchiha clan bothered them. Although they looked at Minato and Mikoto with cold eyes, no one dared to say anything to either of them. The Uchiha clan was now focused on training its new heir. Fugaku was undergoing intense training, according to what the village was saying, but as long as they didn't interfere in Minato's life or his fiancée's, he didn't care. Besides Minato, Hanabi, and Mikoto being in the Umbu squad, Tsuna was working at the village hospital, putting into practice everything she had learned from the war and from her mother. After all, Tsunade was off duty, spending her time drinking and even gambling. But unlike her older sister, Nawaki seemed much better than he had 6 months ago. After undergoing intense training with Might Dewey, he had even started wearing a green outfit for training, developing his taijutsu more than ever, surprising Might Dewey with his senju genetics. Kushina was further specializing in fuinjutsu and, with Minato's encouragement, developing her adamantine chains even more. The seal on her stomach was still very powerful since it had only been created a few years ago, but Minato felt that it was beginning to weaken. Kurama, who was not yet a problem for Kushina, could become one at any moment. That's why he wanted her to be strong enough to handle the tailed beast by herself. Minato hoped to have an honest conversation with Kurama without actually having to fight. After all, he recognized that, thanks to Madara and, in a way, Hashirama, her freedom had been stolen. Minato understood that any creature would feel immense hatred in such a situation. Jiraiya-sensei still hadn't returned to the village, even after almost 3 years. Soon, that time would be complete. Minato knew he would be back soon. All of Minato's other acquaintances were living their usual lives without much change. But the 16-year-old blonde always visited them, maintaining a steady routine whenever he wasn't on Umbu duty. Working in Umbu was truly a different type of mission compared to the traditional ones. Not that Minato could talk much about it, he had only ever done a single S-rank mission in the normal ranking system. Of course, this didn't count war missions, since he had remained in the village, though that mission was still connected to the war. Compared to the missions that Konoha's regular teams usually did, Umbu had one singular purpose: protecting the village. Whether by dealing with traitors, selecting targets with potential threats, protecting the Hokage, or investigating treason and suspected rogue ninjas within the village, their objectives were clear. He and his companions had completed more than 30 different missions in these 6 months. Most of them ended up being B-rank, with many A-rank ones, but no S-rank missions, as there had been no major threats. C-rank or lower missions weren't something Umbu handled, so there were none of those for them. This post-war period was calm, so the missions weren't difficult. However, the war had not officially ended yet. The meeting between the Kages and the feudal lords of the countries had not taken place, but it was scheduled for next week, where the leaders would finally define the terms of the war's conclusion. In short, life was peaceful, and the Umbu salary was very good as well, not that Minato needed the money. Besides, he had received a shop from the Senju clan in the past few months. Tsunade had realized that there were too many properties for the clan to manage alongside Nawaki, and they initially thought of selling some. But in the end, they offered it to Minato as something like a wedding gift and a way for him to ensure a prosperous future for Tsuna, Kushina, and their descendants. Minato couldn't have asked for more, especially since the shops were located in the best area of the village. He produced a lot of things, and Kushina helped him with that, but they also bought items from third parties. Minato was never a great businessman, despite knowing how to make money easily, but he was taking good care of the properties, earning even more money for the construction of his personal estate in a corner of the village. His house had already begun construction. While the workers were building the large area and the surrounding wall, he felt excited about how things were progressing. Soon, he would have a place to live with his future family. He had shocked many people as rumors spread about him having multiple fiancées. Only Hanabi was not included in this, although there were rumors about her too, since she was always with him and the other girls. However, nothing was official, mainly to avoid further problems with the Hyuga clan, at least until he could remove her seal. Returning to the present, Minato appeared in front of the Hokage's building before finally advancing to his shift. He greeted all the hidden Umbu members and took his position in the Hokage's office, concealed on the ceiling, invisible to everyone who entered. There were at least 12 Umbu ninjas with Minato, and none of them spoke. They simply waited for the Hokage's orders or prepared to act at any sign of danger to his life. In the end, they stayed there for hours while the Hokage spent most of his time reading and signing documents, smoking his pipe, while many people came to speak with him. Minato and his comrades listened to various conversations on a wide range of topics. He had to admit he was often surprised by what he heard in recent months, especially by the demands that some ninjas made of the Hokage. At one point, even a Chunin came in, demanding an S-rank jutsu as a reward for his contribution to a war mission, which wasn't even that important. His justification was that learning an S-rank technique would make him stronger and allow him to help the village more. But judging by the amount of chakra in his body, Minato doubted he could even perform an S-rank jutsu. Today, everything seemed ordinary, nothing too exaggerated. The only notable complaint came from a merchant arguing about the village taxes. At one moment, the Hokage paused and decided to summon a specific Umbu member. Lumum. Minato immediately disappeared and reappeared in front of the Hokage, kneeling on the ground, not as a sign of reverence, but simply because that was the Umbu norm. You're dismissed. There is a special mission I've assigned to your team. Your leader should be calling a meeting soon with everyone, so you may go. Minato nodded behind his mask. Understood. With that, Minato vanished, advancing through the village toward the team's secret location before using the Raijin technique to instantly teleport there. Author's note, just a summary of events and a bit of Minato's work as Umbu. I wanted to highlight this role a little since I aim to explore Naruto's world in different ways and take advantage of its depth. Chapter 221, Escorting the Fire Daimyo. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Minato arrived at the hideout of his ANBU squad as he found everyone else already there. You finally arrived. Alpha greeted him as he entered and joined the other members in the middle. He was the only one on duty for the Hokage's security. Well, let's get started. Alpha spoke as everyone listened. In 1 week, there will be a meeting between the villages. We will be sent as escorts, but not for the Hokage. We will be part of the security for the daimyo, he began, with many raising an eyebrow beneath their masks. We will depart in 3 days and will follow in the next days, taking our feudal lord directly to the meeting point, he informed. So here are some of the conditions. I hope everyone is prepared in 3 days. We will have no missions at this time, just patrolling the area around the village, he informed as everyone nodded and left the place. Minato headed outside as his 2 girls approached him. So, we're off tomorrow, train. Wind suggested while Minato nodded. Yes, that might be good, Minato spoke at last, while Lumum and Valkyrie went to Minato's apartment with the Raijin. Wind went to the Hyuga clan. The next day, they met Kushina, while Tsuna was busy at Konoha's hospital. They trained a bit while Tsuna joined them at night with Minato making dinner for them. A few days later the village was in a stir as the Hokage made an announcement that he would leave the village to finally negotiate peace, and was going to meet with the 5 Kages and feudal lords. Then preparations were made as the teams to be sent out of the village, being ANBU squads prepared to protect both the Kage and the feudal lord, were assembled, while teams would be sent to all borders around the country to keep watch over their neighbors, who might expect any action against Konoha. The Hokage would have 2 personal guards, who were chosen without any surprises, Orochimaru and Danzo, to accompany him and listen to the negotiation. Every Kage had the right to bring such advisors. After all, they acted as counselors besides being powerful ninjas. Minato met with his team at the North Gate. While they were preparing to go directly to the capital, his team was the only one escorting the feudal lord, but it would be enough as Alpha waited for them. Well, now that everyone is here, let's head to our goal, Alpha said as he began to move forward while the rest of the team quickly followed. They did not stop and moved at high speed, much faster than a ninja should, since they were elite ninjas and traveled for 10 straight hours, arriving in the capital in the middle of the afternoon as they entered the place unimpeded, reaching the daimyo's castle the next moment, as they informed the guards, being other ninjas from the village who came to protect the feudal lord on missions issued by the village. I will inform him immediately, the new advisor stated, and going to meet the feudal lord in his room resting. The leaf ninjas have just arrived, Daimyo-sama. The men reported as the door opened. Finally. I hope you are not lying, you hear. The daimyo did not fail to say these last words directly to the men. After all, he always had suspicions of him, since the last one who betrayed him to those ninjas from other countries, he could no longer trust anyone. Yes, my lord. There's no reason to lie about this. He murmured, but already accustomed to his lord's accusatory look. Be that as it may, let's see the ninjas from Konoha, he said as he proceeded to the hall of his palace while 24 ninjas with cloaks and masks bowed to the men. We are here to escort you to the Iron Country, Daimyo-sama, Alpha spoke in front of everyone. The portly men in rich clothing nodded as he scrutinized the leader and then all the other 23 who accompanied him, as if he were looking for something specific. This is good. But is the boy here? I demanded that the Hokage send him, otherwise, I wouldn't go to this meeting. He spoke directly to the leader. While everyone present raised an eyebrow beneath their masks, except for a few, Valkyrie and Wind automatically looked at Lumen, knowing that the feudal lord was referring to him. He has been sent, Daimyo-sama. Alpha responded. Great, now where is he? The daimyo still searched for Minato. Alpha looked at him and nodded, as Lumen stood up, removing his mask. After all, he had saved the daimyo and his family during his first mission, an S-rank one, preventing the ninjas from the lands of earth and sand from taking him out of the country near the eastern border. Ah. It's you indeed, I feel safer knowing you are escorting me. He said with a smile spreading across his greasy lips, pleased to have someone competent to protect him and his heir. Thank you for your consideration. Minato was formal. I recognize your skills, boy. Anyway, I hope that bonus money I gave you was well spent. He spoke, while Minato ignored his slightly surprised colleagues, as most of them were unaware that he had rescued the feudal lord of the country. I'm building a house for myself in Konoha. I used your money to buy a large plot of land, and I appreciate it. Minato said, as the daimyo nodded, satisfied with this. Anyway, I will prepare my things to go north. After all, I first needed to see those who would be responsible for my guard, so I am satisfied. He simply spoke, having not even made his preparations to leave while the ninjas could only look on somewhat dazed, but saying nothing. After all, this was the daimyo of fire. While countless pieces of luggage necessary to sustain the luxurious lifestyle the feudal lord was accustomed to were being brought in for numerous people to carry, the ninjas from Konoha frowned as the servants kept bringing more and more luggage. Minato was approached by another person while he had not yet put his mask back on his face. You are Minato Namikaze then. Minato looked to the side and saw a teenager looking at him with interest. And you are the son and heir of the daimyo. Minato murmured, recognizing him even after years. The boy had grown, but was still recognizable. He wore an outfit rich in detail with servants following him all the time to attend to him. Of course, my name is Naruto from the powerful Tatsugawa family, as you must know. And as my father's heir, it's a pleasure to meet the hero of the Leaf Village in person. You certainly raised your name with so many achievements during the war. My father was impressed as well. He spoke, since he had occasionally picked up information about the ninja who saved him, his father, mother, and sister. He always informed his father about this and had a certain admiration for Minato after what he heard. It's a pleasure, and I was just doing my job. Minato spoke. I wouldn't say that, but like my father, I will feel safer with you protecting us. He spoke. Minato nodded, unaware that the daimyo had wanted Minato as his personal bodyguard during the war, but the Hokage denied his request because Minato was much more needed on the battlefield. The daimyo only knew of Minato through his son. After all, he didn't care much for the war as long as he was safe and not in a situation like the kidnapping. As long as that was secured, he only communicated with the village to end the conflict while releasing money for the Hokage to continue supplying the front lines. Will you also be attending the meeting? Minato asked. Yes, I will accompany them. My father wants me to learn my duties for when I take over his place, the boy spoke, and Minato nodded, understanding that. Anyway, I'm going to get ready too. We'll talk more during the journey, he said, leaving with his servants after Minato nodded to him. You're quite popular, huh? Valkyrie approached Minato at that moment. Maybe the boy is just thankful for what I did many years ago, Minato said as he put his mask back on, acting now as Lumen again. I saw some eyes of admiration in him, she teased. Anyway, let's see how things are there. Minato ended the conversation as they headed to the middle of the hall. Daimyo-sama. We can take all this on scrolls. Alpha went to the success of the servants preparing to carry. And even if that happened, they could not wait for the servants to carry it. After all, they would be traveling as ninjas, with the daimyo being carried. Ah, so you can use those magic papers, okay then. Take everything. The portly man seemed satisfied as Alpha and a few other ANBU members began to store the luggage in scrolls. Finally, everything was ready for them to depart the next day. While they met in front of the castle, the delay from the daimyo until he organized things took so long that it darkened, and everyone had to spend the night there, preparing to leave the next day. Let's go then, the daimyo spoke as a man who was hired for this carried a gigantic basket strapped with a harness to his chest, large enough to fit 4 people, but it would be just the daimyo and his son there. As they entered, the men held them with certain ease. We are all ready. Let's depart. Alpha gave the order as Minato and the others followed the men with the giant basket, advancing through the city and passing the northern area of it. Their goal was the Iron Country, the lands of the samurai, a place that remained neutral during the war and was chosen to host the meeting between the Kages. The daimyo delayed them a bit. After all, he wanted to continue his life of luxury and stopped in cities for a luxurious bed and a bath and a sauna. Therefore, it took at least 2 days of travel to reach the Iron Country. The meeting would be well to the south of it. They quickly met the Konoha group with another 4 ANBU squads, with the Hokage and his guards waiting for them. Minato noticed that 2 of those squads were from the route, under Danzo's command. Danzo had tried to recruit Minato a couple of times in the last 6 months, but Minato had refused. He could see how the men stared at him, knowing he was behind that mask, as a threat. Minato had to get rid of him, but the right moment had not yet come. Soon it would happen. After all, he needed to put the village on his side. The Hokage greeted the daimyo and his son personally, as they rarely met, while the daimyo was already complaining about the cold weather of this country. A while later, they continued to the meeting place. Even before arriving, Minato could feel the powerful aura coming from that area, full of strong people gathered there. Not everyone had arrived yet, as there were other auras coming from other places. This was the meeting to decide whether the war would continue, ceasing the non-aggression pact, or officially decree the end of the Second Great Ninja War once and for all. Chapter 222, Land of Iron. Third-person POV. Land of Iron, Year 42. The meeting between the Kages would take place in a large fortress administered by the samurai. As they got closer, the snow began to be seen more and more. The ninjas seemed not to care about the increasingly dropping temperature as they approached the designated location. But daimyo was different and immediately started complaining about the climate change. Hey, it's too cold. Give me more blankets and a cloak to protect me from this damn weather. He began shouting from the window of the basket carried by the hired ninja, who did nothing but transport him using his strength. Meanwhile, Alpha, who was responsible for daimyo's belongings, nodded, opening the scroll and handing over the requested items to him. Minato observed in silence as he saw daimyo's son sigh, looking at him. He knew his father tended to complain a lot, but the boy was calmer and seemed to be enjoying the sight of a country covered in snow, probably something he had never seen before. At least it was clear that the future ruler of the Land of Fire would be someone a little more sensible than his father, who seemed to care only about his own needs and ignored everything around him, despite not being truly evil. Thus, the group, consisting of 5 ANBU squads with a maximum of 20 members each, except for Minato's group, which had 24, along with Demeo and his son, as well as the Hokage with 2 guards, finally arrived at the front of the fortress. An elderly man, standing next to a middle-aged man, was waiting for them, surrounded by several samurai. "Ah, I see you have finally arrived with the Hokage of Konoha. It is an honor to welcome you at last," said the old man. "You must be Takashi Monika, the current leader of the country." "I am Hiruzen Sarutobi," the Hokage said, approaching the middle-aged man. "Yes, Lord Hokage. This is my apprentice, Mifune. We are here to receive you during your visit," he spoke as the Hokage nodded and introduced Danzu and Orochimaru. "Please, Demeo-sama," the man requested as soon as he saw the basket approaching. The carrier stepped forward, kneeling as Demeo emerged, wrapped in layers of clothing, yet still appearing uncomfortable with the cold. His son followed shortly after, maintaining a calmer demeanor. "Welcome to the land of iron, Demeo of fire," the man greeted, bowing his head slightly in a gesture of respect. "All right, just take me somewhere warm," Demeo demanded. "Of course, it will be done," the man replied, requesting that they follow him as he turned back to the Hokage. Only the 2 personal guards and 1 advisor for Demeo will be allowed into the meeting. All other ninjas will remain outside, along with those from the other villages participating, he stated as the escort acknowledged the instruction, returning to their men. "Wait outside," the Hokage ordered, while the 4 squads remained on alert outside the building, ready in case anything happened. As the Hokage and the others entered the fortress, an ANBU ninja approached them. "I am responsible for overseeing all movement," said a ninja who was the leader of all the squads, belonging to one of the Hokage's own units. Alpha and the other leaders nodded in response to his command. Minato watched with interest, realizing that even among ANBU teams, there was a hierarchy. "There are many of them around us." Minato heard Hanabi say beside him. "Yes, it seems that 3 Kages arrived before us," Minato commented, also sensing the presence of more than 300 ninjas around them with his observation haki, able to identify strong presences. After all, each Kage could bring a little over 100 ninjas and 2 personal guards to participate in the meeting. "Let's go." The squad leader commanded, and all 5 squads vanished, choosing a location in a nearby forest to wait for the meeting to conclude, which would likely take days. All those ninjas remained stationed in various spots around the castle, hidden just like them, ready to act in case anything happened. After all, the meeting was unlikely to be that simple. When negotiating matters of war, tensions could flare among powerful ninjas like the Kages. It was likely that the villages together would make demands that the Hokage would not be able to accept. But he couldn't be sure of anything until the meeting was over, a meeting he would not participate in, which was quite expected. At the same time, Minato could easily begin to feel the sense of anger and hatred among those groups of ninjas distant from them, all directed solely at them. When he turned his attention to it, it became obvious that the so-called cycle of hatred would continue consuming all the shinobi of the world, war after war, without end. Even though this war seemed to have brought little benefit to Konoha, the village had solidified itself as a powerhouse due to the threat of power it represented at the beginning. This was clear when the village had defeated the other 4 most powerful villages in the world in a 3-front battle. The nation's goal was to weaken Konoha's strength and seize its resources, but in the end, that did not happen. Meanwhile, the Hokage entered the fortress along with Demeo, his son, and his 2 advisors, following them into a large hall. There, several chairs were arranged around a circular table, with the flags of each country representing the respective participants. Present were the Tsuchikage, the Reikage, and the Kazekage, with the only exception being the Mizukage, who had not yet appeared. "Isn't it the Hokage of Konoha, the one they say is the shinobi god and the most powerful Hokage?" mocked the most powerful ninja of IWA, the Tsuchikage, upon seeing the Hokage. He immediately ridiculed the title of Hokage, as Sarutobi was known as the shinobi god in his village, which the Tsuchikage found to be a complete joke. The Hokage did not respond, remaining silent while his guards displayed different expressions upon hearing this. Orochimaru smiled, seeming to enjoy the remark. Danzu, on the other hand, had an expression of anger at hearing someone mock the Hokage, but the Tsuchikage was indifferent to his displeasure. To him, Danzu was just a child compared to his power. However, the 2 advisors of the Tsuchikage wore expressions of anger upon seeing Danzu glaring at the IWA Kage in such a manner. Seated in another chair, the Reikage had a glint of rage in his eyes as he looked at the Hokage due to their loss in the war, but he said nothing. He bore a bandage across his chest due to the damage inflicted by Minato during their fight when the latter was still a teenager. That injury had left a mark of shame on the battlefield, and he had been out for a long time recovering before returning to fight again. Though he was still recovering from that wound, he would never forget Minato Namikaze and his strange abilities in that forest where they had clashed. His son, standing behind him, still young, had a look full of resentment. He did not hide his hostility toward Konoha and, at the same time, clenched his teeth, clearly showing his anger. Another of the Reikage guards remained silent. The Kazekage also had a glint of anger in his eyes, despite remaining silent, just like his advisors. One of his advisors, Chiyo, had been expecting to see Tsukumo Hatake among the Hokage's counselors, but she was disappointed. She didn't know if she would have been able to bear being in the same room as that man after all he had done, after he had killed her son and daughter-in-law, leaving Sasori an orphan. She harbored hatred for him more than anything, and her eyes showed something similar as she looked at the Konoha ninjas present. Orochimaru had spent most of the war stationed at the southern camp on the western border, causing many problems for the Suna ninjas. And as the Fire Daimyo entered with his son, unlike the other Kages, the eyes in the room began to focus on the other daimyos already present. It was a different gaze from the hatred and anger the ninjas shared among themselves. The three daimyos looked curiously at the Fire Daimyo and his son. They were completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. As long as no one fought there, they didn't care. They seemed more interested in other things. Look at you all, you're all fat, the Fire Daimyo mocked the other three feudal lords from different countries. The three daimyos present were enormous, seated in armchairs near their respective kages, while a single advisor was permitted to stay with each daimyo. Some trusted men had brought their own families, like the Stone Daimyo, an old man who had brought his son, who appeared to be around 30 years old. Just as the Fire Daimyo had brought his young teenage son, the others had brought older men, likely advisors who had worked with them throughout their entire lives. Look who's talking, you're huge too. Anyway, after this is over, let's play some Go. I'm sure it will be interesting, one of the daimyos said. After all, Go was similar to shogi and was the popular game among the ninja world's aristocracy. The nobles often played it in their free time. Whatever. Prepare to lose a lot of money and land, the Fire Daimyo replied, heading to his seat alongside the Hokage. Meanwhile, outside, all the ninjas remained silent, keeping an eye on the castle and also on the other groups belonging to the other kages. It looks like they've finally arrived, Minato murmured softly as a group of ninjas was finally seen approaching. The group from Kiri had finally arrived at the location, over 110 ninjas, with 6 of them carrying their daimyo on a large platform. Minato found it a bit excessive. Takashi, who was responsible for the Land of Iron, left the castle, placing his apprentice in charge of handling the situation and any conflicts inside the Kage meeting room while he personally received the Mizukage from Kiri. After all, before the Hokage's arrival, everything had been calm, but with Konoha's presence, tensions could rise. Every single one of the 3 Kages present had fought against Konoha, and Mifune would have to pacify any conflict before the meeting began. Mizukage. Takashi greeted the men wearing the blue Kage hat, representing the Land of Water, as the Mizukage greeted him in return and ordered his men to step back, leaving only those who would participate in the meeting. It looks like it's about to start, Minato heard Echo mutter beside him. Shouldn't there be an Uzumaki here too? Mikoto suddenly asked, making Minato look at her in surprise. After all, she rarely commented on such topics. Minato nodded, agreeing. Konoha should have brought an Uzumaki at the very least, but that hadn't happened. They had been allies in the war, so it was very strange. Meanwhile, the Mizukage entered the building, accompanied by his men, following Takashi to the meeting room. The men finally stepped into the hall a while later, glancing around, especially at the Konoha representatives, with anger before taking his seat. Well, now we can finally begin the meeting to officially put an end to the Second Shinobi War once and for all, Takashi said, as everyone nodded. The meeting began immediately, with no one complaining about the journey, as no one wanted to spend much more time among their enemies. Unlike the daimyos, who seemed more interested in playing and drinking than actually resolving the matter, all 4 Kages were there to settle the situation once and for all. And so, the meeting began. Chapter 223, Kage Meeting 01. Third-person POV. Land of Iron, Year 42. The meeting had already begun among the Kages in the castle, while the ninja groups from each of the nations stood outside, vigilant, waiting for their leaders to finish. All the groups started setting up camps around the castle, while some of the Kage's advisors would come out once a day to update the groups outside. Everything seemed normal these days, and today, in particular, Minato was gathering some water with Hanabi for the camp when the girl suddenly spoke to him. Minato. He looked at her, raising an eyebrow, silently asking what she meant. It's been 2 days since the meeting started. They haven't stopped since then. I feel like the ninjas are getting a little restless. Should we be worried? Hanabi asked, as she had kept her Byakugan active the entire time while scanning the area along with a few other Hyugas from different squads. She could see that the ninjas were moving more than usual in their positions. Minato shook his head. No, that's not surprising, given how I imagine those old men behave. They're probably trying to gain as many advantages as possible over each other, he murmured, making sure no one was listening. He already generalized all the Kages and had no doubt that, with Danzo and Hiruzen in there, they would try to secure as many resources as possible for Konoha. I see. Hanabi murmured. It wasn't a big concern for Minato to see the ninjas around the castle a little uneasy. No one was surprised that this meeting would be quite tense. Minato looked around with a serious gaze, as if searching for something. Then, he spoke. Maybe the problem isn't the ninjas from other villages, but rather those working with us. What do you mean by that? Hanabi asked, a little worried. I'm saying we should always keep an eye on our own comrades as well. After all, as I've told you and all the other girls before, we must not trust Danzo, he stated. I understand. Hanabi murmured, reflecting on Minato's words. He had already warned her about some things that Root might be starting to do in the village. When the right time came, Minato would deal with it. He already had allies prepared to act if necessary, but he needed a few more. Even though he wasn't on good terms with some important figures, he did not regret making an enemy of the Uchiha clan to protect Mikoto. Maybe he was a manipulator too, but he had his own plans and was just waiting for the right moment to put them into action. Anyway, let's head back to the camp. We're done here, Minato said as he carried several barrels filled with water drawn from the partially frozen river. But then, he suddenly stopped upon sensing someone approaching. On the other side of the river, he saw two Kiri ninjas. Minato immediately felt their strength and could already tell who would have an equivalent level of power, even without their swords displayed and while wearing Umbu attire. Two of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He murmured, analyzing the two for a moment before turning his attention back to Hanabi. Let's return. Hanabi nodded, feeling the tension in the air, and followed Minato. Hey! Are the Konoha ninjas already leaving? One of the Kiri ninjas shouted from the other side. Minato looked at them for a moment but simply shook his head. It seemed childish to taunt each other in this place. Even so, such behavior was expected after a war had been fought between the nations. You know. Seeing Konoha ninjas not caring about insults is quite interesting. I always wondered how Konoha managed to handle this war. But I quickly found out. After all, you're cowards who just wait for the right moment to strike back, the Kiri ninja said, clearly trying to provoke Minato and Hanabi, failing to recognize them due to the masks and clothing they wore. Not that he could really know them anyway, Minato had not spent much time on the eastern border, aside from 1 or 2 days after the daimyo's rescue, and had never entered the battlefield against Kiri. The village of the mist had only heard about his feats on other fronts. Hey, man, there's no point in trying to make a profit with these guys. Can't you see? They don't even talk. They're cowards, just like you said the other comrade beside him. We're in a peace negotiation, and you really want to keep provoking the first ninja you come across. You sound like nothing more than a spoiled teenager upset about losing the war, Minato spoke for the first time. The two masked men, just like him and Hanabi, were dressed as ANBU. Minato noticed the slightly surprised expressions of the Kiri ninjas, who raised their eyebrows behind their masks. I know you are 2 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. You're keeping your swords sealed in scrolls, but still, it's a bit childish for people who carry that title, Minato commented. He didn't want to start a conflict, but he also didn't miss the opportunity to mock them a little. What? What did he say? One of them grumbled, visibly irritated. The Konoha ninjas, on the other hand, merely observed, while the Kiri ninjas seemed surprised that their identities had been uncovered. Interesting. One of the swordsmen began to laugh. He figured us out. Did we fight each other in the war? I don't remember. Your presence doesn't feel familiar to me. Minato looked at him for a second and realized that arguing there would lead to nothing. In the end, it didn't matter. It makes no difference, Minato shrugged and began to walk away. Hanabi also turned to leave, but suddenly, she moved swiftly, drawing a small kunai. Minato remained silent as he saw an enemy kunai flying toward them, embedding itself into a tree ahead before they could leave the riverbank. Don't expect me to just let you walk away after saying those words and acting all high and mighty in front of your girlfriend, one of them sneered, laughing like a psychopath. Are you sure about this? Do you really want to fight? Minato asked, his voice taking on a dangerous tone. Are you going to let your emotions create a diplomatic crisis while we're discussing peace? You don't understand, the swordsman murmured. From your voice, I can tell you're young, even though you're clearly strong. He analyzed Minato. But you should understand. Do you really think peace will last just because of a little meeting between the Kages? You're wrong, he continued, pausing before laughing. But that's good. Peace is so boring. Lucky for us, we live in the ninja world because what I really enjoy is killing enemies weaker than me. So, whenever I can do something to provoke war, I will, he declared, a sadistic grin hidden beneath his mask. Minato stared at him for a moment while Hanabi seemed to frown. He didn't know exactly when the Bloody Mist era had begun, but it was certainly before the 4th Mizukage. That meant the regime had already taken root, and consequently, people like that ninja had certainly emerged in Kiri. And you don't even care about your comrades, do you? Minato asked, his gaze serious. If we provoke a battle here and all our comrades rush in, not only will we create a conflict, but many of them will die. The war will return, and more people from the land of water will be sacrificed. But you don't seem to care about that, do you? The Kiri ninja seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if considering Minato's words. However, he quickly let out a laugh. Haha. Look at this guy. He said with a certain amusement before continuing. Do you really think I care? I already told you, I want war. What a shitty life you have, then, Minato said, already deciding not to entertain any more provocations. Without giving him any further attention, he turned and started walking away. So, you're just walking away after all this? Look at him, such a coward. The ninja sneered. I don't even know how that girl stays with a coward like him. The taunt made Hanabi frown angrily, her hand unconsciously reaching for the scroll of her bow, ready to draw and fire at them. Maybe you could come with us, girl. I'm sure Kiri is much more interesting than Konoha, the other ninja said, laughing. We could be much better than your little boyfriend here. We could have some fun. Minato lost his patience at that moment. Just as he took his next step to leave, he simply vanished in a flash of light. The Kiri ninjas couldn't even see his movement. All they perceived was a bright flash behind them, followed by a brutal impact. With a single strike, Minato landed a kick so powerful that one of the ninjas was sent flying backward, crashing through and shattering a tree before collapsing unconscious. The other ninja took a step back, startled, and quickly grabbed a scroll. At the same instant, Minato shot toward him, moving at an absurd speed. The ninja was fast enough to unsheath one of the legendary mist swords and pierce Minato's chest before he could attack. For a brief moment, the Kiri ninja felt relieved, believing he had hit his target. But when he looked at Minato's face, he saw something that made his blood run cold. Minato was completely calm. Certainly, you have very fast reflexes, he said, showing neither pain nor surprise. After all, he had done this on purpose. But even so, you're going to need much more than that. The Kiri ninja's eyes widened as he looked at the wound that should have been gushing blood. But to his shock, all he saw was a glowing layer around the spot where the sword had pierced the Konoha ninja's body, acting as if it had taken no damage at all. He didn't even have time to react. Minato moved instantly, grabbing his neck with a crushing grip. The man spat saliva inside his mask, unable to resist. Before he could even process what was happening, Minato slammed him into the ground with such force that the entire area around them exploded on impact. Minato, be careful. Hanabi exclaimed. Minato pulled the sword from his chest, his body returning to normal. But before he could fully recover, several kunai shot toward him. He immediately leaped away, dodging the attack as dozens of kunai embedded themselves into the ground. A group of Kiri ninjas reappeared, surrounding the area. They looked shocked to see that two of their strongest were lying on the ground, unconscious and severely wounded, one who had been brutally thrown, and the other inside a crater in the ground, his mask shattered and his face completely bloodied. You dare attack Konoha ninjas, one of the Kiri ninjas roared in fury as Minato landed beside Hanabi on the other side of the river. Not so fast, Kiri ninjas, a firm voice rang out from the forest. Minato had already sensed their approach moments before. Several Konoha ANBU landed around them, and Alpha, the leader of the group, appeared at Minato's side. I saw everything that happened. So tell me. Alpha spoke in a cold, authoritative tone. Why exactly do we have a Kiri ninja's kunai on this side of the river? The leader of the Konoha ANBU had just landed, analyzing the situation for a second. His sharp gaze assessed every detail of what had just occurred. You set this up, didn't you, Kiri ninjas, he continued. Which is exactly what we'd expect from cowards. The tension between the two groups spiked instantly. Any wrong move could trigger a battle at any moment. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, Kage Meeting 02. Third-person POV. Land of Iron, Year 42. The tense atmosphere between the two groups, standing on either side of the river, seemed to intensify with every passing second as they stared at one another. While observing the situation, the Konoha ninjas remained alert, while the Kiri ninjas analyzed the two fallen comrades. They took down two of ours. That doesn't justify anything. The Kiri ANBU, who appeared to be the leader, responded to the previous accusation. After all, the kunai was thrown only because they were defending themselves from you, aggressors. Only an idiot would think that, Rika. The Konoha ANBU leader spoke, surprising the ninja on the other side from Kiri. So it's you, Fujira. To think I would meet you again here. But I shouldn't be surprised, quite the contrary. The Kiri ANBU leader spoke upon hearing the Konoha ninja. Minato observed them as they recognized each other by their voices. It seemed they had already encountered one another during the war. After all, these were their real names behind the masks, not their ANBU pseudonyms. Yes, and it seems you're still trying to manipulate situations as always. You haven't changed at all, even in times of peace negotiations. The Konoha ANBU leader, Fujira, responded coldly. Tisk. Hearing this, Rika clicked his tongue and returned to the Kiri ninjas, while all the ninjas watched their leader, waiting for his signal to attack, and the Konoha ninjas remained prepared to counter any movement that could start a confrontation. Do you all really want this? If this happens, the negotiations our leaders are conducting inside the castle might be completely ruined. Fujira spoke in a serious tone. You say that after taking down 2 of ours. Do you think we'll just let this slide? The Kiri ninja exclaimed while his men finished analyzing the fallen bodies. They were severely hit, leader, but they're fine. Just unconscious. The Kiri medical ninja reported after examining his allies. The Kiri ninja nodded silently, though he continued to look at the 2 fallen comrades and at the masked Konoha ninja who had taken them down with extreme speed. His eyes locked onto the ANBU wearing a fox mask with yellow markings. How did he manage to do that so fast? I don't remember there being a ninja like this in the Eastern War. He thought to himself. And to think that Konoha still has powerful ninjas like this. Could he be the one they call the Yellow Flash of the Leaf? He's known for his absurd speed and teleportation jutsu, but to personally take down 2 swordsmen from the famous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, my comrades. He couldn't help but think that it was almost unbelievable. He pushed those thoughts aside and turned his attention back to the Konoha ANBU leader, his old enemy. He gripped his kunai tightly, appearing to prepare for battle, while the Kiri ninjas also shifted their stance, their feet sinking slightly into the snow, ready for an imminent clash. The Konoha ninjas responded quickly, getting into their fighting stances. They were on the verge of battle. That was when a firm voice echoed through the area. Stop this. Everyone present turned toward the voice. From within the forest, samurai began to emerge, walking with rigid and disciplined posture, led by a middle-aged man named Mifune. You may not care about this, but the Land of Iron has committed to remaining neutral among the Kages who have gathered here. We will not tolerate a fight between 2 groups acting like adolescents seeking conflict. The leader of the samurai, Mifune, said, his voice carrying authority. Silence took over the area for a few moments. The ninjas hesitated, uncertain about their next move. They were the ones who took down our ninjas. The Kiri ninja immediately retorted, trying to justify his indignation. Yes, but at the same time, it was your people who started this fight. Do you think we weren't watching? Our sentries are positioned in the castle towers, observing your every move through spyglasses. We saw exactly what happened. The samurai stated firmly. This seemed to frustrate the Kiri ninjas, who exchanged uncertain glances among themselves. However, the tension in the air remained. It was unclear whether they would still act or retreat. Finally, the Kiri leader just shook his head and spoke. Pick them up, and let's return to the camp. We have nothing more to do here. He then turned to leave, but before departing, he cast one last glance at the Konoha ninjas, especially at Fujira. If the war continues and we meet on the battlefield, I'll make sure to kill as many of you as I can, you bastards. The man spoke, his tone filled with hatred. And so, they left the area. The samurai observed the Konoha ninjas, and one of them nodded, indicating that they could now return, before heading back into the forest. Looks like it's over. Good. The ANBU leader murmured. Leader, can you tell me what that was? All of this seemed highly irrational on their part. Alpha asked aloud, drawing the attention of the 40 ninjas who were there, prepared to fight, including Lumen and Wind. The ANBU sighed, appearing tired. We fought against each other during the Eastern War. He is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, but during one of the battles, his wife was killed right in front of him by Konoha ninjas, and by a comrade of mine. The ANBU leader explained, pausing before continuing. Since then, he has been seeking revenge, slaughtering every Konoha ninja he encounters. My comrade ended up being killed by him in this relentless pursuit of vengeance, and he managed to avenge his wife. But at the same time, he never stopped. He was constantly looking for reasons to fight against Konoha and manipulated some of the war's decisions to kill more of our village's ninjas. So, I'm not too surprised that they orchestrated the situation, while he himself was willing to destroy the entire Kage negotiation just to fight. That bastard killed several of our comrades. One of the ANBU ninjas said, his voice filled with hatred. He already knew of Rika, likely having faced him on the battlefield and witnessed many Konoha comrades being slaughtered by him. Minato remained silent. He could feel the dark aura hanging over many of them. Slowly, he was beginning to truly understand how the cycle of hatred worked in this world. It didn't matter if it was Konoha or another nation, revenge could consume anyone. If a Konoha ninja had been in that swordsman's position, would they have acted any differently? As the ninjas around him vented their anger and hatred, Minato could feel it through his observation haki. Something he seemed to be evolving. Though still weak, he was beginning to sense the emotions of those around him more deeply. Thinking about this, Minato only realized when the ANBU leader was standing over him, directing some words his way. Anyway, those 2 ninjas you took down were swordsmen of the mist. I must say, I'm impressed. You managed to defeat them in such a short time. He commented, drawing Minato's attention. The stories about you seemed a bit exaggerated, but in the end, they're real. Minato simply nodded, without making any comment. Let's head back. Then, the ANBU leader ordered. I want you all to keep an eye on this area. We don't know if the Kiri ninjas will truly give up or try something later. We must prepare for the worst. All the ninjas nodded and began leaving the riverbank, returning to their positions at the camp. It was night when Minato sat in front of the campfire, eating a stew prepared by the ANBU camp. Beside him, Makoto sat calmly. I thought you were going to cook today. She murmured. Minato just shook his head. Not today. He replied simply. I couldn't talk to you earlier because of my shift in front of the castle, but I heard about what happened near the river. They say you took down 2 swordsmen of the mist in an instant. Makoto commented, watching him closely. But you seem kind of lost in thought. You don't usually get shaken by many things. She murmured, her tone filled with concern. I'm not shaken. Minato replied. I'm just thoughtful. He spoke while Hanabi remained silent on the other side. Both she and Makoto were a little confused about what Minato was thinking. In the end, Makoto just stayed silent beside him and ate, while Minato continued looking at the fire, feeling its warmth. Around them, several groups were scattered throughout the camp, talking amidst the cold night and warming themselves by other fires. Minato was reflecting on everything he had seen and heard. The cycle of hatred in the ninja world was something that was becoming clearer to him. Not that he believed he could change something so quickly. He wasn't like Naruto, who declared he would transform the world. After all, Minato himself had already acted driven by hatred. He had killed countless ninjas out of anger, for witnessing his comrades fall around him. Still, it was something worth thinking about. Would the world need an enemy so great, a threat to the very planet, for people to stop seeing each other only as enemies, as instruments of revenge or personal satisfaction? He asked himself, would I forgive those who killed my comrades? If someone killed Mikoto, Hanabi, Kushina, and Tsuna, would he forgive them? If they killed another of his acquaintances, Madame Garite, Might Due, Ataki Kakashi, Ataki Sakumo, Nawaki, Tsunade, could he forgive? The answer was clear. No. He would never forgive. Maybe that was why he was so deep in thought. If the day ever truly came when the path that the sage of the 6 paths so deeply dreamed of became reality. If people truly came to understand each other and leave hatred behind. Would that be possible? Or was it just a utopia that would never exist? Minato continued staring at the fire, his gaze distant. Deep down, he imagined that, at that very moment, inside the castle, those old men were still arguing with the same hatred he had seen in the ninjas that afternoon. At the same time, a loud bang echoed through the meeting room. The sound of the Raikage's hand slamming forcefully on the table reverberated through the space. His gaze was serious, fixed on the Hokage. And it wasn't just him. The other Kages, the Tsuchikage, the Mizukage, and the Kazekage, were also looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi with the same heavy expression. This is our demand, Hokage. The Raikage declared, his voice filled with fury. If you truly want peace, Konoha's military and economic power must be reduced. It's clear that we are at a disadvantage. If you seek a balance of power, then we want guarantees. Otherwise, we will continue the war and handle it personally, without ending this meeting on good terms. All the other Kages, except for the Hokage, nodded in agreement with the Raikage's words. Hiruzen remained silent for a moment. His gaze stayed firm as he analyzed the situation. You want what? That we hand over our bijou? He finally questioned, his voice cold and calculated. That will not be negotiated. After all, he knew well what they wanted, the control of the Kyuubi to weaken Konoha. The Raikage took a deep breath before answering. It doesn't have to be the bijou. He said, his tone less explosive but still filled with tension. We can reach a different agreement. The Kyuubi hasn't acted directly in this war, but Konoha still possesses extremely powerful ninjas. What we want is the death of one of them. The room fell silent. Then, the Raikage concluded. Our price for peace is this, we want the head of 1 or 2 of your greatest ninjas. It could be one of the legendary Sannin, Ataki Sakumo, or Minato Namikaze. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Kage Meeting 03. Third-person POV. Land of Iron, Year 42. The silence quickly took over the room. The anger on the Raikage's face was evident. The gazes of the other leaders of the great villages also turned to the Hokage with a dark look. Behind the Hokage, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow upon hearing the proposal, intrigued. After all, he was included among the names mentioned. Danzo, standing beside Orochimaru, darkened his expression. Not because he thought the proposal or the conditions set by the other villages were bad. After all, eliminating some of the names mentioned could be beneficial for him, reducing the number of powerful individuals in Konoha that he couldn't control, but because his name had not been mentioned. That showed that, to the other nations, he was not a threat or someone important enough to stand out. Just realizing this already left him frustrated and, in a way, jealous. You really think I will hand over those who honor our village as war heroes? Hiruzen said, looking seriously at the Raikage and the others. You don't have to hand them over directly. Just send them on a specific mission and let the misfortunes of the battlefield take care of the rest. The Mizukage spoke, looking coldly at the Hokage. That is out of the question. Hiruzen immediately replied. He obviously couldn't do such a thing. Simply eliminating famous names from the village would destroy his reputation and shake Konoha internally. Then there will be no peace agreement between us, Hokage. The war will continue, and we will all turn against Konoha once again. The Raikage declared, his voice laden with tension. You lost to Konoha. Don't forget the result of the last war. Orochimaru suddenly spoke, a malicious smile on his lips, while the four Kages clenched their teeth, visibly frustrated. The Tsuchikage closed his eyes, thoughtful, while the Mizukage and Kazekage observed Konoha's representatives with a dangerous gaze. The same expression could be seen coming from the Raikage himself. Hokage. We're actually doing you a favor if you choose the last name. Suddenly, the Raikage spoke again, his expression serious. I fought that boy, and I must say. It is impressive how someone so young has so many abilities. I am not ashamed to have been wounded by him. After seeing what he can do, I know he is faster than me. So, he is an even greater threat, even to Konoha. He declared, as many looked at him. With the exception of the Mizukage, everyone there had met Minato Namikaze on the battlefield. The Raikage looked directly at the Hokage. Soon, that boy will become arrogant and will no longer obey your orders. I wonder. Will you allow an uncontrollable ninja to remain in your village, as powerful as a Hokage? Hiruzen remained silent for a few seconds. Hokage. Danzo murmured behind him, but the Leaf Leader shook his head. Don't be foolish to even consider this, Danzo. I know you are doing this for the village, but we will not hand over one of our ninjas like this. Hiruzen stated firmly. Then there will be no peace. The Mizukage declared upon hearing this. Konoha has too much power. If we do nothing now, one day you will try to dominate the 5 nations with a single strike. The Kazekage added. If you are not willing to yield, then we are all prepared to wage war. No matter how many resources you are willing to negotiate. There had been discussion since the first day about war spoils and trade agreements, with these meetings initially including the feudal lords, who were no longer present. After all, the discussion now revolved around military matters, and only the Kages had the right to decide on this, even though the daimyo still represented the monetary power of the great nations. Now, they were playing their own game, talking as if a war had not just occurred between them, leaving the Kages to make the decisions. In some terms, they could still intervene, but they did not seem to care much, simply waiting to return home and continue their luxurious lives as they were used to. The tension in the room increased as the representative of the Land of Iron, Takashi Monika, remained there in a neutral stance. He could not intervene in that kind of discussion, only witness and try to be an impartial arbiter in the decision of the village leaders. And it seemed that war would return. Perhaps there is another option, and we can reach an agreement. Suddenly, a voice behind Hiruzen spoke, and the Hokage sighed. After all, this was a matter they had already discussed before, and if it came to this point, they would have to play their last card. As all the Kages looked at Danzo, he continued. We can give you the chance to destroy one of our allies. Outside of Konoha and the Land of Fire. He left that sentence hanging in the air. You are willing to give us the Uzumaki? The Mizukage murmured, raising his eyes. Clearly, the Uzumaki were also an obstacle during the war. Individually, they were not so prominent, but together, they formed a force powerful enough to rival a great nation. And, of course, all the nations saw them as a threat, but since they were protected by Konoha, attacking them was not an easy task. Now, everyone was surprised by Konoha's proposal, listening to Danzo's words while the Hokage remained silent, practically agreeing with it. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised, but he only smiled, thinking about how manipulative his sensei and his colleague were. The Uzumaki. Even the Raikage seemed thoughtful. So, how exactly do you plan to do this? The Tsuchikage asked. We will do nothing. Hiruzen responded. If this is the price for peace, so be it. You will attack the Uzumaki, and Konoha will not send aid. They will be at the mercy of your attack alone. But you must eliminate all of them at once. The Kages no longer seemed as enraged. Now, they looked at Konoha in a more contemplative manner after hearing that. It will certainly be interesting to acquire their knowledge in Uzushio-gakure. We could even use their seals to enhance our chakra flow and control our biju. A Reikage advisor commented beside A. Indeed, it's not a bad idea. The Mizukage agreed, while the Tsuchikage only nodded without comment. But we also want their knowledge. We will not give you everything for free. Hanzo suddenly spoke. He knew it would be very difficult for those nations to willingly share the Uzumaki's knowledge, but he still took the gamble. In the end, they would try to steal those techniques anyway if any Kage refused. That seems fair. The Reikage said. Well, we can accept that. The Kazekage concluded. Then, do we have an agreement? Hiruzen asked once more. Yes, we agree to peace and the end of the Second Great Ninja War, in exchange for you turning a blind eye to your allies while we destroy them. The Mizukage said, as all the Kages agreed. Thus, the war was finally officially over. Hiruzen did not seem to care about sacrificing an ally after so many years, but now, with Mito no longer in the village, nothing stopped them, and he already wanted, in a way, to eliminate the Uzumaki for being a threat. No matter how much they had been helped by the few ninjutsu masters at the end of this war, after all, the ninja world could be quite treacherous at times. At the same time, as the Kages began to discuss their final steps, a commotion had started outside the castle, even drawing the attention of other ninja camps and even the samurai stationed at the castle, watching over them. Minato. A voice, filled with concern, shouted beside Minato, while he, still dazed, finally blinked, regaining awareness of himself, as if he had lost control of his body for a moment. He was consumed by rage after hearing the conversation through his observation haki. Even with the barriers protecting the room, that did not prevent him from sensing what was happening inside. He could hear the conversations as if he were there in the room. Then, he felt rage toward everyone there, with Hiruzen and Hanzo being the main reasons for his anger, and lightning began to crackle from his body in a yellow hue. The intense glow took everyone by surprise. The entire camp watched him as a strong gust of wind spread through the area along with the lightning, lifting dust and forcing some ninjas to take a step back. Minato finally stopped as the lightning began to subside. He looked at his own hands, astonished. This was the first time something like this had happened. Minato, what happened? What was that? Hanabi quickly approached, activating her Byakugan to try to understand where that power was coming from. Minato didn't know how to respond. He was a little lost, still trying to comprehend what had just occurred. That was when the ANBU commander approached, accompanied by Alpha. Hey, what was that? The men questioned Minato, looking at him seriously. Minato sighed before answering. I apologize for that. He said, trying to regain control of the situation. It's a new jutsu I'm developing. But it's still out of control, as you just saw. I promise it won't happen again, and no damage was caused. It was just gusts of wind and lightning. He spoke with an apologetic tone. A jutsu of just wind and lightning. The commander muttered. At least 15 people fainted in the camp, Lumen. I don't know what that was, but you'd better be careful. He stared at the young ninja before continuing. We don't want a ticking time bomb in the camp, whatever kind of jutsu you're training. His tone was severe, making it clear that this could not happen again. Minato felt that no excuse would be sufficient. He just lowered his head in respect, unsure of how to act, with feelings of rage and surprise clouding his mind. Tend to the unconscious ones. The commander ordered before turning to return to the camp. He knew that the affected individuals had merely lost consciousness, and since the group was composed of elite ninjas, few had actually collapsed due to Minato's uncontrolled haki. Minato. Mikoto approached, gently touching his hand. He still looked at her, surprised. The anger he felt after hearing how Konoha could be treacherous enough to betray its own allies still burned inside him. The Uzumaki had fought alongside the village since ancient times when there were no established villages, and now they were being discarded like mere pawns by Konoha after there were no more Uzumaki in positions of power within the village, especially since even the Senju, most notably Mito, were no longer alive to stop this. In the end, everything was unfolding as he had known, and even though he had anticipated something like this, it angered him like never before. He knew Konoha was powerful, but the Hokage was not firm in his decisions. To avoid a war, he would sacrifice those who had placed their trust in them. However, what truly left Minato stunned was not the village's betrayal. It was what he had just unleashed. For the first time, he became aware of this power. I possess the Conqueror's haki. He murmured, still looking at his hands, fascinated by what he had just done. Around him, everyone continued to watch him with suspicion and astonishment, trying to understand what exactly had just happened. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Back to Konoha. Third-person POV. Land of Iron, Year 42. The Kage meeting continued for another day, while Orochimaru, who had sworn to keep the negotiation secret from his sensei, had left the castle to inform the ninjas that they would soon be returning to the Land of Fire and should be prepared for it. Quickly, the Konoha ninjas began to organize themselves as the camp started to be dismantled. Finally, the Kages, their advisors, the feudal lord, and his sole companion moved out in the directions of their respective ninjas, with a dozen ANBU agents escorting them as they exited through the gates. "Hey, Konoha ninjas," a voice came from the group of ninjas outside, just as the Hokage was approaching the Konoha ANBU like all the other village leaders. The Konoha ninjas turned to look at the one who had spoken, standing among the Kiri group. "I'll remember what you did to us. Don't forget that. Cross our path again, and I'll make you pay, especially the one who attacked us." The speaker was none other than the ANBU who had provoked Minato in front of the river and was among those knocked out, now searching for him in the group. "Look at this guy," someone mocked from the Konoha group. "He better be careful and not cross our path." Another person responded, while no Konoha ninja actually cared about the threat. The other nation said nothing about it, but Minato could feel that the anger and hatred were still present in all the other groups. Finally, the Hokage stepped into the group, accompanied by Danzo, Orochimaru, the daimyo, and his son, along with their escort. "Well, let's head back," he said, while the muscular men who had brought the feudal lord here prepared to take him back as well. He was one of the ninjas who had fainted due to Minato's conqueror's haki, as he was neither a Konoha ninja nor an elite one, falling unconscious without resistance. Either way, the daimyo, in his usual manner, entered his transport, if Minato could even call it that, before his son followed shortly after, and the Hokage stepped forward. "Let's go back. There's nothing left for us here," he said as he secured the scroll that officially sealed the peace, ready to announce it to the village. The Hokage seemed aware of the issues that had occurred outside the castle but said nothing about them and swiftly moved forward, with all the Konoha ninjas following him. Upon arriving in the Land of Fire, the group split up. While Alpha Squad headed to the capital to drop off the daimyo, the Hokage went straight to Konoha. Dropping the daimyo off in the capital was not a lengthy process, as he, having remained unharmed, didn't mind the escort much. But his son bid farewell to Minato. And so, the Konoha ninjas advanced toward their village. They arrived at a time when the village was already celebrating, as a few hours earlier, the news had spread that peace had finally returned, officially marking the end of the Second Great Ninja War. That night, Konoha held a grand celebration once again. Minato received an invitation to celebrate elsewhere and accepted. "I heard your house is coming along well," Tsunade commented as she served some dishes at the table, while Minato sat with the girls around him, starting to eat. "Yes, it's been under construction for a few months now, but it will still take a little longer," Minato said. They were celebrating that night away from the village, in the main house of the Senju clan, as Tsunade had taken the initiative to invite them upon their return from the mission, and everyone was off duty from escorting the Hokage. "Why didn't you choose a house here? We have plenty available these days," Tsunade murmured without holding back. "Mom." Suna said to her mother upon hearing that. Obviously, Tsunade wanted to see her daughter close by, but Minato refused nonetheless. "I'd like to build my house with my own identity. I don't mind if it's a little far from the village center," Minato said. "I still think it's a waste. You could even buy a plot of land, or, like I said, take part of ours since you're so eager to build your own house," Tsunade insisted. "Too late to consider anything like that, Miss Tsunade," Minato replied. After all, his house was already being rebuilt, and even so, he didn't want it to be in the middle of the village. "I see. Anyway, while you all eat, I'm going to drink a little," Tsunade said, placing a bottle of sake in the middle of the table. "Sis, I think you should take it easy with that," Nawaki said while eating with just one hand, looking at his sister seriously. "Don't be annoying, Nawaki. Just because you look more muscular now doesn't mean you get to lecture me about living a healthy life," Tsunade retorted, since Nawaki was indeed stronger, having been training the 8 gates, although he hadn't even unlocked the first one yet. He was in his own isolation, focusing on his body to prepare for the technique he would use in the future. Dway had truly played an important role in Nawaki's training and determination. While he seemed much stronger now, his once gloomy expression had been replaced by someone who was truly stepping up as the head of the Senju clan, relieving the burden that his niece had been carrying alone, and Suna no longer had to intervene directly. As Nawaki began to take on his responsibilities, after all, he would be the one to lead the Senju clan. And today, in particular, he was looking at Minato in a strange way, seeming a little hesitant to ask something. Either way, they began eating, Minato seated with Tsuna, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hanabi at both sides of him at one end of the table, while Tsunade, sitting at the head of the table, drank and even asked if anyone wanted to gamble, mainly targeting Minato, asking if he wanted to bet money. Obviously, Konoha's yellow flash refused. And as Minato was about to leave, having decided to sleep in his own house, Mikoto would accompany him after taking Hanabi back to her clan. But then Nawaki approached. "Hey, Minato, could we talk in private?" Nawaki suddenly asked, while Minato looked at the girls. He signaled for them to give them a moment alone, and they moved to a corner. The blonde looked at Nawaki with some suspicion. "How can I help you?" Minato asked. The boy still seemed hesitant. "I wanted to ask for some advice." He still seemed stuck at that moment. What is it? Minato asked again, still looking at him with some suspicion. The boy remained silent for a few seconds while Minato also waited for his answer. He looked at Minato before deciding, a little embarrassed, and then suddenly blurted out. Well, I need advice about girls, he suddenly said, making Minato raise an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Minato asked, stunned. It's just that you're so good at it, and as the clan leader, I need to find a good companion. That's why I wanted some tips, he said abruptly. Why are you saying this? Minato asked cautiously. Nawaki wouldn't ask something like that so easily. Sorry about that. It's just that this book says that the great disciple of Jiraiya learned more than just jutsus and became a great ninja under his master. He mastered the art of winning over women. It even says that you won't just choose one woman for your life, but a dozen of them, he said, pointing to a book that Minato quickly grabbed. Nawaki couldn't even react to Minato's speed, especially since the blonde had acted immediately to see what it was. After all, Nawaki had mentioned him as Jiraiya's disciple. What is this? Minato murmured, quickly flipping through the book before looking at the cover. One of the great tales of the great Jiraiya, the title of the book made Minato's mouth fall open, stunned. When did he publish this? Minato asked, looking at Nawaki. He knew this book hadn't been at the stalls the last time he checked, as he was well aware that his master was always publishing books, and this one had completely caught him off guard. No wonder you're surprised. It was published 2 days ago, Nawaki said. 2 days? Minato murmured. But how did he publish a book? He was supposed to be in the land of rain, training his new disciples, Minato muttered, lost in thought. It seemed like this was a book Jiraiya had been writing even before leaving for the village. Minato remembered him drafting manuscripts and sketches here and there, and he must have finished it while still acting in the war. But he hadn't imagined that it would actually turn into a book, and it wasn't even the one about Naruto that Nagato was supposed to help him write. Minato quickly shook his head and looked at Nawaki seriously. Look, I don't know what my sensei wrote about me in that book, but don't believe a word of it, he said in a serious tone before narrowing his eyes even more. Does your sister know that you're reading Jiraiya's books, Mr. Nawaki? He asked suspiciously. After all, Tsunade must have hated those books, let alone her brother reading them. No, okay. Nawaki's face immediately turned pale. Listen, Minato, he began, stammering. Don't tell her anything. If you consider me a friend and a relative since you're marrying my niece, don't do it. No way. Because if she finds out I have Jiraiya's books, she'll kill me, Nawaki murmured, looking as if his life depended on it. Minato just sighed. I won't say anything, and anyway, I won't have 12 wives nor am I an expert in wooing women. But I wouldn't recommend reading my sensei's books to understand women. Well, I don't really know what to tell you about this, but find someone you truly like, someone who shares your interests and hobbies. Don't go chasing after women who don't care about you. That's all I can tell you, Minato said, while Nawaki seemed a little discouraged. Come on, don't be like that, you're the heir of a great clan, he patted Nawaki on the back, who, in that moment, seemed to have his confidence shaken. But I'm crippled, Nawaki murmured, a bit down again. A crippled man who is the leader of a clan and someone who will become very strong with the 8 gates. Don't be foolish. Besides, your hand's condition can be changed, Minato said, making Nawaki look at him, somewhat confused. Well, we'll talk about that in the future, Minato said, not wanting to give him false hope without knowing how to create a Mokutan arm. Anyway, don't rush things with women. Take your time. When you find someone you know well enough to marry, make sure you know everything about her before you decide she will be the matriarch of the Senju clan, Minato said before leaving. He met up with his companions and headed to the Hyuga clan to drop off Hanabi before returning to his apartment with Mikoto. Chapter 227, ANBU Leader. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Minato Namikaze, you are here. Hiruzen commented upon seeing the young ninja in front of him in his office. Yes, Lord Hokage, I came as soon as the messenger arrived at my house this morning. Minato spoke. Hiruzen nodded before continuing. There was a discussion I was having with your leader since we were deciding to change the structure of your squad. The Hokage said while Minato raised an eyebrow, not understanding why he was here in the first place. After all, it was an administrative decision that should be made solely by the Kage and Alpha, Minato's squad leader. And what would that be, Lord Hokage, if I may ask? Minato questioned. Well, first we decided that we're going to split your squad. Instead of 24 ninjas made up of 6 teams, since each team has 4 ninjas, we're going to form 2 ANBU squads. That means 12 ninjas in each squad. He explained. To finish his thought, Minato was surprised, about to ask what that meant for him, but the Hokage continued. And, for that, we need a new leader for one of the 2 squads, with Alpha continuing to lead the other. We've reviewed the mission performance reports from the last 6 months. You've always been the fastest in executing your duties under your leader's orders, and, even though you're young, you already have leadership experience, like during the war. We were looking to appoint you as the leader of the second squad. Minato was surprised by the information. So that means, he murmured, but the Hokage interrupted him before he could finish his reasoning. It means I'm here to assign you the leadership of your own team, separating you from Alpha. After all ANBU teams generally have a squad of 12 people. Yours was the only one with 24, since we didn't quite know where to reassign the new ANBU after the war, and some teams were almost completely destroyed during the Second Great Ninja War. He paused before continuing. That is why I am here to offer you this opportunity to lead your own team. I know the responsibility is great, but I believe you will do well. You have already proven that in the war, taking care of camps, which was an even greater responsibility than leading an ANBU team. Minato nodded upon hearing this, understanding the situation. I see. Well, I will accept the proposal. But may I know who I will be leading? Minato asked. The Hokage nodded. All the information you need is inside this scroll. Your team, your missions, your new base. Alpha himself should already be waiting for you after this to guide you, so you will spend the whole day with him and begin tomorrow. Hiruzen said. Minato nodded again. All right. He stepped forward and took the scroll from the Hokage. I wish you good luck, Minato. I am sure you will not disappoint the Leaf. The Hokage said. Minato nodded before leaving the place, disappearing with Raijin. He landed on the head of Hashirama's statue and, with a seal placed there, quickly opened the scroll to check the information. He was relieved to see that Wind and Valkyria were also in his team, along with other ninjas he had already worked with during the war. This would not be a problem, and it seemed that the Hokage had given him preference over Alpha, even though Alpha had led these same people for a longer time. With everything in mind, Minato headed toward what was now his former team's hideout, where Alpha awaited him, and vanished from Hashirama's head the next moment. Do you think giving him leadership would be good at this moment? Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office, a voice emerged from the darkness. A man stepped out of the shadows, revealing himself to be none other than Danzo. You were the one who suggested it, Danzo. Hiruzen responded without hesitation. Yes, but that was before the meeting. With his bond to the Uzumaki girl, this could become a problem. As the leader of his squad, he will be obliged to obey our orders. Danzo spoke, his expression grim. You changed your mind after what happened in the meeting. That was not exactly how you and I had discussed it would be. Hiruzen said. Yes, but you heard what happened while we were inside the castle. He took down 2 swordsmen of the mist in mere seconds before our ninjas arrived. No one managed to gather information on how he did it, but it doesn't seem like it was the second Hokage's Raijin. Hiruzen responded. Besides that, he continued, the boy also used some kind of jutsu that went out of control and spread throughout the camp, with wind and yellow lightning, either some kind of genjutsu or another unknown technique. He took down more than a dozen men, making them faint, and our sensors couldn't even detect what truly happened. Do you know what he used? Seeing Hiruzen in silence, Danzo asked at the end, while the Hokage shook his head. I have no idea. The reports say it happened exactly as you described, but I don't know what took place there. I'm telling you, Hiruzen, that boy possesses 1 or more Kekkei Genkai. Danzo insisted. You heard the Raikage expressing his fury when he briefly commented on his fight against the boy. He said that Minato moved at a speed even he couldn't compare to while glowing the entire time. Hiruzen remained silent as Danzo continued. He even mentioned that, soon, the boy could disobey us. We have to be careful with this. And what do you propose, Danzo? Hiruzen asked. He is already under our surveillance, and we will put him on missions that will test whether he truly follows the village's orders like a true shinobi. I want you to transfer him to another team. Assign him as the leader of an ANBU squad, but with root members. We will see if he betrays the village, and if that moment comes, he will be eliminated by my men. Danzo said. You want to eliminate him before that, don't you? Hiruzen questioned, narrowing his eyes. We cannot do something like that. It's no coincidence that I couldn't even include any of the names mentioned by the Kages as part of the agreement. We had to sacrifice the Uzumaki for this. After all, they are outside the country, and all the people in the Leaf Village will understand that we cannot get involved in this, they will prefer peace. Hiruzen stated. But if he shows any sign that he won't obey the village, we will have ninjas ready to eliminate him at his side. Don't you agree with that, Hiruzen? Danzo insisted, trying to convince him. Hiruzen remained thoughtful for a few seconds before responding. We will see about that in the future. When the time comes, we will act according to the situation. Elsewhere, outside the Hokage's building, Minato had arrived at the location where he was received by the 23 ninjas of his former squad. It seemed that Alpha had already spoken to them, as they all looked at him with attention. Looks like the brat became a leader. It's a shame to lose our mascot. Mirage commented behind her mask. I think you shouldn't call him a brat now. He's our leader. Echo responded. Besides, he hasn't been our mascot since the war. Hey, let's stop this discussion and focus on the matters at hand. Alpha suddenly spoke, already anticipating the argument between the two. It was a rather recurring event. One was an alcoholic from the Kurama clan, the other a glutton from the Akimichi clan. Even though everyone already knew there was something going on between them, Minato shook his head as he observed them, not offended by their words. He knew the two had become lovers, yet they continued treating each other like cat and mouse in front of the others. Mirage talked too much, and Echo always contradicted her. After 6 lines, an argument would always start. Despite that, it never interfered with missions. Now, Minato would be leading them. Well, I assume you accepted the proposal. You'll now be leading half of our squad. Alpha spoke, and Minato nodded. Listen up, everyone. I will now have a conversation with Lumen. Alpha turned to the other 22 ninjas. From now on, I want everyone keeping watch over the village. Tomorrow, we will discuss everything in our separated teams. Alpha announced. Everyone nodded and disappeared, heading to their surveillance positions around the village. Alpha began talking with Minato after that. They spent the entire day discussing strategies, and Alpha asked a few questions about how Minato would handle certain situations. However, Minato was already familiar with most of the protocols, as he was used to that kind of work. It was interesting for him to become an ANBU leader, as it would be a new experience. At the end of the day, he met with the team again. Those who would be part of his squad gathered with him in another location the following day because Minato needed to take them to the new hideout, which Alpha had shown him during their time together. Minato would begin training them to operate in specific missions. His squad would now be more active externally than internally in the village, even though their primary function was still to protect Konoha from dangers, like any other ANBU squad. After training, he ended up going to Ichiraku Ramen once again with the girls, where he met his friends from the academy days. The night was peaceful, and Minato returned to his apartment along with Mikoto. The girl was already used to sleeping in his arms, like a couple. Everything seemed normal until, in the middle of the night, Minato suddenly opened his eyes, tensing up. The sudden movement caused Mikoto to wake up as well, alert as she saw Minato in that state. Something wrong, she asked, watching him get up. I have to go. I'll be back soon. Minato simply replied before disappearing using Hiraishin, leaving Mikoto surprised and alone there. Minato appeared in another place, which was also a room, as the doors quickly opened. His eyes scanned the environment and first focused on the girl trembling in bed, her eyes filled with fear. Before he could react, she jumped on him and clung to him tightly. Minato! Kushina exclaimed, crying. Tsunade approached quickly, wearing pajamas, observing the scene with attention. Tsuna also reappeared at the door, her expression surprised and alert. Tell my brother not to come in here, she said to her daughter, as Nawaki was also approaching. Tsuna closed the door, spoke with Nawaki, and then returned her gaze to the scene, watching as Minato was hugged by Kushina in front of her mother. The red-haired girl trembled and seemed nervous, tears in her eyes. Tell me, what happened? Minato asked, knowing that Kushina had activated the seal to call him. Sorry. I just had a terrible dream. She murmured while still crying. It was the nine-tailed fox, wasn't it? Minato murmured, looking at her. It seems the seal is starting to weaken, Tsunade commented in a serious tone, looking at Kushina. Until that moment, Kushina had never truly come into contact with the Kyuubi, at least not directly. But, by the looks of it, that situation had changed that night. Minato observed her carefully. This would be another problem he would have to deal with. Perhaps the time had finally come to start facing the issue of the Kyuubi. The beast was filled with pure hatred in this era, and Minato had never addressed this issue directly. He knew that any interference could affect Kushina, which is why he had avoided provoking the bijou inside her, as he knew it would cause her to suffer from that moment on. The only time the Kyuubi had really reached out to Kushina was when she mentioned hearing an external voice while she was being kidnapped. It seemed that the moment to start dealing with the fox could no longer be postponed. It's reaching out to Kushina for the first time, probably whispering the idea of being freed. Minato thought. Fortunately, the seal had not been broken, and its chakra was not leaking. Additionally, since no ANBU had appeared, that was a relief. However, if Kushina started having visions of her previous Jinchuriki, Minato knew he had to act before the situation spiraled out of control. He needed to talk to Kurama, either by trying to negotiate or by facing it directly. After all, he was not Naruto, and he couldn't solve everything just with words. Chapter 228, Border Mission. Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 42. Leader, they are heading south, to the land of waves, a member of Konoha's ANBU squad spoke in front of Lumen, the leader of that squad. I know. Let's gather everyone. Lumen then whistled lightly behind his mask as all the nearby ninjas of his squad quickly began to assemble. He took the initiative to move forward until he found a clearing, stopping in front of it along with all his subordinates. Strange. The Suna ninjas are retreating south. Let's see what they want, the leader said in a serious tone. All right, leader, but wasn't our mission restricted from crossing the border? Echo murmured. Yes, but they have entered the land of fire's territory. We must know exactly what they are planning, Lumen responded seriously. Everyone nodded since he was the leader. Quickly, they also advanced south, moving through the sea, heading toward the land of waves. Remember, we cannot be seen by the cities and villages. We will only take down the enemies if necessary and leave immediately. Understood. Lumen said behind his mask. His squad, attentive to his orders, moved forward silently. It wasn't long before he spotted the large landmass ahead as they proceeded. Strange. There are mist ninjas at the location. It looks like they are meeting with the sand ninjas, Lumen spoke in a serious tone. Lumen was the best sensor in the team, and when wind activated her Byakugan, even she couldn't see everything as clearly as Minato could. She was impressed by how much Minato had improved his sensory ability, as he seemed to perceive far beyond what his own vision allowed. Minato focused on his observation haki. After all, this was the most important power for him at that moment. In recent months, he had been training this ability intensely, developing it more than he had during the war. The sand ninjas were gathered in a slightly misty forest, along with the mist ninjas. So, you were detected by Konoha's ANBU. You shouldn't have come so close to the country, one of Kiri's ninjas warned. That's not a problem. We managed to escape, and they can't follow us here. We have an agreement between the Kages. A Suna ninja responded. Now, all they needed was to exchange the information. The sand ninjas planned to cross south, passing through the land of tea, then through the ocean to the land of wind, completely avoiding the land of fire. All right. Information transfer, and we will return to Kirigakure, they said as they threw the scroll containing the collected information. Minato saw this and quickly accelerated across the sea. I'll go ahead, he warned. With a glow that only his team recognized, as he had already demonstrated his ability to them before, Lumen vanished before everyone's eyes in a flash of light. As the scroll flew through the air towards one of Kiri's ninjas, Lumen was already in motion. He distanced himself, moving like lightning, and before they could react, he appeared in the middle of them, using a light jutsu, catching them by surprise and leaving them confused about how he had suddenly appeared there, before grabbing the scroll. What? The enemy ninjas shouted, confused before the light returned to normal. They didn't even understand what had happened when Lumen had already disappeared again. At that same moment, Konoha's ANBU appeared on a nearby branch, observing everything. Both the sand and mist ninjas turned toward him, frustrated. What are you plotting now? Lumen spoke behind his mask, while everyone there was already preparing to fight, wielding swords, kunai, and even fans. A Konoha ninja. You shouldn't be here. That wasn't the agreement, a sand village ninja spoke, while Lumen narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? As far as I know, there is no agreement with you. Ninjas invading our territory and speaking mysteriously along with ninjas from another village. Do you want to start another war? Lumen spoke in a dangerous tone. Enough. There's no point in talking anymore, a Kiri ninja exclaimed, beginning to form hand seals. There's no reason to talk further. Let's just take the scroll back from him, he said quickly. In the next instant, a nearby river began to stir as he summoned a water dragon, which grew and advanced toward Lumen. The tree he was on began to break apart as the dragon swallowed it, while Lumen dodged using Jeppo and Soru, reappearing in another spot. The ninjas tried to locate him, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Lumen appeared above the enemy and struck him with a brutal downward kick, burying him into the ground. Kunai were thrown at him by other ninjas at the same moment. Lumen swiftly drew a sword and used it to deflect the attacks, incapacitating all the kunai coming his way. Then, he advanced toward another ninja, striking him before he could react. Wind-style jutsus began firing in his direction, forcing Lumen to retreat and gain distance from the attacks. The sand and mist ninjas started regrouping. This guy. He's strong, one of the ninjas murmured. How did he take the scroll so fast? Another questioned. That doesn't matter. After all, he's just one. We can defeat him, a sand ninja spoke confidently. I wouldn't say that. Lumen responded. The enemies quickly looked to the side, surprised to see 11 other Konoha ANBU ninjas appearing around them. Don't kill any of them, just incapacitate them. Lumen ordered, joining the fight. Quickly, chaos took over the clearing. Mist ninjas began using mist jutsus to confuse them, but Minato easily dealt with them using his observation haki. The squad he led, composed of elites, started defeating the enemies effortlessly, immobilizing them all within moments. Tie them all up, Lumen ordered. The ANBU nodded and quickly incapacitated the enemies, ensuring they couldn't move once they woke up. After that, Lumen instructed everyone to form a line, touching him along with the prisoners. He then performed an advanced teleportation jutsu, transporting all 24 people to the border of the Land of Fire, avoiding any international conflict by staying there. What will we do now, leader? One of the members asked while Lumen analyzed the situation. I'll have to report this to the Hokage, he responded. I want you all to wait here. I will go to the village to inform him of the situation and see what we should do. Lumen opened a scroll and, upon reading it, furrowed his brow. Without saying anything else, he vanished, leaving his team to watch over the fallen ninjas. He reappeared in the village, near the Hokage's building, and quickly advanced inside. It didn't take long before an ANBU ninja appeared in front of him. It was someone Lumen had worked with before, he recognized him easily. Lumen, the Hokage will see you now, the ANBU informed, as Lumen sometimes showed up in the middle of a mission due to his ease of movement, to report important information before completing his tasks. He entered the office and found Hiruzen, as always, reading books and signing documents while smoking. The two civilian elders were leaving the room, casting a suspicious glance at Lumen before closing the door, leaving only one guard inside. Those two and Minato never got along. Lumen, is there a problem? The Hokage asked curiously, raising an eyebrow. Yes. We were patrolling the border and found sand ninjas in our territory, Lumen replied, while Hiruzen seemed surprised by this. This is suspicious. We'll have to investigate it. I will send a team as soon as I read your report. Hiruzen said. Don't worry about that, Lord Hokage. We followed them to the Land of Waves and defeated them. They are in custody, and we have the scroll with the information they collected, Lumen said, raising the scroll. The Hokage raised an eyebrow again, seeming displeased that Lumen had left the country, but he said nothing. Let me see, Hiruzen requested. Lumen approached the desk and handed over the scroll, watching as the Hokage opened it and began to read. Have you already read it? Hiruzen asked in a calm but suspicious tone. Yes, Lumen replied. We cannot hold them, Lumen. Even though they invaded our territory, we cannot allow another international incident. We just came out of a war. This will not be a problem, the Hokage said in the same tone, which left Minato behind his mask slightly surprised by this attitude. But, Lord Hokage, they are planning something. Lumen murmured, only to be interrupted as he could sense a bit of irritation from the Hokage. I know that very well, Lumen. The village appreciates your opinion and your service, but we cannot do anything about this now. I want you to release them, understood? Hiruzen said, looking at Lumen through the mask. Lumen had no choice but to nod. After all, he was a ninja of the village and was under the Hokage's authority. All right, Lord Hokage. I will do it, he replied, ready to leave. Wait, Hiruzen requested before he could step out. Only you read this scroll. Lumen nodded. Yes, only me. Great. I want you to keep this information to yourself. This is an S-rank mission. Do we understand each other? The Hokage said. Lumen remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. All right, Lord Hokage. I will not pass this information to anyone. You may go now, the Hokage said, and Lumen disappeared instantly, leaving Hiruzen deep in thought. Back at the camp, Valkyria approached Lumen. What do we do now, leader? She asked formally. Lumen sighed. The Hokage ordered us to return them to the place where we captured them. There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone was surprised. Seriously? Valkyria murmured, and Minato just nodded tiredly. I told you we shouldn't have left the country. Echo murmured. Shut up, you fat ass. Mirage shouted, irritated. Lumen ignored the argument as he picked up all the fallen ninjas and disappeared, returning to the battlefield. After all, he had left a hidden Hiraishin seal there. He woke them up after untying them and told them they were lucky before disappearing again. Shortly after, Lumen returned. Let's finish our patrol mission and head back to Konoha, he said. Everyone could tell he was in a bad mood and frustrated. Wind and Valkyria exchanged glances but said nothing. They just followed Lumen moments later as they returned to complete their patrol mission. Minato was angry at the Leaf Village, at the Hokage, and at all those conspirators. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, What does it mean to be a ninja? What does a village represent? Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 42. We will take over the post now. The other Umbu squad appeared at the eastern coastal border, while Lumen, who had been leading the Umbu squad responsible for the mission until that moment, nodded. All right, we're heading back to the village then. Lumen spoke while looking at the squad leader behind a mask as well. Minato simply raised his hand and pointed forward. Instantly, everyone in his squad, who had been positioned throughout the area, moved ahead, allowing the next squad to take over the position previously held by Minato's group. They would return to the village, passing through the entire land of fire. They advanced in silence, with Lumen at the front of the group, keeping an eye on the surroundings and prepared to make any decisions if something happened. After all, even in their own country, during a time of peace, they had to remain alert to any potential attacks. "Is he okay?" Wind asked beside Wind as he approached, observing the leader in the distance as he moved forward. Something happened in the village. Obviously, it wasn't right to just release the ninjas we captured after they entered the Land of Fire's territory. Even so, I believe there are other things he hasn't told us. Valkyria said with concern. Minato had been in a bad mood for hours, ever since he returned the ninjas to the place where they had been captured, and he hadn't spoken to anyone. Obviously, he was deep in thought about many things, beginning to question what the village truly was and what it meant to be a shinobi. Perhaps he was reflecting more profoundly than he ever had in his entire ninja career. He knew these things would happen, but seeing it all unfold before his eyes made him question whether it was truly worth it for the village and whether everyone should blindly obey the orders of those who governed it. Was being a ninja about following orders without question? Dying for the village? Sacrificing oneself for it? Betraying allies for the village? Was that the purpose of their existence? To maintain the peace and well-being of Konoha? But then, were they really willing to sacrifice the Uzumaki clan, letting them die like cornered rats, all for a fleeting idea of peace? The scroll he had captured contained information about sand ninjas gathering data on the Uzumaki clan and their defenses along the northern coast of the Land of Fire. He hadn't liked it at all, and that's why he had brought the matter up to the Hokage, who simply ordered him to store all that information away and not question it or share it with anyone. Obviously, even without knowing all the details, seeing Kiri and Suna exchanging information was a strong indication that they were planning something big. The allies who had fought alongside Konoha in the war. Would they die like this in the end? Just for the peace of the village and the ninja world? Was that what it meant to be a shinobi of Konoha? Was this what Hashirama Senju had envisioned when he created the village? Was this what he had planned when he handed over all the bijou, stripping them of their freedom just to seal them into Jinchuriki? In the end, hadn't he only made wars even worse, escalating the level of destruction to unprecedented heights? Had he not foreseen that something like this would happen when he distributed the bijou? Was he really that naive? And now the Uzumaki clan. Was it truly worth sacrificing an entire clan just because the world feared their sealing techniques? Lumen lamented. All the villages acted out of greed and fear, all because of a handful of old men obsessed with the power of their enemies. But what irritated him the most was that the Leaf Village was sacrificing them to maintain peace in the ninja world, turning its back on its allies when they needed them the most. From what Minato knew of history, but also what he was seeing today, the very village was now aiding the same groups that would destroy their own allies. If that wasn't betrayal, then what was it? Was he supposed to simply accept all of this? Allow the Uzumaki clan to disappear in such a way? Would Minato really agree with this? And if he didn't? Was he willing to become a traitor to help the Uzumaki and destroy everything he had built in the village? Even if it was all in vain in the end. Even if, in the end, he wouldn't even have the power to face 4 nations at the same time. He was completely lost. He remembered the meeting with Lord Uzumaki when he came to the village a year ago. He had told the man that, if necessary, he would stand by his side, even if it meant being branded a traitor. But if the Hokage gave the order not to help the clan, the village would betray them without hesitation. Perhaps he was already considered a potential traitor or a threat to the Hokage after seeing the scroll. After all, Minato knew too much. Should he share the information from the scroll with the others on his team? Clearly, there would be those who wouldn't question the village's orders and would report this to command. That would also alert the village and could mark those who thought like Minato as traitors as well. If the village elders even suspected, they could eliminate them one by one. Minato could protect himself, but the others? Would it be worth trying to gain allies within his own team, within the village? And the girls? Would they be safe? What should he do? Minato was so distracted that he didn't even notice someone approaching, even though they were still far away. Captain. There are ninjas coming at 3 o'clock. The voice of one of his sensory members snapped Minato out of his thoughts. He quickly analyzed the situation. Indeed, a ninja team was approaching from that direction. They had to be skilled to locate them from such a distance. Minato raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop, waiting for the ninjas to approach. It didn't take long before they finally appeared before him. He recognized the group immediately. It was a tracking team from his generation, composed of 2 Hyuga, Hayashi and his brother, Tsum, Kiba's mother, and the Hyuga Jonin responsible for the team. It's good that we found an ANBU team. The Jonin said. Your team 2 from year 36, right? Lumen asked, recognizing them. You seem to know us. The Jonin murmured, unaware of Minato behind the mask. After all, even though ANBU were the village's elite, they worked while concealing their identities. Only their superiors had information on them, which was why they wore masks on missions. Anyway, he continued. We received a mission while returning to the Land of Fire. We encountered a ninja from the village asking for help. He's gravely injured, as is the rest of his team. They were attacked while on a mission and are being pursued. I know they belong to Tsukumo Hataki's unit, the Jonin explained. They're from Tsukumo's team. We were attacked? Minato asked, furrowing his brow. Yes. Only one of them reached us, saying that he had gone to the border to try to warn the village while his team bought time for him to escape and deliver the information. He's badly injured and was left behind. We were heading to the village to request help, but we found you through the Byakugan. That's why we decided to approach you, the Jonin replied. Minato nodded. Understood. We'll investigate this now, he said, interrupting their return to the village. Here is the marked location, the Jonin informed, handing over a scroll with the coordinates. Minato quickly opened it, analyzed the situation, and nodded before tossing the scroll back. All right. We'll handle this, he said, as his team agreed. Minato then raised his hand and pointed in another direction. Instantly, everyone advanced quickly. 20 minutes later, they found a wounded Jonin near the border. Glad you arrived. The injured ninja tried to stand up upon seeing Minato's team. Commander Tsukumo is in trouble, along with the others from the mission, he said, breathing heavily. Minato was about to ask for more details when, suddenly, he sensed presences emerging from the forest. Other ninjas were approaching. It was Tsukumo himself, carrying 2 severely injured comrades. Good. They're alive. The injured ninja said upon seeing them return. Quick, we need treatment. Tsukumo exclaimed, requesting help from the ANBU. Minato signaled to the medics on the team. 4 ninjas specialized in medical jutsu, including Hanabi, rushed to the wounded, immediately beginning treatment. The mission. Commander Tsukumo, it was completed, right? The injured ninja who had remained behind asked while receiving treatment. But Tsukumo only shook his head. No, we failed. There had been 2 choices, save his comrades or complete the mission. No. The ninja murmured, seeming frustrated. One of the 2 injured ninjas receiving treatment looked at Tsukumo. Thank you, sir. I have children, and now I can go home to see them, thanks to you, he murmured. Tsukumo simply nodded calmly. Minato silently analyzed the situation from atop a tree as Tsukumo looked at him. He recognized him. Minato simply greeted him, and Tsukumo returned the gesture in the same manner. Regardless, as soon as the ninjas were ready to leave after being bandaged, they moved forward, returning to the village. Everything seemed quiet as they walked. Some of the ninjas who had returned from the mission spoke, laughing with each other, appearing happy to have survived. Minato knew nothing about the mission they had undertaken, nor was he supposed to know, but it seemed significant. The ANBU remained silent, which was common among them. Tsukumo also said nothing to Minato as they advanced, while thoughts about the village continued to swirl in Minato's mind. It didn't take long for the village to finally come into view as they pressed on. It had been 6 months since peace had been achieved. Minato had gained a great deal of experience as an ANBU leader, and many things he had in the village were growing rapidly, his home, businesses, but there were still things missing. His sensei had not yet returned from the land of rain. Tsunade remained an alcoholic and continued gambling in towns outside the village. But Nawaki had become much stronger over the past few months. Due had gained significant recognition in the village and was taking on high-level missions. Kakashi had become a chunin at such a young age, while the future members of his team were still in the academy. Among other things, Minato continued toward the gates. They passed through directly, granted quick clearance, and proceeded to the Hokage's office. In the end, Hiruzen spoke with everyone, requesting the scroll, and Minato handed it over without thinking about the questions he had pondered. The Hokage remained as composed as ever, unaware of the doubts Minato held about the village. Ultimately, the ANBU team was dismissed, while Tsukumo stayed behind with his team to report on their failed mission. You are dismissed. You have the day off tomorrow, so get some good rest, Lumen said, and everyone vanished from the rooftop where they had been. But not all of them. Only 2 remained with Minato, Hanabi and Mikoto. Let's go home, he simply said. Though still somewhat confused by his behavior, they nodded. They vanished from the spot. Chapter 230, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 42. So you're back. I felt it the moment you entered the village. Tsuna appeared at Minato's house with a smile on her face. Hello, Tsuna. Hanabi greeted her, while Minato and Mikoto simply nodded. She expected that from Mikoto, but found it strange coming from Minato, since he seemed to be thinking about something serious. But he decided to speak at that moment as his gaze fell on Tsuna once more. "How is Kushina?" he asked. "She obviously wanted to be here and asked you to go over there," Tsuna said, closing the window she had entered through, before approaching. Obviously, with the seal starting to weaken, Tsuna was placed inside a barrier protected by ANBU teams. Minato had to protect her sometimes when he was in Alpha Squad, before the barrier was created, but ever since Kushina's first contact with the Kyuubi, the village leadership saw the need to place her within that barrier. Minato wanted to help her, but it wasn't possible while he was busy with missions outside the village walls. But he always visited her, he would obviously go see her as soon as he arrived. "I'll take a shower and then go see her," Minato said, standing up from the table and heading to the bathroom. "Hey, is he in a bad mood or something?" Tsuna knew Minato was good at hiding things, but knowing him, she could tell he was worried about something. "Yes, we had a mission, but we can't talk much about it," Hanabi commented. "Whatever, maybe it'll just be the three of us today," Tsuna said in the end with a sigh. "We'll meet tonight." Minato left and said goodbye to the girls as he disappeared. He had his alone moments with each of his fiancées, which was a rule they had all agreed to. After all, he had to share some intimacy with each of them. Minato. It didn't take long after Minato arrived at the location, footsteps running before the door opened and the redhead appeared with a smile upon seeing him. Minato couldn't help but smile when he saw her. She was always the most cheerful of his girls, and he couldn't deny the genuine smile that always came with seeing her hyperactive nature. "Kushina," he said as she jumped to hug him. Ignoring the ANBU outside watching the small greeting interaction, he entered the house with Kushina. Kushina went to the kitchen, grabbed a teapot, and brought it to him along with some cake she had prepared. "How are the missions?" she asked, sitting by his side and looking at him expectantly. "The same as always." He shrugged. "You're hiding something," she said immediately. "Maybe, but this isn't the place to talk about it," he said as she seemed to understand, not pressing further. Minato then looked at her, and then at her belly. "How are you feeling?" he asked. I've been having more dreams this past week," she murmured, a little worried. "I see. Do you want to talk about it?" Minato asked. "It's strange, my dreams are always foggy, then there's a growl, but I always think of us, on that beach," she said with a tone of embarrassment. "I see," Minato said thoughtfully as his gaze returned to her once again. "How about we go for a walk, she said, her smile widening upon hearing that. "Sure," she said, and they went back to eating the rest of Kushina's cake. Obviously, the ANBU would never let Kushina leave the barrier, but Minato could bypass that. After they finished, Kushina nodded, and Minato touched her hand. With a small flash over their bodies, they seemed to remain there without change, but those two were clones with a considerable amount of chakra to avoid raising suspicion. Elsewhere in the village, Minato appeared with Kushina in a forest considered a training area. "I want to see how the place is doing," Kushina said immediately, breathing in the fresh air. Her only moments outside the barrier were when Minato took her out. They leapt onto the trees and advanced toward a construction area, where they could see Minato's house being built. "In a few months the house will be ready," Kushina said cheerfully as she watched civilian carpenters working on the site, building a large space for them to live. "Yes." Minato nodded, looking at the place with satisfaction. Soon they would be moving there. At least, that was the initial plan, but due to the recent events, they might never have the chance to do it. "You're thinking again?" Kushina accused quickly. Minato smiled. "True, but anyway, we should just wait for the place to be ready," he said in the end. She nodded happily, but soon her expression grew a bit thoughtful, a bit sad. "But will they let me live with you?" She said. "Come with me," Minato said, and Kushina followed, jumping through the trees just behind him, leaving the construction behind as they moved toward the river on the property. "I love this place," she said, taking off her sandals and running to the river, placing her feet on the water, something she liked to do when they were there, and her gaze turned back as Minato approached and sat beside her. "I have a plan." Minato returned to Kushina's question. "Plan?" She looked at him suspiciously. "It's something difficult, and you'll have to be brave for it," he said. "Wait, you're not thinking about doing exactly what I'm thinking," she murmured, eyes widening. She realized what Minato was suggesting, something very dangerous. "Yes," he replied, confirming. "I intend to face the nine-tailed fox," Minato said, staring at Kushina. She looked at him in terror. "You can't do that, Minato. That's way too dangerous," Kushina said, frightened. "You underestimate me, Kushina." "That way, don't you trust me?" he said, smiling, seemingly unbothered by her fearful look. "Of course I trust you, more than anyone else. But this is a completely different situation than usual, Date Bane," she exclaimed, using her catchphrase. He simply smiled, knowing that kind of reaction from her was because she was worried, as he approached with his hand. Then, he reached for her hand and gently held it. Don't worry about it. I'm stronger than I've shown you, Kushina. Besides, I want one thing. He said seriously. What? She asked cautiously, still looking at him with concern. I want to. Minato didn't even finish, stopping mid-sentence, because in the next moment an explosion of chakra surged from Kushina's seal. But Minato had anticipated it with his observation haki. In the very next instant, in a split-second movement, 4 clones burst from him and landed around them, clapping their hands together. Immediately, a barrier was created just as Kushina's chakra exploded. Minato held her as she grew dazed, while the fox's chakra began to leak out. The barrier closed and Minato managed to block the energy with it so as not to alert the village sensors. Minato. Kushina could barely speak, as a layer of chakra began forming, emerging from her belly and spreading outward. Minato didn't act right away, he just watched. Is she reacting to my declaration? He murmured. Minato was checking her. His gaze shifted to the fox's eyes, and fox-like features began to appear, fangs and whiskers on her face. She seemed to be starting to lose control, forming a chakra cloak around her body like a tail. But Minato didn't try to stop her then, he wanted Kushina to go through that experience, as it would be important for her. Minato. She tried to control herself. When Minato sensed it had gone far enough, he opened his palm. From each of his fingers, small purple flames emerged. He lifted Kushina's shirt, revealing her belly and then her seal, before applying a sealing jutsu to calm the fox's chakra that was escaping. Minato had anticipated this moment for years, already knowing a bit about how it would work. So, even with the fox furious inside Kushina, hearing a human declare he would fight and defeat her wasn't enough to break Minato's sealing jutsu. He began sealing all the leaking chakra, calming her, until the final layer vanished from her body. Kushina then simply collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Minato. She said, breathless and scared. How are you feeling? He knelt down, checking if she was okay. And she was. I'm fine. But, what was that? She was still trembling. She felt rage. And it seemed she was starting to lose herself. That's the fox's chakra, Kushina. She reacted to our conversation, Minato commented, looking at her. What? She was spying on us. Kushina murmured, dazed. I believe so. Seems like you've got a nosy fox inside you, said Minato, sighing, not even imagining how the fox was now screaming furiously upon hearing that from a human. Either way, I've sealed it for now, but it's not forever. That's why the barrier is kind of essential when I'm not around you, because this could get out of control, he said, as she just nodded. But then, if we're together, it won't be a problem, right? We can still live together, can't we? The village will allow it, she couldn't help but ask with concern, trusting that Minato could handle the Kyuubi, though still feeling a little scared for his safety. Yes, but I want something more from you, Kushina, he said, while she looked at him confused, still not understanding the intention behind his words. Minato's clones were still maintaining the barrier closed, waiting until the last trace of chakra dissipated, but that didn't seem to be happening. So, he would have to seal it before leaving. Either way, he turned back to Kushina. I want you to become the perfect Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, he said seriously. Kushina widened her eyes, stunned. What? You want me to become a perfect Jinchuriki? For me to master the fox's power, she murmured, shocked. After all, not even Mito Uzumaki had done that, how could she? It's complicated, but I'll help you with it. Because I have a plan. But it will be necessary, Kushina, he said, even more serious. What do you mean, Minato? Necessary for what? She asked hesitantly. Maybe, we'll have to leave the village, he said, and Kushina opened her eyes even wider, frightened by those words. What do you mean by that? Kushina was growing more and more nervous as Minato revealed more and more things. Tell me, Kushina, if the Uzumaki clan were attacked, and the village didn't help, would you stand still? He asked firmly. Why are you saying this, Minato? She asked carefully, feeling the conversation become stranger and more serious by the minute. The Uzumaki clan will be destroyed. And the village will do nothing, he said with a sigh, looking at the sky beyond the barrier between them. Then he continued. But I intend to help them. And it's very possible that I'll become a traitor, that I'll be hunted like a Nukkinen. I fear that, because of our relationship, they'll do something to you. That's why. I'd like to take you with me, he looked at her with determination. Obviously, he would never abandon her, especially being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He wanted her to become powerful, to have control, and not just be used as a vessel to be sacrificed the moment the village needed to release the Bijou in battle. He couldn't predict whether that would happen or not. Even if in the original work that never occurred, Minato wouldn't take that risk. He would never let Kushina face that fate. He remembered the Jinchuriki of the Shikaku. When he was fleeing from the Kazekage, they released him to try to stop him, using him as a sacrifice right then, while unleashing a tailed beast on the battlefield. The same could be said of the Eight Tails in the fight against the Raikage. Kushina wouldn't be like that, he'd rather become the enemy of the ninja world than see that happen. Chapter 231, The Next Gen. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 42. Minato had returned with Kushina to the property, where she was being kept behind the barrier. Not even his special Umbu guards noticed the shift due to Minato's jutsu, as the clones switched places seamlessly with the originals, taking Minato and Kushina's previous positions before vanishing in smoke, no longer needed. I'm going. Minato said at last. It was already afternoon, and Minato wanted to visit the village before nightfall. Minato. Kushina looked at him with concerned eyes as she murmured his name. Minato touched her shoulder, gently squeezing it. We'll make this work, Kushina, he confidently reassured her. After all, they'd had a 10-minute conversation earlier, right after he sealed all traces of the Ninetales chakra lingering in the air into a scroll, ensuring no sensor from the village could detect it. I know that, Minato. I trust you more than anyone else, but that doesn't make me worry any less, she whispered. Kushina had received plenty of significant information, the destruction of her clan and Minato's request that she control the Ninetales within her. Even with his help, Minato would still have to leave the village and possibly become a traitor. Minato kept a gentle smile, indicating that everything would be fine, urging her not to worry too much. Nevertheless, just as he was about to leave, he felt Kushina suddenly grabbing him, as if afraid he might disappear forever. Promise me everything will be all right, she spoke, hugging him tightly. He sighed a little, softly smiling as he returned the embrace of the woman he loved. Yes, he replied, feeling her gently kiss him. After that, they separated, and Minato began walking away, passing through the barrier while Kushina kept watching him from the doorway. We'll be back here tonight, Minato said. After all, it was normal for them to come and dine with Kushina, who could no longer leave this place due to the village's orders. They regularly visited her. Passing the ninjas secretly guarding Kushina, he found Nawaki standing with his single hand in his pocket, the other sleeve of his shirt swaying gently in the breeze. He leaned against the main house, as if waiting for someone. You're here, he said. Yes. How are things? Minato asked. A bit lonely, Nawaki replied. Minato understood the sentiment. After all, Tsuna spent most of the day at the hospital, while Tsuna's sister and mother, Tsunade, were outside the village. That loneliness was understandable for Nawaki, being one of the last Senju alive. Some had survived until the end of the war, but were eventually killed in desperate attacks from the cloud in the north. You still haven't found a girlfriend, man? Minato teased lightly. You say that like it's easy, Nawaki mumbled. I just hope you're not reading my sensei's books, Minato added, knowing that clearly wasn't the best resource for understanding women. Of course not. Nawaki responded, slightly embarrassed, clearly lying. Anyway, meet me tomorrow at Training Ground 7, if you're free. We need to talk, Minato said, and Nawaki nodded, not knowing exactly what Minato wanted now. Bring Due too, he added as a final note. Due and Nawaki had ended up forming a team for missions. Since Due was already training and progressing toward opening the gates, it made sense to keep them together, especially after Nawaki had lost his team at the end of the war. Minato wasn't sure exactly what to do now but wanted to spend some time walking that afternoon. He had eaten something earlier with the girls before visiting Kushina and then had Kushina's cake afterward, so hunger wasn't an issue. He just continued walking out of the clan grounds. He paused for a moment, trying to sense where his girls were within the village. Using his sensory chakra and observation haki, he easily located all of them at the village center, buying a few things, mostly ingredients, so Minato could cook something that night, obviously wishing to eat his food. He left that side and kept walking through the streets like an ordinary villager, observing the shops and the people, seeing how they interacted. A glint in his eyes reflected some of the questions he'd asked himself after leaving the mission. What was the village's purpose? What did it mean to be a shinobi? After all, the Will of Fire was about protecting Konoha, its ninjas, and their families, giving your life for the village. But more than that, it was about giving your life for the very idea that built Konoha, for the bonds Konoha's shinobi shared and for future generations, although it seemed a bit contradictory coming from Sarutobi, given he was sacrificing the Uzumaki. Hey, isn't that Minato Namikaze? Some people whispered upon seeing him walk down the street. Minato hadn't received this much attention in over a year. After being hailed as a war hero, he had worked exclusively as an ANBU squad member. It was somewhat surprising that people would recognize him immediately, since it was rare to see him around the village, and he hadn't performed any grand deeds as Minato Namikaze recently. But he didn't pay much attention to those people, continuing to hammer away at his internal questions. Without realizing it, as he was slightly distracted, he soon noticed he'd stopped in front of a specific place. I can't even remember the last time I looked at this place, Minato murmured, a bit surprised upon seeing it, although nostalgia quickly overtook him. It really had been years since he'd looked at the Ninja Academy entrance. After graduation, he'd never had a reason to come back. While gazing at the entrance, his eyes shifted further back, landing on an old swing, remembering that Naruto might sit there one day in the future. Nevertheless, he didn't go towards the swing. After all, he was too old for something like that, but he still decided to stay there. He sat down on a bench, enjoying the rare feeling of being alone, something he seldom experienced since he was always with his girls. He spent a few minutes just breathing in the air of Konoha, until he sensed people approaching. Hurry up, Obito. We have to deliver this to Sensei before class ends. Minato heard the girl calling out to the boy who wore some sort of sporty goggles. I know. It's just that I had to help an old lady cross the street, Rin. But I'm coming now, he shouted, running towards the girl after being late and causing her to wait after she'd already waited for him. Minato didn't know the context of their hurry to deliver something to their teacher, nor why they were outside the academy, but he couldn't judge. After all, classes had different schedules. Just like during his own academy days, there had been days he spent entirely in class, while others were only half days. It could be a test or an assignment their teacher requested. But that didn't matter right now. Minato was seeing Rin and Obito for the first time, who were supposed to be in Kakashi's original class, who, unsurprisingly, had already graduated and was acting far beyond a ninja of his young age, having become a chunin at age 8. Minato remained there, observing them with interest as they ran by, initially not noticing him due to their hurry. They'll graduate in a few years, will I be their teacher? Minato couldn't help but wonder, watching them pass by. He'd seen them around the village a few times, but it was the first time seeing them up close. Minato was ready to become their teacher, and he'd never allow their fates to become as tragic as they'd ended up, like Kakashi finally realizing, at the last moment, that his teammates were more than mere tools for the village and its missions, Rin dying, or even Obito being corrupted by Madara Uchiha. Minato would avoid that fate, but certainly, if that happened to the Uchiha boy, if Obito turned toward evil, he'd handle things differently from Naruto. After all, Minato didn't believe someone could simply return to the right path after just a conversation. Obito had committed crimes that were unforgivable. Minato quickly set those thoughts aside, realizing he was contemplating the fate of a child whom he could still protect and guide toward the right path. At the same moment, footsteps stopped in front of him, and a pair of feet turned toward him. Obito. Rin spoke up, noticing her teammate had stopped, looking at the men who seemed around 10 years older than them, sitting there. Minato also looked at Obito with a calm gaze, analyzing the young Uchiha standing before him. You. He murmured, recognizing Minato's face from somewhere, but unable to pinpoint exactly from where. Minato couldn't help but smile slightly, watching Obito staring and trying to remember his face. Can I help you, young man? Minato finally spoke. Do you know him? Rin stepped closer to Obito, also looking at Minato. He doesn't seem unfamiliar. I've seen him somewhere. I just can't remember exactly where. Didn't I help you once? Obito asked. Minato wore a regular hoodie and pants, dressed as a civilian. Even on days off, off-duty ninjas usually wore their uniforms, causing Obito's confusion at seeing Minato without his headband. Obito, we have to go. Rin reminded him urgently, causing Obito to nod and snap out of it. Right. Let's go. Ah, I remember, the boy interrupted himself, shouting and pointing at Minato. Minato raised an eyebrow, while the girl seemed increasingly urgent about returning to the academy. My grandma told me about you. Obito pointed directly at Minato. She even showed us a drawn picture and said we Uchihas should stay away from you because you're dangerous. Minato raised his eyebrow even higher, surprised by the sudden accusation, while Rin seemed shocked at Obito's bluntness toward an apparently random stranger. Minato clearly understood that the Uchihas weren't at all pleased with him over the past year, especially after what he'd done to the clan elder and easily defeating every clan member who confronted him. Even so, he hadn't expected they would start showing his image to the younger generation and warning them about the hostility they held toward him. I can't say I'm on the best terms with your clan. After all, I did beat up some Uchiha members, but I was defending my future wife, and I don't regret doing it, Minato replied calmly. Obito seemed startled by Minato's answer. All he'd heard from his grandma was that he should stay as far away as possible from this man, as Minato was dangerous and nobody in the clan could do anything against him. Obito opened his mouth to reply again, but before he could say anything else, a chunin appeared next to them, looking seriously at the two youngsters. What are you two doing out here? You're the only ones who haven't entered the classroom yet. If you're not inside within the next 30 seconds, I'll give both of you a 0, he complained immediately, making Rin and Obito frown. And you're even bothering others, he added, immediately recognizing Minato. It's my fault, sensei. Don't be so harsh on them, Minato spoke up to ease the situation for the two youngsters, noticing their nervousness. Alright, I'll forgive you this time, but you'd better be careful. Go, the teacher said, while Rin and Obito quickly nodded and ran inside, giving Minato one last glance. That boy is too impulsive, and the girl always tries to help him, the teacher commented afterward, watching them enter. That's common for them, sir. Minato politely replied since he didn't know this teacher. Kim, the teacher calmly responded. My name is Kim. Minato Namikaze, right? Anyway, I have to go now. It's a bit surprising to meet you here. I was just thinking about a few things. Couldn't help remembering my own days here. I studied at this academy, Minato commented thoughtfully. I see. You might not know this, but when you entered the academy in the elite class, I was in my second to last year, Kim revealed, smiling slightly. I remember very clearly how you began to stand out at the end of your first year and soared through the second, becoming the greatest genius of that generation, he remarked, completing his thought shortly afterward, and later, the hero. Minato raised an eyebrow slightly at the comment. Just serving the village to the best of my abilities, Minato replied calmly and humbly. The teacher nodded. I hope you'll become an example for these youngsters as well, he said before leaving Minato standing alone there. Minato stayed a bit longer, leaving shortly afterward as he continued walking. In the classroom, the teacher was already waiting as the two students entered. Sensei, who was that? Obito immediately asked after handing in the delayed papers to the teacher. He's Minato Namikaze, the village hero who was officially recognized a year ago, the teacher explained to the class, causing Obito's eyes to widen in surprise. Right. Now I remember. Rin exclaimed as well, recalling Minato's appearance from when the Hokage had publicly honored him in the village along with other heroes. She had been with her friends celebrating in the village at that time. Really a hero? Obito murmured. He didn't clearly remember Minato's name, only the drawing his grandmother had shown him. Not just that, the teacher continued. He also became the genius of his era when he was at the academy, joining a program in which the village invested a lot of resources, but in the end managed to produce powerful shinobi, he explained to all the students. Like Kakashi. Obito murmured again, feeling a bit of anger as he mentioned the name of the prodigy who always stood out from his class, considered the example from the previous graduating group. Having left all of them behind, envy was clear in his eyes as he thought about his rival. Mr. Minato is the best. I know him, and we even trained together with my dad. Might Guy, who was also in the class, immediately shouted upon overhearing the conversation. Anyway, let's move on. I'll announce the grades for your assignments after correcting these last two, the teacher announced as class was coming to an end. Chapter 232, The Dark Side of Konoha. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. I want some more. Datebane. Kushina shouted, raising her plate, while Minato was finishing cooking a homemade barbecue sauce for the meat he had prepared on the grill, moving toward the table. He poured the sauce over Kushina's meat and then placed the rest so the other girls could help themselves whenever they wanted. He sat down at the table shortly after to eat. In the end, everyone gathered as planned, at Kushina's house. While Minato had prepared the food, as they had agreed, they managed to get organized after Mikoto, Hanabi, and Suna arrived with the ingredients they had bought and went to Kushina's house. Delicious as always. I always have to wait a few weeks to taste this food. Suna said cheerfully, as she grabbed a bit more. Meanwhile, the others, Hanabi and Mikoto, ate calmly, enjoying the food. They also had a certain difficulty eating the meals made by Minato even during missions. After all, they barely had time for it, especially as squad leaders. After spending a good part of the night at Kushina's house, she asked to be visited the next day. Suna returned to her home while saying goodbye to them. Can we walk? I wanted to see the village. Mikoto asked suddenly, and Minato nodded, going with Hanabi out of the Senju clan. They went to the Hyuga clan's residence, and Hanabi returned to the clan. Mikoto ended up continuing with Minato, heading toward his apartment. They walked together for a while through the village, watching the lives of other people out that night, while Mikoto looked at Minato and raised an eyebrow. You seem better than you were before, she murmured and knew it wasn't just because he had seen Kushina. He smiled. Let's say I met some special people today, Minato said, but didn't give many details. She only raised an eyebrow but didn't insist. As they walked through the village, everything followed its usual rhythm. People selling in their shops, civilians scattered through the streets with their families, undercover ninjas walking around or some on missions running across the rooftops, and of course, the village's internal security, the Uchiha. It didn't take long for them to notice some Uchiha observing them. When Mikoto noticed the stares, she turned to Minato with a slightly suspicious expression. Something like that had become quite normal after what had happened. Minato was rarely seen around the village lately, and the Uchiha kept a steady gaze on the two every time they saw them. Although they didn't do anything, they seemed quite frustrated. Either way, they continued on to Minato's apartment and spent the night there. The next day, Minato had to leave the girls behind once again, as he headed to his shops. He went to check the inventory and talk to his employees, civilians who assisted customers looking for all kinds of items he kept trading, which were ninja equipment. Lord Minato. It's amazing to see you, said one of his employees, seeing him entering and walking past the morning customers. Good morning. Minato just nodded and went to the back of the store, where the books with the inventory data were kept. He took them and began to carefully analyze the records. There was all the data he needed about the activities and results of his stores. He now needed to be ready for what he was about to do. That's why he had to carefully manage all the possible resources over the next few months. Usually, he would seek resources from suppliers of the items he sold, many of them blacksmiths from the village itself or spread throughout the land of fire, who brought them to him. As for the explosive tags, he produced them himself, easily being the top seller of these items in Konoha. He made deals directly with the ninjas who sought them or through a contract with the Hokage himself, supplying the tags to be distributed from missions to the ninjas. Minato was extremely wealthy because of this, being the only one who could create hundreds of clones to work on crafting explosive tags for his shops. As a master in Fuinjutsu and having the ease of creating so many clones despite not being an Uzumaki or a Senju, he even ended up harming the Uzumaki's business, who previously supplied this type of item to the village and other regions, although they still sold other kinds of seals. Minato now needed to prepare. He couldn't decrease the resource stockpiles too much, as that would raise suspicion about what he was about to do. But he needed to find a way to deceive the village. However, the most important thing now was the money. He needed to keep everything to himself, not knowing exactly what could happen in the coming months. He quickly started writing some orders in the books. After that, he left the store and went for another walk through Konoha. He didn't know exactly why, since he had done that the day before, but some comments from customers left him unsettled, so he decided to stroll through the village. It didn't take long to confirm his suspicions. As he saw more and more people, he could hear them whispering in the streets. So, did you hear? They say the village will suffer a great loss because of this. And to think he would do that. What do you think the Hokage will do? He has to pay. Yeah. He must pay for this. He brings shame to the village. He shouldn't even be a ninja anymore. We have to complain to the Hokage. He's the scum of the village. People kept saying that kind of thing. The disgust for Konoha began to grow inside Minato, as he kept hearing it. Ungrateful people. One moment, they call you a hero, the next they want your head. He muttered, lowering his head as he kept walking. It was obvious what they were talking about, when Minato helped Tsukumo and his team, whom he found returning from their mission to Konoha after Tsukumo had failed. That was the mission that would condemn him, to the point where the great hero would take his own life after hearing the entire village criticize him. It was frustrating. But, at the same time, suspicious. Tsukumo's team had returned yesterday, and suddenly, the entire village was already talking about it. Clearly, they were destroying his reputation at record speed. Danzu. Minato muttered, knowing very well how Danzu's influence had grown in the past year. Besides that, Minato had some suspicions very close to him, within his own team for a few months now, since his team had been linked ever since Alpha's leadership, and some members seemed to have changed their behavior in recent months. He would have to check their tongues for the seal, but hadn't had the opportunity yet. Either way, Minato headed to Training Field 7 in the afternoon, after reviewing all his shops. He was going to meet Nawaki, just as he had said the day before. Hey, Minato, that was when he heard the voice of Chusa Akimichi approaching, alongside Yamanaka and Shikaku. Minato looked at them and smiled, as they chatted briefly. You've been pretty famous lately. The Ino, Shika, Cho team never fails a mission. Minato commented, his mood lifting a little upon seeing his friends. They weren't part of any special squad like him, but they had been completing several missions as regular teams. Minato ran into them now and then, although it had been rare over the past year. He knew they were standing out a lot in the village. Shikaku, in fact, had taken over as team leader after their former sensei left the team. There wasn't even a need to assign another jounin, it was one of the few teams with only 3 members, but that didn't stop them from completing numerous missions with a success rate close to 100%. After saying goodbye to his friends, Minato continued on until he found Nawaki, as expected. Minato. Nawaki greeted, as the blonde returned the greeting. How are you? Ah, I'm fine. Today's the only day you'll be able to talk to me. I received a summons from the Hokage today, and tomorrow I'll have to go on a mission with Master Due, he replied. I see. I don't need much time, just a few minutes. Minato said. With the signal only the two of them knew, Nawaki understood. Minato just checked to make sure no one was spying before continuing. The time has come for us to start acting, Nawaki. Minato said in a serious tone. Immediately, Nawaki narrowed his eyes. You think there's no more time? He asked in a serious tone. No. The village has started turning a blind eye to everything that happened with the Uzumaki clan. My last mission proved it. The villages are gathering information about the Uzumakis, and, if everything is right, in 6 months the attack will begin. So, you really intend to? Nawaki murmured cautiously. Yes. I'll try to overturn the village's leadership. But it won't be an easy task. That's why I want to contact your sister the next time you see her. I'd like you to send a scroll in her name, so it doesn't seem suspicious. It's very likely they'll change my team, and it would seem strange for me to seek Tsunade on my own, Minato explained. I understand. So it'll be hard for you to act. But you can count on me. I'll make them pay for what they did to me, Nawaki said with a tone of hatred. Yes. It's time to start the reconstruction of your arm. But still, I want you to become the leader of the clan. If things really get ugly, I'll have to take Kushina with me. I won't leave her in the village. If the third war breaks out, they'll use her, knowing she's connected to me and fearing she might use that against the village, so it's very possible they'll get rid of her at the first opportunity. Minato said with a sigh. Mikoto and Hanabi will go with me too. Now, Tsuna. Minato paused, uncertain. He still didn't know if it would be better to take Tsuna out of the village, even if that made her a traitor, or leave her where she might be safe. I think you should take her. They'll probably use her against you, or against us if things go wrong. Nawaki said. All right. Either way, let's begin the plan. Remember, don't take too many risks, because you'll be safer here. Try to remain neutral. If we can gather all the evidence we intend to in the coming months, we'll be able to corner the village leadership. But, if it doesn't work, I'll have to act on my own. And maybe, only a third war can reverse this. Minato took a deep breath. Anyway, I need to go somewhere else now. Take care, Nawaki. Minato finished, in a firm but calm tone, as they spoke in an isolated place, where no one could hear. Nawaki simply nodded his head and watched Minato vanish in front of him. His gaze then turned to the faces carved into the Hokage rock in the distance. He stared especially at Hashirama's, with a serious expression. Is this what you expected from your village, grandfather? Nawaki murmured, without a trace of humor. After that, he headed back to the clan. He needed to prepare as well. Chapter 233, Reuniting with Gyurin and Plans. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Minato reappeared, stomping his feet against the surface of the sand with force on that beach, as the sea breeze quickly rushed into his nostrils. His next stop after leaving Nawaki was none other than his secret place, used since many years ago. As he looked curiously at the sea to the south, he remembered that this was not only the place where he trained and developed the Rasen Shuriken, along with the powers of the light fruit, but also where he met a strange fish, his friend of years whom he had found by chance on this very beach. And Minato was there precisely because of him. After all, contact between the two had resumed in the last year after almost 2 years of barely speaking due to the war and Gyurin undergoing a journey exploring the sea to become stronger. Minato. Unsurprisingly, an explosion burst from the sea. The fish soared out of the water, rushing toward the beach at an astonishing speed. He could simply accelerate in the air with his tail, beating it rapidly and with such impressive force that it generated an air explosion, before returning to the water. Then, he jumped again, crossing dozens of meters at high speed. Gyurin. It's good to see you. Minato smiled, brightened. The blue fish, with horns and a strangely articulated speech, belonged to the fish clan. Besides reasoning like any intelligent animal, they had special abilities. I felt your presence the moment you appeared on the beach. I'm easily a powerful sensor, as you call it. Gyurin replied. He had an incredible sensory ability. It wasn't based on chakra, but on the purest spiritual presence, something similar to observation haki, which Minato possessed, but at the same time, it wasn't the same ability, despite being similar. Minato approached, smiling even more upon seeing his old friend. His mood improved as he walked on the water, moving toward the fish who now waited, still, in the shallowest part of the beach. Gyurin was visibly much larger than before, with half of his body out of the water. It's good that you arrived. I was in my clan over the past month, and the trial of the waterfall will happen soon. Gyurin said, his voice deep. Minato had come there before but hadn't found him this month. Now the fish explained why, while Minato listened attentively. That's good. Are you ready for it? Minato asked. Obviously, Minato. I'm strong enough for it. Gyurin responded, waving his right fin. Minato still didn't exactly know what happened to Gyurin or the other members of his clan after the so-called trial of the waterfall. Gyurin only explained that everyone, at some point, had to face it. Those who failed would remain in the clan, in the sea, for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, those who managed to reach the top of the waterfall somehow, disappeared. No one heard from them again. However, everyone knew they had achieved what they desired. Minato didn't even know if they died or transcended to somewhere else, he couldn't understand anything about this clan. But, for some reason, Giran always said that everyone in his clan was born with this immense will in their hearts, to reach the top of the waterfall. There, they would evolve. Well, seeing that, you'll need to be even more prepared. Shall we train a bit? Minato asked. Giran nodded in agreement. They spent the late afternoon training together. Minato helped him. Even with the somewhat strange friendship, after all, it was a talking fish, he considered him one of his most trustworthy companions. Quickly, the battle began, making the waves of the water stir, as the fish charged against Minato. He leapt as well, activating armament haki in his fist, which advanced rapidly forward. The fish responded with his tail, striking forcefully against Minato's fist. Immediately, a sonic explosion occurred between the two, and the sea seemed to recede from that point. Minato was always stunned by the strength Giran had achieved by growing so much in recent years. He was capable of shattering rocks and even producing cutting winds with his movements. Minato had no idea that the Horned Fish clan possessed such capabilities. Besides the growth, the blue scales were harder than steel, creating a natural armor around the fish. Giran didn't have that before, and Minato had never seen any other member of his clan, so witnessing that evolution in the fish was overwhelming. Even though he didn't need to use the full power of his haki, Giran had become so strong that just fighting with Minato's regular body wasn't enough to match the fish's current strength. That's why he coated his fist with armament haki to withstand the impacts. Giran, in a strong tone, explained more about the strength of his clan. He himself could leap from the water and soar more than 100 meters in the air. It was said that even the most powerful members of his clan, those who didn't pass the waterfall, could fly up to 200 meters in a jump from the sea, with enough force to devastate an entire beach, with the intensity of an A-rank jutsu, using their tails or even spitting a water jutsu, from what Minato had heard. Great, let's raise the intensity of this. Minato said, using this as a way to further refine his armament haki while exchanging blows with the fish. Giran could also use Jeppo, an ability Minato had recently taught him. Even without having a One-Piece style body like the blonde, Giran managed to master the technique, using the force of his tail's impact in the air. Due could also potentially master Jeppo too, according to Minato's expectations, but he would first need to fully master the seventh gate, something he was still developing at the time. Either way, the two continued fighting for a few hours, until the sun began to set. I think it's time I head back to Konoha. It's already getting dark. Minato said. Giran nodded, but then called out to him. Wait, Minato. I wanted to talk to you about something. Minato looked at him curiously. What is it? He asked. You think I'm strong, don't you? Giran asked, looking at him with a strange expression. Minato was surprised by the question from the fish, but answered sincerely. Yes. You're very strong. I'd say you're at the level of an elite jounin. Minato had to admit. The speed at which Giran struck the air with his tail, being able to fly, generate pressure and wind attacks, in addition to his brute strength, not to mention his special attack, another trait of his clan, using his horns that could emit electricity, made him truly formidable, able to create lightning jutsu. So. I was thinking. Giran continued, seeming a bit embarrassed. You've told me before about the toads you can summon to fight alongside you. I'd like to do the same. When you need my help. I want you to summon me. And I'd also like to take you to the fish clan. Giran finished, surprising Minato. You want to make a summoning contract? Are you sure about that? Wait, you want me to go to the fish clan too? Minato asked, somewhat incredulous, but curious. Giran just nodded. Of course. Didn't I say many years ago that I wanted you to take part in the trial I was going to do? So, you won't be able to reach the clan at the bottom of the sea. But a summoning could bring you there, he said. Minato scratched his chin, thoughtful about it. He didn't want to simply stop seeing his companion after he passed the waterfall trial, since there was a rumor that those who did so simply disappeared. Even so, this was Giran's will. His life mission was to go through that waterfall, and Minato didn't try to stop him, even with the information he had heard. All right. We can make a contract, although I could use my teleportation seals, I believe a summoning would consume less chakra. But give me a few days, since I'll have to create it. Minato said, knowing he could make the summoning scroll thanks to his knowledge in Fuinjutsu. However, it was a complex process. It wasn't just signing a scroll with blood, he would have to develop the entire vocation and structure of the contract. That would take a few days, and he would even ask Kushina for help, but still, he agreed. That's great. Giran nodded enthusiastically. I'd like to see your home. And also, if you need me in a battle. I will help, Minato. He said with satisfaction. Minato simply nodded to that. Anyway, I'll be going now. Goodbye, Giran. Take care. I'll have a few more days off and I'll return here so we can continue training. He said. Giran nodded, and Minato vanished. Once again, he spent the night with the girls at Kushina's house. However, he seemed thoughtful. He interacted less than usual with his fiancées. But Minato hadn't been much of a talker in the past year. He preferred to let them talk among themselves while he thought about everything that was going on. With so many things happening at the same time, he was a bit worried about what to do next. The next day, Minato took Hanabi, Mikoto, and Suna and left the village in secret, heading to the beach once again, something he had decided the night before. "Why did you bring us here?" "That fish came back," Suna asked, curious. "Guren is here. He'll probably appear once he senses our presence. But that's not exactly why I'm here. I want to talk about something serious that might sound like treason, and I didn't want anyone else to see." Minato began. "And what would that be, then?" Hanabi murmured, seeing Minato's serious expression. She already suspected something important was coming. The night before, he had clearly been deep in thought, but said nothing. They respected the silence. "I want to talk about my possible departure from the village. And I'll probably be treated as a traitor." Minato began, leaving all of them wide-eyed. "I can't force you into this, because I wouldn't want any of you to be called traitors. However, I'm obligated to take Kushina with me. Even so, I intend to defy the village if my plans to remove the Elder's power go wrong. And I wanted to know if you're willing to do the same. And bear the weight of being called traitors along with me," Minato said openly. They were surprised at first, but not completely. They already knew some things. That wasn't the first time this kind of conversation came up. Ever since Minato started planning how to prevent the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, after recognizing what had been done against them, he had shared some of his concerns with them. "You're still asking, you idiot. Of course we'll be on your side," Suna said, crossing her arms. "If you say that defending my great-grandmother's clan is important, obviously you don't even have to ask, I'll be with you." She added firmly. "Yes. We'll leave the village. Minato, there's nothing keeping me here anymore," Hanabi said, while Minato gave a sincere smile. "You think you can get rid of me that easily, Minato?" "Of course I'll be with you," Mikoto said, with a sparkle in her eyes. Minato looked at them, feeling confident upon hearing the words of the women he loved, and smiled as he looked at the three. "Very well, but it won't be easy," he said seriously. "Anyway, Suna, you have a summoning contract with the slug Katsuyu, right?" he asked, turning to her. Suna nodded, and Minato continued. "You need to go to the Shikatsu forest. I'd like you to learn Sage Mode with Katsuyu over the next few months. I know it's risky, but it will be necessary," Minato explained, while she sighed, already anticipating the effort it would require. "All right. I'll have to ask for a leave from the hospital, but I'll do it," she replied. Suna remembered that her mother hadn't been able to master the Sannin mode, but she herself could try. And now, more than ever, she would need it. "I'll need something from you too as well," Minato said, turning to Mikoto and Hanabi. "But we'll talk later. For now." He stepped away from them a bit, bit his thumb until it bled slightly. Then, he began forming hand signs, preparing a summoning. In an instant, a large cloud of smoke covered the entire beach. The girls quickly stepped back, trying to shield themselves from the wind and impact of the summoning. The heavy sound of a colossal creature landing on the sand echoed throughout the area. "Minato. Why did you summon me here? Where's the enemy?" Gamabunta's deep voice boomed as he looked down, seeing Minato standing before him. "There are no enemies now, Gamabunta. But I'm here to ask you something," Minato said firmly. "And what would that be?" the giant toad asked, looking at him curiously. "I want you to return to Mount Maiboku and pass along my request to the Toad Elders. I'd like to go to the mountain, I want to make a request to them," Minato said, determined. That was the next part of his plan. Chapter 234, Minato and Tsunade's plans. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Here are some requests from the Hokage, Lady Tsunade. Lumen, Minato's codename in the ANBU, said while in a town in the Land of Fire. "So the old man needs me for a few more things. More than what he occasionally asks for." Tsunade muttered with dissatisfaction. Obviously, she was on leave, as she had Konoha's permission for it, but at the same time, the Hokage always ended up requesting her services in the medical field, as there was no one more capable in the village. The village constantly needed her knowledge and techniques, especially for use in the hospital. As long as she didn't deal with blood, she always helped, including research that was being carried out, even some secret ones, which was the case for dispatching an ANBU team to safely deliver the scroll to her hands. Minato did not doubt that shadowy research was being done behind the scenes in the village, perhaps nothing as radical as Orochimaru, but he was certain that Danzo had been asking for Tsunade's help many times through the Hokage. It had been a few days since the conversation Minato had with the girls in Gamabunta, and now he was returning to do missions, this time, not at the border as usual. He had come to this location to deliver the scroll. Oh, one more thing. This was added by Nawaki for me, it's a message from your brother. Lumen said, handing over the scroll as she received it with some suspicion. All right. I'll see what I can do with whatever that old man is asking for. And I'll read my brother's complaints asking me to stop drinking and gambling. She murmured, with a slightly ironic look, although her eyes gleamed with some suspicion as she stared at Minato, seeing his serious gaze through the slits of the fox mask with yellow stripes. After that, Minato said his goodbyes and left, leaving Tsunade alone. Some time later, a 10-year-old child with a village forehead protector on her head approached Tsunade, opening the door of that room. Was someone here, Tsunade-sensei? It was Dan's niece. Tsunade had decided to take the girl as her apprentice while traveling through the land of fire. It's all right, it was nothing important. Now continue your training. Just try to control your chakra as you've been doing in the past weeks. No medical ninjutsu until you're good enough. Tsunade said to the girl, who seemed a bit down but nodded and left the room to go train. The girl had talent, and Tsunade could recognize that, but nothing compared to her daughter, who could already use medical ninjutsu at the age of 8 while still in the academy. Soon after, Tsunade, now alone, opened the scroll from the village. It was from members of the village's secret medical department. It reported research done with compatible cells. That made Tsunade frown deeply. That bastard. It's him. Just as we suspected. She murmured. If that bastard touches my grandfather's body, I swear. Tsunade knew very well what that meant. Obviously, she wasn't going to comply with the request. She would simply send a response saying she couldn't get any results when they asked for them. And then, she opened the letter sent by her brother. First, as always, her brother asked her to go easy on the drinking and gambling, while commenting that everything was fine and that Suna was working well at the hospital. However, in the following lines, a few details caught her attention. The words were in numbers, and with an angry look on her face, she went to her drawer and grabbed a specific book by Jiraiya, against her will. After all, of all types of secret messages, did it have to use those books she hated so much? This was a secret writing she knew very well would be used, because the next words seemed more like Minato's idea than her own brother's. The same man who had just personally delivered that scroll a moment ago. Minato had met Tsunade at least a dozen times in the last half-year delivering some scrolls to her at the village's request, which allowed them to talk. 6 months ago, he had a serious conversation with her, reporting what had happened in the war regarding her brother and showing the corpses he had preserved until that moment. They were members of the Root, ninjas from the village itself under Danzo's command who were sent to hunt down Nawaki. Obviously, the first thing Tsunade wanted was to run to the Hokage's office and demand Danzo's head, and even her former teachers, for allowing that. She was sure he knew everything. Especially after finding out from Minato as well what had really happened at the meeting and the price of peace, with the future of the Uzumaki clan being destroyed without Konoha helping them. But a serious conversation between her, Minato, and Nawaki calmed her down. After all, there were many things at stake. Besides, even if she acted alone at that moment, it might not be that effective. Minato tried to choose a new path. One that would plant a seed of doubt throughout the village with his leadership. But it would have to be in a way that cornered them. Minato had a plan that even they thought would be madness on his part, but it was the best possible strategy. Just thinking about it, Tsunade muttered, irritated. This all infuriates me. If it weren't for Minato, Nawaki would be dead, and he was lucky he activated the Raijin seal at the last moment after his team was killed in front of him and his arm was removed. They wanted members of the Senju clan. They probably killed some of them during the war. And killing Nawaki would be the perfect scenario, and no one would question it, saying he died to enemy ninjas. Besides, he was a much easier target. Unlike her, who would be a hard target to catch, and along with Tsuna, they were confined to the medical camp under everyone's watchful eye. Minato had given his hypothesis that they needed someone with very close kinship to Hashirama Senju because the cell research was no coincidence and they were probably using Nawaki's arm for that. At the same time, Minato made a proposal to recover his arm. Ironically, it was the same kind of research Danzo had requested to be authorized, through the third Hokage. This research aimed to reconstruct Nawaki's arm using Mokutan and connect it to the chakra veins in his body, to be able to perform jutsus and move it like a normal arm. Minato basically shared the idea without too many details, since he wasn't a genetic medicine specialist. He only had a notion of how it would work. But that was enough for Tsunade to be able to develop the project through the idea. In the end, she was out of the village not because she was addicted to gambling or drinking, on the contrary, she was quite sober, though she still gambled, but her real reason was indeed because she was using a secret laboratory, one she built herself, in a remote area. Also she could develop the arm, using her grandfather's cells, from which she had taken a part of his remains and brought with her when she left the village. She felt somewhat guilty for using Hashirama's body, but it was necessary to rebuild her brother's arm. Danzo was also trying to make the same kind of prosthesis, since he had lost his arm in the war. He won't succeed at that, unless he gets the first Hokage's actual body. Minato had said that Nawaki's arm would still be useless without him having Mokuton. When she heard that, Tsunade made sure to fill her grandfather's tomb with as many fuinjutsus and protections as possible, both explosive and barrier types. The place was highly protected. So much so that even when Minato tried to visit Mito's tomb, he could barely get close to Hashirama's, which was next to the late Uzumaki, because it was too dangerous to approach. Tsunade was still thinking about what to do, but she would head to the laboratory in a few hours. Meanwhile, Minato rejoined his team. The mission was already over. His group was just waiting for him among the trees. The mission is over? One of them asked upon seeing Minato. Yes. There's nothing else to do here. We should return to the village. The mission was simple, just escort the scroll to that point. But, before they left, he spoke again. I want to make a stop. I'm hungry. If you want, I prepared a large amount of ramen yesterday. Minato said this with a smile on his lips, which surprised everyone. After all, he never offered food in the middle of a mission. Even so, everyone nodded. Sure, why not? You think I'm going to turn down your food, Commander? One of them said, and everyone agreed as they advanced through the forest. Minato quickly chose a spot, took out several bowls of ramen, and began offering them to everyone. They ate in about 20 minutes, while Hanabi kept watch over the area just in case. Quickly, they returned to Konoha. They arrived a few hours later, happy they hadn't traveled on an empty stomach, since the trip had been a bit long, hours to go and hours to return. I'll report the information to the Hokage. You're free for the rest of the day. Minato gave the order. Quickly, he went to the Hokage's building. There, he passed on the information, while the Hokage nodded, stamping the successfully completed B-rank mission. After that, Minato left without many words and headed to his apartment. On the way, he looked over the village, gritting his teeth. He ignored the conversations and whispers, but he could clearly hear the rumors about Tsukumo, which among the citizens were getting worse, with open insults even from people Tsukumo himself had saved, who now turned against him. Ignoring all of it, Minato arrived home. Only Mikoto was there. Let me see the scroll, Mikoto. Minato said. She took the scroll from her pocket, the one Hanabi had handed her, and extended it to Minato, who took it and opened it quickly. Just as I thought. He murmured. There were 2 names written on the scroll, clearly in Hanabi's handwriting. These 2. Mikoto murmured as well, stepping closer to see the names. There was disgust in her tone. Yes. They work for Danzo. They're infiltrated in my team. But I was sure they didn't have the tongue seals. That must have been done in the last 6 months. Minato murmured. After all, he had offered the ramen specifically to observe his team. He wanted to find out who among them had yielded to root and were inside his group to monitor him. He had noticed how those 2 avoided eating, pretending to chew while eating slowly to avoid showing their tongues, but that was what gave them away. At the same time, Hanabi, who was at a distance, wasn't just keeping an eye on the outer area, she was checking the group itself. With her Byakugan, from afar, through the trees, she searched for signs of the tongue seal. What do you plan to do? Mikoto asked, with a serious and worried tone. Fortunately, I don't think it will last long. I'm sure the elders will try to control me completely. With the information I have, they'll probably remove me from our team and assign me only to root members, and I'll be just a subordinate. Minato said. So, it doesn't really matter now. He added. He already anticipated that they planned to corner him. Not that he was worried about that, in fact, he even thought it might be useful. And it will be at that moment that you'll have the chance to leave the Umbu. Minato said, looking firmly at Mikoto. He knew they would be sent far away. When chaos started in Konoha, he would need access to them easily, to protect them, and if they weren't in the Umbu and remained in the village, it would be much easier. Mikoto nodded, understanding. Yes. Obviously, if we're no longer on your team, we'll leave the Umbu, Minato. Minato nodded as well. All right. Now we just have to be careful and see how the elders will play. We'll have to make our moves based on theirs. He said, with a serious look. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, The Son of the Village's Shame 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Minato was alone, observing his house with the construction in progress that morning, while checking the site to make sure everything was going as planned. The house had 300 square meters on each of the floors, with 2 floors in total, and dozens of rooms and social areas, such as the entrance hall, the kitchen, as well as other spaces, like a library, storage rooms, and even a vault. The structure of the house was perfectly well built, and now the team was working on the structural finishing and decoration. There were about 4 more months until everything was finished. It was strange for Minato to walk through the already built corridors, even though there were still some open spaces due to being unfinished. That house would soon be ready, but would he really enjoy it the way he imagined, knowing very well what was about to happen? The land outside was also immense. The house was surrounded by hundreds of trees with a large forest, and there was only one main entrance and exit, although, for a ninja, that was almost irrelevant. Minato knew he intended to receive civilians, so there was an open area with a pathway leading into the property. There was also plenty of space available for expansion to other constructions, should it be necessary in the future. Minato had invested a significant amount to acquire all that land for a reason, even if it was a bit far from the village center. I guess it's time. Let me go, Minato murmured, as he was about to leave. That day, there was no one working on the construction. The workers were off. That's why Minato was checking the place to see how it was coming along. Still, when he was about to go home to meet the girls, Minato felt something peculiar in that moment. It's him. I've never felt such frustration. But that's a feeling to be expected after what happened. He commented to himself, before disappearing in the next instant. He moved along the side of the house, where there were training fields on the property and where he used to come with Kushina. He kept walking there until he reached more distant areas, amid the vegetation that lay beyond his lands. There, he found a young boy training. The boy kept one arm lowered, supporting it with the other while trying to concentrate a streak of lightning in his palm, but failed. The jutsu slipped away, unstable, and seemed to hurt him. His body still wasn't used to that type of release yet. The boy raised his hand in frustration, feeling the burn caused by the attempt. Then, he suddenly turned toward the trees, alert, pulling out a kunai. Who, he said, knowing someone was there, and as much as Minato wasn't trying to hide his presence, he had to admit the boy had the senses of a jounin at such a young age. Minato appeared shortly after, landing about 5 meters from the boy and looking around. He noticed the area full of kunai stuck in trees and holes in the ground and rocks. Kakashi was surprised to see who it was, but didn't even get to speak before Minato simply started talking. You're trying to perform that jutsu at this age, impressive, Minato commented, while the boy, wearing a mask and with white hair, looked at him with frustration, and even a bit of shame. Don't feel ashamed for trying to perform a jutsu just by hearing about it, Minato said, approaching with a softer look. He wanted to see the boy, but was certainly impressed to recognize the jutsu the boy was trying. It was the same jutsu he had invented years ago. It seemed Kakashi, naturally talented, had taken an interest in that technique and was trying to replicate it, and even younger than Minato had been when he developed it. After all, Minato developed it at age 9. Even without ever having seen it performed personally, or having someone directly teach him, Kakashi was trying to replicate it just based on what he'd heard. It was kind of ironic, a situation like that. After all, he had done the same thing, stolen the Chidori jutsu from the original Kakashi even before the time when the boy had created and performed it. And now, Kakashi was trying to create it too, at only 8 years old. But Minato doubted he would actually manage to master it in a year or two. The Chidori was not easy to perform. And Minato had neglected the jutsu to learn other things during his early years of training. That's why he hadn't done it earlier, even though he developed it later on. He was a genius at creating jutsus, so he created it easily after developing his nature chakra. Why are you here? Spying on me? Kakashi asked, returning with a serious expression. He didn't like the idea of someone watching him, especially Minato. Well, you can't really do much about it. After all, I live right next door. Or at least, I will. I was looking at my house when I sensed your presence and saw you were training, Minato replied casually. I'm not stealing your jutsu. Kakashi immediately said. I'm creating my own, he defended himself, as if wanting to make it clear he wasn't plagiarizing anything. I'm not complaining that you're using this jutsu, Kakashi. Not at all, Minato said, as he raised his arm with a storage armband. He tapped it, and a scroll appeared amidst the smoke. He simply tossed it to Kakashi, who caught it, surprised. If you want to learn the Chidori, this is its scroll. An A-rank jutsu. This will save months or even years, Minato said. You're giving me your jutsu. Kakashi couldn't believe it, holding the scroll in surprise. Jutsus were something very valuable, and the less common ones, like this one in Kakashi's hand, were usually restricted to clans or to the village's jutsu scroll. Each clan had its specialty, and even civilians who created rare techniques rarely shared them, since many had already been killed or robbed after selling them. It was common for powerful clans to seize jutsus created by others, even civilians, during the times of constant warfare. There was also a way to receive them through the village, but that was an uncommon practice, only for people who truly carried out extraordinary work in missions, protecting the village and its inhabitants. And depending on what they had done, higher-level jutsus were given to those ninjas, like Minato fighting against an entire group of infiltrators and saving several umbus, and his heroic actions during the war. Why? Kakashi asked, looking at Minato with suspicion. No one gave away a jutsu like that. Because, just like I saw in Mikoto when I passed this jutsu to her, I see potential in you. You're already training your element, started early, and have talent. And having some powerful jutsus can save your life on missions, Minato said sincerely. The boy said nothing. He just looked at the jutsu, thoughtful. At the same time, he lifted his head as he saw lightning in the air coming from Minato without warning. He looked at Minato raising one of his hands. The lightning burst from his Raikiri, which was a Chidori improved by being even more powerful, now an S-rank jutsu, an even superior technique. And Minato controlled it with ease. He had developed it during the war and now executed it without needing hand seals or preparation. The jutsu was created automatically, in a matter of milliseconds. Understand one thing, Kakashi. This jutsu is just the first step, Minato said, turning back to face the boy. You'll have to develop it on your own. Just like Mikoto created various variations with the lightning element, you'll have to create your own as well. He spoke while extending his hand forward. In the next moment, the lightning forming in Minato's hand began to harden and projected straight out, like a spear of energy. The attack pierced through the air with precision and violently lodged into a nearby tree, penetrating the trunk as the entire impacted area began to heat up, due to lightning being extremely hot by nature. The electric spear glowed for an instant before disappearing with a crack, leaving deep marks in the charred wood. This was the same ability Sasuke created with Chidori, while Minato developed it with Raikiri. Minato then concluded. This application is just one of many. One day, you'll create your own. Kakashi looked, impressed by what he had just seen. His eyes gleamed, but his face remained serious. Why are you helping me? He repeated, breaking the silence. Minato raised an eyebrow, staring at him. What do you mean by that? He asked. You're helping me, the son of the village's disgrace. I thought no one would want to be near me now, Kakashi replied, his voice low, almost bitter. Minato began walking toward the boy. His head was lowered, face hidden by the shadow of his own fringe. Kakashi stared at him, confused, trying to predict what would happen. But he didn't have time to react. Suddenly, Minato delivered a direct punch to the boy's face, hard. Kakashi was thrown several meters back, rolling through the grass before hitting the ground, stunned. Minato then spoke, with a stern look. How can you say something like that, about your own father? Why did you do that? Kakashi stood up, angry. Because I expected to hear that from anyone in the village, but from his own son. Are you really as ungrateful to your father as the village is being? Minato looked at him with a bit of anger. Why are you saying that? Everyone thinks he's a disgrace. You should think the same. Kakashi spoke while rubbing the spot where Minato had struck. Look at him, he's Kakashi Hatake, son of Tsukumo. They say he's talented enough to graduate at age 5 and become a chunin at 6, can you believe that? His father too, wasn't he talented to the point of becoming a hero? Now he brings shame to the whole village, he should give up being a ninja, the village only benefits from that. True, his son should act the same way. He'll be just like his father, no matter how impressive he becomes, he'll bring great losses to the village. Why does he have a headband? Someone take it from him, as punishment for what his father did. Kakashi began to recall the comments he had been receiving over the past few days. His father seemed worn down and no longer left the clan's walls, and Kakashi himself looked at him with contempt. I won't be like you. He thought as he looked at his father. I'll prove to everyone that I'll complete my missions without failure and won't be a disgrace to the Leaf Village. He had those thoughts all the time, that's why he isolated himself on this side of the village to train. He wanted to develop a jutsu powerful enough, he intended to surpass his father and stay far from his image of incompetence. I remember you used to wield a sword like everyone in the Hatake clan. Is that why you don't have it on your back anymore? Out of shame of resembling your father? Minato asked again with a serious look, gazing at Kakashi with a certain disappointment. He knew this would happen, Kakashi himself would develop his individualist personality even further, and the ideology that all ninjas should do whatever was necessary to complete their missions, even if it meant leaving their comrades behind or even killing them to avoid compromising the mission. But Minato, even already expecting something like that, couldn't hold himself back. He felt real anger upon hearing those words. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, The Son of the Village's Shame 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Yes. Kakashi said, although he was a little surprised by Minato's outburst of anger. So you think your father was wrong? In saving his comrades while sacrificing his mission? Minato asked in a grim tone. And you think he was right? Kakashi shot back. Of course I do. Kakashi, do you think we should trample over our allies to achieve our goals? Minato asked, even more serious now. This was the same mindset as the village, which brings up the case of the Uzumaki who are now in a situation without even knowing what's coming for them at this moment. And isn't that the ninja way we should follow? You are a ninja who stood out ever since you were in the academy, even graduating at 10 years old. You became a ninja with a set of jutsus that even jonin usually don't possess. You had already taken down an entire team of chunin who had infiltrated the village on your own. He spoke with Minato, feeling a sense of frustration. He's jealous. He always told me he'd surpass me, and I should have expected that when he graduated at 5 years old and is already a chunin at 8. I saw in some reports that he's already taken down some people, even chunin, but no one likes to work with him and he keeps switching teams, precisely because of those thoughts that a ninja is a tool who must put their team first. Minato thought as he sensed Kakashi's feelings in his voice. It was clear that Kakashi not only looked up to his father but also to the one considered the greatest genius in the history of the Leaf Village. At the same time he was standing out, he had never truly managed to reach Minato, who by the age of 10 had done extraordinary things and already had S-rank jutsus in his arsenal. Minato thought it must be quite frustrating for Kakashi, who believed he was surpassing Minato, but didn't seem to even come close to what he had done by the end of his time at the academy. As they say, talent doesn't always surpass potential. The original Minato was by nature a unique talent born once in a generation, but when this Minato awakened at 6 years old, he was still training to throw kunai, and when he entered, he was behind many kids in both skills and strength. But that quickly changed in the first year as he began to develop his personal abilities and ended the first year as the #1 student in the class ahead of everyone else, continuing every year to grow his abilities with an ever-increasing gap between him and the others. In the end, Minato had a potential that he developed over the years that surpassed any other talent among his peers. Kakashi created an illusion by believing he was doing better than Minato by graduating early, while Minato chose not to take early graduation, having the chance to evolve even more, since he would be busier with missions if he left the academy, and many followed that same path. No wonder no one else graduated early even though they had learned all the basics already. Minato managed to reach a level by the age of 10 that Kakashi couldn't, whether due to potential or because he had time to develop. That seemed to frustrate Kakashi deeply. You know, when a comrade of mine was poisoned during the war, I wanted to get the antidote for her, but I was forbidden to go and they couldn't form an infiltration team into Suna without the Hokage's authorization, seeing as it was a dangerous mission. Besides, the Hokage would never allow that just to save a ninja lying sick in bed merely waiting to die, like thousands of others before her. Minato began as Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Then the blonde continued. So I did something that risked my life, something that could have killed me. I took her poison and put it into my own body. I was also infected by the poison. He said, while Kakashi was visibly surprised by this. This gave me an opening to move forward with this suicide mission. After all, I was just a person waiting to die. The village couldn't stop me now, so I went to Suna alone on an infiltration mission. It took me a few days, but I managed to get where I wanted. I got the antidote and even the formula, escaped to the land of fire with other hostages I had rescued from the cells, and we fought against the Bijou and the Kage of Suna. In the end, you know this event as the first great turning point of the war, where Konoha gained the advantage over the poison. After all, we had the antidote when the poison had just been produced, Minato said. Kakashi still looked at him in utter surprise. If I were in your father's place, I would have done the same thing. So, I can say that I think differently from the village. If I were in your place, I would be proud of my father, because he is more than a tool for the village, he is someone who cares about his comrades. To me those are just words, Kakashi finally replied. He didn't believe Minato truly meant what he was saying. He thought he was just being hypocritical, since he had always had an idealized image in the village. Everyone only ever spoke well of him since the war. Kakashi didn't believe Minato could stand by his words, although he was still surprised by the previous statements. You say that because you don't know me. But let me tell you something, Minato said. I would become a traitor to Konoha to save my comrades. I hope I never reach that point, but I certainly wouldn't hesitate. Because this is my ninja way. I will always fight to protect this village and against everything I believe is wrong. And I see nothing wrong in what your father did. To me, he's a true hero, no matter what the village thinks of him. Minato said this, making Kakashi so surprised for several seconds that he didn't even notice when he approached. Kakashi was still there, staring at the ground, when he felt Minato's gaze and, right after, his hand touching his shoulder. Sorry for the punch. I lost my temper a little, but you deserved it, Minato said in a gentler tone, and continued. If your father made a mistake in your eyes, even though I believe he did the right thing, he is still your father. Either way, I have nothing to do with this anymore, since you're your own person now. Still, it reinforces the idea that you still have a father and he's suffering right now. It's good that you still have this chance to talk to him, because it might be too late, and you could regret it for the rest of your life. I believe that the person you are today, Kakashi, can still change. Don't pressure yourself for perfection, or think that a ninja must follow missions at any cost. Your comrades are just as important, or even more, than the missions. Because Konoha isn't just the place where we are or the missions we do. Konoha is the people who live here. The place was merely chosen. But if Konoha decided to move somewhere else, the village wouldn't die. It would live on in the heart of all its villagers. Minato finished, releasing his hand from Kakashi's shoulder and beginning to walk away slowly, leaving the place. Kakashi turned slowly and looked at Minato's back, then at the scroll. He bent down, picking it up from the ground where it had fallen after he'd been punched. The A-rank jutsu. Maybe Minato would want it back after what happened, but the blonde just shook his head. No. It's yours. Become a powerful ninja, Kakashi. Learn many strong jutsus, and let one of them protect you and your comrades. With that, Minato simply vanished. Kakashi, originally, only managed to master the Chidori after learning the Rasengan, a technique Minato had taught him. He adapted the form of the Rasengan to channel lightning nature chakra. That scroll was something that would certainly help him develop the technique now. Kakashi stood there, in silence, thoughtful about Minato's words. Not quite sure what to think about it, at least for now. I would become a traitor to Konoha to save my comrades. Minato's words echoed again in Kakashi's mind, leaving him a bit confused by them. He would become a traitor, really? Kakashi murmured, wondering if Minato would truly throw everything away. After all, he was a hero and a role model in the village. Meanwhile, Minato appeared in the middle of the village. He didn't go directly to his apartment, he was checking the surroundings, using his observation haki throughout the village. He could feel the Hokage signing some documents, surrounded by several Umbu in his building. He could see Kushina washing clothes and hanging them on the clothesline at her house, while Umbu discreetly watched the barrier around the home. He saw Mikoto preparing lunch for him. Hanabi was training some jutsus in the Hyuga clan's training area, further away from the main zone. Tsunade was examining some papers beside a nurse at the hospital. He could also sense Danza sitting in an underground area, surrounded by root ninjas. That was the base of his routine, Minato could feel it perfectly. There were several children training on the lower levels, all with tongues marked by seals, preparing as Danzu's future forces. He could feel Orochimaru as well, in a forest base, beginning to read scrolls of questionable content. He sensed Madame Garit speaking with some orphanage staff while scolding a few children. He saw Obito helping an old lady cross the street, as he always claimed as his excuse whenever he was late. Kakashi, in turn, was walking back home after that training session. He looked thoughtful as he passed through the early urban areas. People stared at him, some commented, others only whispered, all about his father. But his mind was elsewhere. Minato could feel the entire village, and far more than that. The barriers, the protections, nothing could block his observation haki, and no sensor could detect him. He could see what people were doing in detail, feel their emotions, and even predict their next actions based on the last two. It was the most powerful sensory ability in the world, far beyond merely detecting presences. But Minato wasn't interested in any of those things. He had found the one he was looking for. Tsukumo Hatake, sitting in a secluded area of the village, on the opposite side from where Minato had just spoken with Kakashi. Tsukumo was on a bench, lost in thought, and the place was completely deserted, an abandoned part of the village. The emotions Minato felt from him were heavy. He could sense that Tsukumo was seriously beginning to consider suicide, trying to end it all to escape the relentless assault on his reputation. He felt awful, especially when he noticed the way his own son looked at him, as if he were a disappointment. Minato took a deep breath. He decided he would talk to Tsukumo instead of going home. He simply jumped down from the rooftop and moved toward him, stopping right in front of the men. Tsukumo raised his head, surprised. His eyes said it all, he believed Minato was there to judge him too. "May I sit?" Minato asked. Tsukumo raised his eyes just a few centimeters, slightly surprised by the approach, but nodded silently. "You know. I just met with Kakashi," Minato said directly. Tsukumo looked at him with a bit more surprise. "Well, where can we start? Maybe with the fact that I punched him in the face." Minato pondered, thinking aloud, while Tsukumo watched him, still silent, but a little stunned by that. It was time to see if he could change this man's fate. He was certainly someone important to the village. Minato couldn't allow his story to end as a ninja who committed suicide, crushed by life and abandoned by his own friends and comrades. Minato knew Kakashi was the key to this, as he was the person closest to Tsukumo. But even so, he himself decided to try. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 42. Then. I heard a rumor about you talking with Tsukumo Hatake a few days ago. You don't seem to be angry at him. Minato looked to the side, behind his mask, as he saw his teammate asking. He's not a traitor just because he failed a mission. He saved his comrades, Minato, as the leader of his squad, replied to the person. I know, it's a noble attitude. But don't you also see the losses the village had because of his actions? The person insisted, seemingly wanting to hear Minato's true opinion. He already had in mind that this was one of the infiltrators, the one who at least had surrendered to Root and was in his team to spy on him. That conversation caught the attention of some nearby members. It was evident that it was a subject that drew attention with that teammate speaking to Minato. What kind of crime did he really commit? Minato threw the question back and continued. I don't see the village going to war over this. That mission had no direct impact on the village. As far as I know, everyone criticizes him, but no one really knows what the village lost because of it, even you don't know what that loss really was, Minato concluded. That. The ninja was truly speechless trying to respond to Minato's words. And that was the problem Minato didn't like about Konoha. No one really knew what Tsukumo lost, they just repeated that the information was of great financial value to Konoha. It was a herd mentality, implanted by the village itself. After all, Tsukumo was a powerful candidate to become Hokage, and those old men clearly didn't want to give up their power. In the end, the ninja remained silent, unsure how to respond to Minato for a few seconds. Is that why you're wearing the katana on your back? You believe he did nothing wrong, even though he's considered a disgrace to the village? He asked, looking at the sword on Minato's back. Kakashi may have removed the sword out of shame for his father, but Minato had started using it a few days ago. It was the same weapon, the same style Tsukumo used. Maybe it was Minato's way of saying he supported Tsukumo, even if the village condemned him like a plague. After all, he could very well keep his swords in his storage bracers, but he chose to display it on his back. Tsukumo was a war hero. He saved many people and led great victories for Konoha. It doesn't matter what kind of mission he failed, that doesn't outweigh the achievements he had in the war. And even if the village forgets he was a hero, I'll still remember that. Minato replied to the member of his team. Everyone around heard that with surprise, seeing the motivations of their commander. No one could be forbidden from wearing a katana on their back, but it became a symbol. Even Hiruzen looked at him strangely when he saw it before sending him on the mission, but didn't question it. I understand, it's just that I find it strange coming from you, Commander. You're a hero of Konoha. Aren't you going to stain your image this way too, in front of the village people? He asked. Maybe, Minato shrugged. But I became a hero by doing what I thought was right. And I'll keep doing what I think is right, before any title or admiration I might have. He replied. The ninja fell silent after that, while Minato ended any further conversation. Now let's focus on the mission, Minato said, as he raised his hand for everyone to get into position. With small signals, he whistled for the more distant ones to hear quickly, and everyone got ready. The mission was simple, they were to intercept some wagons bringing illicit goods into the Land of Fire, part of an investigation Minato had been conducting for a few months. Because of that, his activity with his team was quite frequent at the border. And so, a few commercial wagons traveled down the road calmly a few hours later, with Minato sensing through his haki that there were guards who seemed like mercenaries, using common swords, indicating they were apparently ordinary people. Mikoto, Hanabi, and a few sensors, along with Minato, could see the chakra levels of those men. The latter, through observation haki, could see the real strength of the opponents. We have 5 Jounin and 2 Chunin as bodyguards. Minato said. They were from the land of tea and were bringing the drugs under the disguise of merchants. Minato managed to see the drug contents, even though they were sealed to keep anyone from seeing them. His observation haki didn't prevent him from seeing the content within the barriers. As soon as they got close enough to where the team was positioned near the road, Minato gave the order. Move in. Quickly, the squad advanced along the border road. Pretending to be ordinary people, the enemy ninja immediately noticed the movement and prepared for battle. A kunai quickly landed at their feet, as Minato appeared in front of them, starting to neutralize them. And right behind him, the confrontation began. The jutsus launched by the enemies, upon shedding their mercenary disguises, were countered by jutsus from Minato's team, who quickly defeated the enemies in just a few minutes. With greater numbers and being elite ninjas, Minato had already taken down half of them within seconds. What is this? The men guiding the wagon became immediately concerned, seeing only himself standing, while the others driving the wagons were defeated behind him. These were ordinary people with no ninja training, but were they innocent? You are under arrest and will be taken to the Leaf along with your men for illegally bringing drugs into the Land of Fire, Lumen spoke from behind his mask. Impossible. Why are we being accused of carrying drugs? The man immediately tried to defend himself, but it was already too late. The simple proof that there were Jounin guarding the cargo, disguised as missionaries and merchants, made it clear they were there illegally. One of the ninjas from Minato's squad threw a small container to Minato, who caught it and opened it, revealing a white powder. He showed the contents to the men, who visibly looked lost upon seeing the evidence. Detain them. I'm going to call some teams to escort them to Konoha, Minato said, and vanished in an instant, heading to the village. Upon arriving in the village with the Raijin, he passed the information verbally to the Hokage, who nodded and began summoning a few teams for support. Alright, hold on for a few days, and the teams will arrive. He informed. Minato returned to the location where they were holding the wagon and the arrested men. They waited for about 2 days until 4 teams arrived, one of them being Ino, Shika, Cho. Minato left the escort with them and returned to the village with his own squad. Well, it looks like you found the first route through which the drugs are entering the land of fire. That's good. Now we'll have to take care of the others and find out what those who were captured have to say once we send them for interrogation. The Hokage commented, reading Minato's report. Minato knew that this interrogation wasn't a very pretty place, and enemy ninjas were even tortured there. Minato simply nodded in silence. Anyway, good work. I'll be sending a new mission based on what the intelligence division finds from what we're gathering to detect the other routes. That'll be in the next few days. For now, you have 2 days off. He said, as Minato said his goodbyes, disappearing from the place. He returned to his team's base, giving the final directions, while everyone dispersed, as they would have a few days off. One by one, they left the place. Shall we go home? Mikoto approached Minato. She and Hanabi were the only ones who remained at the location with him. I'm going to do some training at my clan's field, Minato said, while Mikoto nodded and went home alone. Hanabi also accompanied Mikoto to her clan. Minato then stayed there for a while, until he moved toward the path leading to the training field on his property. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's building, Danzu and Hiruzen were standing before a ninja, none other than members of Minato's team. They were 2 spy members. So you asked what Minato was doing with Tsukumo? Danzu questioned. Yes, Danzu-sama. He said he doesn't see Tsukumo as a disgrace to the village. He said that no matter what mission he failed, he's still a war hero, the ninja replied. I see. I must admit the boy's courage, Hiruzen murmured. You may leave us now, Danzu requested. The 2 ANBUs disappeared, leaving the 2 advisors alone. Even the guards had left the room so that only the 2 of them remained, and no one could hear what they had to discuss. Do you see a problem with this? Hiruzen commented, breaking the silence. That boy, he's a problem, Danzu said. He's making a symbolic gesture in support of Hatake, and that could compromise us. We need to get rid of him. Or do you want to lose your position as Hokage? Danzu said coldly. Tsukumo has practically already given up on the ninja life, there's no reason for us to keep pushing this, Hiruzen argued, having already achieved the goal they had with all of this. Tsukumo no longer accepted missions, didn't attend meetings, and barely left his house. His prestige and influence were in decline, and even though Hiruzen thought it was all too harsh, Danzu had already convinced him that it was for the best, for the stability of the village and to keep them in power, since there was no one better than them to know what was good for the village. But we still have another problem, Danzu continued. Don't forget, that boy is scheming something. We must keep an eye on him. He's dangerous. Although they didn't have any proof yet, Danzu was sure that Minato could ruin everything. Especially the plan involving the agreement with other villages, the agreement to eliminate the Uzumaki. Minato already knew something from capturing those ninjas and the order he had received to release them more than a month ago. Let's change his team, Danzu finally suggested. We can also speed up the destruction of Tsukumo's reputation, he added. Alright, do what you must, Hiruzen replied with a tired look. Danzu left the building shortly afterward. Meanwhile, Minato was standing in a training field, until he finally sensed someone approaching. You came, he said, a slight smile forming as he recognized who it was. The person approaching was none other than Tsukumo Hatake, the famous White Fang of Konoha. Yes. I thought about what you said, Minato, and I'm going to train you in the art of the sword, he said, with his hand resting on the hilt of his own katana. Somehow, Minato had managed to convince him to regain his self-esteem. And he had also managed to get Tsukumo to begin teaching the skills of a swordsman, and there was no one better in the world than Tsukumo, considered one of the greatest in history. If he could combine the power Tsukumo possessed with his own armament haki, Minato believed he could cut through even mountains, like the greatest swordsmen in the world of One Piece were capable of doing. Chapter 238, Learning the Hatake Swordsmanship. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. The first thing I want to refine as a swordsman is your technique, in other words, your own fencing. You've already said you trained with the late Yuki Hatake for a while, during the war. I'd like to see those skills, Tsukumo said to Minato. Minato nodded as he removed his sword from the right side of his back. The blade wasn't very long, being a copy of the one Tsukumo used. Meanwhile, the White Fang of Konoha also drew his sword from the sheath in his hands. I want you to attack me with everything you've got. I want to see your current strength, Tsukumo requested, as Minato took his fighting stance. In the next moment, without warning, Minato used Soru, vanishing from his spot and appearing in front of Tsukumo, swinging his sword in a vertical slash. Tsukumo quickly defended like lightning, the metallic sound of the blades echoing as they clashed. He was pushed back a few steps. Damn. I forgot how physically strong you already are, he muttered, stopping for a moment. Quickly, he tried to push Minato away with a counterattack, but Minato noticed that Tsukumo wasn't at his peak. His mental condition was still affecting him. He clearly seemed weakened. Minato could feel all his internal worries, a bomb of bad feelings. Even so, Minato repositioned himself and advanced again. The fight continued, with both exchanging blows in an intense sequence. Minato was truly giving it his all. In every move, he applied everything he had learned from his former teacher, Ghost or Yuki Hatake, when he was part of the Phantom Squad. Even with Tsukumo in a weakened state, Minato had to admit, his fencing was still nowhere near his level. Not even Yuki had that level. Perhaps in terms of swordsmanship, only Hanzo, the salamander, could be an ideal opponent for Tsukumo. The fight went on for quite some time, the sound of swords filling the training field. It was only after several minutes that they finally stopped. Well, I can't say you're a beginner. You're at an intermediate level, but your skill is good, Tsukumo said, looking at Minato with a certain satisfaction. Still, it seems I have a lot to learn. Well, it's not that you're bad, Minato replied, looking at his sword. Yes, anyway, I'd like to improve your technique first before we begin chakra refinement to apply to the sword, Tsukumo said, as Minato nodded, finally able to learn something incredible here. Please, continue, Minato requested. Tsukumo then walked to the center of the field and began demonstrating a series of movements. He repeated them 5 times, lateral slashes, descending slashes, all using only one hand, and coordinating the movements with the body. Minato watched attentively, memorizing each move. With plenty of experience with his own body, he quickly began to replicate the strikes with precision. This is the first combat stance I want to teach you. But you must get used to them. After all, you don't have a Sharingan, and you'll need to make your body create muscle memory, Tsukumo commented, as Minato nodded. Minato first performed the move identical to what was shown by Tsukumo, demonstrating that he had already mastered it. Now he needed to make his brain and body get used to it. Then, crossing his fingers, Minato created around 200 clones with a burst of smoke. I'll leave them training the movements, while I'd like to move on to the next phase. If it's not asking too much, Sir Tsukumo, Minato requested. Well, all right, Tsukumo murmured, scratching his head as he watched the clones training the same movements in the middle of the field. It was a surprising way to increase his training hundreds of times over. It was no wonder Minato had achieved so much at such a young age, in Tsukumo's opinion. The next step was chakra refinement. Tsukumo began teaching Minato how to channel chakra into the blade, something Tsukumo himself did to the point of making his sword glow white, just like Minato had seen before, when he witnessed Tsukumo cutting even the 2 tails with a single strike. But this wasn't an easy technique to master. It was somewhat like infusing one's own armament haki into objects, which was far more difficult for Minato than applying it to his own body. Since his spirit naturally had that form, channeling haki into himself was simple. However, transferring it to objects required a deep understanding of one's own spiritual strength, and here, Minato wasn't just referring to chakra. In any case, he spent the entire afternoon training with Tsukumo, practicing both the movements and the refinement of the technique. By the end of the day, he had fully mastered the first part, the strikes and stances, but would still need to work on the chakra refinement. This is good, Tsukumo commented at the end of the afternoon. You've already learned the entire first fencing stance. It's more than 100 sets of movements, but I'm sure you'll learn the next ones I developed much faster. These were techniques from the Hatake clan. Obviously, they were exclusive to the clan members, designed for quick and lethal offenses. However, Minato had made a bold request by saying he wanted to learn them, and he wanted to know if Tsukumo would accept to teach them when he saw him in such a state a few days ago after seeing Kakashi. His son, Kakashi, no longer used swords. He had refused to wield them again ever since the rumors about his father had spread through the village. Tsukumo, in turn, had practically abandoned the ninja life. And there, in that moment, there was no one left to carry on the legacy of the Hatake clan. So he accepted Minato's request. At the very least, this way, the Hatake clan would not die with its last 2 members. Certainly, it's incredible, Minato said, sheathing the sword, visibly satisfied with his progress on the first day. This moment was also a great opportunity to resume training his armament haki, which he had put aside over the last year to focus on developing his observation haki. Anyway, I'll be heading off. You still have the day off tomorrow, so? Tsukumo suggested. Yes, we can continue tomorrow, Tsukumo replied. Are you moving back to the village? Minato asked, watching Tsukumo preparing to leave. He knew Tsukumo no longer moved over rooftops like before. He walked through places like a normal person, a silent way of saying he was no longer a ninja. Then, let me walk with you, Minato said. Wait, it wouldn't be very good for you to be seen at my side, Tsukumo murmured, head down. But Minato shook his head in refusal. Of course not. Don't let those idiots treat you that way. You've done far more for this village than you lost in a mission. Only fools believe otherwise, Minato said, stepping closer to him. Tsukumo still seemed a bit lost in his own feelings. But, in that moment, maybe he felt he wasn't as alone as he thought. Then, they left the training field and walked through the village, quickly reaching the urban area, where they started to be noticed. Ninjas and civilians began whispering and discreetly pointing at them, starting a wave of gossip. It's him. Tsukumo Hatake. But he's walking next to Minato Namikaze. Why is Minato walking beside that useless man? He shouldn't be associating with that kind, the shame of the village. I don't get it. Someone called a hero of the leaf, walking with its disgrace. What's wrong with him? The whispered gossip surrounded the two. None loud enough for Minato to hear clearly, at least, not on purpose. With Tsukumo, they might even have the courage to speak up, but with Minato, no. Meanwhile, Minato looked quite relaxed, walking casually with his hands behind his neck. Even hearing some murmurs around, he showed no discomfort. On the contrary, walking beside Tsukumo, he gave a slight smile. Tsukumo glanced at him and also allowed a small, closed smile to appear. And so, the two continued walking through the entire village, while stares, whispers, and pointing didn't cease. Some still looked strangely at Minato for carrying the sword on his back, a posture similar to what Tsukumo used, and that was exactly the image he wanted to portray anyway. It was at that moment that Kakashi, passing over the rooftops, saw the scene. His eyes immediately focused on his father, walking side by side with Minato. He was surprised by it, and clearly, Minato was also being criticized. That left him shaken inside. Even if I'm declared a traitor, if it's to save my comrades, I won't hesitate. I'll fight for what's right. Minato's words echoed again in Kakashi's mind. One day it may be too late for your father, and maybe you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Other words resonated, as he averted his gaze and walked back home, silent and thoughtful. See you later, Tsukumo, Minato said his farewell, giving him a slight nod. The men simply nodded, entering his clan home, agreeing to meet again at the field to train, and Minato disappeared a moment later. What Minato wanted with all that was clear, to declare his support for Tsukumo in front of the entire village. Whether that would have a positive or negative impact on his image, he didn't care. The important thing was to prevent Tsukumo from committing his eventual suicide, and for that, he believed he was doing the right thing. After all, he had achieved something that few ever would, making Tsukumo accept him as a disciple, and that would bring a sense of duty to the powerful swordsman. The next day, Minato trained again with Tsukumo. The veteran had given him the precious scroll of the Hatake forms, containing all the movements of the clan's secret style. It was an invaluable gift, a true treasure, and Minato knew its worth. He was determined to fully master that style, and with it, honor the name of the clan. Minato continued the training, and just when he thought he would finally return to active duty with his team, he received a direct summons from the Hokage himself. He was called to the main building, even before his team could be reassembled. When Minato arrived at the Hokage's building, Hiruzen was already waiting for him. Minato, it's good that you came. After all, we need to talk about something serious, he began, while Minato simply nodded, allowing the Hokage to continue. I spoke with the other advisors, and we believe your abilities would be better utilized in another team. Therefore, we'll be transferring you to the western border, with a new formation, he said. Minato raised an eyebrow, but, surprisingly, nodded without question at that moment. Deep down, he knew there was no point in fighting against a decision made by those old men. He had expected it. He knew that, sooner or later, he would be pushed aside. This was clearly a maneuver by Danzo and the Hokage, who had likely placed a root team around him to spy on him, or eliminate him. The transfer to the other side of the country was a way to remove him from everything he had been investigating. They don't want me interfering now that I already know about the information concerning other villages spying on the Uzumaki clan. But Danzo and Hiruzen aren't wrong to fear that. Thought Minato. I see. Even if I ask not to go, I have no choice, right? Minato narrowed his eyes. No, Hiruzen replied bluntly. We always choose what's best for the village. And your assignment to this new team will help us with some problems in that region. You don't have any issue with that, do you? He asked, narrowing his eyes as well. No, Minato replied firmly. Accepting the mission didn't mean submission. On the contrary, he knew this could open new opportunities for his own plans. Even being watched by a new team, he would still be in the ANBU, and with that, he could use loopholes to act in silence. Very well. You may meet with your old team and explain the situation, Hiruzen said at last. Minato simply nodded and left the place, disappearing the next moment. Chapter 239, We Need to Get Stronger. 01. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Here is my resignation from the ANBU. The young Uchiha approached the Hokage with the mission, on the same day Minato came to inform them that he would be switching teams. Hanabi was with her, wearing an indifferent expression, while Hiruzen guided his gaze down to the papers in his hands. They were formal documents of resignation from the ANBU, well prepared, almost not looking like they were put together today. After all, they came here after Minato informed the village leadership's decision. I see. So you've left the team. I'm sure you could still contribute to the village if you stayed. You're both excellent shinobi for assault and tracking, he said, fully aware of the potential the girl from the Uchiha clan and the girl from the Hyuga clan held. I no longer feel comfortable staying in the ANBU. There's no reason for us to stay there anymore, Mikoto replied with a serious tone, while the Hokage merely sighed, also knowing that Hanabi shared the same feeling. Very well. The village will accept your request to leave the ANBU, Hiruzen said, accepting it, as Mikoto and Hanabi nodded. And what do you plan to do? Will you resume missions? You'll need a team if that's the case, he asked. No. We'll take some time off to train, Mikoto replied, as the Hokage nodded, seeing no issue with that. But, of course, he knew they weren't being entirely honest. They didn't want to rejoin any team immediately. They probably needed to find a suitable group on their own. All right. You're dismissed then, Hiruzen said, as Mikoto and Hanabi nodded, leaving the place. Looks like we left faster than we thought. Good thing we already had our resignation letters ready, Hanabi murmured with a serious tone. Yeah. Minato was right that they would do this. Mikoto replied. They hadn't even waited to be introduced to the new captain. As soon as Minato brought the new information, they immediately asked for leave to go to the Hokage's office and demanded their exit from the ANBU that very morning. While Minato proceeded with his new team, Mikoto felt a little concerned for him. But that was his decision, and she trusted that he could handle anything, even if she wasn't by his side all the time anymore. Leaving the office, they headed toward Minato's apartment. Hanabi also wanted to speak with him after everything that happened that day. Quickly, they began leaping across rooftops, advancing toward the center of Konoha. Minato had an apartment given by the village itself. They approached the door. Mikoto paused for a moment, holding the key, while her gaze drifted to the side. Hanabi also looked, it was the neighbor's door. The same woman who, over a year ago, had strange intentions toward Minato. But that was over. Mikoto had put an end to that personally, with force. When she saw the situation, she showed no mercy to the lady, and since then, that woman had never dared to approach Minato again. What are you looking at, woman? Mikoto murmured, activating her Sharingan. The neighbor, frightened, quickly shut the door. She no longer dared to spy on that handsome young man, for she knew she had no chance. Her dreams of winning him over were crushed by Mikoto's firm presence, whom the old woman now labeled as violent and crazy. Either way, they entered without saying another word, closing the door. Minato's going to take a while. I'm going to lie down for a bit, Mikoto murmured, while Hanabi nodded. I'm going to train my chakra, she said, pulling out some scrolls and sitting on the floor, beginning to open them. Mikoto took the comforter off the clothesline she had washed yesterday and placed it on the bed before relaxing a little. Since she no longer wanted to be part of the ANBU, she also grabbed a few scrolls and started doing the same as Hanabi, who remained seated on the floor. Mikoto began reading while lying on the bed. Minato is in trouble, she murmured, taking the tension out of her voice. She was holding one of the scrolls, eyes fixed on it as if it were obvious. You know he always does everything alone. He's always been the strongest, the one who takes the lead in everything. You know that's always frustrated me, she murmured, speaking directly to Hanabi, obviously. You and your clan always want to be the strongest, Hanabi said, while Mikoto looked at her, raising an eyebrow. That's not what I mean, Hanabi. Minato is in trouble, and we shouldn't leave everything for him to solve. You know that's wrong. But, compared to him, we're not stronger. Not even my eye can compare to his sensory ability, no matter how much we train, he always ends up way stronger, Hanabi commented. Yes, that's true. But are we just going to let him drift away from us? Are we giving up that easily? We need to get stronger, Mikoto said with a serious look. We're trying, Mikoto. But what else do you think would be enough? Hanabi murmured. She didn't believe she could reach Minato's level, even though she truly wanted to help him. After all, like all of them, Hanabi loved him. I will get stronger, Hanabi. I swear to you I'll become much stronger. I'll protect Minato. I'll fight by his side, Mikoto said, as her Sharingan activated, transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan right there while still lying down and looking at the scroll. Hanabi stayed silent upon seeing that, but was certainly impressed by the confidence Mikoto had. She didn't respond and went back to handling the scrolls, while Mikoto deactivated her Sharingan, returning to her reading. After a while, Mikoto placed the scrolls she was reading next to the bed and remained lying down, waiting for time to pass. They both only got up to eat something in the middle of the day, and afterward Mikoto resumed her chakra control training just like Hanabi. It was only late in the afternoon that Minato returned to the apartment, appearing in the middle of the living room. "You two are here," he murmured with a sigh, looking mentally exhausted. "How's your team?" Mikoto asked from a corner of the house, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, staring at him seriously. "They're all from the root, as I expected," Minato said. He could definitely feel all the emotions coming from that squad: caution, fear, anger, even envy. He knew they were all watching him closely. Minato had only done a formal introduction, learning each of their names. While speaking briefly, he had already memorized each of their files. There was no need to ask about dreams or goals, as these weren't genin fresh out of the academy, but rather a group trained and molded by the ANBU to protect the village, even more so, emotionless puppets produced by Danzu. "Are you in danger?" Hanabi asked, worried. "No. Even though they're all jounin, with 5 of them being elite jounin, none of them can hurt me. None of them know much about my intangibility. I'm sure the Hokage and Danzu have heard of it. They're always keeping an eye on the rumors about my abilities, but as far as I know, they don't know exactly how it works. So I believe they think I have some kind of light clone or something like that," Minato said. Because if they really knew about his powers, they would have the whole village chasing after him to study the light fruit Minato possessed. "Either way, that's going to save me. Besides that, I still have a bit of light speed," Minato added, quite confident. Hanabi nodded. Mikoto agreed too, knowing that if he said everything was fine and that he could handle the group, then he was really telling the truth. "But, you yourself said the village assassinated Tsukumo Hataki's reputation. Why wouldn't they do the same to you, Minato?" "You must be careful," Mikoto warned. "I'll deal with them in the most appropriate way possible. Either way, I'll just manage it for now. I'll be in the ANBU doing missions on the western side of the country, but I'll be around at the same time if you need my help," he said, while Mikoto and Hanabi nodded. "Anyway, I hope you left something for me." Minato smiled as he moved toward the kitchen to grab something to eat. After that, Hanabi left Minato's apartment and returned to her clan. On the way, she first stopped by the Senju clan, going there to find Tsunade and inform her about her departure, along with Mikoto, from the ANBU. "I see. I couldn't go there today, but I'll speak with Mikoto by tomorrow," Tsunade said, a little surprised by the decision. Hanabi left the house, and soon after saw Minato reappear at the entrance of Kushina's residence. He greeted her briefly and went on to see the red-haired Uzumaki. Hanabi, meanwhile, returned to the Hyuga clan. She was thoughtful about everything. She passed through the clan gates without anyone stopping her. Everyone feared her in a way, and ever since those events, she was never bothered again. After all, when someone tried to activate the seal that had been placed on her forehead, they were suddenly struck so fast that they didn't even have time to react. Thanks to Minato and his Raijin, a signal was sent as soon as Hanabi felt pain from the seal. Of course, many questions arose. They even threatened her grandfather. But every time they tried to tighten the control of the seal, they were attacked as well. In the end, after sending 24 members, among them leaders and even elders of the clan, to the hospital, speaking about Hanabi became taboo. No one stopped her from anything anymore. Even though she was still verbally restrained, Hanabi was firm, saying she would act the same way again. That was her way of fighting in her ninja path. And she would never abandon her friends or stop using her bow, the weapon she had developed herself and which had become her main companion in battle, being the only Hyuga capable of casting spells at long range. She approached her house and found her grandfather watering some plants that night. "So, my granddaughter, you've arrived," he murmured, looking at her directly with his white eyes. "Have you eaten already?" he asked next. "Yes, I have, Grandpa. I'm going to lie down," she said at last, still not mentioning her departure from the ANBU. She'd leave that for the next day. She went straight to her room, lying down on her bed on the floor. She was thinking about Minato. Surely, he would be in a difficult situation. But at the same time, she remembered Mikoto's words. "We have to get strong so we can help and keep up with Minato." Mikoto's voice echoed in her mind, not just as a warning, but as a calling. Strong. Then I must try to do that too, she murmured, trying to push away the thought that she would never catch up to Minato. She would help him, whether as a companion, wife, or warrior. She would grow stronger, even though she was already one of the strongest and most respected kunoichi of her clan. That's why no one dared mess with her anymore. Even so, Hanabi believed she needed to evolve further, so she would. She would become even more powerful, easily surpassing any other Hyuga that had ever existed. Chapter 240, We Need to Get Stronger. 02. Third-person POV. Konoha, year 42. Minato had left early, meeting his new MBU team and leaving the village before the sun even rose for the mission. Mikoto got up a few hours later that morning with a sigh. She prepared things, coffee, some stuffed bread, and ate alone until someone appeared at the apartment window. With a light knock, Makoto saw Tsuna entering the place. You came quickly. Skipped work, she asked, looking at Tsuna, since she had asked Hanabi to pass on some formations. She hadn't expected her to come so early the next day. Yeah, I took the day off from the hospital. Anyway, I heard about Minato. Has he already left the village? She asked, with a tone of concern. Yes, he left early in the morning, Makoto commented. And to think the Hokage would really do something like that. Tsuna murmured with a certain anger, wondering if her great-grandfather would agree with what the village was about to do. Anyway, let's eat and go somewhere more open, she said, while Tsuna nodded, following her. It was a bit strange for the two of them to be alone. They had always been rivals throughout their academy days and in recent years, but they ate in silence, filling the air with a respectful atmosphere between them. After eating and leaving the apartment, they soon headed to Training Ground 7. We have to help Minato, Makoto said with a serious look, while Tsuna nodded. That's true. We have to surpass ourselves. A voice came before Tsuna could answer, as someone approached them. It was none other than Hanabi, who also wanted to join them. Makoto raised an eyebrow, since Hanabi didn't seem so confident yesterday, when they had the same conversation. Don't look at me like that. I thought it over. We should help Minato. We can't expect him to do everything alone, she said, with a serious look. Yeah, and now that you're out of the ANBU, we should focus on that, Tsuna said, with an equally serious look. But, do we actually know what we're going to do? She asked them again, wanting to know if they had any ideas. After all, getting stronger was a pretty vague goal. I don't think there's a concrete plan for all of us, Hanabi murmured. Yeah, I agree with Hanabi. After all, we're different kinds of ninjas. No training is going to be equally useful for all three of us, Makoto added, and Tsuna nodded. I think you're right. No one knows better than ourselves what kind of training. It's time for me to go to Shikatsu Forest, Tsuna murmured. She was preparing to undertake the sage mode training her mother had failed. She was determined to succeed, as she would need it if she wanted to be useful. I'm going to look for something for myself. Makoto said thoughtfully. I'll have to find some ways to further enhance my jutsu, Hanabi murmured, while Tsuna looked at her. Don't worry about that. I can provide some scrolls that will be useful, if you'd like to accept them, she said. Tsuna, being from the Senju clan, had some powerful earth-style jutsus that could be useful for Hanabi's original chakra nature. They stayed talking and debating a bit about what to do. In the end, the three of them split up. Tsuna left the place and went straight to her clan, where she headed to Kushina's house. The girl greeted her as soon as she sensed her presence, opening the door, and she entered the place. Can you block the sound, Kushina? She asked affectionately. Kushina narrowed her eyes and nodded before making a sign with a single hand. Chains began to emerge from her back, quickly surrounding them in a circle, creating a circular barrier with the design of the Matina's chains around them. Listen, this can't leave this room, she began to speak about what they had discussed, and Kushina felt the weight of it. I understand. Minato talked a little about what happened, she said, but felt a bit nervous, remembering another conversation Minato had with her yesterday. Listen, Kushina. Soon, we should begin the training to control the fox's chakra. Minato had said with a serious look, inside the same barrier he had created yesterday so that no ANBU could hear their conversation. Kushina was a bit nervous about having to face the fox inside her, but she knew she needed to do it to become stronger and be able to help and protect Minato. In the end, Tsuna left the place, while Kushina said goodbye to her and moved on to the main house. She closed the door and went to one of the rooms. I'll finish this soon, she decided, in a place full of scrolls spread out on the floor. There was a large one, with a huge brush and a big jar of chakra ink. This was a scroll she was creating for Minato, a summoning contract he had requested. It was quite complex, but she didn't have much else to do, so she had started working on it a week ago. It would be ready in the next few days. They had agreed he would use it for the talking fish that lives in the south of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Tsuna entered her house. Her uncle was preparing lunch. Hello, uncle, she said, while Nawaki nodded, seeing the little comb tied in her hair. How are you? He asked. Good. Look, I'm just going to grab some scrolls to give to Hanabi Hyuga. Is that okay? She asked, while her uncle raised an eyebrow. Wait a second, Tsuna, what do you mean by that? Why are you going to give away our scrolls? He asked suspiciously, since they were a treasure of the Senju family. Minato was removed from the ANBU team, she replied, while Nawaki raised his other eyebrow. There will come a time when we must act. And the girls want to get stronger. Hanabi doesn't have much support from her clan, being from the branch family. That's why I'm going to help her with our scrolls. I hope that's not a problem, she said seriously, while Nawaki nodded. All right. Take whatever you need from there, he said in the end. She nodded and went down to the family vault, entering as she released the door seal, knowing the password through Fuinjutsu. Upon entering, she found an entire room at least 5 meters high, full of cabinets with tubes and various scrolls. In it, obviously, there wasn't just one scroll for each jutsu, but several, to protect and preserve the clan's treasure. She approached the earth-style ones and picked them up. She also found some wind-style jutsus and placed them into a storage scroll before leaving her clan and heading to the Hyuga clan, not far from there. Hanabi was already at the gate, waiting. After checking with her Byakugan that Tsuna was approaching, they had agreed to meet shortly after noon. Here. Tsuna handed the scroll to Hanabi, who nodded. Thank you, Hanabi replied. They soon said goodbye. Hanabi entered under the watchful eyes of the suspicious guards, but they couldn't do or say anything. They just returned to guarding the clan entrance and watched the Senju girl moving away as she leapt across the rooftops. Tsuna arrived at the hospital. Wait, are you saying you're leaving the hospital? The head nurse murmured, surprised to see Tsuna, on a day off, knocking on her door and saying she was simply leaving the hospital. Being the greatest medical ninja after her mother, her knowledge was so vast that she was even more efficient. Due to Tsunade's inability to perform surgeries and deal with blood, Tsuna didn't have the same issue as her mother. Exactly. I'm leaving the hospital because I want to train. A special training. I've been talking about this for over a month. I hope you understand, Tsuna said with a serious tone. I remember that, the woman commented, scratching her head. I just didn't expect it to actually happen so soon. Is there nothing we can do to make you stay? She asked, knowing Tsuna's importance to the hospital. But the blonde girl shook her head. There's nothing that would make me stay. I'm leaving, she said, confirming firmly, while the woman just sighed, seeing there was nothing she could do. All right, you're going to be missed, she murmured. In the end, Tsuna left the place and returned to the clan. She trained her chakra control for the rest of the day, while at night she went to Kushina's house to eat with her and her uncle, to keep the Uzumaki girl company. Immediately, Kushina opened a shield in the place with her chains again. It was that same barrier. Why are you going to Shikatsu Forest? Nawaki murmured as they ate, and stopped when he heard that, looking surprised. Yeah. I don't know how long I'll be there, but I'm already free from my duties, Tsuna replied. All right, Nawaki nodded in the end. Despite worrying about his niece, he knew that a training like Sage Mode was dangerous. He already knew about Minato, since he was the one who had suggested it to her. You'll make it, Tsuna. There's no doubt about that, Kushina said. Tsuna gave a small smile. When do you plan to go? Nawaki asked. Tomorrow, early in the morning, she replied. I see. All right. Your mother would kill you if she knew about this. You know that, right? Nawaki said cautiously. Tsunade was very protective of her daughter, especially after losing Dan in the war. I know that, but I'll have to commit myself, uncle. I'll make it worth it, she replied, building a certain confidence. All right. Just know that Katsuyu will probably snitch to Tsunade, maybe even ask her for permission for you to do the training, he warned. I'm well aware of that, but I'll have to go anyway. And if my mother tries to stop me, I'll talk to her, even if it's with my fists, she replied, while Nawaki sighed, believing it wouldn't end well, but also thankful he wouldn't be nearby when it happened. In the end, they finished dinner, while Tsuna and Nawaki went to their residence, leaving Kushina at her house. Tsuna slept quite nervously that night, but woke up in the morning determined. She left the house after packing a series of supplies in her backpack. Certainly, her absence would raise some questions in the village, but now she was no longer part of the hospital, so she could say she was in training, for now. She then summoned Katsuyu, who appeared in a small larva form. Princess Tsuna, Katsuyu said with a feminine voice. Katsuyu, I need to speak with your full body. Can you summon me to Shikatsu Forest? She asked. You want to go to Shikatsu Forest? All right, she accepted the request without questioning much, then disappeared, and in the next moment, Tsuna also vanished in a puff of smoke. Chapter 241, We Need to Get Stronger. 03. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Mikoto left Minato's apartment as she walked alone through the village, dressed in dark kunoichi-style clothing, her hair tied back with 2 strands hanging loose in the front. She moved forward, jumping between rooftops until she reached the training grounds on Minato's property, far from the village. That day, no one was working on the house's construction, so she took the opportunity to practice a bit on site. Kunai and shuriken were still being thrown just so she wouldn't lose her touch, each one hitting their targets pinned to trees with perfect accuracy, even the ones out of sight, making the kunai collide with each other to strike that point with an aerial spin and leap. At the same time, she landed and crossed her forearms before throwing them forward as an electric current began to emerge, quickly releasing lightning spread throughout the area, hitting all the targets with throwing weapons embedded in them. She expelled the lightning while training her jutsu, a variation of the Chidori. She looked at the scorched spots, not just the targets, but all the surrounding trees had been struck by the lightning, burned by the heat of the electricity, leaving small black marks, before pointing her hand and generating another Chidori, with a lightning spear emerging as she cut through one of the trees and returned the spear to her hand. "This isn't enough," she murmured before stepping closer to one of the trees with a serious look. "How long are you going to keep spying on me?" she said, her tone not very pleased. At the same time, a person stepped out from behind the tree, arms crossed. It was an older man. "I thought you wanted to show off, daughter," Mazu Uchiha, Mikoto's father and patriarch of the clan, said, keeping his usual stern tone and serious gaze. She looked at him for a moment, maintaining a neutral expression. "How are you?" she asked eventually. It had been a few months since they had last seen each other, following the commotion that occurred in the Uchiha clan. Her father had never really cut ties, and they met a few times away from the clan's eyes to check on how she was doing. Even though the core of the clan had even suggested eliminating Mikoto due to her disobedience, he would never be part of something like that and secretly protected her. He had some ways to prevent his daughter from truly suffering because of the clan's actions, even if he had agreed with the elders' decisions. After all, he hadn't even disclosed the fact that she had the Manjiki Sharingan and even helped by providing some information directly to Mikoto if the clan planned any retaliation. "I'm handling clan matters. Soon, I'll announce that I'm no longer the leader. Let's just say they don't want me as leader anymore," he said. "But you're still the strongest, aren't you?" she asked, looking at him seriously. "I am, but that doesn't mean they'll follow me." Uchiha Madara was the strongest of his time, and even so, the clan turned its back on him. "You yourself told me that once," he said, while Mikoto nodded upon hearing those words. Minato had said that on one occasion, and she had thrown it back at her father once. "I see," she murmured. "Anyway, I brought the scrolls you asked for," he said, tossing her a storage scroll containing high-level clan documents she had requested a few days earlier. She had informed her father that she needed them through a crow sent directly to the main house of the clan without anyone noticing, with Mikoto having mastered skills with crows capable of storing information inside them. "Thank you," she said, looking at him in a gesture of gratitude. "How's your eye?" he asked in a serious tone. He also wanted to know about her level, in addition to the variations of lightning jutsu she had. What he really wanted to know was how she was using the Manjiki Sharingan. "I don't use those eyes much, but I already know how one of their powers works," she said as her hand pressed forward and a Raikiri emerged without hand seals. The lightning glowed until she activated her Manjiki Sharingan, and suddenly, the lightning began to turn purple. "As you can see, I can evolve my elements. That's one of my Manjiki abilities," she said, as he nodded. "These abilities from those eyes are truly incredible. You also master fire better than any Uchiha I've seen." "What does it look like?" he asked with curiosity, pleased to see his daughter's abilities clearly surpassing those of any other living Uchiha, as far as he knew. "My flames turn black," she said, not hiding it from him. "You're saying you released Amaterasu?" he asked, curious. But she shook her head. "No. Minato said that's not Amaterasu," she replied. He raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. "That brat. He knows a lot about our clan." "But it doesn't matter now," he said, still finding Minato a complete mystery. He had secrets that even Mazu couldn't fully understand. It was no wonder Mikoto had awakened her Sharingan so early and even released her Manjiki, being the only one among the living Uchiha. Anyway, in there are the secrets about the ancient Manjiki Sharingan. I just hope it helps. And also some other fire-style jutsus, he said before turning around. "With that, I'll be leaving. Good luck, whatever it is you're planning, daughter," he said in a serious tone, knowing his daughter was planning something big. He could feel it in Mikoto's gaze. Mikoto nodded as she watched him leave. She kept training there for a while longer, but without drawing too much attention after deactivating her Manjiki Sharingan. She returned home sometime later to start reading the scrolls. Sitting alone in the apartment, she began studying the old reports of those who had unlocked their Manjiki Sharingan, trying to decipher a second ability. Reading the most secret scrolls, she was a bit surprised, and even touched, that her father had given her those documents. Some even talked about Madara's era and his Susanoo, with traces of it being complete. There was also information about the stone beneath the Uchiha clan, which only people with the Manjiki could read. But there was no mention of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan that Minato had told her about. Mikoto kept reading throughout the rest of the afternoon. Meanwhile, in a remote part of the Hyuga clan, where a group of people trained taijutsu, Hanabi was on lower terrain, having just performed some earth-style kicks. She stood on the uneven ground, thoughtful. "Minato," she murmured. "You know, Hanabi, you could infuse Gentle Fist with Wind Element Chakra, even generating an impact like your arrows in close combat. That would make you very powerful." Minato had once told her, over 3 years ago. As she thought about that, she recalled the 12 jutsu she had received from Tsuna, valuable, yes, but even so, as grateful as she was, it still wasn't enough. She returned to her grandfather's house, deep in thought about what to do. Training her gentle fist would be useful, but she still felt something was missing. Her grandfather had prepared food, and she sat at the table to serve herself. "You seem very dedicated. Didn't go out today?" he asked. "You could say so, Grandpa. I'm trying to increase my strength," she commented. "I see. You remind me of the time I served a powerful member of the main branch. He didn't rely only on our clan's taijutsu," he said, making Hanabi look at him. This man used a different summoning, even though it was something no other Uchiha used. It was a kind of thunder fox. He could track enemies and escape quickly from there, due to the animal being extremely fast and versatile, he said, seeming to recall the past. That was about 20 years ago. He died on a mission back then, during the First Great Ninja World War. I wasn't there to protect him. It's a shame. I liked him and trained in the following years like you, wanting to become strong to protect anyone else," he commented. "I see." Hanabi murmured, thoughtful about what she had just heard. She ate and rested a bit before returning to the training grounds. She looked at the storage scroll, ready to take out new jutsus to train, but didn't. "I don't know what's going to happen. But, if it's for me to become stronger," she murmured, taking a risk and storing the scroll away without removing anything from it. She remembered the conversation she had had with Jiraiya-sensei many years ago, in which he told her how he had entered Mount Myoboku through a risky attempt to summon without a contract. He was teleported there, gaining access to the world of the toads and their summoning. And that was exactly what Hanabi now intended to attempt, inspired by her grandfather's story. She was both thoughtful and determined. What could happen if someone performed a summoning jutsu without a contract was highly unpredictable. "I need to get stronger," she decided. Reaching for a kunai, she cut her palm, then made several rapid hand seals before slamming her bleeding hand onto the ground. Lines of fuinjutsu spread out in all directions from her palm. With an explosion, she vanished, leaving no trace on the training field. Some Hyuga who were nearby, training or observing her, as she was treated specially within the clan, were stunned by her sudden disappearance. At the same time, Suna was in the Shikatsu forest, engaged in a long conversation with the colossal form of Katsuyu. She looked upward, speaking seriously. This version of Katsuyu was many times larger than anything her mother had ever summoned. "You really want this?" Katsuyu murmured with a cautious but gentle tone. "Princess Tsuna. Of course I do. I've said that for hours. I want to train in sage mode. I want to learn it," Tsuna replied, calm and resolute. Katsuyu seemed to sigh. "You've really become a very stubborn woman, Princess Tsuna. Your mother asked me never to teach you this, she nearly died trying to learn it," she murmured. "I'm going to learn it. I intend to surpass my mother," Tsuna said with unwavering determination. She was already 17. "All right. I'll accept it. But only under one condition," Katsuyu said. "And what would that be?" Tsuna asked. The answer came from behind her, with a sudden explosion of smoke. "It'll depend on whether I let you do it, daughter." Tsunade emerged from the smoke, her expression serious. She slammed the ground with such force that it cracked beneath her feet. A small Katsuyu rested on her shoulder, a signal that the slug had secretly informed her of Tsuna's actions. "Mom." Tsuna murmured, seeing Tsunade approach, clearly furious. But she didn't back down. She looked her mother directly in the eye, serious, unwavering. Chapter 242, We Need to Get Stronger. 04. Third-person POV. Shikatsu Florist, Year 42. "What do you think you're about to do, Tsuna?" Tsunade looked seriously at her daughter, cracking the ground with each step as she approached, extremely angry. "I said." Tsuna looked seriously at her mother, beginning to speak. "I'm going to do the training, whether you want it or not. You've tried it before, so why all this caution?" she said to her mother. "Because it's extremely dangerous and I won't let you risk yourself like that," Tsunade replied. "Please, Tsunade, calm down," Katsuyu murmured on her shoulder, seeing how agitated Tsunade was at that moment. "I need to get stronger, Mom, and I intend to do the training. Whether you want it or not," Tsuna said, firm and unwavering as her mother approached, the ground destroyed beneath her. Hearing her daughter, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, small crow's feet forming on her forehead, until she finally reached her daughter, standing face to face with her. Tsuna looked at her, still slightly shorter than her mother, not moving an inch. "You say these words like it's something easy to master," Tsunade retorted. "I know the risk, Mom. Even so, I won't run away. I need to get stronger," Tsuna replied. "Because of that brat?" Tsunade said in a different tone. "Yes, it's because of Minato. I want to keep up with him. I don't want to be left behind and always be the damsel he has to save," she answered. "Nonsense," Tsunade shot back. And before Tsuna could react, a punch was thrown directly by her mother, hitting her in the stomach. Tsuna, unable to process it, was simply sent flying backward from the impact. Princess Tsuna! Katsuyu exclaimed immediately upon seeing it, as Tsuna flew directly into the trees of the surrounding forest, crashing into them hard, destroying everything around. She flew several meters, breaking one tree after another non-stop, until chaos erupted in the area hit. She has to learn, Katsuyu. If she wants to take risks, throw her life away so carelessly. I won't accept that. Tsunade shouted, stomping her foot. Very well, Mom. A voice rose from the middle of the wreckage, as a piece of tree trunk was tossed aside. Tsuna emerged, a little dirty. If you think you're going to stop me from doing this, you're wrong. I won't give up. Not even if I have to fight you myself. Tsuna said, looking even more seriously at her mother. She then simply vanished, kicking the ground and breaking it as she advanced with force. Tsunade defended quickly, crossing her arms. Tsuna's punch cracked with an explosive hit, making the ground around them tremble from the impact. Tsunade was pushed back a few meters, but had defended herself and stood firm. You've got energy, daughter. But that alone won't be enough, Tsunade said with indifference and mockery before charging at her daughter. Tsuna also advanced quickly toward her mother. Their fists met, generating an explosion with the impact. The two quickly destroyed the entire surrounding area. I won't give up. Tsuna murmured, beginning to trade blows with her mother. I'll never allow you to do any of these crazy things. And if you really want this, you'll have to prove it to me, Tsunade said. Thus, both began to fight as Katsuyu watched everything with concern, seeing mother and daughter begin to battle each other. At the same time, in the west, Minato was at the border between the land of rain, the land of waterfalls, and the land of fire. He had led his squad there but paused to look at the slightly affected vegetation. The remnants of war were still everywhere, with vegetation heavily destroyed, huge craters throughout the area, and even blood and decomposing bodies in hard-to-reach places. Minato couldn't help but remember the chaos that was the Second Great Ninja War, despite it having ended so recently. Some of the craters before him had been created by himself during the missions he carried out. Captain, shall we begin the infiltration? Is something wrong? One of the Umbu team ninjas asked, approaching Minato who stood there, confused as to why their captain had suddenly stopped. Their mission was to retrieve information from an informant within the land of rain. At first, he thought the contact might be Jiraiya, but it wasn't. He was in a village northeast of the country, and they had to advance without being detected by any of the other nation's forces, especially those of the rain. Yes. Let's get ready to go, Minato said, while looking a bit longer toward one corner of the forest. He kept his gaze fixed for a moment before raising his hand, making everyone gather at one point. The 12 ninjas assembled, all from route, except for Minato. Even so, he could feel each of their eyes on him, waiting for his orders, despite the feelings present there, ready to try to execute him when Danzo gave the command. But Minato didn't care much about that now. He even found it ironic that none of those ninjas could truly kill him. Even if they tried to catch him by surprise, he still had the light fruit to protect him and would certainly sense it with his haki, easily anticipating the attack. Well, we'll be entering and advancing into the land of rain next. I want us to go undetected by anyone so we don't fail the mission. That's why you must follow my orders exactly. But if something unexpected happens, you already know the procedure. Now, I want you to follow me, Minato said. Even with the war over, the borders were clearly still full of ninjas monitoring the area and the actions of other nations. Minato would use his observation haki to trace the best possible path, bypassing any sentries. He quickly vanished from the spot, with all the ninjas following close behind. As soon as the place was empty, a presence suddenly emerged from the ground, observing. His skin was completely white, while his eyes followed where the Konoha ninjas had disappeared. How strange. I could have sworn that ninja could sense me. White Zetsu murmured, but soon let it go and returned to the ground. Something wrong, Captain, one of the team's ninjas asked, noticing that Minato had stared fixedly behind them, as if he were seeing something back there, staying like that for a few seconds. It's nothing, he replied indifferently, while turning his gaze forward again. I can sense them now. Minato murmured internally. He had felt the presence of Zetsu spying on them. For the first time in his life, despite the presence still being a bit faint, that was proof of his evolution with the observation haki. Finally, those creatures could no longer be a nuisance to him, lurking in the shadows and spying. He just had to be careful not to let them hear anything that could hinder him. When he sensed it in the forest, his gaze instinctively dropped to the spot where that Zetsu had been hiding, and at the same time he shifted his eyes around casually, making sure no one noticed that he had sensed it, since no one else could sense them before. At the same time that Minato was secretly entering the land of rain through the border with the land of fire, the sky began to grow darker as they advanced, and the rain began to be felt, with the captain of the Umbu team easily slipping past the sentries. Meanwhile, in the forest that was home to Katsuyu, two blonde women were fighting as everything exploded with a sonic boom at each exchanged blow. Katsuyu, in her full form as a giant slug, was in the middle of the forest, watching with some concern as the trees cracked around them with the ongoing battle. Tsuna and Tsunade were fighting fiercely, charging at each other with their fists, trying to overpower the other. Both were injured, but there was no blood, only dirt, as any bleeding wound was healed the moment it appeared. An explosion erupted as dust rose, even the ground beneath the forest lifting from the force of their strikes as they traded punches inside. Suddenly, Tsunade was launched backward, her body crashing against a rock on the far side. You really did learn that. Tsunade stood up, her clothes a bit torn and quite dirty, wiping her chin after the punch her daughter had landed. Tsuna began to emerge from the destroyed area, just as battered and dirty as Tsunade, but she looked different now. Lines extended from her forehead across her entire body. She had activated her forbidden technique, the creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique. But you still haven't mastered that technique, it will definitely have side effects. Tsuna. Tsunade could feel that her daughter was beginning to hurt her own body. It doesn't matter. Tsuna said in a serious tone. Why go this far? Tsunade clenched her teeth, seeing that her daughter was willing to harm herself just to get past her. Mother, you know very well what's going to happen. She said. Let's stop it before it happens, Tsuna. Tsunade replied. Minato believes things won't be as easy as you think. Tsuna retorted. If Minato leaves the village, I'm going with him, she said, while Tsunade closed her lips, disliking it, but unable to not understand that decision. Seeing her mother's silence, Tsuna continued. Minato once risked his life to save me. When I was poisoned, he did the most reckless thing anyone could do in a war, he charged in alone, infiltrating the enemy's heart, all while he was poisoned himself. Tell me, Mom, what kind of person would I be if I didn't risk my life for the man I love, just as I'm sure you would have done the same for my father? Tsuna left that question hanging in the air. Tsunade looked at her, a bit surprised, before a sad glint appeared in her eyes at the mention of Dan. I'm sorry. Tsuna apologized as soon as she saw that, knowing her father's death still deeply affected her mother. It's all right. She murmured quietly before looking at her daughter, her expression a bit more at ease. I guess you're right, you can try to master Sage Mode as long as I'm here to stop you if anything goes wrong. Tsunade said, as Tsuna nodded, seeing her mother agree to the training. At the same time, Tsuna began to release her seal, with the lines on her skin starting to recede, returning to her forehead. But as soon as the last one disappeared, the side effects of the technique immediately began to manifest. Tsuna looked surprised and fell to her knees the next moment, blood spilling from her mouth onto the ground. At the same time, seeing this, her gaze returned to her mother, seeing her blood with a terrified look as she began to tremble. Princess Tsunade. Katsuyu murmured, seeing her trauma beginning to surface. Damn. Tsuna muttered, running to her mother, falling to her knees because of her trauma. She had been careful the entire time not to show any blood, even though it could have won the fight with her mother, she would never stoop so low. Tsuna. Tsunade murmured on her knees as she trembled. Mom, I'm here. Tsuna knelt in front of her and hugged her, making sure not to show any more blood. Tsunade kept trembling as her daughter hugged her. I'm fine, Mom. It was just a side effect. Tsuna tried to calm her, knowing all too well her mother's feelings. Seeing her own daughter's blood had made her trauma 10 times worse, fearing she would lose her, seeing images of Dan dying right in front of her in the land of rain. I'm afraid of losing you. I don't want you to take such risks. Tsuna. Tsunade murmured. I'll be fine, Mom. I'm going to learn Sage Mode to become strong enough so you don't have to worry. I swear I'll master it and get stronger, I'll surpass you. Tsuna said as she comforted her mother, while Katsuyu watched everything both from Tsunade's shoulder and in her full form nearby. Raccoon here. I think that's enough chapters about the girls for now. I wanted to give them their own training so they can become strong as well, while we now return to Minato. You might notice that Tsuna may seem weaker than Sakura, who was 16 or 17 when she used the same technique, but I didn't want these characters to reach their peak at such a young age. After all, I wanted to write them as adults at this point, which is why Minato and the others haven't fully mastered their powers yet and are still evolving throughout the story. Chapter 243, Heading to Mount Mayaboku. Third-person POV. Shikatsu Florist, Year 42. In the land of rain, where, unsurprisingly, the weather was gloomy with heavy rain, Minato's group had finally reached their destination. It was a small village, used only for farming. While the people sheltered from the heavy rain with umbrellas and hats, in a place outside the village, in the harvest fields, Minato appeared quietly in that place, meeting a man working alone in the rice field. So you've arrived. He commented calmly, as he continued to strike the ground a few more times with the hoe before setting it down, while Minato raised an eyebrow. Anyway, since you're here. He commented again, as he lifted his hat slightly, looking at Minato, the only one visible, though his men were in the nearby trees giving him support, with a calm gaze, and without saying anything else, reached into his pocket and pulled out a plastic-wrapped scroll to keep it from getting wet. He handed it directly to Minato, knowing that man matched the description he had received from the Hokage regarding the mission. Minato took the scroll and gave a signal to everyone, checking that no one was watching them, while signaling his team to retreat. Quickly, they all vanished, heading once again toward the border. The mission was simple, as they began to return to the border with the scroll now in Minato's bag. The mission had been simple, but Minato knew something was wrong. He was clearly surrounded by men who watched him at all times. That scroll wasn't going to the Hokage, it would probably be delivered to Danzu, given the relationship he had with Hanzo, according to Minato's knowledge. He wouldn't miss the chance to read it. Of course, he couldn't open it there, surrounded by root members who were watching him constantly. But he had his own tricks. He quickly began to inspect the scroll with his observation haki, able to read and distinguish each use of ink on the paper, scanning every inch of it, able to read it just by sensing how the ink was written, bypassing the seals placed to keep anyone from reading it. It was espionage information, and Minato understood it had been written by Hanzo himself, giving some intel and even answering some of Danzu's questions about certain matters, even about Jiraiya, asking about any leaf ninja in the country. Although it wasn't anything major, it was clear they really had an alliance with each other. Anyway, they advanced to the border, quickly maneuvering around it without being detected, and headed toward the land of fire, entering easily and going back to Konoha. Minato could still feel the presences watching them from the forest. He didn't sense just one, but at least 4 signatures along the way, feeling that faint presence underground. If he was right, Madara Uchiha would be somewhere in the land of waterfalls, hidden, without knowing exactly where. Either way, he would investigate it in the future. For now, he was concerned with other things and moved on, taking 2 days to reach Konoha. Minato went straight to the Hokage's office. The mission had lasted only 5 days, and when he handed the scroll to the Hokage, he was dismissed. He said goodbye to his team and headed to his apartment. He found it empty, with only a letter on the table, written by Mikoto. He didn't even need to open it, sensing with his haki, as he was starting to learn to scan the entire paper, receiving information as his haki did with everything around him, just as he wanted. If you get here today, I'm at work, training ground 7. Come find me as soon as you can. That's what Mikoto had written, as Minato stopped to eat and change, disappearing and reappearing at the location the next moment. As expected, he had always left a seal in that place. There, he found Mikoto spitting flames in the middle of the area, spreading fire around. But she was controlling herself, probably training flame control. She stopped spitting a moment later, looking at him and smiling. You're here, finally. I've been leaving that letter every day, but the urgency started yesterday, she said, approaching him. What do you mean? Some things are happening, Minato. But first, Hanabi disappeared. And when I went to look for her at the clan, they said she used a summoning jutsu on herself and vanished. She did that. Minato murmured, stunned. But thinking about it, he hadn't seen her activate the seal if she were in danger, as she would normally do, which indicated she might be fine. Hold on. I'm going to see where she is, Minato said and suddenly vanished, leaving Mikoto there alone. 10 minutes later, he returned by himself. She's fine, he said, although he had been quite worried upon seeing that she used the summoning seal on herself and ended up in a very strange place, which left him extremely exhausted, almost as if he had traveled to and returned from the eastern continents. Where is she? Mikoto asked, still somewhat worried about her companion. She ended up being called by a strange animal, but one that suits her. She never thought of having one, but that animal matches her, Minato replied. He couldn't deny he was quite surprised, as that animal belonged to someone else in the future, or so he hoped, because if she secured the contract, that person wouldn't have it. But she's going to be fine, he added in the end, as Mikoto nodded. Anyway, it's good to let your grandfather know, he said, since Hanabi had asked him to do that. Yes, he was even worried. I'll do it. Why don't you go see Kushina? She said your scroll is ready, Mikoto said. That's good. Minato even lifted his eyes, pleased with that. Before you leave. I'd also like to go somewhere more isolated. Can we go to that beach, she asked, in a softer tone. Of course, I already planned to go there with the summoning scroll, he replied, and vanished in the next moment, while Mikoto packed up the equipment she used during that afternoon's training and headed to the Hyuga clan to pass on the information. Minato teleported to the Senju clan in an instant, and Kushina appeared the next moment, opening the door for him, while the blonde was hugged by the redhead as he entered the house. Come, I'll give it to you, she said, leading him to her room where she prepared seals and returned. Here's the scroll. She was carrying a huge scroll on her shoulder to hand to Minato. This is great, thank you, Kushina. Minato thanked her, tucking it under his arm, as he would use it that very afternoon and didn't seal it elsewhere. Thanks for this. I'm heading out this afternoon, but let's eat something tonight, he said, and she nodded. Of course, I'll be waiting, she said. With that, Minato left Kushina's house and teleported, using the seal on Mikoto's body, reappearing in front of the Hyuga clan, where she was already waiting, knowing it wouldn't take him long to talk to Kushina. Mikoto, let's go, Minato said, as he vanished, heading for the southern coast. They talked a bit at the beach, while Minato waited for any sign of Guren, asking more about Suna, and Mikoto said she had gone to the Shikatsu forest and was starting Sage Mode training. He was surprised by the girl's proactiveness, but also happy. Mikoto continued training while she was there, able to unleash large-scale jutsu without holding back, even activating a bit of her special eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan. She didn't have to worry about anyone seeing her abilities, as she increased the power of her elements. Her black flames quickly made the water evaporate, while Minato left the beach and advanced into the sea. As soon as he sensed Guren, Minato was about 2 kilometers from the coast. The fish finally noticed him too and moved toward him, surfacing. Minato invited him to the beach, where he took out a scroll and began signing it with his blood. Guren did the same, placing his fin as the summoning signature. Thus, they created a summoning bond. The test will happen in a week. Good thing you made it in time, Guren said, while Minato felt he would have to talk to the Hokage about it. After all, he would need to be off duty. They trained a bit there, and then Minato ended up helping Mikoto, looking through some scrolls given by her father. Minato was interested, as they contained information about other Mangekyo Sharingan users. But Minato knew Mikoto had a very serious problem. She couldn't have a second pair of eyes to activate the Eternal, and not even the Uchiha clan had information about it, only some theories suggesting Madara could use his special eyes without going blind. However, for people like Mikoto, each time she used her abilities, the damage worsened. Upon returning to Konoha that night, Minato had dinner with Mikoto and Kushina at the latter's house. Nawaki also joined them, and they spent some time talking. Minato and Mikoto slept at Kushina's house. In the morning, Minato was approached by a toad at the Senju clan's doorstep. Yo, the toad raised its paw and greeted him in a strange way. You're a messenger from Mount Myaboku, he murmured, already recognizing it as one of the toads from that place, and that he might finally have his answer, after 3 weeks. Which is a bit disappointing. I thought they hadn't even considered accepting me, Minato thought, remembering how the days passed since he made the request to Gamabunta. I came to bring the response from the Great Elder. Actually. Gamabunta spoke with the boss. He talked to the Great Elder about your coming, but the Elder ended up falling asleep after hearing the question, for 3 straight weeks because of his age. He gave the answer this morning right after waking up and asked what they were talking about again. Now he's waiting. The messenger toad explained, while Minato collapsed to the ground, stunned. He didn't know that old guy could sleep like that. Either way, he nodded. Great. I'll go then, I just have to notify someone first, Minato said, picking up the toad. He said goodbye to Mikoto and Kushina, telling them he would be away, and disappeared, heading to the Hataki clan, where he found Tsukumo sitting in the garden. Minato spoke briefly with him. After all, they were supposed to train that day, and Minato had sent a message yesterday, saying he was back in the village. I see. That's not a problem. You can go, Tsukumo said, and Minato nodded. Thanks. I'm not sure I'll be back tomorrow, but I'll let you know if anything comes up, he replied, before disappearing. Hey, don't carry me like that, the toad complained, as Minato placed him on the ground. Where can we find the entrance, he asked the toad. Only toads can pass through the entrance I came from. You can't. Anyway, I'm going ahead. You'll be summoned on the other side, got it, the toad explained, before clapping his hands and vanishing in a puff of smoke. Minato waited 5 minutes before feeling his body being pulled. Then, he too disappeared, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. In the next moment, he reappeared in a place full of frog sounds. The environment was colorful, vibrant, and he landed on the ground, looking around in awe. Even while seeing everything, his haki could sense the presence of Gamabunta and other giant, powerful toads in the distance, all of his summons. Ah, you came. Jiraiya's child, an elderly voice said nearby. Minato turned to the side of the messenger toad and saw the one they all considered the chief, one of the most powerful toads of Mount Myaboku. Minato couldn't help but smile upon seeing that. He was finally there. Chapter 244, Sage Mode. Third-person POV. Mount Myaboku, Year 42. I am Chief Fukasaku. Jiraiya had spoken about you, the chief toad said. I am Minato Namikaze. Thank you for receiving me, Chief Fukasaku. Despite the 3-week delay, Minato commented. I'm sorry, the elder ended up dozing off, as you probably already know. Anyway, let's see him before he falls asleep again, he said, jumping ahead. Minato nodded without any issue, since he didn't want to wait another 3 weeks, and they moved forward, passing by the place where Jiraiya had trained in his adolescence after ending up here through a summoning contract. Minato was the first human to come there after Jiraiya. Fukasaku kept jumping ahead of Minato as they crossed a bridge, around a stream, and then a waterfall, where they saw one of the great toads sitting still, eyes closed, letting the water hit his back, without his usual armor and weapons upon seeing who it was. "Hello, Gamaken." Minato waved at him, as the toad opened his eyes and saw him there. "Hello, Minato. Be careful not to get hurt there." "I'm kind of clumsy," Gamaken said, as Minato and Fukasaku passed him, heading toward another waterfall on a nearby peak with an entrance to a cave. There were several toads of all kinds around, with Minato only recognizing a few he had actually used or summoned in his missions and bad situations for certain tasks. A female toad with purple hair approached along the path they were taking, carrying a basket full of mushrooms and larvae in her arm. "Father, so you're with Jiraiya's student," the female toad said, studying Minato. "Yes, I'm taking him to the elder, mother," Fukasaku said. Minato recognized her as Shima, the mother of the toad path. And the contents of her basket were certainly not very pleasant to Minato. "I see you're interested in our food. I make an excellent lunch and dinner. I would even ask you to come over to our home, but you're busy now. Take him there later, father. He'll love our food," Shima said, seeing Minato's look at her ingredients, thinking he was hungry and wanted her food. "Wait, that's not it." Minato tried to deny quickly. He didn't want the same experience that Jiraiya and Naruto had eating those larvae. "Sure, let's go, Minato boy," Fukasaku said, ignoring Minato's protests, while the two toads said goodbye to each other. Shima would go to her home, while Fukasaku led him into the cave. The place wasn't big, and just after passing the entrance, they could already see the great elder standing there, sitting with a staff and showing the marks of his millennial old age. After all, he was the one who taught senjutsu to the two hybrid Otsutsuki brothers, who were the sons of Kaguya with a human. "Elder Gamamaru." Fukasaku approached. Minato was right behind. The old toad murmured, seeming to open his eyes. "Who's there?" he asked. "It's me, Fukasaku. I'm here with Jiraiya's student, the one who might be involved with the prophecy you gave to Jiraiya boy, elder," Fukasaku said. Gamamaru seemed thoughtful for a moment, while Minato studied him. "Who is Jiraiya again?" he asked, making Minato and Fukasaku fall to the ground, stunned by the statement. "Ah, I remember," the elder said next. "The prophecy. I remember speaking one to that human. Yes, and one of Jiraiya's students is here. After asking to enter our land, you took 3 weeks to respond, after falling asleep," Fukasaku said. "The prophecy." The elder murmured, seeming to try to understand it, before looking at the old toad with his tired eyes and then staring at Minato for a few seconds. "What is this prophecy again?" he asked, confused, making both of them fall to the ground again, stunned. "What's wrong with this old man? Is he some kind of troll?" Minato muttered internally. At this rate, they wouldn't get anywhere. I'm joking," the elder said suddenly, seeming to smile. "I remember the prophecy, about a young man among Jiraiya's students, who would grow and change the ninja world. Or at least one of the two. When they faced each other, if the path leaned toward good or evil for the future, everything would depend on that fight," the elder said seriously. "Yes, exactly," Fukasaku said, pointing at Minato. "Please, Minato boy, come closer," he requested, as Minato stepped forward. "So you asked permission to come here. We are here to listen to you." "What do you wish for?" the old toad said, looking at the blonde human with his half-closed eyes. "I would like to learn Sage Mode." "I will need this power," Minato said directly, knowing that even with all his abilities, his jutsus, his physical strength, his Akuma no Mi, all 3 hakis, having Sage Mode would further enhance everything he had. Even though it had taken him 17 years to seek it out, he believed he was now ready to further increase his strength. Sage Mode. Fukasaku seemed surprised to hear that, looking at Minato. "I see. Difficult times are coming. The boy before us wants to become stronger." "It's understandable," the elder said. While Minato waited for an answer, Fukasaku, still a bit surprised, looked at the elder, also awaiting his response. Sage Mode, he must learn it, he decided. "Then, Fukasaku, see to the boy and begin his training," the elder requested. "Even without asking permission from Jiraiya boy?" Fukasaku asked. "Yes. The boy has already surpassed Jiraiya. He is stronger than his teacher," the elder said, while Fukasaku looked a little surprised, studying the boy for a moment before nodding. "I understand, very well. I will train you," he said. Minato nodded at hearing this, satisfied. "Thank you," he replied. "Let's go back, Minato boy. You probably want to rest." Minato nodded, but turned his attention again to the elder. "Before that, I'd like to ask a question," he said carefully. "Go ahead," the elder said informally, while Fukasaku waited. Do you remember the time when you met the brothers Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki and warned them about their mother, Kaguya, wanting to turn all of humanity into white Zetsus, over 1,000 years ago? Minato asked directly. He wanted information about that time that he didn't know. Maybe a point of view directly from someone who had lived through it could be interesting and bring new insights. However, Minato didn't have much hope in this character, and he wasn't wrong. Who are those? I don't remember them, the elder said. Not even about the infinite Tsukuyomi that Kaguya cast on the world. You were young, but you witnessed the birth of Chakra in our world. He commented, while Fukasaku looked confused by that information. I don't remember, Gamamaru said, and Minato felt it was time to leave. Thank you for the information, anyway. Minato said and headed outside. The chief of the toads followed him, moving out of the cave while guiding him. The elder looked for a while at Minato's shadow disappearing along with the chief of the toads. Interesting, he murmured. But right after that, he simply seemed confused. Ah, I forgot again. He said before going back to sleep. A moment later. Eat, eat. It's delicious. Shima handed Minato a plate full of larvae after he had entered their house. I'm not hungry. I actually ate before coming here, Minato tried to make an excuse. How can you say that after I cooked with so much love, she said, as Minato looked once again at that plate, wanting to vomit just from seeing it. Sorry, I'll owe you this one. Please, don't make me eat it. It's better if I don't overeat. He said, on the verge of tears, trying not to be rude. All right. Let him be, mother. At least there'll be more left for me, Fukasaku said, as Shima shrugged, respecting the fact that Minato didn't want to eat. Well, then, Minato boy, you want to train in Sage mode. But it won't be easy training, and you could even turn into a toad. Do you still want to go through with it? Fukasaku asked, while eating the larvae without leaving any on the plate. Yes. I need it, he replied, ignoring the toad's plate. I see. I imagined Jiraiya would come here and ask this for you, but since you took the initiative yourself and the elder accepted you, and you even seem to know about our training, that's fine. I just need to send some information to the village. I'll have to take some time off, Minato said, as he would have to clear his responsibilities as ANBU leader. He would have to deal with Guren, having confirmed her presence in the Fish Clan, and learn Sage mode at the same time. Anyway, I'll show you around, Fukasaku said, as Minato left the couple's cabin with him and walked through Mount Maiboku. Hello, Gamabunta, Minato greeted, seeing the giant toad standing in a large lake along the path. Hello, Minato. You finally came, he replied in his usual grumbling tone but with respect. Minato soon found the place where he would train, encountering several statues of humans who had attempted the same training and failed, turning into toads. These were the ones who failed. But don't worry. If Jiraiya boy succeeded, and you surpassed him, according to the elder, you'll succeed too. After all, you might be the one destined to change the world, the child of prophecy, and I've got this. Fukasaku said, showing a rod in his hand, the one that expels natural energy from the body when touched. Minato didn't look favorably at the statues, but it also gave him a certain concern. He'd have to understand how it would work being a Logia user, since he'd need to be touched by that rod. Can we test that, if possible, Chief Fukasaku? Minato asked suddenly, while the toad looked at him confused. What do you mean by that, Minato boy? Just try to hit me with the rod, he requested, raising his palm. The toad observed him for a few seconds before nodding and striking the extended hand with his rod. To Minato's surprise, he felt an impact. He was caught off guard by the pain, even though it didn't hurt him due to his strong body. Still, he even felt some of his chakra draining, despite it not being natural energy. Interesting. He murmured, quite satisfied with that. Did you expect something different, Minato boy? Fukasaku asked. Yes. Anyway, let's try that again, but this time in a different way. Minato once again showed his hand, and it started to turn black, using armament haki as a protective layer. Fukasaku was confused to see the hand darkening, but nodded before striking with the rod. When it hit, Minato was surprised to feel nothing. There was no effect. Interesting, he said, realizing that haki could protect him even from that rod. In any case, he removed the haki, and he and Fukasaku spent a while talking, planning how the training would proceed. Minato already knew beforehand how it worked, but still listened to the chief toad. After that, Minato returned to Konoha the same day. He now needed to plan how he would stay away from his missions for 2 or 3 weeks to train with his summoning contracts. Chapter 245, Waterfall Test. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. You're saying you need 3 weeks off. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow at Minato's request, seated before his desk in the Hokage's office. Exactly. I'm forming a new summoning contract, so I'd like to ask for a month off so I can go train, he said. Does it have to be now? The Hokage looked at him seriously. Yes. The type of summoning I'm intending to contract is a special kind. I can't miss this opportunity because I'll only get this one chance, Minato said. It's a bit of a last-minute request. But at the same time, I can't deny it's true that you haven't taken any vacation in the past year and have continued working on ANBU teams. He said, seeming to ponder for a moment. Minato knew he was going to accept. After all, he still wanted Minato on the ANBU team, and denying this could risk Minato simply leaving ANBU, and that was what the elders wanted to avoid while still keeping Minato under their watch. Very well. We'll accept your request, he said in the end, without hesitation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It's a contract to become stronger, Minato replied. Very well, I hope so. After all, you becoming stronger means a stronger Leaf Village. The Hokage murmured, and Minato left. Are you sure about letting him disappear for a month? Danzo appeared beside the Hokage the next moment. We have no choice, Danzo. Did you want him to leave ANBU? Hiruzen commented in a neutral tone. Still, letting him leave the village now. He said. There are still 6 months until the attack plan begins. The boy is not a threat, as far as we can tell. And we put him in ANBU precisely to keep him away from the Uzumaki country's battles. So you worry too much. The Hokage said. I always think of the village, Hiruzen, Danzo replied. And I think this is a mistake. Danzo muttered, walking away, while the Hokage only sighed. Minato found a way to notify all his team members that he would be taking this leave. He had been a bit surprised by Hiruzen agreeing so easily, but it should have been expected. After all the work he had done in the past year, it was clear they were keeping close tabs on him due to the knowledge he had acquired from other nations through that scroll, because of the investigation into the wind and water countries, above the Uzumaki country. Planning a large-scale attack. Either way, Minato returned home and found Mikoto training. He explained the situation to her and how he would proceed with his plans. I see, so you'll be leaving soon, she commented, and he nodded. That's right. I'm waiting for Guren to summon me in the next few days through our summoning contract. I also plan to head straight to Mount Maiboku after dealing with Guren. Do you know anything about Jiraiya-sensei? Mikoto asked. No, he hasn't even contacted the Toads, but that doesn't matter. He replied. I see, she murmured. Anyway, we can't count on Jiraiya-sensei's support. It would also be too much to ask him to go against the village. I don't want to involve him in this against his will. It would put him between the village and his students. That shouldn't be an easy situation. Minato said, understanding the gravity. In any case, Minato stayed with Mikoto for the next few days. While also assisting Kushina, he asked her to try improving her adamantine chains, since that was her main bloodline power and could even suppress the Kyuubi itself. But Minato didn't want to initiate contact with the Kyuubi just yet, since that would draw attention with his chakra being released. And the last thing he needed now was the village leadership putting Kushina into confinement. Either way, it was on a day when he was training his taijutsu with Mikoto that he felt something pulling him, causing him to stop the training immediately. I'm being summoned by Guren. Goodbye, Mikoto. See you in a few weeks, he said. All right. Good luck, Mikoto said, as Minato burst into smoke, disappearing from the spot. He reappeared suddenly in the middle of the water, feeling the pressure of the sea around him, as he quickly looked forward and saw Guren with water on his fin, placing a type of seaweed into Minato's mouth. What is this? Minato murmured, feeling the effects of the sea on his fruit. It wasn't that the water of this world affected him like it would in the world of One Piece, but it still limited him a bit, and he felt restricted with his fruit. Still, he didn't sink, he could swim and even use his fruit powers, within limits. Guren appeared in front of him with seaweed and offered it for Minato to put in his mouth, and the blonde couldn't even react properly before Guren simply made him swallow it, which had a bitter taste, but at the same time, didn't help at all. He didn't understand why the fish did that. Minato quickly began forming small hand seals. He started blowing, transforming chakra into oxygen, while forming a bubble in front of his mouth and nose. Guren watched that, a bit surprised, but nodded as if saying Minato did a good job. Minato hadn't asked what the fish clan would be like, but he also didn't expect to come to the middle of the ocean. So seeing himself summoned underwater was certainly not something Minato had expected. Minato then looked forward and saw a huge structure at the bottom of the sea. This was where Guren lived, while at the same time there was a tower of rocks behind the place that rose upward and seemed to have no end. He quickly began sensing the area around him with his haki, feeling the other fish, very similar to Guren. He saw Guren himself point at him and call him to follow. As he moved forward, Minato quickly paddled with his hands and feet, trying to keep up with him. Seeing that he was too slow, he began glowing with light before darting in a straight line toward Guren. Even with his fruit being limited, he could still move in small bursts, but fast enough in that moment to follow his companion. Guren led him to one of the houses that were caves. As he entered and climbed after passing through a curved tunnel, with Minato easily lighting the whole path, they entered a place where there was oxygen inside that part of the cave. Minato burst the bubble from his mouth as soon as he left the water and looked at Guren, stunned. "What was that, man?" he murmured, starting to spit out the taste of seaweed in his mouth. "Sorry about that. I thought it would help, since the elder said it helps with breathing," she said, seeming a bit confused. "Maybe for a fish, but not for a human. You didn't even think of that, did you?" Minato muttered, unsatisfied. "Obviously, that could have killed anyone else. I guess I was mistaken. Sorry for not warning you," Guren said, seeming embarrassed. "I thought you guys had a bubble or something." Minato murmured, before realizing he was just a fish. "Makes sense, having an air bubble in the middle of the ocean doesn't seem all that necessary." "Forget it," he murmured in the end. "Anyway, the test will begin soon. We'll just have to wait 1 hour, that's why I summoned you," Guren said. Minato returned to the water right after that, with Guren guiding him and showing him his clan, while everyone watched the human teleporting and glowing to keep up with Guren the whole time, as Minato still had a bubble over his mouth and nose to breathe. Guren's clan was a bit strange, made of caves where the other fish lived. There were few young ones and many elderly fish, judging by the signs of aging and the tired look they had. Guren seemed very excited. The place was huge, there must have been at least 500 fish like him, all with horns, while they appeared to be talking among themselves and pointing at Minato. Minato didn't understand anything they were saying, not even when Guren tried to speak to him. Due to sound waves being limited underwater, he couldn't hear. Either way, the moment came when a fish with a white beard appeared atop a structure in the clan, emitting sounds Minato didn't understand. But Guren quickly looked at him and nodded, as if the event was beginning at that exact moment. Minato nodded and soon followed Guren, who moved upward toward the pillar that extended from the sea floor to the surface, with many other fish accompanying the elder fish upward. Minato wasn't in any region he had seen before. It seemed very far from the land of fire, as he didn't recognize any of the topography as he scanned the area with his haki. Guren had said this place was quite remote, so much so that it took him 4 days to get there, and he was very fast in the sea. Then they finally reached the surface, beneath the pillar, while Guren and many fish advanced. Minato came right behind, feeling a bit out of place among a bunch of fish that stared at him curiously and gossiped about him being a human, unable to hear anything they said, not even his haki helping much beyond sensing their feelings of curiosity. "Well, as you can see, the waterfall is ahead. We'll begin this generation's test," the elder spoke in the common language. At once, all the fish nodded their heads above the water. Minato looked for the first time and saw a massive peak that reached above the clouds. It must have been 1,000 meters high, with a large stream of water falling directly into the sea like a waterfall. "This," he murmured, feeling the strong connection this place had with natural energy, far more than he had seen in the place where Fukasaku would train him in sage mode. "I'm going to get ready." "Wish me luck," Guren said, while noticing the tension coming from the other fish who were also getting prepared. The elder seemed to be making a prayer with his 2 fins in front of the waterfall. Suddenly, a sound emerged above the clouds, and Minato looked up in surprise, seeing shadows like giant snakes up there. "What is that?" he murmured quickly, trying to scan with his haki, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach that far. The clouds were somehow blocking him from sensing exactly what was up there, while the waterfall kept pouring water from the clouds. "They're the guardians. They're here to witness the test," Guren shouted to Minato. "They gave us permission to hold the test, and we're going to begin," the fish said, while the elder didn't stop praying and returned to them. Go, begin," he urged. Immediately, the fish began advancing toward the waterfall. They entered the water's flow and began diving, leaping against the current. They had to climb over 1,000 meters. They would jump out and return to the waterfall, going higher and higher, trying to reach the clouds. Minato saw the first fish start to lose balance and fall, or even some give up after growing tired. Meanwhile, Guren was already 300 meters up, swimming quickly with 8 other fish. Several fish that Minato had seen in the fish clan also came out of the water to watch the young ones undergoing the test, certainly remembering how they had failed. Guren had said that all fish who fail stay in the fish clan forever, while those who pass go to another place that no one among them knows. Minato was completely lost in this test, but at the same time, he watched as Guren kept leaping, reaching ever greater heights, but he could also see the difficulty he was having. With every increase in altitude, 3 more fish fell. "The waterfall is pushing them down," Minato murmured, sensing there was a pressure there that prevented them from climbing, and it increased the closer they got to the clouds. Another fish fell soon after, then 3 more. Now only one other was approaching 600 meters, while at the 700-meter mark, the fish behind Guren gave in, starting to fall. Only Guren remained now, as everyone else watched him rise, with increasing difficulty. Minato could also see him using a technique similar to Jeppo to assist himself. And so he continued, reaching the 900-meter mark, when Minato could feel the strain and even the exclamations from the surrounding fish, watching Girin heading toward the clouds. He simply entered them, passing the test. Meanwhile, a thunderous sound came from the other side. "What's happening?" Minato murmured. Chapter 246, The Dragon. Third-person POV. Konoha, Year 42. Girin passed through the cloud line and everyone there was surprised, while the last fish that had fallen returned to the surface a little stunned due to the height of the fall, but also disappointed and depressed for having failed. At the same time, everyone kept their eyes on the cloud where Girin had disappeared. "He made it," Minato murmured, wondering what would happen to his companion from that moment on, as he stood there watching without knowing exactly what was happening. After all, Minato didn't know either, but it was something that all the fish instinctively sought since their birth, so Minato hoped his friend was okay. Suddenly, a new shadow began to emerge from the clouds, seeming to be the same creatures from before, as they had the same shape of giant serpents, growing more and more to the point of covering a large part of the sky. Its size should be at least 200 meters. Minato wondered what those things were. "He made it," one of the fish murmured. "Yes, he finally went to the Guardians. How good that someone from this generation managed to reach the end of the waterfall. I'm so happy. It's a shame we won't see Girin anymore. Wherever he is, he will be better off there, accomplishing what we have failed." The fish continued to comment, while the elder asked for a moment of silence, and everyone looked at him, diverting their gaze from the enormous shadow. "It seems that we had a good fruit this time. I want us to remember Girin and honor him. He was a great warrior of the fish clan, who managed to enter the end of the waterfall. Let us always remember him," the elder fish said, and everyone agreed. Minato stayed there for a while looking at the clouds after hearing the elder. "So that's it. I won't be able to see him anymore," Minato murmured, with a complicated feeling, because everyone there seemed to accept that they would never see Girin again. And even he would be among them. "So I will never see you again, Girin." Minato murmured, not knowing what had happened to his companion, since he couldn't even feel his haki passing through those clouds to check on him, but at the same time, he had to be happy for his friend who managed to reach what Minato had never been able to. Then a rumble came above the clouds, like thunder. "Minato," a voice called, catching everyone by surprise. Minato looked stunned. He didn't recognize that tone, it sounded like a giant creature speaking, but the feeling it conveyed. "Girin," he murmured, stunned. "Try to find me. Past the waterfall, you must also take the test to reach where I am, otherwise, we will never be able to see each other again," the voice demanded, while the fish were surprised to hear that, turning their attention to the only human among them. Minato looked for a moment at the waterfall, before jumping onto the water and approaching it walking this time, while keeping his eyes on the sky. "What do you plan to do?" the elder fish murmured, seeing Minato going to the place of the waterfall. Minato stood right in front of it, touching it with the palm of his hand, in front of the explosion of water generated by the impact of the falling water, turning his face to the nearest fish. "I will try to pass through it," he said, and quickly jumped, answering the call of his companion with a different voice, but he was sure it was Girin. While the shadow still remained there, stretched and making some curves over the clouds, he advanced quickly, stepping on the water. But as he climbed, he immediately felt an enormous pressure pulling him down, surprising him. "This," he murmured and quickly moved upward, running while everyone watched. He felt the pressure trying more and more to pull him down. He began to feel an energy around the place, being the pure natural energy somehow building that environment. He had felt his own energy enter Girin before, but that didn't seem to be working on him. Maybe it had something to do directly with the fish clan, because it clearly wasn't working with him. There were many mysteries about this clan that he didn't know, and even the fish themselves didn't fully understand. Not even the fish reproduced among themselves, but rather something left eggs on the surface of the water, while fish like Girin were born from there and had to live their lives until they were ready to challenge the waterfall in their generations. Otherwise, they would live underwater for the rest of their lives. And now Minato kept advancing upward while trying to understand what had happened to Girin, who was on the other side of the cloud, and everything indicated that he was that giant creature still casting its shadow for everyone. "This reminds me of the Chinese legend," Minato murmured as he continued running up the waterfall. The legend where the fish crossed the waterfall and became a mythical creature. It even reminded him of Pokemon. Of Magikarp, which, after crossing the waterfall, transformed into Gyarados. But, setting that thought aside, he kept moving forward, already surpassing 600 meters and feeling the weight of the pressure pulling him down, getting worse and worse. But this was nothing for Minato. His body was powerful enough and he had several abilities that could help him. He quickly began making hand seals, while all the weights he had on his body, through Fuinjutsu seals, started being released, gaining even more lightness and quickly advancing, surpassing 800 meters. He could feel the shocked gazes of the fish down below, while he was already passing 900 meters and thus, finally emerged beyond the clouds, while all that natural energy passed through him but did not enter his body. Otherwise, he would be turning to stone, not yet having the training of Sage Mode. He kept moving forward, seeing only clouds as he advanced. Even his haki seemed not to work there, noticing that those clouds were made entirely of natural energy and had clearly been some kind of bomb for Guren when he entered there, causing some kind of transformation as he suspected. Until Minato finally emerged from the clouds and found himself in a white sea, with the waterfall having a tip like a fountain of water coming out from the middle of a rocky peak that Minato had seen from the bottom of the sea, being a small area with some trees, like a type of oasis. The pressure began to decrease after the clouds, while Minato stopped at the tip with a sigh. Minato, you came. You passed the challenge. The booming voice came from behind Minato. He turned around and his eyes widened, shocked at what he was witnessing at that moment. Kaido. It was his first thought upon seeing the serpent, or rather, the blue Chinese dragon standing still, watching him, with more than 200 meters, just as it had appeared in the shadow of the clouds, while there were two more dragons flying over the area, a little higher up, observing, each at least 500 meters long, one red and the other pink, with only a few differences from the blue one, such as the colors, some shapes of horns and head, but still dragons like the blue one. Guren, is that you? Minato murmured, looking at the blue dragon while analyzing and wondering how his friend had turned into that immense dragon, even though he was smaller than the others. Yes, it's me. I evolved after crossing the waterfall and now I'm no longer a fish, I've become a dragon through the natural energy that this place represents, according to what the two other dragons explained to me, he said. Incredible, Minato had difficulty finding words for his thoughts at that moment. He had never seen a dragon in the world of Naruto, let alone one that resembled the dragons from the world of One Piece. So this is the human you mentioned, asked the red dragon, analyzing them, while Guren tilted his head to the side and nodded. Yes, this is Minato, my companion and the human with whom I have a summoning contract, he said. I see. He passed the waterfall test as well, so you can still remain as his contractor, the red dragon said, while Minato was still confused by all of it. Listen, Minato, Guren turned back to him, already understanding his questions. When the fish clan passes the waterfall, we become dragons and we can no longer return, nor even contact or explain what happened. This is the law. We only come here to deposit our eggs in the water, throwing them from the sky into the water, so that more members of the fish clan can be born and eventually pass the waterfall in the future, becoming dragons and continuing a cycle that has lasted more than 1,000 years, he said. Still surprised by that, Minato just nodded, listening to the information. Anyway, I was asked to go to the land of dragons with them, quite far from here, and I don't know if I'll return, he said, with Minato once again surprised, also not knowing what was in that place in this world. But, given the existence of these creatures, it was more than likely that there was a place for them like any other giant creature in this world. Anyway, I said that I had you as my friend. When they asked if I wanted to see you again, I said that I had a contract. They asked that, if you were worthy of continuing to have the contract, you should pass through the waterfall by yourself, and so you did. Guren explained. I see. I think. Still quite confused with all of it, Minato couldn't help but murmur while scratching his head. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I'm leaving now, but we'll talk more later, okay? Guren said. He seemed much more mature and wise now, which was a little strange for that impulsive fish. All right. Minato listened and nodded. Don't worry. They said that if you passed the waterfall, we could maintain contact and even the summoning contract. I will now go to see where I will spend the rest of my life as a dragon. Anyway, summon me as soon as you can, he said. Yes, Guren. Good luck, Minato gave a smile at the end. Despite everything that happened, he was happy for his companion and very proud to see the creature he had become. Now I am leaving. Goodbye, Minato. See you later, he said, immediately starting to glide with his body through the sky like a serpent. The other dragons nodded, beginning to head in a certain direction, leaving Minato behind as the three dragons advanced through the sky and disappeared. Minato stayed there for a while before disappearing, returning to the southern beach of the Land of Fire, since he was forbidden to reveal things to the fish clan and could not return to the sea. He fell stunned to the ground after having traveled thousands of kilometers, longer than any other journey he had ever made, feeling his chakra quickly fade due to the distance he had to teleport. And to think I would suffer from this again after increasing my chakra reserves so much. Damn. He murmured, trying to recover a little before getting up. Now I'll go to Mount Myaboku, he decided. It was time to also train Sage Mode. Thus, Minato summoned a toad and asked to be summoned to the other side, since this way he wouldn't have to use his teleportation jutsu and his own chakra. Chapter 247, Mastering Sage Mode. Third-person POV. Mount Myaboku, Year 42. The sound of the staff hitting his skin echoed through the place, while Minato automatically curled his body, gritting his teeth due to the pain he felt. Even though his body was strong enough to endure it, the staff still hurt. Clearly, Fukasaku had no mercy on him, and the toad was extremely strong. Focus. Remember, focus, the toad reminded him. I've only been training for a few hours. I'm trying to get the hang of it. Minato said, a little frustrated. Even so, I still have to remind you, Minato boy, the chief of the Toads said. This was the first day of training with Sage Mode. He wasted no time and quickly started training, arriving at Mount Myaboka by late morning. After seeing Giran surpass the challenge of the waterfall, he already wanted to start training the same day. Obviously, Fukasaku and his companion, Shima, tried to offer him lunch, but Minato already knew very well what he would eat. So he informed them that he brought his own food, saying he was on a diet and had to eat the nutrients he had brought as an excuse. Now, in the afternoon, it was already Minato's third attempt, after Fukasaku covered his body with oil, while he wore only shorts and concentrated, trying to feel the natural energy around the place. What even surprised Fukasaku was that Minato simply took only a few minutes for the energy to explode, rushing into his body, with him immediately losing control and starting to turn into stone. But he was quickly hit by the staff, while Fukasaku questioned how Minato had done that so quickly, since it usually took at least days or even weeks for someone learning to start feeling the energy for themselves. Minato did not answer because he did not know at the moment, as he could not explain it properly, but in fact it was thanks to the waterfall that he, somehow, developed the ability to sense the natural energy just by passing through it. He felt it there, while it itself was already trying to enter his body, but, due to not being from Giran's clan, or rather, since now Giran was a dragon, from the fish clan, the energy did not transform him, but it was still there. Anyway, he continued training, returning to concentrate for a fourth time, now thinking of absorbing the energy in a different way. On the fourth attempt, Minato was already trying to avoid pulling the energy so quickly, he began to want to feel it, having much greater control over the energy, while trying to gradually insert it into his body, accumulating it very slowly. He had been trying to do this for the past few hours, but he was still not fully prepared, while receiving blows from the chief of the Toad's staff as soon as he lost control. Even so, this still surprised Fukasaku, he was evolving a lot and for the fourth time, he was seeing the boy focused there, in lotus position, near the waterfall and the statues, feeling the energy approaching him little by little. Minato placed his mind fully focused there, while trying to increase the chakra in his body directly with the natural energy using small parts of it. He had also had an experience that was helping a lot at this moment, as he had already sucked chakra from other people to place it in himself, as happened when he had to flee the land of wind and suck the chakra of Shikaku himself. Which was something completely crazy, even more using a seal that was even forbidden among Mito's few ninjutsus, when he copied them from the scroll with all the knowledge she had given him in the last meetings before she passed away. He also later developed his own seal, much more advanced and safer than the one he had used before, and used it a few times as well. For Minato, merging one chakra with another was one of the most difficult things that could exist in the ninja world, with very few people having that level of control. Even Naruto developed it to a level where he could transfer his own chakra, along with Kurama's, to strengthen anyone he wanted. In an instant, he could fit Kurama's chakra, which was extremely chaotic, into the body of someone who wasn't even a Jinchuriki. That was extremely difficult and, at the same time, admirable. Naruto, because of that, was not called the child of prophecy for nothing. At the same time, Minato thought that Naruto would still be the child of prophecy with him around. The elder Toad himself had called him the child of prophecy, for he was Jiraiya's student. It seemed very generic, since any of Jiraiya's students could be the savior. But at the same time, Minato did not plan to die here after his son was born, so he would have a great influence in the ninja world. He already expected to have that after the Third Ninja War. If he would really be the child of prophecy, well, only time would tell. But there was a confidence in Minato, as he continued there, focused, placing the chaotic nature energy into small drops to mix with his chakra. Fukasaku remained there as well, analyzing Minato, watching for any change or loss of control, but saw how the boy was concentrated, starting to place the natural energy into his body much more efficiently than the previous times. This brat. He's on his fourth attempt and is already doing this. My god, the boy is a monster. Fukasaku could not help but think as he analyzed Minato there, developing control over natural energy faster than he had ever seen before. Even Jiraiya had taken weeks just to start pulling the energy, trying to feel it, but Minato, within minutes, had already done it on his first attempt and now, hours later, was beginning to understand nature energy. Minato kept having the vision of the chakras around him, continuing to slowly add more and more natural energy into his body to get used to it, while trying to encode it to fit perfectly with his chakra. Thus, he filled his body for a few more hours, but no longer received a blow from the Chief Toad's staff. Let's do this. Minato then decided to move on to the next step after getting used to mixing nature energy with his own in small amounts, making his body adapt without losing control. So, already used to small parts of natural energy mixing with his chakra, he decided to accelerate. Even Fukasaku looked surprised as he began to feel the energy around Minato advance faster into his body, starting to mix quickly, doing the same process but faster, while it was filtered and began to accumulate in Minato's body through his chakra pathways. He's already doing that. Fukasaku was shocked, seeing the energy filling Minato's entire body as he needed, looking for the scales and toad-like features that Jiraiya had when he used Sage Mode, but they never came, while Minato continued to absorb more and more. Fukasaku remained there silently, observing. Although his eyes were wide with surprise, he was still prepared to strike with the staff at any moment. Suddenly, around Minato's eyes began to gain an orange characteristic. He's only changing the eyes. Fukasaku murmured in surprise, while the orange color continued, with no other change anywhere else. Minato stayed there for at least 20 minutes working with the natural energy in his body to not lose control, until his eyes began to open, finally displaying toad-like features. Really, only the eyes changed. Fukasaku said, surprised, shocked by the boy who, in just one afternoon, managed to master Sage Mode. This is madness. Fukasaku murmured, still frozen. Minato blinked a few times, feeling his body bursting with energy, while quickly analyzing parts of his body with interest. So this is Sage Mode. Incredible. Minato said, as he jumped up, leaping higher than he intended, with his body strength much more powerful than before landing on the ground looking a little dazed. I did it, he said excitedly, while Fukasaku stood there still frozen, unable to believe what that boy had been able to do. It was impossible. Looks like that waterfall was an accidental blessing. Minato said, after all, he wouldn't have reached that level so quickly if he hadn't felt the natural chakra so strongly before when Girin transformed into a dragon, without the danger of the natural energy entering his body when he passed through those clouds. Wait. Did my appearance change? Minato suddenly said, a little worried. I hope it's just the eyes. He said, immediately running to the water next to the waterfall, near the statues, quickly checking if his appearance had changed more than just one thing. But only his eyes, with toad-like characteristics, were there, and he sighed. I would hate to turn into a toad appearance. Maybe I wouldn't even use Sage Mode if that were the case. Minato murmured quietly. How did you do it? Fukasaku finally asked, breaking his silence but still shaken, looking at Minato. Really, the only thing that had changed were the eyes. Tell me you had already done the training before. Fukasaku said, hoping that Minato would say yes and that he wasn't some kind of monster in front of him. I had contact with natural energy a little before coming here, but I didn't absorb it. Still, I felt the energy, that might have helped me. I also had in mind some theories and experience on how to facilitate the entry into my body, by fusing the natural energy with my chakra. Seems like it worked quite well while I was concentrating, slowly training a small amount before really placing a large amount of natural chakra until I managed to reach Sage Mode. Minato explained. Fukasaku nodded, not without feeling a bit of envy. He himself had taken weeks to master the first part, months as Jiraiya had done, but that boy, in just a few hours. Anyway, this is incredible. Minato said, wanting to test his strength while heading toward a rocky area. But the next moment he felt something wrong and his body soon began to collapse, as he lost control. Damn it, was the only thing he managed to murmur before feeling a staff hitting his back, making him groan in pain. The natural energy was immediately expelled from his body, and his eyes returned to normal. You're not used to it. You can't lose focus with that excitement, Fukasaku explained, seeing Minato's mistake, which was normal. I guess you're right. Minato got up, grumbling and scratching his back where he had been hit. Anyway, let's finish here. You should start focusing from tomorrow and get used to Sage Mode so you don't lose control, he said, and Minato nodded as they began returning to the house where Shima was waiting for them. When they entered, Shima was surprised and excited at the same time. Good, you're back, she said, already with the food ready, but found it strange as Minato scratched his head with a slightly embarrassed smile and Fukasaku stood there, looking downcast and depressed. What is this? What happened? She asked, knowing something was wrong. Shima's scream echoed throughout Mount Myaboku as she received the news from Fukasaku that Minato had mastered Sage Mode in just a few hours. Chapter 248, Theories about Sage Mode. Third-person POV. Mount Myaboku, Year 42. Weeks had passed since Minato's first day training and adapting to the Senju mode. He was the first to perfect the mode in its best form, while only his eyes had changed and his body had remained completely human, but that was only externally, while the powers Minato now possessed had been elevated to an even greater level. He had been training day after day maintaining that form as best he could, and now he understood why the original Minato only used it on a few occasions, as it was a very exhausting technique while he also had difficulty controlling natural chakra. But this Minato was different, he certainly had some difficulty, but the fact that he had already mastered Sage Mode from the beginning revealed that he had unlimited potential. And so it was, the days went by, while Minato trained from circulating Sage Mode on his own body. At the same time he kept Fukasaku along with Shima on his shoulders, the same way Jiraiya did when using this mode. Minato could choose the much safer second option if he had to maintain Sage Mode for a long time, while the two toads would keep the natural energy circulating the whole time, entering them as receptors to pass their chakra to Minato, not needing to worry about him drawing energy, while Minato could just focus on the enemy. But Minato wanted more than that, trying to use a theory that Jugo himself had, having a natural body to attract natural energy. Minato wanted somehow to start attracting it in that way, even if it was just one point in his body. But for that, he would first need to find a way for his body to absorb natural energy automatically, while at the same time his subconscious had to learn to control it in a way that Minato wouldn't even need to worry about it anymore. They say someone becomes a master in something after 10,000 hours of experience, but Minato would maybe need 100,000 hours or even a million to develop this in his brain. He wanted the energy to circulate his body all the time, entering and exiting, something that should be impossible, but it was still a theory Minato was studying. If he could maybe develop it, he would have unlimited chakra and one even more powerful than common chakra. Minato looked at his hands at that moment, as he opened and closed them, testing the energy circulating through all his chakra veins. His thoughts continued in the direction of his theories, thinking about how to implement them while he also had thoughts focused on his other powers. Natural energy had certainly strengthened his strength. But there was still the matter of his hakis, fruit, and his naturally powerful body with the 6 marine styles. You're thinking about what, Minato? It's your turn to throw the rock. A booming voice came as Minato looked at the giant toad who had spoken, none other than Gamabunta. It wasn't just him, but other giant toads were waiting for his turn. After all, he had agreed to play a certain game with them. Ah, all right. I was a little distracted, Minato said as he approached a group of rocks near them. Everyone waited as Minato, using Sage Mode, since his eyes were those of a toad, picked up a huge rock making Minato look like an ant while the rock itself weighed tons. However, that didn't stop Minato from simply lifting it with ease. He prepared by going to a giant line with all the toads still waiting, and Minato didn't even need to look at where he should aim, as he simply took a few steps back and ran toward the line. Before stepping on the line, he hurled the enormous rock flying far away while everyone watched it soar before crashing into an empty area filled with other rocks, surpassing them as it hit the ground a moment later and rolled several dozen more meters before coming to a stop. Damn, the kid is beating us. Gamabunta wasn't in a good mood about it. All the toads agreed, while another toad began moving forward to where Minato had picked up the rock, as he stepped away from the throwing line. The same happened with the other toads. They threw rocks in that direction without crossing the line, only to gain momentum while their rocks flew a few meters before falling to the ground, landing among the stones. The toad who had thrown the rock with his toad-like feet seemed in a bad mood as he left the place and another toad was grabbing a stone to throw. This was a simple game, where the one with the farthest giant rock won. Minato stayed among the toads for a while the last one threw, but it didn't go well. Victory goes to Minato Namikaze, a small toad exclaimed from atop a rock, announcing the winner. Some toads began collecting on bets placed, while another group was watching the rock-throwing competition, gambling all sorts of things that seemed valuable, even larvae and worms, like Miss Shima, who was there gathering all kinds of such food, happy to have some good ingredients for a nice dinner, having coughed for Minato and bet on him. Minato left them aside and advanced out of the place, while the toads still seemed quite embarrassed for losing to a human. Damn, how clumsy I am, one of them muttered. You're not, anyway. You did really well, Gamaken, Minato said as he walked out of the area. He went back to training again in an isolated part, recharging his vital energy, while punching some spots there, destroying anything that was in front of him. He quickly began to create a layer of haki over his left arm while punching as well. The destruction began in that area with debris falling everywhere as Minato moved on to the next target immediately. It was only after a while that he stopped, with everything scattered, while his left arm was black, the right filled with natural energy, but neither of them had the same characteristics. How strange. Minato muttered. His perception was greater and that enhanced the observation haki even more, but the armament haki was a bit different. First, it wasn't that Minato made the natural energy disappear when wielding haki on his arm, but it decreased rapidly. No wonder Fukasaku's staff didn't work when hitting a region with armament haki. His strength became slightly stronger, resulting in a bit more destruction from the left arm than the right. Minato still didn't fully understand how these two forces worked, especially since armament haki is something from another world, not to mention that both haki and chakra were supposed to come from the spirit of the being. It was likely these energies couldn't merge. Second, Minato didn't know if it was even possible to combine Sage Mode with the power of haki, with both powers intertwining to the point of uniting and sharing their forces in harmony. Minato could feel the chaos the two energies created when trying to unite them in a part of the body. But the armament haki always overpowers natural energy and makes it retreat, no wonder the latter decreases the moment I use haki. Minato muttered, returning to think about it. There were several theories being built in his mind, one of which was that he could use his own haki to reduce the pressure of natural energy in his body, maintaining better control. What are you whispering about over there, Minato boy? Fukasaku's voice reached Minato as he turned to see the elder toad standing nearby. Not that Minato hadn't noticed him before, but it didn't stop him from thinking out loud, trying to work through his chakra issues. Some things that are still difficult for me, Minato commented. Are you talking about your black arm that makes all the natural energy retreat? That's certainly something we've never seen, Minato boy. Did Jiraiya know about this, he asked, already having seen Minato use this ability a few times. And surely, seeing it make natural energy flee Minato's body on its own was something inexplicable for any toad who trained in natural energy. Minato shook his head. No, this ability is something I developed after the last time I saw him, Minato said. Interesting. Either way, you haven't stopped thinking about this since the early days, maybe you should practice something else while the answer comes to you later. Minato had poured most of his effort into this, trying to develop haki with natural energy over the past few weeks. I know, it's just. He murmured stubbornly. This was a challenge for him, and he intended to overcome it. You're the greatest Sage Mode user in the history of Mount Myoboku. I never wanted to say much about it so you wouldn't get arrogant, but you don't even seem to care about that. Instead, you intend to get even stronger with all these crazy theories and powers I've never seen. Fukasaku said. Minato looked at him for a moment and sighed. I think you're right. I'll rest a bit, Minato decided. Then let's go to my house. Shima got a lot of ingredients from the bet you made today. The food will be unique and delicious, he said excitedly. I'll pass, Minato simply said, as he had his own food prepared, not wanting to eat Shima's food under the pretext that he was on a diet. Either way, they went to Fukasaku and Shima's house, while the female toad served food to her husband, and Minato ate his ramen, which had nothing to do with the diet, though the two toads didn't know that. What a waste, you not eating mom's food. It's delicious. Fukasaku said while eating all the larvae and worms in the stew. No, thank you, Minato simply said, ignoring the thing on his plate and focusing on eating his own dinner. You know. He wiped the last noodle from the bowl and turned back to Fukasaku. I think you're right. Maybe I should train something else while I try to figure out the answers to my questions in the future. So I want to focus on something different. Like what? The toad asked. I want to summon a friend tomorrow. He's my second summoning contract, he said. You have another contract? Shima looked surprised, just like her husband, while Minato nodded to both. Yes, I haven't seen him in a week. I wanted to know how things are going, he said, and Fukasaku nodded. All right, you can summon him here. Just don't let him damage any important places, like the larva nest, the big waterfall where the toads bathe, or the elder's cave. He spoke while Minato nodded. All right, I'll keep that in mind, he said in the end, as he went to rest, preparing to summon a dragon for the first time.